You got lucky today, Fox Pup, I heard a mewling whisper from the dark. She clearly did not want others overhearing. She was perfectly aware of what I could do. I led my fingers pointedly over the steel bars of the cage I was placed in after the mage's brief interrogation. The cage itself was located in the damp basement of a half-collapsed building next to another few similar cages, though they were somewhat larger. The mage's underlings had locked me in here and just left. But this odd changeling woman seemed to want to shoot the breeze. I wouldn't be surprised to hear she was acting on an order from her master. In what way did I get lucky? I asked with a jeering whisper. Tika emerged silently from the darkness. In the moonlight streaming timidly through the narrow bars of the window, her face looked even less human, if not for Master's interest in true ones, you would not now be among the living, she responded. On top of that, he was in a rush. Today you avoided beatings and torture. Tomorrow, fortune may turn its back on you. Well, if you ask me, I avoided torture because I told the truth, I shrugged. You think Master believed the story that you inherited a ghost dagger from your daddy, the changeling jibed. Who believes what is none of my business, I muttered, testing the steel bars. Honestly, though, the fact I was untied could mean only one thing, that my prison guards were certain the cage was inescapable. Let me repeat myself. The first I heard that this dagger once belonged to a ghost was today from your master. I had made a lot of surprising discoveries today. The dagger that was constantly trying to drain all my energy was apparently a weapon of the intelligent creatures that sometimes visited untainted lands with flows. I wondered how it ended up in a hiding spot in the bookmaker's office. Too bad I was never able to figure out who the original owner of that building was. Based on the age of the hiding spot, that must have been who originally owned the dagger. Tika tilted her head to one side and, squinting, stared at me in silence, as if she was deciding whether to continue our conversation or not. Then she turned and vanished into the darkness. What a pity. I was getting settled in for a long talk. Walking a circle around the cage, I took a close look at all the bars and bracings. I pulled a few of them hard. These were made to last. Based on the long ruts in the metal and stone floor, clearly left by something with big claws, I was afraid to even imagine what they kept here before me. With a heavy sigh, I walked toward the far corner of the cage and got down on the stone floor. It seemed like the least soiled part. While being dragged into this dungeon, I managed to run a quick scan. Which was why I was not surprised a little while later to see a pile of dirty rags in one of the cages, and a dark human silhouette walking up to the bars. It was clearly someone gifted, and based on the light brown glow in his energy system, an artifactor. His reservoir was empty, so the glow was dull and nearly extinguished. Beyond me, he was the only person down in the dungeon. Finally settled down, I heard the shivering old man's voice. Good choice. There's no point tiring yourself out over nothing. Before you, they had a shadow hound in there, and believe you me, she was a good sight stronger than you. I stood up and walked over to the bars. There were no more than 10 steps between us. The person could really have been anyone. A wildling leader that had fallen into disfavor, someone looking for shadow artifacts just like me, or maybe he was undercover, but that was unlikely. It would be a waste to use a gifted person as an undercover agent. Tika was also clearly whispering because of him. Who are you? I asked. Nobody anymore, the old man muttered after a brief pause and returned to his place. Have you? Listen, rat man, tell your master I've already told him everything. The old man interrupted me angrily. He must have taken me for an undercover spy. I have no master. Do you even realize what you just said? The stranger frowned. You think I didn't just see you having a nice little chat with the lutein? Lutein, I asked, frowning. That sounded familiar. Oh, of course. Vedoma used to tell me about ancient times in our world, about the magic creatures that once inhabited it but gradually disappeared, not unlike places of power. Honestly, I never took my adoptive mother's tales for anything other than bedtime stories, but apparently here in this world, all these mythological creatures were still around. Vedoma taught me about luteins and their male counterpart lutins, small nocturnal changelings who served powerful sorcerers, very similar to brownies, nis, duende, and hobgoblins. Where black cats were always thought to serve witches, pure white ones were seen as likely handservants of mages. How did I never think of that? After all, I saw Tika transform before my very eyes. I see the Duke is really scraping the bottom of the barrel for help these days. The old man grumbled pointedly from the dark. So he's a nobleman? I asked in sincere surprise. The old man said nothing for a while, but then his rasping voice emerged again with faint notes of hope. So, kid, are you saying you're not in the Wild Duke's employ? Nope, I replied and even mechanically shook my head. With a step back, I gave a slight bow and said, allow me to introduce myself, Chevalier Maximilian Renard. I imagined that was exactly how Max would have behaved in that situation. Pile of rags stirred, and the old man again came closer to the bars. And what brings you out here, Chevalier? The nameless prisoner was clearly intrigued. I came to the frontier for a tour of duty in the Shadow Patrol, I said. Is that right? The old man snorted. And who was your commander? Lieutenant Tassin, I answered instantly. Honestly, though, he split me off in a group and told us to go around Grey Ridge to the northeast and link back up with the main force there. Who commanded the smaller group? Sergeant Ravel, I answered quickly. I know him, the old man said confidently. Big fellow with a pretty face. Guys like him are always a hit with the ladies. I chuckled under my breath. The old man was clumsily testing me. We must be talking about different Sergeant Ravels, I came. Our commander is a short man and not the kind any lady is likely to appreciate. His constant belching fills the square mile around him with the smell of rotten meat. I heard quiet laughter. I must have passed the test, or the first stage at least. For the next few minutes, the old man peppered me with questions, which I patiently answered, all while picking at the crumbs of information I found interesting. I got you all wrong, Chevalier, the old man finally said. You have to understand. I thought you were put down here to get me to reveal something they couldn't torture out of me, but it looks like you're just another of the Wild Duke's victims. Wild Duke, I asked. Without particularly drawing attention to the fact the old man had yet to say who he was, still didn't trust me. Oh well, I wasn't going to pry. Yes, the prisoner responded with a chuckle, but I don't suggest you call him that with any of his underlings around. Their master hates that nickname, so using it could lead to dying by the lash in a fit of someone's heartfelt loyalty. So it's only a nickname. That's the thing, not exactly, the old man objected with a sigh. He descends from the family which once ruled these lands. We are now at the former location of Valence, their primary fortress. So he's from a lost noble family. Not exactly, the old man replied. The Dukes de Valence continue to serve His Majesty. Honestly, though, after the shadow appeared and covered the majority of their holdings, the family lost its former influence. Louis de Valence, the old man continued, the man now holding us prisoner, decided to betray the king and, gathering a battalion of gifted people several years ago, departed for the frontier. Let me note as well that, in his hunt for ebbs, he gathered strength and amassed quite a large band. I saw women and children. They're from wildling tribes that decided to join up with him. I don't know for sure what he promised. The old man chuckled. I hear surprise. You've probably been hearing scary stories about the frontier since you were a babe, the most dangerous place on earth and all that. And now you see normal people live here too. Pretty much, yeah, I replied. Before departing, I was issued a special potion to stave off headaches, but while I was being dragged around camp, I didn't see signs of any locals being afflicted. They weren't lying about the frontier, the old man said. It truly is one of the most dangerous places in all mainland. But those tales also give reason to take pause. If they are all true, then why do the wildling tribes grow exponentially year after year? Can the common folk really believe it's more dangerous in normal counties and baronies than next to the very shadow? And as for the headaches, the human body slowly adapts, and the children that are born here never suffer at all. Curious, then why wasn't I feeling anything? As far as I knew, Max was born in the capital. Was it all to do with my energy system? But before we could talk more, the front door opened with a clang and the two quiet, hulking men that dragged me down there came back. But this time they weren't coming for me. Farewell, Chevalier, the old man shouted as they dragged him to the exit. I hope your torment will not last long. I never saw his face, but up close his energy system was a ghastly sight. His body was ridden with dark pulsating spots of various sizes. Apparently they were fresh wounds. Torture wounds. When the door slammed shut and I was left on my own in complete silence, it occurred to me that the old man never even told me his name, and I for some reason never asked. By the way, what was he just saying about torture? It had been 2 weeks since I was taken prisoner. All that time, I had been traveling with a small party that was 1/4 strikers in a northeasterly direction. I was still sitting in the same cage I'd been placed into on day one, and which had essentially become my home. My cage was being transported in a large wagon covered with canvas, so my only information about the outside world came from the brief moments when the flap was raised. The caravan had another few wagons, which must have been transporting other people, but my former brothers in arms, unlike me, were walking alongside the wagons and doing all the dirty work that entailed. They tried roping me in a few times as well, but after 2 attempts to flee, the Duke ordered me locked in my cage until we reached our destination. I exchanged no more words with the wildling leader, though the first few days I was expecting to be brought to interrogation as promised. Either the Duke had heard enough on day one, or I was completely uninteresting, but either way no one hassled me with any more questions. Even Tika, who was curious for the first few days, stopped checking in, but I didn't get bored. I had too much to do. Those 2 weeks of training and meditation gave me time to repair almost half of the largest strains. I still had a lot of work ahead of me, particularly in light of the fact I was using only the energy I'd already saved up in my reservoir. But I did not despair. I prepared myself. Beyond the striker and looting magic, I sensed another kind of power in the party on several occasions. It was distinctly different from anything I'd encountered before. There was not a lot of it, and I was only getting faint echoes. I couldn't even get a proper look at it in true vision. But I was perfectly aware of who the power emanated from, the ghost prisoner in one of the wagons. On day 16 at noon, the caravan stopped and the Duke gave the command to set up camp. I thought they were finally going to let me stretch my limbs outside the steel box, but my hopes were dashed. The wagon in my miniature prison kept going. It was only a few hours later, when the wagon stopped again, that a few troops threw back the canvas flaps and climbed up into my living space. They quickly pulled the cage and me inside it out into fresh air. The first thing I did was fill my lungs with night air and smile. After the stinking wagon, my sense of smell was overwhelmed by the aromas of pine forest and lake water. I exhaled and took a look around. We were on the shore of a small lake with a thick pine forest lining its opposite bank. "Fox pup, can you see it?" Tika mewed rapturously, standing a step from my cage. Yes, I came with a scratchy voice, staring wide-eyed at the giant thunderhead looming high over the forest like a wall of blackness. But this was no storm cloud. I had been brought straight to the edge of the shadow. The sight of it made all my hair stand on end. "Can you sense its power?" The lutein came enthusiastically. "It is very nearby, just a few minutes' ride." "Why are we here?" I asked in a near whisper. "You'll find out soon enough, Fox pup," Tika said mysteriously. After that, she slipped softly away to join the Duke, sitting in his saddle and matter-of-factly doling out orders. A few minutes later, my cage was again picked up on all four sides and dragged to the lake. I tried to move, but one of the strikers placed the tip of his blade to my throat. "One wrong move and you're dead," he told me in an icy voice. I had no choice but to comply. My cage was dragged up just a few steps from the dark water's edge. I meanwhile stood stiff as a board, watching everything distantly. "You always look so concentrated, Fox pup," Tika chuckled, again appearing to the right of my cage. "What are you thinking about?" "I'm trying to make sure I remember," I answered calmly, not looking at her. "Remember?" she asked. My calm demeanor seemed to catch her off guard. "May I ask what?" "All the people I will come to kill when I get out of this cage," I said, turning my head and staring into the lutein's cat eyes. "I already have you." Tika shuddered and stepped back from the cage with a hiss. Fear flickered in her squinting animal eyes, but she got herself together and gave a strained smile, revealing her little fangs. "I'll be waiting, Fox pup," I smiled back happily. She never should have done that, because I was a man of my word. Did they think I was just sitting idle all that time? No chance. I had been dumping my energy slowly into the base of one of the cage bars the whole time. At first, I thought I'd be able to break it very quickly, but the cage proved to be made of an unusual kind of metal. It could really take a lot of mana. The process lasted many days, but it was worth the hassle. Now, the steel bar just needed one small mass of mana to break apart into tiny pieces. Suddenly, I felt something strange. With a shudder, I turned. The unusual magic I had sensed for the duration of the trip had just revealed itself to me. I saw a short figure through the open flap of the second wagon, surrounded by four strikers and wrapped in a dark cloak. There it was, the mythical ghost. A heavy gaze stared back at me from the dark hood covering the shadow creature's face. A moment later, one of the strikers jerked back on its arm. I no longer sensed the heavy gaze. Only then did I notice that the ghost's wrists, neck, and ankles were shackled. Based on the magic glow emanating from the chains and fetters, it was clearly some fancy artifact. "Here," the Duke loudly asked the figure in the dark cloak. The ghost turned its head as if sniffing, then nodded in silence. A few minutes later, watching the silhouettes of the riders disappearing into the distance, I considered the fact that I finally understood the nameless prisoner's parting words about torment. The Duke was seemingly about to feed me to a flow. It had been 1 hour since the Duke and his troops left, and I was still messing with the bar in the cage. As it turned out, the metal the cage was made of was not as simple as it seemed. I thought energy would be enough to break the contemptible bar, but all my efforts were only enough to slightly crumble the outer layer of its surface. I did not despair, though. My method had got me somewhere. At least the bar was gradually getting thinner. While busy with the bar, I made sure to monitor everything around me, and I was liking what I saw less and less with every passing minute. It all started with flocks of birds taking off from the forest into the sky. Small and large, predators and potential prey, they all raced off in the same direction as the Duke's party with panicked chirping, paying one another no mind. Beneath that, clouds of insects flew the same direction, and a few minutes later, land animals started appearing on the forest's edge. Not bothering to find the quickest way, they ran straight into the lake and swam across it toward my cage. Moose, reindeer, wolves, a mother bear with cubs, a couple large lynx, and many smaller forest creatures like the birds. They all forgot their hostilities and fled the giant storm cloud, which covered the sky from horizon to horizon. The water in the lake came to life. It started bubbling like a cauldron over hellfire. Lake creatures started to appear on its mucky shoreline. Small and large crustaceans, turtles, snakes, frogs. A few minutes later, there were so many of them the lakeshore resembled a slithering carpet. And that carpet came crunching, hissing, and squelching in my direction. Now and again, I saw fish jumping up on shore. Every living thing was running away, away from the ever-encroaching shadow. The flow started coming in. The wing of Strix was clearly gaining speed. The forest, swallowed up by the shadow, howled and barked like a huge, wounded beast. Seemingly, not every creature in the glade managed to escape. All that time, I kept trying to break the steel bar, but I had already realized I would not manage. The flow was just coming too fast. Most of the creatures were still in the middle of the lake when the wall of the forest ceased to exist. The sight of the inky oncoming blackness was at once captivating and horrifying. Few moments later, the lake and all the creatures floundering in it were immersed in darkness. I felt a pressure in my temples. Blood flowed from my nose down my chin. A familiar briny flavor appeared in my mouth. My furiously pounding heart was about to burst out of my chest. I grabbed both hands onto the bar and started pulling desperately. I tried to shout, but the ghastly howl was so loud I couldn't hear the sound of my own voice. Then I was swallowed up by darkness, and the world faded to black. I awoke to a vicious chill, paralyzing my whole body. Powerful gusts of wind repeatedly took my breath away, slamming my hard-suffering carcass into the cage bars. I attempted to look around but saw nothing. I couldn't even open an eye. It was only a few seconds later when I touched my stiff eyelids with shivering fingers that I realized it was dried blood. Slowly picking off the hard crust, I looked around half-blind and immediately regretted it when I discovered myself flying through the air. My cage, coiled with thick tentacles, was being carried by a giant flying creature somewhat reminiscent of a stingray. Its cable-thick tentacles had slightly crushed the cage in a few places, but were unable to fully break through the steel barrier. When I realized that, at first, I thanked all the gods I had not managed to escape my miniature prison. The Duke had clearly taken every precaution. Actually, no, not exactly. I'd have bet my hand he never would have guessed some big, huge flying stingray would decide to fly away with my cage. When the initial shock had passed, I realized that I was already inside the shadow, and most likely I was quite far from where the Duke had left me. I didn't have time to properly consider the reasons he did that, but once I got out of this jam, I would ask the ugly bastard why he wanted to feed me to the flow. I tried not to think about the fact I could die at any moment. Giving up hope went against my rules. With a cursory glance at my body, I concluded no changes had taken place, either physical or energy. As a matter of fact, my reservoir was full of mana, while the energy metabolism process in the system was going at an accelerated rate. I figured that was exactly what saved me from dying of hypothermia. Also, I finally realized that I could spend time in the shadow without special adaptations such as striker armor. Honestly, though, all my clothes were completely threadbare. Like moth-eaten rags, they hung off me in ragged strips. As for the world around me, I wouldn't say it had changed all that much. Regular air. A huge forest below cut through by winding serpentine rivers. The sun was perhaps less warm, and I had the constant impression that colors were less vibrant. It was as if the world around me had faded. I looked up. The sky was blanketed with a dense gray haze through which peeked a slightly dim sun. As if it was just about to start raining, I switched to true vision and started studying the creature carrying me off to the northeast further and further from the frontier. The monster's energy structure glowed a saturated hue of dark lilac. Beyond that, it also had crimson and amber channels woven in. All the lines stretched to an enormous three-color reservoir. When I realized what I was seeing, a chill ran down my spine. 3 big, huge brutes. The largest was lilac. It was the size of a bull's head. The crimson and amber ones were smaller. Thinking about how much energy was contained in them, I gave a loud gulp. At the very least, it was enough to allow this creature to fly without care. Perhaps it was more swimming through the air. I was perfectly aware that it simply would not be possible for a body of that shape to fly without magic. I was distracted from contemplating that miracle by many creatures suddenly squealing loudly from all directions. I first shivered at how nasty it sounded. The creature carrying my cage didn't like it either. Based on the stronger wind, we must have started flying faster. The squeal came again, this time closer. What kind of disaster was about to befall me if even a giant stingray was trying to run away? My blissful ignorance didn't last long. Just a few seconds later, a flock of agile big-toothed flying squid-like creatures fell upon the huge stingray. There were dozens of them. Squealing and squeaking, they sunk their teeth into the giant's back, stomach, and tail with squelching sounds. The stingray wailed out loud and long, then started dropping. One of its tentacles, the thinnest one full of sharp bone spikes, started deftly attacking the squids, tearing their bodies to pieces. But that was just the beginning. The sounds of aerial combat had attracted more combatants. High in the sky, I heard a broken rumbling. Then a moment later, a huge dark blob came crashing down on the stingray's back from the shaggy gray storm clouds, followed by another and another. The giant, beset by even more foes, wailed out with redoubled force. Then my biggest fear came true. Judging reasonably that survival was more important than its treasure, the stingray brought all its tentacles into the fight, including the ones holding my cage. A moment later, the steel box went hurtling toward the ground with me in it. I was saved by the fact that the stingray had descended to a matter of yards above the treetops before dropping its prize. Essentially, after a brief moment of freefall, my miniature prison crashed into a tree and, rolling down the branches, got tangled in its sprawling crown. No matter how I tried to regroup, I hit my head hard on the steel walls several times, but I did not pass out. The cage hung from some thin branches, slowly rocking as if at sea while I hissed mutedly, furiously rubbing a particularly aching bump on the back of my head. and overall, the series of tumbles had left my body looking like one solid hematoma. Thankfully, though, my reservoir kept mana circulating through all my channels just fine. It wasn't perfect. I still had several unhealed strains, but overall, one could safely say I got off easy with just a little scare. It all could have ended much worse. The loud aerial battles slowly moved away from me. When the sound of the ghastly flying creatures finally fell completely silent, the forest all around me came to life. Trying to keep my breathing inconspicuous, I started looking around carefully. The luscious crowns of the huge trees wove together to almost fully blot out the sky. Dim rays of the evening sun shot timidly down through sparse gaps in the thick foliage. In jagged lines, they provided light to the effervescent forest fauna. The wide tree trunks were covered in a thick layer of vines with fancifully curved leaves resembling animal claws. The ground was covered in a thick layer of leaf litter, moss, and time-ravaged rotten pieces of old tree trunks and branches. I'd have bet my hand that the apparently flat surface was positively teeming with natural traps. All the wonder was in constant motion and living a life of its own. Several tree branches had yellow slime colonies the size of my hand stuck to them. At times, they languidly climbed from place to place, leaving behind slick black trails. Among the bushes, I spotted a big, huge spiderweb, and its owner hanging in the middle a bright purple spider with a spindly body as big as a dog. There was a swarm of pill bugs around the roots of a rotten stump, their semicircular backs glimmering in the dim rays of the shadowy light. The heavy, humid air was slightly intoxicating, breaking my train of thought, but it was unmistakably warmer than in the sky. Swarms of midges, colorful beetles, and flies raced haphazardly from side to side, adding more detail to an already very colorful scene. After a close inspection of the cage, I realized I was going to have to continue to dump energy into that bar. The fall had caused practically no damage to the steel walls of my prison. I was holding out hope that all the flying would put the door-locking mechanism out of commission, but those hopes faded quickly. My epic arrival did not go unnoticed. At first, of course, the creatures only stared at the strange steel box, but around an hour later I had my first visitors. They were a group of insects with bodies similar to ants, but the size of large cucumbers. Twitching their long whiskers and clacking their mandibles, they spent a little while studying the bars of the cage. Their fire-red chitin backs were covered with small, curved spikes, while their wide, faceted eyes glimmered in the rays of the shadow sun. They had yet to notice me, but I figured that was not for long. I was under no illusions that I could coexist peacefully with these creatures. They would certainly try to eat me. I switched to true vision and started hurriedly studying my potential foe. A cursory scan of one of the ants revealed that I was dealing with a creature that had magic circulating in its energy channels. At first, I lost my breath when I saw its little two-colored reservoir. Two wheat-berry-sized brutes, one crimson and one amber, pulsated in time with the energy driving them. I turned my questioning gaze on the other insects and saw an ambiguous picture. Just a few of them had reservoirs. The others had energy structures with no magic. Finally, one of the big ones decided to cross the line and crawl in between the bars of my cage. Turning its narrow head side to side and constantly twitching its long whiskers, the ant took a few steps forward and stopped. After that, its head turned unfailingly in my direction. Its black, faceted eyes flashed with darkness. For a few moments, it stood perfectly still. After that, it started slowly turning its back to me, raising its abdomen. In true vision, I could see the amber energy in its body activate, then start to pool in the middle of its plump abdomen. I had no need to see what happened next. I moved sharply right, and a few moments later, a small toxic yellow mass hit the floor where I'd just been sitting. The metal surface started hissing furiously and giving off smoke. What a nasty brute. Not waiting another second, I walked forward and, slamming my still relatively intact boot down full force, smashed the poisonous bastard's head open on the floor. I heard a faint crack. I quickly pulled my foot back from the still moving body and observed the other ants' reaction. They froze for a moment, then the 5 largest ones came over to their comrade's twitching corpse. The invasion had essentially begun, and I started preparing for active defense. For the next few minutes, like a mad market dancer, I furiously stomped the insects crawling in my direction. A few of them managed to spit their magic poison at me, but they were all too slow. They'd simply come up against a painfully fast opponent. I couldn't say how long our standoff lasted, but at a certain point, the ants simply stopped coming. The entire floor of the cage was littered with their dead bodies, in some places over bright yellow poison. Breathing heavily and glancing around tensely, I looked around at the battlefield and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I'd basically fought them off. Pulling air in through my nose, I winced. The stench of the poison was unbearable, but there were also upsides. I noticed with satisfaction that the swarms of bright flying insects, which were initially interested in what was going on down here, started keeping their distance from the cage. The sharp acidic smell of the poison scared away all small creatures from my steel fortress. Hopefully, it would be enough protection to let me spend the night in relative peace. Catching my breath and taking a short break, I started examining the body of the first ant I slew. Scanning revealed that both of the brutes in its chest were brimming with mana. Swallowing with a scratchy throat, I pushed carefully on its chitin armor with the tip of my boot, and holding two ant legs like chopsticks, extracted both of the little crystals from the dead insect's chest. Grabbing the crimson brute in 2 fingers, I drained its energy. My reservoir immediately reacted to the healing stream and started redirecting it down all my channels. Oh yeah, I watched with a happy smile as the crimson mana started regenerating strains and micro-tears. A wave of warmth immediately ran through my body. The brute's energy was enough for approximately a quarter hour. After I drained it, it transformed into worthless gray dust. The next hour I devoted to gathering loot. All told, including the 2 first brutes, I made away with 24 little crystals, 1 dozen of each color. After draining another 3 crimson grains and observing the regeneration process, I decided to start cleaning up my temporary living space. The half-crushed bodies of the common ants went flying out, while those of the dozen mage ants I decided to put to use. Or rather, I wanted what was left of the toxic acid in their abdomens, because when I surveyed the metal surface where the toxic liquid landed, I saw that I now had a chance to get through the troublesome bar faster than I thought at first. That will do, I whispered with a smile an hour later, wiping the sweat from my brow. I had a small section of steel bar in my hand. I was free to go. Glancing at the dark sky, I sighed heavily. Tomorrow, my journey home would begin. I spent the night awake, sitting cross-legged in the middle of the cage and squeezing the short steel bar in my hand. At points, the broken ends were very sharp, so in the next battle against these creatures, I would be even deadlier. I took some time to consider the situation I found myself in. To be perfectly frank, it was not how I pictured my first journey to the shadow. But now I knew for certain that even those who prepared and got good equipment often ended up naked and unarmed. I figured the problem was wrapped up in the dark storm cloud covering the untainted land with a flow. It was a kind of barrier that destroyed everything in its path or triggered the transformation processes everyone kept talking about. Honestly though, for some reason the wave of darkness did not affect me, but I could not say the same for my items. And as for the cage, I had just one explanation: the metal it was made from had been mined here in the shadow. But alas, my nighttime brainstorming session just generated more questions than I had before coming to the frontier. For example, I was curious why strikers were the only gifted people who could cross this barrier. Was it all down to the purple energy and special armor, or was there something else? Or for another example, what would happen to a striker if their armor got damaged while beneath the wing of Strix? Basically, so far I had only questions and no answers. While observing the healing crimson mana circulating through my energy channels, I decided to experiment. I wanted to see if my reservoir would accept amber brutes. I was skeptical about them, and logically so, because everything connected with magic poison was that same shade of amber, and that was why I had yet to try gulping any down. But here in the shadow, I had seen that it could interact with other kinds of energy just fine. For instance, like the stingray that brought my cage to the forest. Picking up the tiniest grain of amber, I drew the mana from it very carefully. As I did, I tasted something slightly sour with bitter notes on the tip of my tongue. Silvery growth sprouted from my channels to cautiously accept the amber mana, but slowly, with every little mass, the particles of the foreign energy began to glow and spread through my body. Beyond slight dizziness and dryness in my mouth, I experienced no discomfort, but a few minutes later, those side effects also went away. When the little amber crystal had transformed into gray dust, I looked closely at my energy system. I didn't see any dramatic changes. I really hoped I hadn't wasted the valuable brute for nothing. Was 1 grain maybe not enough? I whispered to myself. It was no problem to check. In the light of the shadow moon, another 2 small amber crystals glimmered on my hand. This time, the silvery shoots swallowed up the yellow mana without trepidation. I didn't feel dizzy or get any dryness in my mouth, either. There was just a sour flavor on my tongue, but no bitterness. And that was all. I didn't feel or see anything else. Shrugging in disappointment, I breathed a faint sigh. Was I perhaps missing something? Emerging from the meditative state, I decided to stretch out a bit. Not dropping the metal bar, I lowered my left hand to the cage floor and immediately pulled back with a hiss. The pads of my fingers felt like they'd just touched fire. Damnation! I gave a muffled curse through my teeth, watching as my skin covered with red welts. Due to the slight inclination of the puddle of ant acid, it started running in thin rivulets down the floor of the cage, and I accidentally touched one of those rivulets with a finger. The acid and poison took effect instantly. My hand, burning in pain, slowly started to go numb. I had already reached for the red brute, but stopped myself to observe the curious process. My energy started to react aggressively to the invasion all on its own. The toxic yellow spot eating through my skin and seeping into my blood was held back by an onslaught of silver energy. Before that day, if a toxic substance made contact with my body, even a small amount, I needed to give the problem maximum concentration. Then came a rough period of aftereffects and rest that lasted several days. But this was different. My energy system was functioning autonomously, as if it came pre-programmed with this set of actions, and the amber brutes were like an activation key. Beyond that, I was pleasantly surprised by how fast the toxin was neutralized, and that was despite it being clearly very concentrated ant poison. While observing, I distantly thought that I would be curious to see how my body would react to Swamp Queen's kiss now, after my experience being poisoned with it in the pit on Lord Derm's orders. Within 1 hour, the toxic spot ceased to exist, leaving behind red welts on my palms and the same acrid stench. That and pain from the burn, but I was willing to accept that. I again scanned my hand and smiled with satisfaction. The secret of the amber energy had been revealed. What if, over the next few hours, I fed all the little amber crystals to my reservoir one after the next until finally, the shadow sun began to rise. After each absorption, I dipped my fingertips into the puddle of acid to see how my body would react. After grains 4 and 5, a burn appeared on the pad of my thumb similar to what I would have gotten from touching a hot metal teapot. Then it faded. After crystal 7, my ring finger just went red and stung. After 10, the buzzing and stinging went away, but the numbing sensation remained. After the 20th amber brood I absorbed, my skin reacted to the acid with just a slight reddening, fully retaining its sensitivity. Overall, the one bothersome factor, not counting the slight reddening of my skin, was the acrid stench that clung tenaciously to the area. To keep the experiment scientific, I touched the tip of my steel bar to the middle of the largest poison puddle. The steel hissed loudly and gave off smoke. "Very nice," I whispered with a smile. When the first rays of the shadow sun came peeking through the dense leaf cover above, I decided it was time to move out. It was a pity, but my clothing and boots had practically disintegrated. Over the night, the fabric and leather of the boots turned to scraps, and so I started down the tree barefoot and practically in my birthday suit. Also, after my experiments the night before, I got an idea. Now that the red ant poison could no longer harm me, why not use that? Before leaving, I spent another few minutes smearing my body with the yellow liquid. I stank so bad my eyes teared up, and that was a good thing. Last night, that smell did a great job scaring predators away from my cage. Hopefully, it would last a little while, and then maybe I'd get lucky and find some more ants. My sixth sense was telling me that I was going to come across a lot more nasty stuff. Before heading out, I climbed to the top of the tree that had served as my shelter for the night and looked around. As far as the eye could see, there stretched an endless dense forest. But alas, the tree I was on was not the tallest, so I couldn't tell what was happening out on the horizon. But that didn't matter. I would make it to the next green giant and again look around. I decided to go back, or rather to stick to a westerly course. Walking on the ground was worlds apart from flying through the air. I wondered how long I was passed out, and how far the flying stingray was able to carry my cage from the border. And most importantly, how many days would I need to travel back? I really wanted to believe that it was a matter of days and not, for example, weeks or worse, months. In one way or another, I needed to secure a supply of food and water quickly. At night, I tried chewing on leaves and bark from the tree I was sleeping on. They tasted extremely bitter, but crucially, were not poisonous. And for the record, I ran a detailed scan on all the plants around me and concluded that most of them had two color energy structures, emerald and amber. Their intertwined energy channels grew thicker toward the root end and led somewhere deep beneath the earth. I was afraid to even imagine the size of their reservoirs. Considering that every species of plant and tree had a shared energy system, the brutes powering them were most likely enormous. I made a note for the future to think that over thoroughly, but other than the two color ones, there were also one-color plants with pure emerald energy systems, for example, like the tree my cage fell on, and that gave me hope. Most likely, I would manage to harvest something edible and less disgusting to eat from those. Slowly, in a series of calculated moves, I came down to the ground. While I climbed, I watched with satisfaction as small insects and somewhat larger creatures scrambled to get away from me. Even the colony of acid slimes occupying one of the thicker branches started unhurriedly dislocating when it saw me coming. When my bare feet made contact with the soft decaying leaf litter carpeting the ground below, I stopped for a few seconds, straining all my sense organs. The forest had no reaction. The air below was more humid and heavier, but that was the least of my worries. In my past life, I had spent a lot of time in jungles. The air there was almost identical to here. With a light pat goodbye, I left the tree that had sheltered me and set off on my journey. My human nature stepped aside to make room for the vulpine. That aspect had never let me down in situations like this before. Slowly but surely, I made for the west. Actually, if I wanted to go straight to where the Duke left me, I should have been going more south, but I had a different plan. Because while I was flying, I caught a glimpse of a small river below which stretched like a giant snake toward the northwest. I didn't care exactly where I left the shadow. All that mattered was getting out. Following a riverbank would facilitate that. The first time, 10 steps away from me, a huge black snake slithered out from behind a tree. The second, I nearly got myself caught in the web of a large brown spider, but both times I managed to avoid a fight. The acid smell was still too strong, though I could already tell it was starting to wear off. 3 hours later, the forest shifted. It was like I'd walked into a new location. I must have reached the giant trees that were blocking my view before with their sky-scraping crowns. Long vines hung down like thick ropes from 100 feet up. Wisps of gray sky peeked down in places through the black tree cover. It was very humid and smelled of decay. There were lots of old tree trunks lying on the ground and others hanging from tenacious vines, pocked with whitish mushrooms. I saw a few rotten, moldering tree trunks suddenly slam loudly into the ground. I did not like that section of forest. First, I wanted to climb up one of the trees to take a look around, but then I decided against it. I might pass out and break something, and that would spell my death. An hour later, I left the dirty forest behind and found myself in a large, relatively bright glade with trees that were strikingly different from those I had seen before. They were clearly younger, and most importantly, nearly all of their energy systems were the same emerald color. I decided to stop there and take a closer look. My detailed scan a few minutes later revealed small, meaty growths with their own energy systems on the trunks of the young trees, while the largest of them even had their very own reservoirs. The reservoirs were approximately the size of small peas. Based on how the growths were drawing energy from the trees, I concluded that they were parasitic, most likely fungi. Lucky me, I whispered to myself with a happy smile and made for the nearest tree. An hour later, I was sitting on a wide branch of the tallest tree, savoring the porous flesh of a mushroom. In total, I managed to gather 18 dark emerald brutes, which were packed full of mana. Beyond that, the mushrooms were edible, juicy, and filling, though they had no flavor whatsoever. Essentially, I had just killed 2 birds with 1 stone, slaking my thirst and sating my hunger. A great way to end a day. I decided to stop for the night in the bright glade and got set up in the leafy canopy of the very tallest tree. It was early enough to keep going, but I was not sure I would find such a good place to spend the night again. Here it was less stuffy than in the old forest. Beyond that, tomorrow I could eat a big meal of mushrooms for breakfast. That night, I slept with one eye open like an animal. The emerald mana really helped to keep my energy system in shape. Honestly, though, I ended up drifting off just before morning, so I didn't understand right away that the voices coming from below were not in my dreams. With a sudden shudder, I shot to my feet like a monkey and, carefully pushing a wide branch aside, peeked down out of my shelter. What I saw made my heart pound. Between the trees, happily laughing and chatting placidly, were a group of people. I shook my head. No, not people, but they looked a lot like them. Lithe, sinewy bodies, long black braided hair, ears with slightly pointy long tips, and pale green skin. Most likely I was now seeing the descendants of the people who once lived here, altered by the shadow over many centuries. I counted up a dozen of the natives, 4 men and 8 women. The men wore only loincloths, while the women had on leather tunics. Beyond that, I got a good look at their shell and fang jewelry. All the men were armed with short spears, while 3 women held longbows. The others, not counting the short knives on their belts, were unarmed. The women also held small baskets in their arms. Based on how the natives looked at the tree trunks, they had come here for the parasitic mushrooms, which I had harvested a good number of the night before. When I saw one of the women's faces stretching out in disappointment when she sighted the fresh bar marks I'd left on the trunk, I winced. What the natives did after that was not hard to predict. The woman shouted out loud and they all whipped into a frenzy, running to and fro. A loud staccato scream from the largest and oldest man instantly put an end to the panic and fussing. The women with baskets hurriedly ran behind the spearmen while the archers, with arrows already notched, looked all around through the leaves for a potential foe. Trying not to make any sudden movements, I pushed my back up against the tree trunk. Not wanting the natives to sense I was looking at them, I closed my eyes and switched to true vision. For some time they stood perfectly still, just listening and sniffing the air. A few minutes later, the one in charge said a clipped phrase, and the group of natives moved off to the southwest in a hurried but organized fashion, leaving my glade behind. That must have been the direction of their settlement. When the final lithe silhouette disappeared into the leaf cover, I wanted to move, but changed my mind before it was too late. Using true vision, I was able to see 2 figures standing perfectly still in the wall of bushes. Based on their energy systems, it was the group leader and one of the archers. The commander was clearly aware that whoever exterminated the parasitic mushrooms was hiding among the leafy treetops, and that was easy to explain. My tracks on the ground clearly pointed to that. The 2 of them waited in ambush for approximately half an hour, but then I saw the commander give the archer a light pat on the back, and both of them went off after the main group. The natives' relative lack of aggression gave me hope. They didn't escalate the situation and try to all come hunt for me. The ambush I could excuse. It was an utterly logical move. They were covering their tribe's retreat. Change of plans, I whispered thoughtfully to myself and came out in the open. I couldn't afford to leave the shadow without at least a glimpse of the native settlement. It had been approximately 3 hours since I saw the natives. All that time, I had been following them at a healthy distance. Their commander tried another few half-hour ambushes on the trail, but eventually must have decided the coast was clear and stopped. At one stopover, when the natives were resting for a short snack break, I managed to get closer and take a better look. At first, I thought I was dealing with creatures the people on the frontier called ghosts, but then I realized I could not sense the same eerie power that wafted off the Duke's prisoner. Scanning revealed that there was not a single mage in the group. However, their energy systems gave off a pale green glow. They must have been somehow connected with magic, like the trees or bushes, for instance. The emerald magic was an inalienable part of their nature. The stone arrow and spear tips, stone knives, leather loincloths and tunics, primitive jewelry made of fangs and shells, it was all evidence that these creatures were at a technological level equivalent to that of my world's Stone Age. But despite that, they did not behave like savages. They had their own language, which they spoke in fairly long sentences. They often made jokes and even sang songs. When nature called, they walked away from camp. Their meals were calm affairs, and they looked very tidy. Around 2 hours later, the group of natives I was secretly following joined up with another larger group. Now there were 10 spearmen, 8 archers, and 15 women with baskets who I was calling gatherers. The meeting was a joyous occasion. The women smiled genuinely while the men patted each other on the back. The second group clearly had better luck hunting. All their baskets were full of green mushrooms. For the next few minutes, I watched the commander of my group say something with a lot of body language. Sometimes he nodded at the baskets and back where they came from. He must have been telling them what happened. The rest of his group nodded occasionally in time with his words. None of the newcomers were mages either. With a careful scan of their loot, I saw that all the mushrooms had already been cleaned. They found the brutes fairly quickly. It was hard to overlook the concentrated magic glow that emanated from the small sack hanging off the belt of the second group's commander. From the distance, it was hard to see the exact number of crystals, but there were clearly less of them than mushrooms. In all likelihood, the natives used the mushrooms only as a source of brutes. At any rate, I never saw them eating one. When they stopped, the greenskins ate some kind of dried roots and little fruits they carried in their bags. Occasionally, both while traveling and at stopping points, they drank from small, elongated canteens that hung off their belts. As far as I was concerned, the mushrooms were a real discovery. Yes, they were completely flavorless, but their flesh both sated hunger and slaked thirst. By the way, I whispered with lips alone and started carefully unraveling the wide burdock-like leaf I had used to wrap up all the mushrooms I gathered. While the combined party of natives was resting, I needed to have a snack. Back in the light glade, before leaving to follow the natives, I tore out some of the wide leaves and tied them up into a primitive sort of loincloth. I was now planning on going out to meet the natives, so I didn't want to appear before them in my birthday suit. I had already long since taken off and discarded the ragged scraps my clothing had been reduced to. Mechanically patting the second leaf bundle hanging off my belt woven out of thin vines, I nodded to myself and continued feasting. That bundle was where I was keeping the brutes I found. The natives' break didn't last long, and they got back on the road. While watching the group of greenskins closely, I also made sure to scan all the plants and animal life I came across, and that bore fruit. Within an hour, while walking past a big, huge rotten stump covered with brown moss and reeking of decay, I saw something dart past out of the corner of my eye. My body reacted immediately. Quick roll to the right, and just where I had been a minute earlier, a large dark brown creature that looked like a toad the size of a big dog came in for a landing. It clearly was not courageous enough to attack the large group of natives, but when it spotted me all alone, it must have decided why not. Furthermore, the smell of ant acid had almost completely worn off while the thin layer of yellow liquid covering my body transformed into a dry film and started peeling. My first thought was to run. But I scanned the toad's energy system, saw a 3-color reservoir, and concluded that I could not afford to miss this chance. I didn't give the toad a second chance to jump. Darting forward, I pinned its head to the ground with a sudden thrust of the bar and immediately rolled several yards to the side. The creature's dying agony didn't last long. Just a few minutes later, I was extracting its reservoir with the tip of the bar. I made away with 3 brutes, each the size of a hazelnut. 1 crimson, 1 amber, and the largest brown. Also, based on the high magic concentration in the amber brute, the toad was poisonous. Its glimmering skin was covered in a thick brown slime that made my hands turn red when I touched it. Beyond that, it was what smelled like decay, not the old stump like I thought. That explained why everything around was dead. Also why the natives walked suspiciously quickly past this section of path. While watching the poison at work, I gave a satisfied chuckle. My energy system really rose to the challenge. The dozen amber brutes I absorbed the night before gave me high immunity to all local poisons. And that was just the start of what this new passive ability could do. Considering it briefly, I drew a small mass of mana from the amber brute and fed it to my energy system. After that, running both hands over the toad's slimy back, I started smearing my legs, chest, and shoulders with the brown slime. It absolutely reeked, but practice had shown that was tolerable compared to the creatures that lurked in this forest. I caught up to the party of natives right when they were emerging from the forest. I stood at the edge, hiding in some bushes and taking in the view. Right in the midst of the forest, stretching out like a big turquoise blot, there was a lake with a settlement of 20 huts lining its sandy shore. The party's arrival did not go unnoticed. People in the settlement started stirring. The natives I was tracking quickened their pace with shouts of joy and smiles. I saw the leader of the first group breathe a sigh of relief. A few of the men patted him on the back, either in encouragement or gratitude, but clearly it was because he led the people home safe and sound. Unfortunately, I couldn't understand a thing they were saying. Knowing their language would have made my life a lot easier. I would have to explain myself with gesturing when we made first contact. Thankfully, though, I had already watched their body language quite a lot, and for the record, it was not significantly different from how people outside the barrier communicated. Because the settlement nearly intersected with the forest in a few places, I was able to watch them pretty easily. The returning gatherers were greeted with cries of joy. The procession was led by a tall, thin old man. His manner of dress was clearly different than everyone else's. He wore a large piece of thin gray leather with a head hole in the middle. A few particularly long pieces of the shapeless gown trailed in the sand, leaving shallow trails wherever he went. In his right hand, he held a long wooden staff with a large emerald brute the size of a chicken egg mounted on it. Long gray hair cascaded over his narrow shoulders. Ah, my first mage in the shadow, and apparently the only one in this settlement. His energy structure was dark green and linked to a reservoir composed of 3 emerald brutes. I gave a quiet snicker. Local gifted were apparently exactly the same as shadow mages. Based on the standard categories, the old man must have been strong with alchemy. When he came around, people fell silent and respectfully made way. Then, when they were just a few paces from the returning natives, they went down on one knee and bowed their heads. The gray-haired mage looked at every one of the bowed heads with a kind smile and said something softly. Everyone called back with a joyous unison drone, while some, most likely members of the gatherers' families, ran over to embrace them. An hour later, the settlement was dotted with smoky fires. The appetizing aromas of food being cooked over flame wafted into my nostrils. To honor the people who'd returned with a rich harvest, they were throwing a festival. I heard dull rhythmic drum strikes and the sing-song whistle of flutes. I breathed a heavy sigh, took out my last mushroom and sunk my teeth into its succulent, watery flesh. The festivities went on until nearly the middle of the night. Then the tired and happy natives left to go to their own huts. All their homes were approximately the same size. Round, cone-shaped and made of light gray pelts with holes in the top for smoke to escape through, they looked like sails from afar. The largest tent was in the middle of the village. It was not hard to guess who it belonged to. Next to the mage's home towered a wooden column with elaborate patterns engraved all over it. The shadow sun had long since fled the night sky, making way for a dim moon. Silence settled over the village, broken only by the occasional signal from the sentries. The forest behind me, on the other hand, came to life. I got settled in for the night on the wide branching crown of a tall tree. Clambering up the trunk, I watched local fauna running every direction all around me with a smile. And of course, I was saturated with truly disgusting smells. A few times I looked longingly at the smooth turquoise surface of the lake. Times like that my skin started to sting and itch. I'd love to make a running dive straight into it. In the middle of the night, I shuddered and perked up my ears. I had the unshakable feeling something had changed. I glanced over at the village. All seemed quiet. I heard just short clicks. The sentries were on alert, using a code to communicate. But what was happening, then it hit me. The forest had gone silent and essentially frozen. I switched to true vision and looked closer. That got me nothing. I shrugged. I couldn't see anything different, so what was bothering me? I turned my head toward the glade separating the wall of forest from the nearest hut. Silence, but wait, what was that? I looked closer. A few steps from the waist-high fence, I saw a short, dark mound in the grass. 3 feet away was another identical one. At first, I didn't pay them any mind, but then I realized that, just 1 hour ago, they were farther from the village. My first thought was that it was an optical illusion caused by the moonlight. To test that, I stared at the suspicious hillock for a while. After a few minutes had passed, nothing in the clearing changed. I already wanted to stop with the nonsense and take a little rest when finally the hillock quietly moved 2 feet forward. I even blinked a few times, then noticed that the meadow came to life. Around 20 little mounds performed an identical maneuver. Damnation. Too bad my scanner was worthless at this distance. Creatures of some kind had clearly set their sights on the sleeping village, and unfortunately for the natives, they didn't have a high stockade wall or even dogs. And the sentries were nowhere to be seen. But a few minutes later, I realized I was wrong to slander them. Several shadows flickered between the huts, and a moment later, several round items went flying at the sneaking hillocks, landing on the ground with a squelch. Suddenly, several dozen torches lit up along the fence, some of which went flying into the clearing. A moment later, the grass caught fire, bringing light to everything around. I saw several dozen spearmen standing along the fence while the other residents started running out of the middle of the village with loud screaming. Where did they all come from? The sentries must have spotted the danger a while ago and quietly warned everyone. I turned my gaze on the red flames engulfing the meadow. As if on cue, the hillocks all came to life. In reality, they were big, huge crustaceans that looked a lot like crabs, only the size of manhole covers. Hissing and clacking their pincers, they all ran toward the village at once. Several of their backs caught fire and started smoking. After a loud exclamation from the gray-haired mage, arrows and short spears went flying at the monsters. A minute later, the crabs looked like pincushions. A few of them tripped and fell to the ground, continuing to vainly flail their appendages, but most of them kept picking up speed. The first crabs to reach the fence were greeted by warriors holding spears out in front of them. The heavy crustaceans, getting their mouths snagged on the sharp spear tips, slowed down and, turning sideways, tried to reach the men with their wide pincers. One of the natives got carried away by the fight and jumped over the fence. Two of the monsters immediately seized on his mistake. In a matter of seconds, the greenskin was torn to shreds while he wailed in pain. Their fresh meat secured, the crabs retreated. I could distinctly hear the slurping of flesh and crunch of breaking bones. Meanwhile, encouraged by their brother's success, the other crabs pushed harder, and I again heard cries of pain and slurping sounds. At a certain point, after pulling out several village defenders, the crabs fell back from the fence and feasted on the meadow, which was their big mistake. On the mage's command, more of the round objects with flammable liquid went flying at them, followed by torches. The crabs' bodies started burning with renewed force. In an effort to get away from the omnipresent heat, they just spun in place. A few of them flipped onto their backs, limbs convulsing. None of them even considered running back into the fight. The attack on the village choked. Based on how the natives were acting, this was not the first time they fought off crabs. I just couldn't figure why they had yet to build even a basic wall around the village. After all, they were clearly familiar with the concept of fencing. I heard triumphant cries from the village. The defenders ululated and shook their weapons, and right then, something none of them were apparently expecting happened. A giant crustacean spilled out of the forest, smashing bushes and trees in its path. Loudly clacking a huge set of pincers, it stopped for a second. Only then could I truly appreciate its size. This behemoth was around 3 times larger than its brethren. With a look around at the battlefield, the giant crab hissed out loud and raced toward the village. "Welp," I muttered to myself, coming down to a lower branch and pushing masses of emerald mana through my energy system. I couldn't have asked for a better opportunity to make first contact. Softly hopping to the ground, like a silent shadow, I dashed toward the dead body of a crab all stuffed with spears and arrows. I had the steel bar on my back, tied up with thin vines on both ends. Pulling back on one of the spears, I gave it a cursory survey. The tip was intact. Pulling out another few short spears and throwing aside the ones with no tips, I stole up after the giant crab, which had already started storming the fence. Clicking my tongue, I touched a few hard crystals in my cheek, 2 crimson brutes and 2 emerald. With my hands occupied, it was the best way to keep them quickly accessible. The cries of the defenders, hissing of burning monsters, and cracking of bones all blended together into a solid din. When I reached the optimal distance to the monster, I switched to true vision. Scanning revealed several black spots on the monster's body. They were old wounds that had healed over but still would be vulnerable. One was on its back. Where the back and abdominal armor plates met, I saw a small crack. I also discovered that it had a 2-color energy system powered by a pair of brutes, 1 crimson and 1 brown. When I saw the 2 crystals the size of large apples, my lips spread into a satisfied smile. I went up closer and stopped, waiting for a good opportunity. And finally, one presented itself. The creature sagely lowered its huge pincer into the crowd of defenders, plucked a screaming and writhing archer out, and moving its sharp appendages unhurriedly, took a few steps back. With a loud pincer clack, the monster's victim fell silent. I stood up and, sticking to the shadows, slowly walked closer. Paying no attention to the small fire on its back or the spears and arrows sticking out of its shell, the crab was busy eating the poor woman, and thus practically not moving. The ghastly crunching of bones and vile slurping drowned out my soft footsteps. Standing to my full height in the tall grass, I whipped a spear into the exact middle of the dark spot on the monster's body and somersaulted away. Hiding behind the corpse of one of the giant's brethren, I watched the aftermath of my attack with a smile. The energy-enhanced throw had done a wonderful job, hitting the crack in the shell precisely. The spear sunk unimpeded into the monster's body, going in nearly halfway up the shaft. The creature shuddered in surprise, then hissed loudly and spun in place. Mad with pain, the giant crab raced around the meadow, its sharp appendages turning the earth, bushes, grass, and body parts around it into a slurry of blood. Glancing out at the natives looking on stunned at the scene, I winced. Instead of continuing to pelt the creature with spears and arrows, they were standing with their mouths agape in stunned silence. Finally, with its claws splayed, the monster froze for a few seconds. Seizing on the opportunity, I hopped to my feet and threw another spear at a different black spot in the middle of the creature's left pincer. And straight away, wasting no time, I jumped and ran a few steps to the left, hiding behind the smoldering body of another dead crab. The loud, angry hiss made it clear that my throw had hit its target. I quickly glanced out from behind the semicircular shell and nodded to myself. The spear had successfully gone into the gap in the monster's chitin armor and struck a nerve. As a result, its heavy left claw was hanging limp like a marionette with its strings cut. The crab hissed out ferociously, and clearly having fairly judged that the source of its troubles were the soft-bodied bipeds, covered its face with its right claw and stumbled toward the village defenders. It had yet to so much as guess I existed, which was its fatal error. Taking advantage of the fact that the monster was completely focused on the village, I hopped out of my cover and ran forward. My target was a small black spot on the crab's left side. When the monster was just a few steps away from me, I pulled back on the spear in my right hand. Energy circulated through my body in a hot stream, but I was too late throwing the spear. I was prevented by a flurry of arrows racing my way. I hopped aside. The village defenders had finally spotted me and immediately loosed their bows. One arrow I easily flicked away with my spear. Then I dodged toward the archers, who were stunned by my speed and making an angry face threatened them with a fist. The defenders didn't like that, and while the rest shouted, another few arrows came flying my direction. I had to dive into the grass and crawl a bit back into the darkness. Otherwise, I would either have been trampled by the pain-maddened crab or turned into a pincushion by the natives who were crapping their pants in fear. Lying in the grass, I caught my breath and watched the monster's attack, scanning its carcass for more vulnerable points. And in the end, I was able to spot one more. My eyes lit up. It was a small, narrow black strip next to the creature's right eye. At first, I didn't realize it was even an energy spot, taking it for a simple scratch in its shell, but upon closer inspection, I concluded it was the single most vulnerable spot on the monster's body. If I could hit there, I would end the battle in a single blow. Based on how saturated the dot looked, it was a wound the monster had taken very recently. The shell over the crab's brain had not fully grown back its chitin cover. The main problem was the small size of the crack, which meant I would have to get right up next to the monster. While I waited for it to turn around and expose its side, I pulled out another few spears. Only 2 of them had intact tips. The others had either cracked or gotten stuck in the dead crab's bodies. Just when I started thinking I'd have to distract the mad giant crab myself, it took a few steps back, clumsily swaying, then its whole body shuddered. It had just taken a firebomb straight to the mouth from the defenders who were able to hold it back beyond the fence. Hissing, squeaking, and blinded by the ball of flame, the crab held its claw out in front, and that was right when I jumped out and pushing a small ball of mana through all my energy channels, threw the spear. As if able to sense the danger, the monster gave a twitch and turned slightly. The razor-sharp stone tip just glanced off the chitin growths, and the spear flew off somewhere into the grass. With muted cursing, I swan-dived out of the way onto a belly-up dead crab, but I was not fast enough to hide. The giant crustacean monster finally spotted me and, not thinking for long, went racing forward. Damnation! I barked when the giant pincer deflected my second spear as I tried to poke it into the creature's mouth dripping with thick black liquid. In a single motion, I pulled the steel bar off my back and took position opposite the monster. A wave of emerald energy passed through my body, accelerating the mana circulation in my energy system. The monster's movement slowed somewhat. It became clumsier. The crab's claw came at my face so slowly, it seemed to be punching through thick gauze and merely growing larger. I pushed my head between my shoulders and ducked beneath the great big appendage, feeling the hair on my head rustle. My body shivered with strain. It felt like the energy bubbling in my reservoir was going to tear me to shreds. In 2 jumps, I practically flew onto the creature's back. Pushing a large mass of mana through the channels of my right hand, I splashed it into my weapon. In true vision, the sharp end of the steel bar lit up like a torch. Barking loudly, I jammed the bar full force into the dark, narrow crack on the monster's shell. The tip, flickering with energy, sank into the crab's body like a red-hot knife through butter. A moment later, a flash of magic stung my eyes, and I flew off the creature's back like a fleck of dust in a shockwave. Quickly regrouping, I landed on all fours like an animal. The creature's appendages buckled, and it fell heavily onto its abdomen. In place of its mouth, there was now just a yawning pitch-black hole. I meanwhile was standing a few steps away from its giant body, staring at the dumbstruck natives. After that, in complete silence, I got up onto the monster's flat back shell and, lying on my stomach, started prying the brutes from its body. Meanwhile, I was watching the defenders out of the corner of my eye. But alas, the steel bar couldn't hold up to my mistreatment. A few large fragments stuck out of the black edges of the wound. With both crystals in hand, I jumped down to the ground and stared again at the unspeaking natives. and that was finally when a few of them came to their senses, raised their bows and spears, and got ready to attack their new adversary. But a moment later, I heard an authoritative shout. The defenders lowered their weapons despite themselves and made way. The familiar mage appeared next to the fence. We met eyes. For a little while we stared each other down before the old man nimbly climbed over the fence and came toward me. The others tried to follow, but he shouted again to stop them. I should note that what the old man was doing surprised me as well. It was quite rash on his part, smeared in antacid and the poisoned slime of the giant toad, with dry grass, leaves, and gods knew what other junk all stuck to my crab blood-encrusted body. I most likely looked like a forest monster from the distance. But the old man came calmly in my direction nevertheless. His bravery was either folly or self-confidence, I could not say, and to be frank, I did not care. All that mattered to me was that I was making first contact with the natives. As for me, I scanned the old man's body and concluded that he was no match for me. Stopping 5 steps away, the old mage surveyed me from head to toe with a look of astonishment. The 2 large brutes I'd extracted from the crab merited extra attention. Then he said something in his language. In response, I shrugged my shoulders and said in Vestonian, "I do not understand you." The old man shuddered and looked even more awestruck, perhaps because the unknown creature in front of him had just spoken. Then he asked another question. I repeated my answer in every language I knew in this world. Then I gave it some thought and tried 3 languages from my old world. The man shook his head no. But following the logic that they descended from people who once inhabited this area before the shadow, they should have retained Vestonian, or at least some dialect based on it. With a heavy sigh, the mage tried speaking again. I shook my head and, wait, I heard something I actually understood. But that, do you understand me? I asked in the witching tongue. The old man's eyes crawled up into his forehead. You know the true speech. He said with a ghastly accent, butchering the word endings, but I understood him perfectly. Yes, I nodded. It was my first language. I learned it from my mother. Who are you? The old man lit up. Why have you come to the lands of the Lao? My name is Max Renard. I am a peaceful traveler who got lost. Please forgive me for intruding upon your lands. Why did you help us? The mage asked, nodding at the crab I'd slain. The earth beetle could have killed you. I heard the sounds of a fight, then I saw the monsters attacking your settlement. I saw that your warriors were dying and decided to help. Did you come to harvest stones of power? The old man cast a gaze at the brutes in my hands. I could tell it was a trick question. The man just looked painfully tense. His knuckles were all white. He was a hair from crushing his own staff. Sometimes I go hunting and find stones of power in the monsters' bodies. Sure, I shrugged. What am I supposed to do? Throw them away? My response seemed satisfactory to the old man. He calmed down noticeably, placed his hand to his chest and said, I am Mongwo, spirit talker of the Lao tribe. You have my gratitude, Ma Kasa, Renard, for helping my people. Please be our guest. It would be our honor to host a hunter as great as yourself. The old man essentially had to sound out my first name, while Renard caused him no issues. You have my gratitude, Mongwo, spirit talker of the Lao tribe, I said with a slight bow. It would be my honor to call myself your guest. Then let's go and share a meal at my fire. Mongwo smiled and extended a hand to shake. While observing the natives, I saw that they were familiar with the gesture. I mechanically extended a hand but pulled it back quickly. The old man looked tense and frowned. What happened, Mac Renard? I ran my fingers over my chest and showed him the brown slime I was coated with. This is poison. The old man's eyes yet again crept up into his forehead. He gulped loudly, then he took a step forward and gave a sniff. A look of recognition flashed on his face, followed by fear. The mage jumped back sharply. That is wood toad poison. 1 drop is enough to kill an earth beetle. Why are you still alive? I'm not all that easy to kill, I chuckled. May I wash off the poison in your lake? The old man nodded mechanically, then warned, be careful. The waters bear many dangers. I thanked him for the concern and walked briskly toward the lake. Once I had some distance from the village, I started to get undressed. Before entering the water, I scanned the shoreline. My arrival had caused several long dark silhouettes to drift slowly toward the shoreline in the water. Fish or crocodiles. They didn't look much like snakes. Let's see how they like toad poison. Stopping a few steps from the water, I picked up a handful of sand and rubbed down my chest and stomach. Then, the resulting mixture I tossed straight at the lurking dark shadows. With a loud splash, circles ran over the water. A few moments later, every living thing in a 15-yard radius was racing away from it. A few of the lake creatures were not so lucky. They turned from hunters into prey. Big, huge fish started to float belly up to the surface of the water. Boldly walking in, I pulled 3 long bodies covered in matte gray scales up onto shore. The lake monsters' mouths were impressive. A juggernaut like this could leave me legless in one chomp. I was unable to detect any magic or poison in them, but their energy system glowed with a dark turquoise color, and that meant there was something feeding the aquatic creature's magic in the lake. At any rate, I could figure that out later. Now was time to get myself in order. For the next few minutes, the village's entire population stood in the rays of the rising shadow sun watching in stunned silence as I swam in their lake with a happy smile. The poison in the water created an exclusion zone around me, which gave me an idea to test out later. After I washed all the dirt off, I felt like I was reborn. A few minutes later, I came out of the water. Mongwo was already getting impatient, shifting from foot to foot. Walking on the bottom, I looked over at my loincloth lying in a dirty, stinking heap and winced. The old man saw me and said something to a woman standing next to him, who handed him something. I saw a leather bundle in the hands of the mage walking toward me. Standing a few yards from shore, Mongwo set the bundle on the ground and gave an inviting nod. The dirty grass pile my loincloth had become I tossed away into the lake. A few minutes later, I was standing opposite the old mage with a happy smile. "Let's go, Max Renard," he came, looking at my clean face curiously. "We have a lot to talk about." While every villager looked on curiously, Mongwo and I walked over to his tent. I sensed no aggression from the natives, just an insatiable interest and astonishment. Honestly, though, everyone was trying to keep a safe distance. Inside, the village looked about like I imagined. The Lao tribe's way of life corresponded to the late Stone Age. Leather clothing, tools made of bone and stone. No metal, no ceramics. Based on the large size of their tents, they must have each housed several families. The grown children must have had no reason to leave their father's house after starting families of their own. Next to one of the tents, I saw a fire with a pile of flat rocks stacked inside. A step from the fire, a leather bag of water was hanging on a tripod. An old woman in front of it, paying no attention to our arrival, threw hot rocks into the pot bag straight from the fire one by one. The water in the bag hissed and started to boil. After the stones, she added a few chunks of meat and fruit. At the entrance to Mongwo's tent, we were greeted by a young woman and man. I saw a resemblance to the old mage in their facial features. Mongwo's children, or more likely, grandchildren, stared at me wide-eyed. Whereas the young man was slightly spooked, I could read delight and interest in the woman's face. On her left forearm, she wore a thick leather brace. She must have been one of the archers defending the village from the creature's attacks, and she had seen the whooping I gave the giant crab, and thus her attention. "Ma Akesa Renard," the old man said to me, nodding at the young Lao. "This is my granddaughter Salali and my grandson Togquos." "Salali Togquos," I nodded, pressing my hand to my chest. "Pleased to make your acquaintance. Grandfather." The young archer's eyes crept up into her forehead. "He knows the true speech just like us." "Yes, Sal," the old man smiled and asked with a frown, "Have you made all the preparations to welcome our guest?" "Yes, grandfather." The young man finally switched on and, raising the tent's wide flap, added, "Everything is ready." "Excellent, Tog," the old man smiled. "I'm so hungry I could eat a five-horn." A few minutes later, we were sitting with Mongwo and his grandchildren eating an early breakfast in silence, though there was so much food it felt more like lunch. Lao fare was simple but tasty. For the most part, their diet consisted of a variety of fruits. Some of them were boiled, and now I knew how. Others were fire-roasted, and others still were served raw. Beyond plant-based food, the pelt laid out on the floor that served as our table also contained meat and fish, as well as some elongated shells and large snails. The Lao also treated me to a slightly fermented sour juice of a dark green shade, which Sal poured from an elongated flask into bulbous mollusk shells. The flask itself was made of a dried fruit that looked a lot like a pumpkin. I joined the feast only after a thorough scan revealed nothing suspicious. Poisoning guests was seemingly not allowed by the Lao code, but that was no reason to let my guard down, and thus I was very cautious with the sour juice that clearly contained alcohol. After the feast, Mongwo waved a hand to send his grandchildren out of the tent, though I could read disappointment on their faces. They clearly wanted to stay for the conversation. When Sal left the tent, I saw a clever smile on her face. And a few moments later, using true vision, I saw her silhouette outside the nearest wall of the tent. A clever girl, she clearly was not going to give up so easily. "So then Ma Akesa Renard," the old man said, again tripping over my name. "You can call me just Renard," I suggested. "We're friends now." The old man gave an open smile and placed a hand to his chest. "Then you can call me Mong, my friend." "Friend," I repeated, and we shook on it. To the east, the old man pointed behind himself, lived the Tao. To the north, the Rao, and to the south, the Mao. "We are all children of Mimite, the Great Mother. Where do your people dwell?" "My people dwell far to the west," I replied. "But no one lives in the west," the old man said in surprise. "Those are the wildlands." I had a hard time not smiling. "My people live beyond the wildlands," I replied. "But that is where the lands of the living end," Mongwo exclaimed, baffled. "There is no life past the Great Bound." I saw fear and distrust in his eyes. "My people live beyond the Great Bound," I shrugged and smiled. "And as you see, I am not dead." The old man grunted, and I heard a muted exclamation outside the tent where Sal was hiding. "But the Great Bound brings death." Now that was curious. So the barrier also killed the locals, except for ghosts, who like strikers could go in and out of the shadow. As I said before, I'm not so easy to kill. I again shrugged and smiled. Mongwo clicked his tongue admiringly and shook his head. "Now I see how you defeated the earth beetle with such ease, my friend." because even the great bound was not able to kill you. You are a great hunter, ma sa Renard. But why did you leave the lands of your people? Sometimes the great bound snatches parcels of our land, I replied. My enemies decided to feed me to it, but they did not know that I was more than it could chew. I laughed at that. Monguo threw up his hands and guffawed loudly. I didn't know if he was testing me, but he clearly liked what he just heard. While speaking with the old man, I was keeping an eye on his granddaughter's energy system hidden behind the tent wall. When I scanned it the first time, I saw a faint magic glow in her channels. But now that she was very excited, the magic in her energy system grew more distinct. By the looks of things, the Lao tribe was going to gain another gifted member when she grew up. I wondered if the old man knew about his granddaughter's faint gift. You said the great bound swallowed you. Monguo continued his interrogation. But then why are you so far away from it? When the great bound swallowed a section of our lands, darkness came over my mind, I replied. And by the time it returned to me, I was flying through the sky. The old man gasped. His mouth gaped while his eyes glowed with admiration and astonishment. I could tell the shaman of the Lao tribe's emotions were completely sincere. Listening carefully and hanging on my every word, he appeared several decades younger. The cage my enemies put me in was being carried in the tentacles of a massive monster, I continued. Picking up a small piece of charred wood from next to the fire, I used it to quickly draw a giant stingray carrying me through the air on a flat stone. The Lord of the Heavens, the old man whispered, stunned, staring wide-eyed at my drawing. How did you survive? The Lord of the Heavens was attacked by different creatures and had to drop my cage to fight back. Then I had to tell him everything that happened to me over the last 2 days, though I left out the brutes I harvested then absorbed. When I told him I saw his gatherers in a glade and decided to follow them, the shaman just nodded in silence but did not look angry. I'm not surprised that our hunters were unable to detect you, he said when I was done. You are a great hunter. No, I shook my head. There was one hunter who sensed my presence for a long time. He even tried to ambush me. I had to wait him out several times. It was the only way I could lull his vigilance. Makia, the old man, nodded importantly. He clearly enjoyed the praise. He is our greatest hunter. Makia has excellent senses, I confirmed, and the old man smiled in satisfaction. Renard, what made you want to tell me all that? The shaman asked suddenly. It was after all a risk. What if I didn't like what I heard? You gave me the clothes off your back, invited me into your home and fed me. You are my friend. I could not insult you with a lie. The shaman gave a broad smile. He appreciated that, and I liked him too. Seemingly, despite the environment, his tribe had held onto concepts such as hospitality and honor. I hoped greatly that I was right about that. In any case, I was prepared for things to take a turn for the nasty. What do you intend to do next? The shaman asked the question I was most anticipating. I intend to return home. My friends and family are expecting me. Was it just me, or was the shaman somewhat upset by that? I didn't blame him, though. A hunter who could slay a giant crab so quickly would be a real find for a small tribe like this. And considering that I had clearly killed the crab with magic, the shaman was likely picturing an idealized scenario. And what about your enemies? The old man asked a very smart question. If they were able to capture a hunter as strong as Maox Renard, they must be very dangerous and powerful. Right you are, my friend, I nodded. That's why I have to stay in these lands a little while. I have to ready myself for the confrontation. Monguo's face lit up with a big smile. Renard, my friend, please be my guest in the lands of the Lao, the old mage announced, not hiding his delight. Mong, my friend, I placed a hand on my chest. I gratefully accept your invitation. It had been 5 days since I came to live with the Lao tribe. In that time, I was able to learn the basics of life among the natives, though most of them still treated me with caution. But the opinion of the locals didn't seem to interest Monguo one bit, and he was the absolute authority for the Lao and letting me stay in his tent. Sal, the shaman's granddaughter, was at my side practically the whole 5 days. She could speak the witching tongue fluently, despite having a strange accent. And she served as my guide to the tribe's lands. As an aside, none of the locals had the foggiest notion of the shadow or wing of Strix. The world of the Lao was quite small. The farthest any of their hunters ever ventured was to the gathering of all tribes, for all the so-called children of Mimite, the Great Mother. As far as I was aware, Mimite occupied a position somewhere between goddess and legendary first ruler of their people. At times, Monguo's granddaughter's place was taken by his grandson Tog, but unlike his sister, he was clearly afraid of me and tried to keep our conversations to a minimum. To be fair, I was not the only person he kept his distance from. He clearly had problems with socializing in the tribe. One evening, Monguo told me the story of Sal and Tog's parents dying. That shed a lot of light on his tight-lipped behavior. It was actually surprising how open he was. Because a few years earlier, a river monster, which was described as a giant snake, ate his father and mother right in front of him. He had plenty of reasons to not want to talk. Sal, being a hunter and active participant in tribal life, was mentally more resilient than her little brother. And whereas Tog had a panicked fear of going near the forest or lakeshore, Sal swore by the memory of her ancestors that she would one day kill the creature that ate her parents. Honestly, though, she told me that in confidence and asked me not to tell her grandfather. Mongwo clearly was no big fan of his granddaughter's warlike ways. However, the shaman also did not know about Sal's fledgling gift. He was completely focused on Tog, slowly teaching him everything he knew. I meanwhile could see that becoming a mage was most likely not in the cards for him. I had already spent several days considering how to clue the old man in to his mistake. I was in no rush to tell him directly. Who could say what they thought about seers? The whole time I was in the Lao village, I was absorbing brown brute mana, using their magic to reinforce my energy channels. 5 days of almost constant brown mana absorption had drained the crystal by approximately 1%, 2 at most. The crystal I extracted from the crab was a truly bottomless well of mana, though it was hard to expect anything else with my frail energy system. As an aside, the natives took the crabs, or earth beetles as they called them, and dragged their bodies into the woods for scavengers. When I asked why they didn't eat the crustaceans' meat, the shaman replied with blatant disgust that the Lao were forbidden from consuming earth beetles, like a taboo or something. I was not planning to impose my own values on their belief system, so I didn't ask any more questions. But the fish I pulled up on shore while swimming on day one was cause for celebration in the tribe. However, Mongwo and I knew how the fish died, so we concluded that it was better not to risk eating it and also left it in the forest for scavengers. And in the end, we were right. The wood toad poison was apparently so strong that it saturated the fish's tissues. No scavengers ever even touched that sacrifice. On that day, I saw astonishment and distrust in most of the Lao people's eyes. After all, when I first spoke to them, my body was coated in that same poison. While I spent the first few days getting to know the settlement and surrounding area with Sal's help, by day 6 I expressed a desire to go out on a hunt with Makia, whose group I had followed to the Lao village. On Mongwo's request, I did not tell the Lao tribe's greatest hunter how I got there, otherwise Makia, or Mac as everyone called him, might have taken it the wrong way and gotten mad. Mac accepted me into the group after a long conversation with the shaman but looked dubious. I figured he just didn't want to take on any additional responsibilities. An outsider was one thing. If an outsider died on the hunt, that was their own fault. But I was being sent out with my personal translator, and the shaman's granddaughter had to be watched like a hawk. And so, Mac had a sour look on his face the whole way to the glade where they gathered parasitic mushrooms. At first, I thought we were going back where I came from, but Mac led the group to the northeast. Based on the wide and well-trodden path, it was a popular route for the Lao and most likely less dangerous. I immediately figured out the chief hunter's scheme. He chose this route specifically because of us, or rather because of Sal. She was also aware of that, and at first wanted to tell Mac exactly what she thought of him, but I cautioned her against such a rash move, and it was no easy task. Her pride as a hunter had been wounded, and all the quizzical looks from the rest of the group only added fuel to the fire. While on a break, sitting and examining the razor-sharp stone tip of my spear, I overheard Sal grumbling angrily at the commander. I wondered what he would say if he could understand witching. She clearly got carried away spouting off insults. Look at it from his perspective, Sal. I came calmly right when she sighed and fell silent. Setting the spear aside, I took a stone knife from a leather case and examined it. I am a hunter, not a child. She came, fists clenched. He is leading us to Yellow Glade because of me, and everyone knows it is a place where even children can run free. I went there myself many times as a child to look for stones of power. I had a hard time holding back a snicker. To me, she was still a child. Look at it from a different perspective, I said, twirling the knife in my fingers to test the balance. Watching me captivated, Sal asked, "What do you mean? What do you mean, what do I mean?" The shaman's granddaughter spending time with an outsider. I think it has more to do with me being in the group. He doesn't trust me. See how the other hunters are behaving. There are always 2 or 3 of them around me. Mac is a good commander. He takes care of you and the others. It would have been pure foolishness on his part to take the hunt somewhere dangerous with an outsider. He made the right choice. This way he can do some hunting without going against your grandfather's wishes. As a matter of fact, if I were in his place, I'm not sure I would have agreed to this crazy venture. Sal frowned and looked at the hunting party with new eyes. "You are right," she said after a brief pause in a calmer voice. "I never should have called him a blue worm. That's for sure," I chuckled. "Now, when it comes to harvest, if you want to stick it to Mac, make a bet with him." "What kind of bet?" She immediately lit up with excitement. "That me and you will harvest more stones of power than the other 6 put together." "You sure?" She frowned. "They are the Lao tribe's best hunters. They work very fast. Don't you worry about that," I winked. "Or are you scared?" Sal shuddered and, raising her chin, raced over to Mac sitting on a log a few steps away from us and very casually shooting me sidelong glances. After a short conversation with the commander, Sal walked back to me while the other hunters looked on jeeringly. Her arms started quivering in anxiety. "They accept the challenge," she told me. "I hope we don't become the village laughingstock after this." I just chuckled and looked over at Mac. We met eyes. I could see the Lao tribe's top hunter asking himself some questions. Who are you really? And what do you want? He clearly did not trust me. Head tilted to one side, I smiled openly and nodded, which only embarrassed him. We reached the glade with parasitic mushrooms stuck to the trees by midday. Ah, I said, delighted by the abundance of emerald growths. There were much more than in the glade where I first encountered the natives. It's a good crop this year, praised the Great Mother. Sal smiled. Mac walked over and said something. The shaman's granddaughter then translated. He says we should call off the foolish wager. He does not want people in the village to laugh at me. Tell him we appreciate the gesture. We would also like to call off the wager because we're afraid all the Lao will be making fun of their greatest hunters. After hearing the translation, Max snorted and smiled for the first time all day. I should note that Sal's voice was slightly shaky, but she didn't let me down. Mac uttered a short phrase and pointed at the trees. He wants to let us pick the first tree. They will give us a little head start. I shrugged. Hey, why not? It's not going to save them. Mac just shook his head when he heard the translation. Paying him no more attention, I headed toward a group of young trees with a high density of the parasitic mushrooms on their trunks. Renard, where are you going? I heard slight confusion in Sal's voice. What do you mean? I asked in surprise. We choose these trees, but they're young, she said, clearly disappointed. Everyone knows it's the oldest trees you want to pick. The shaman's granddaughter was clearly already regretting agreeing to my idea. A few times she even turned to find the hunters smirking and mocking us openly. Trust me, I said with a conspiratorial wink, walking over to the very youngest tree. Then taking out my knife, I quickly cut down the large mushroom closest to me and in one fluid motion extracted our first brute the size of a small pea while Sal looked on stunned. But she tried to say something. I interrupted. Now your turn. No, not that one, over there. I pointed her to a mushroom hanging over her head and outstretched arms length away. Sal cut the mushroom down and hands quavering extracted an emerald crystal. Now that one, I nodded at another growth. And after that, go for that one. Looking on as Sal's face stretched out, her hands shivering with the anxiety and excitement that overcame her, she harvested her third brute while I asked with a smile, well, still think we're going to lose. An hour later, when Sal and I had stripped our chosen trees bare, the leather bag we were using to keep our harvest already contained 50 brutes. And the more trees we went to, the more we gathered. That was how we worked. Using true vision, I chose the trees with the biggest crop, then climbed to the top of them, marking the mushrooms that contained emerald crystals. While Sal cut down the fungo, which was what the Lao called the mushrooms, I moved on to the next trees and made more markings. And only after that did I start harvesting. I was slightly anxious to be placing our harvest into the common pot, but I was perfectly aware that I was on Lao lands, and they had left this glade alone intentionally for an entire year to ensure this rich harvest. Something was telling me I had to start small to make truly big gains. Still, to be frank, it was hard to call the over 30 emerald brutes I had personally gathered something small. I was really hoping my sixth sense was not going to let me down this time. At first, while we gathered fungo, Sal was expecting me to slip up any second. She thought I was just very lucky. But every brute she extracted changed her opinion about my good luck. I constantly caught her looking admiringly at me. All the while, she was loudly delighting in every find and regularly sticking her tongue out at the hunters who, for obvious reasons, started to fall far behind our team. Unlike us, they had to cut down every last mushroom on their trees. Mac, following tradition, instructed his team to start with the oldest trees, but I could see clearly that this time Lao tradition was pretty far off base. 2 hours later, when we all met back up for a breather and a snack, Sal triumphantly showed off our 2 plump bags of harvest. To my surprise, I saw nothing on any of the hunters' faces but astonishment and smiles of delight. I had to admit, their reaction had me slightly puzzled. I was expecting envy, anger, and annoyance at the fact some outsider and little girl had stuck it to the tribe's 6 most experienced hunters, but nothing of the sort happened. The hunters were genuinely admiring of our harvest and laughed at the bag they themselves had only managed to fill halfway. Nothing remained of Sal's terrible mood from the walk when she was mad at Mac and keeping away from the other Lao. She spoke openly, laughing and joking with the hunters as if nothing had happened. And that was when I realized that all the Lao accepted one another as one big family. And like a family, they did not harbor resentments or hostilities. On a certain level, I was genuinely envious of them. They were somehow able to hold on to the light which had long been lost by people both in my world and this one. You won, Mac announced with a big smile. His words were met with a loud ululating and happy cries from the others. Sal seemed to be the happiest. Happiness and delight splashed around in her wide open eyes. That look reminded me of my ties. Whenever she won at something, she did a victory dance, jumping and twisting around in a While the younger Lao with Sal at their head continued their stormy discussion, Mac and another hunter called Hass with a streak of gray in his black hair sat next to me. For a little while we sat in silence, eating the food we'd been given in the village. But finally, clearing his throat, Mac started in broken witching. How did you do that? I was not surprised by his knowledge of the ancient tongue. I had noticed a while ago that he understood what Sal and I were saying. I laughed and tossed a small, long nut into my mouth. Why are you laughing? Mac asked. I'm imagining the look on Sal's face when she realizes you heard her call you a blue worm. Why didn't you tell her? He laughed back. I want to see the look on her face, I shrugged and smiled. Based on the way Has perked his ears up, he also understood witching. The men all smiled and mechanically turned their heads to see the shaman's granddaughter celebrating. I saw no anger in their eyes. They looked at her like parents look at children who think they got away with doing something bad. We spent a little while eating in silence and watching the young people, but then I decided to answer Mac's question. I had decided to tell the Lao about my seer gift a few days before when I realized they were no threat to me. It was more the opposite. I was confident they would like me for my abilities, particularly the old mage. I was waiting for a good opportunity to reveal my secret, and now I had found one. I see more than you, I came. Mac and Has turned their heads toward me. Are you saying fungo with stones of power inside look different somehow? Mac asked in surprise. Even our ancestors were unable to tell a difference. That's not it, I shook my head, surprising them even more. Then what is it? Has piped up. His voice was raspy and full of tension. He clearly almost never spoke witching. It is nothing external on the fungo. Why would I need that when I can see the stones of power themselves? The men spent a little while digesting what I said, clearly trying to translate. But a minute later it finally hit them and their faces started stretching out in surprise. A look of disbelief was etched on their faces. That is not possible, Has shouted fitfully, attracting the attention of the young Lao. They immediately stopped talking and came over to us. Sal frowned and stopped smiling. With her standing a few steps away from us and the four guys in a semicircle around us, she asked Mac a question in Lao. The old hunter put a hand on Has's shoulder as he stared at me, said something short to her while nodding at me, then at the baskets of mushrooms. Is it true? Sal asked me. You can see stones of power. Her eyes were open wide and her hands were slightly trembling. You already know the answer, I shrugged and laughed. Prove it, Has rasped out excitedly in witching. That made Sal shudder and stare stunned at the hunter. She must have thought that only members of her family knew true speech. Do you really need more proof? I nodded at the two fat bags hanging off Sal's belt and filled to the brim with brutes. Want more? I asked after a brief pause and not waiting for an answer, continued by nodding at the main hunter's wide leather belt. Okay, blindfold me, Mac. As if expecting something like this the whole time, he quickly took off his belt and put it over my eyes. Switching to true vision, I got up off the log we were sitting on and took a step forward. A number of hands reached out for me straight away. I smiled and backed off. Seers do not need guides. After that, I walked forward calmly, deftly hopping between mounds of soil and stepping over roots sticking up out of the ground. I turned and kept walking only backwards, then asked with a smile, "What are you standing around for?" This way. The Lao, as if hypnotized, followed me in silence. Coming over to one of the trees, I stopped. A few moments later, the dead silent Lao were around me. I looked up and quickly scanned the mushrooms stuck to the wide trunk. Finding what I was after, I said, "Sal, translate this." "Okay, Renard," she answered and said something to the others. Right now, I see one stone of power in a fungo hanging down over my head. I reached up and pointed at the big parasitic mushroom. Is that all? Has immediately asked after the mushroom I pointed at had been cut down, opened up, and to amazed outbursts, shown to contain a small emerald pea. Up on that bent branch, the farthest to the right, I pointed up. I see a small stone of power in that fungo. One of the young hunters deftly scurried up the trunk and gutted the slightly flat mushroom. The kid shouted out something in delight and raised his right hand, clenching a brute. And now, to conclude my presentation and leave no one with any doubts. I chuckled and commanded, "Walk around the trunk of that tree. There, at the level of my head, hangs a very old fungo. In it, you will find a large stone of power which is slightly ovular in shape." While Sal translated, Has ran around the tree and quickly started cutting the mushroom. "Has, stop," I said with a smirk, still standing in the same place. "Wrong one, that one is empty. I was talking about the fungo growing a bit higher up." I heard Mac give a restrained snicker. He apparently understood my joke. Has was about a head shorter than me. When the old mushroom had been cut down and the large brute extracted from it, all the hunters who were already very excited by my presentation started chattering loudly. When I removed the leather belt from my head and extended it to Mac, I saw 7 pairs of eyes staring back at me in admiration. The whole way back, Sal peppered me with questions, and there were no limits to her curiosity. For instance, she wanted an explanation for why there were more stones of power on the young trees than the old ones this time. "It's all down to the root system, not their age," I replied. "And what's wrong with this one?" she asked, turning her attention to the giants growing along the path with their widely splaying branches. "Nothing," I replied. "It's simply too far from the main power flows, which run deep underground to the main reservoir, the heart of the forest," Sal whispered in admiration. Apparently, yes, I nodded. That was why the fungo on the old trees had little stones of power. They simply had no way to get more energy. The trees barely had enough power from the heart of the forest to sustain themselves. But the younger ones where you and I started our hunt are a different story. Their root systems are intertwined with the largest channels of emerald power from the heart of the forest. There is more than enough energy for the trees, which is why the fungo grew on their trunks, and it was that overabundance that spawned the stones of power in some of the largest fungo. Now do you get it? Yes, she nodded and started hurriedly asking more questions I had to give patient, in-depth responses to. After Mac and the other hunters admitted that they lost the bet, we joined forces and assigned roles. While I climbed around on the trees marking mushrooms with brutes inside, the others gathered. In total, when the last fungo with an emerald crystal inside had been cut open, we collected 223 brutes, an absolute record for the last few years. It was a good harvest. While the Lao collected the marked mushrooms, I went out on a little hunt once my part of the work was completed. I made away with 2 more brutes, a crimson and an amber, which I extracted from the bodies of a huge bright orange wasp I killed. The crystals in its reservoir were the size of hazelnuts. Beyond brutes, I extracted the wasp's 4-inch stinger together with the poison gland. When I showed it off to Mac, he nodded with respect but told me to be careful. The poison of the yellow fly, as they called the insect I slew, could kill instantly, much like all the poisons in this god's forsaken place. After our triumphant return, a commotion broke out in the village. Everyone was delighted to see all the hunters alive and well. The shaman of the tribe again performed the ritual greeting of the providers, just like I saw on day 1. The amount of brutes shocked both Mongwo and the other people. On the spot, to mark the occasion, they threw a spontaneous party with Sal, Mac, and the other hunters tripping over each other to talk about our bet and my gift. The more the hunters said, the wider the old mage's eyes became. I constantly caught people glancing at me, first with astonishment, but then pensively. By morning, when the whole tribe was still sleeping off the previous night's celebration, the old man woke me up for a conversation. "Is it true?" he asked, his voice quavering in anxiety after we got seated on a wide, flat stone on the edge of the lake. "Are you a seer?" Literally translated from witching, the word seer meant one who sees the essence. Yes, I responded shortly. I had to give the old man his due. He never asked me why I didn't mention it before. Here, he handed me one of the bags we used to store brutes. "This is yours, but it's a lot," I tried to object. "But these are your lands. You are a guest. We allowed you to hunt here. Your harvest belongs to you." Without a word, I just nodded and took the bag. I estimated it to contain around 60 stones of power. For a little while, Mongwo kept silent, staring pensively into the distance. "I am an old man," he said quietly, not turning his head. "My son was a great hunter and he had the power. If he were alive now, I would not be leading the Lao. I would instead be happily playing babysitter to Tog and Sal. I'm sorry, my friend," I came quietly. "After my son and his wife died," the old man continued, "their children were left to me, and on top of that, I also had to govern the Lao. I see how Tog turned out. I was not able to raise him into a future chief. After the river terror killed his parents in front of him, he became a recluse and started hiding from his own shadow. A year ago, when I asked Mac to take Tog hunting on the riverbank where my son and his wife were slain, he wet himself when he saw the water and flew into a panic. He breathed a heavy sigh. Mac and the other hunters saw it. A coward and weakling could never lead the tribe. No one would follow him. "Why do you not want to transfer power to the person all the Lao respect?" I asked. "You mean Mac?" "Yes, I would really like to, but by our laws the tribe leader must have the power. Mac is the strongest of the Lao, but he does not have the power of the Great Mother. The other children of Mimite would lose their respect for our tribe. We would lose our seat on the Great Council of Tribes, then any chief could rightfully lay claim to our lands." Aha, the Lao were really in serious trouble. After Mongwo's impending death, this tribe would simply cease to exist. "Why are you telling me all this?" I asked. "You are a seer," the old man answered with hope in his voice and looked me straight in the eyes. "You can help me." "In what way?" I asked in surprise. "My grandson, Tog, his power has yet to awaken. I have faith that he will change when the Great Mother Mimite touches him. He is his father's son. He will become a great chief. We will go to the heart of the forest and sacrifice many stones of power. All these years I have been collecting them for an offering. Then when the power in my grandson's body awakens, I will need your eyes to help Tog accept it, to direct his growth." I wanted to say something, but the old man hurriedly continued. "I know you have your own path. You need to return to your lands, so I do not ask you this favor lightly. You said you need to prepare to confront your enemies. I know what you need stones of power for. I saw you absorbing one of them. I will repay you in stones of power. I even have a pearl from the southern river." "Pearl?" I perked up my ears. "Yes," the old man nodded. "You can use it to increase the size of your reservoir and thus accelerate your progress. What do you say? Will you help me?" The old man's request sent shivers through my body. I had a hard time getting myself together. With a heavy sigh, I rubbed the overgrown hair on the back of my head and replied, "Alas, I cannot help your grandson." The old man shuddered. His shoulders slumped, his hands hung limp down to his knees. It was as if the old mage had lost his backbone. "But why do you refuse?" he asked in a lifeless voice. "Is the payment not enough?" "Actually, that is just fine," I snorted. "Then what's the matter?" he asked in surprise. "The problem is that we are friends and I cannot defraud you," I replied, watching the old man start to frown. "I cannot help your grandson because he lacks even a drop of power and never will have any." Sure, maybe someone else in my place would take advantage of your grief and pretend to help you, draining all your wealth in the process. But not me. Let me repeat, no matter how many sacrifices you make, your grandson will never have the power of the Great Mother. That's what I see. And you'll have to forgive me. While I spoke, Mongwo's shoulders shuddered, and tears ran down his wrinkled cheeks. A moment later, he buried his face in his hands and started sobbing. Acting on impulse, I set a hand on his shoulder and said quietly, I cannot help your grandson, but I will try to help Sal. The old man sat unmoving for a while, then shuddered and lowered his hands. In his tear-reddened eyes, I saw incomprehension, astonishment, and, seemingly, a flash of realization. Have you seen something? He asked with timid hope. She has the power, I smiled, but it is still dormant. She needs a push to awaken it. After that, I gave him a pat on the back and said with confidence, you'll see. Your granddaughter will make a great ruler one day. Please, Max, don't go. Sal fitfully grasped my forearm with both hands while I packed a backpack. Today at dawn, I would start heading back home. Out of the corner of my eye, I quickly scanned her energy system out of habit. Over the last 20 days, it had gotten a lot stronger. Then I chuckled to myself in satisfaction. My lessons had not gone to waste. Sal soaked up my knowledge like a sponge. I thought if she kept progressing at this pace, she would become a powerful mage, and why the hell not, might even become the supreme keeper. At the very least, she had every chance. I kept my word to Mongwo and helped his granddaughter undergo initiation in the main shrine of the people of Mimite. She passed with flying colors. The shrine was a huge cave formed by a very ancient earthquake. Either it was the will of the gods or random chance, but in the cave's interior, a giant stone of power had formed, which radiated magic for several feet. The relict emerald was so giant that 5 natives could stand around it holding hands. The first time I saw it, I couldn't even believe my eyes. Its energy entered my body all on its own. It accelerated all processes in my energy system significantly. The emerald brutes I had absorbed were not even close to this resounding effect. No wonder then that Sal very quickly and easily completed the initiation. Beyond the keepers of the shrine, other children of Mimite were also in the cave with us. The presence of an outsider was viewed with surprise but no aggression. Plus, Mongwo had negotiated in advance with the Supreme Keeper about me, which assured me even more that this was an overly trusting people, which had never met a bipedal enemy other than possibly some local monsters. After the ritual, I realized how Mongwo had caught the Keeper's attention, my seer gift. For the next several days, the chiefs of other tribes came to the shrine with their families and close relatives for me to render a verdict. First, I said exactly what I thought about Mongwo's misuse of something I told him in confidence, but when he started explaining in an apologetic tone that all my clients would be paying handsomely in stones of power and pearls, I calmed down. In the end, I returned to the village with 2 bags stuffed full of various shades and sizes of brute. But that was not all. The news of the seer spread like wildfire through the lands of the children of Mimite, and a mass pilgrimage to the Lao village began. Commoners from various tribes, even the most remote, came to have me look at their children. They were hoping for miracles. After all, perhaps the power of the goddess could be found in more than just the elite. In the end, fortune did indeed smile on a few of them. I was able to detect a dormant gift in nearly 20 natives. Beyond that, I explained in detail exactly when they should visit the shrine to make sure it all went properly, and they did not present themselves to the giant brute before their time. I told them that because many of the people with a dormant gift had visited the shrine before to no result, I had to impress upon them that everything came in its due time, and touching the heart of the forest was only part of the process. The gift had to mature first. That news only increased the flow of pilgrims, but was I really surprised? People brought all kinds of things as offerings: meat, fish, healing plants, pelts, bones, stone knives, and spear tips. I naturally gave all that to Mongwo because I couldn't take any of it with me anyhow. The magic of the barrier would destroy it all, but there were surprises. On one such visit, I was brought a wide cloak made of red leather. At first, I paid it no mind, and, as usual, gave it to Mongwo, but the old man caught me by surprise. He returned it to me and said the cave roarer pelt the cloak was imbued with the power of the Great Bound, and I would be able to take it into my world. Scanning revealed that the leather contained an energy system of its own, just like the striker armor and weaponry I'd seen before. That got me very excited. When I asked where else I could find monsters like that one, Mongwo told me there was only one creature in the lands of the Lao that possessed the power of the Great Bound, the River Terror, the giant snake that ate Sal and Tog's parents. Recalling the events of a week prior, I looked over at the big bundle of coal-black snake leather, then the 2 curved snake fangs as long as my forearm. The River Terror was a tough fight, but it was worth it. Now I had enough materials to make my own armor and weapons. I would just have to track down a skilled, gifted weapon maker, but that was only if I could take it through the barrier. Beyond the magic pelt and fangs, I had extracted from the creature 2 brutes, 1 crimson and 1 lilac. The crystals were about the size of my fist, whereas the crimson one was no mystery. I had never touched a lilac one before. My first experiment with the crystal's magic brought no palpable results. The amber brutes were similar, though. Their magic dissolved into my energy system, and only later, when my body encountered poison, did its effect become apparent. Essentially, the lilac mana, much like the amber, had yet to do anything. However, that didn't stop me from absorbing a bit of it every day, slowly draining my one lilac brute. And speaking of absorption, I added another new element to my diet: turquoise pearls. To my eye, they were the most valuable of all brutes. Mongwo was right. The little turquoise peas collected from the shells of mollusks that lived in a river far to the south of the lowlands really did make my reservoir slowly grow larger. It happened very slowly and with a great deal of pain, but at least it advanced the process from a dead stop. And I was willing to tolerate any amount of pain for progress like that. Beyond the reservoir, the water magic contained in the pearl made my energy channels grow larger. And that meant that very soon I would again have access to the more complicated incantations in my witching arsenal. The tent flap opened up and Tog appeared in the doorway. The kid traded looks with his sister. I saw Sal shake her head no, which made her brother's look turn sour. I just laughed at their little act. They had been assaulting me with pleas and reasons to stay with the Lao for good for the last few days. I saw a small hand-made dagger on Tog's belt made from one of the River Terror's lower fangs. After hunting the giant snake with help from the brother and sister pair, the once easily spooked kid got a new lease on life. The death of his enemy, who embodied all his fears, had a positive impact on his psyche. The chief's grandson was slowly finding his place in tribal life, though he was still cautious around water. And unsurprisingly, Tog had stuck to my side ever since that memorable day. The Lao need you, Sal made her final plea. I shook my head and with a muted chuckle, tossed one of the backpacks stuffed to the brim with brutes onto my back. I sacrificed the wide cloak I'd been brought as an offering to make 2 backpacks, which I was using to store my magic loot as well as a short tunic. I couldn't use clothing or backpacks made of regular pelts. The magic of the barrier would destroy them. Trust me, I snorted, tossing the second backpack with the snake pelt and fangs tied on it over my right shoulder. You don't know what you're talking about. Of all people, I am the last thing the Lao need. Outside, people were waiting for me. The whole tribe was going to see me off along with a few pilgrims who had caught me just as I was leaving. Taking the river to the barrier, an idea suggested by a pilgrim from one of the river tribes, seemed like a good idea to me. They meanwhile, after I uncovered a dormant gift in one of the hunter's sons, gifted me a small narrow boat that reminded me a lot of a pirogue. Now that pirogue was being loaded up with food and pelts by a few Lao hunters who had volunteered to see me to the riverbank. Mac and Hass were among them. Despite the previous night's festivities in honor of my departure, people were still loudly shouting out wishes for good travel. So they couldn't change your mind? Mongwo asked with a clever smile, nodding at his grandchildren. I glanced at the brother and sister and seeing tears in their eyes smiled no, but they didn't make it an easy choice. I gave the old man a big hug and we patted each other on the back. Remember, you promised to return, he whispered into my ear. I hope I can see you again before I go to the land of the Great Mother. I gave a short nod at the huge snake skeleton lying on the lakeshore and said with a wry smirk, poor is the hunter who leaves behind his most valuable catch. Look after these bones. They still contain a great deal of the River Terror's power. I will return for them, and while I'm here I'll see you both off. Mongwo laughed and walked away from me, letting the others give me an embrace. Sal held on the longest. I could feel her heartbeat accelerate and her shoulders heave. I want to go with you, she whispered. The Great Bound will kill you, I whispered back, stroking her hair. Your people need you. They will perish without you. And look after your brother and grandfather. Sal backed away sharply. Tears streamed down her cheeks. With unexpected pep, she stood on her tiptoes and clumsily tried to kiss me on the lips. After a short smooch, she turned and went back into the tent. Mongwo looked at her sadly and breathed a heavy sigh. We met eyes. We'll be waiting for you, Renard my friend, he said, placing his wrinkly hand on my shoulder. Remember, our home is your home. When my pirogue left the shore and the river carried me to the west, I spent a little while watching Tog's gaunt silhouette running after me down the riverbank. Before he disappeared around a bend, I waved a final farewell and smiled. For the first time, he was not afraid of the river. I hope everything turns out well for you, I whispered and concentrated on steering the pirogue. The trip down the river was fairly monotonous. During the day, I paddled, and at night I stopped to eat dinner and get some rest. Before falling asleep, I would carefully smear wood toad poison from a bottle on the bottom and sides of the pirogue. Then in the morning I would eat breakfast, wash up and start off again. On day 7, I had to abandon the pirogue at a fork in the river because it turned north. After that, I spent another 2 days walking through the forest with my clothing coated in poison. By morning of the 10th day, I finally caught a glimpse of the dark barrier. I had practically reached my destination. Before heading out, I considered many times exactly how I would cross the barrier. I decided against a direct mad dash. Where was the guarantee that I would not lose consciousness again after crossing the dark boundary and remain forever trapped in the gloomy storm cloud? carefully thinking through the situation, I decided to use an ebb. For starters, I needed to get back to where the strikers left me in a cage before. I was greatly hoping the shadow had not yet ebbed there. I knew approximately the direction, so when I reached the barrier, I followed it. The closer I came to the location, the more lilac magic monsters I encountered. I even successfully hunted a few, netting another 5 small brutes. I spent 3 days and nights like that, and near midday on the 4th, I started to recognize my surroundings. I think I made it. I whispered to myself with relief, surveying the shore of the wide forest lake which had changed a lot over the previous month. There had not yet been an ebb. The old trees and plants had disappeared under the influence of the alien magic. The barrier either destroyed them or initiated the transformation. The lakeshore had also sprouted a lot of new plant life, and the untamed mess of green undergrowth and branches was teeming with animals. The flora and fauna were both cautious when they detected me. The smartest creatures were scared by the poison on my clothes, while the dumbest wanted to test my edibility, so I killed them. Very quickly, all the stupid creatures died, and a vacuum formed around me. I found myself a nice shelter in the wide crown of the very tallest tree in the area and settled in to wait for an ebb. The next 4 days were exactly alike. It was like I lived the same exact day 4 times in a row. I ate, slept, and slowly absorbed brutes. But on day 5, something extraordinary happened. I had seen it before, only from the other side of the barrier. All local animal life started to slowly retreat into the forest away from the lake. Lots of crustaceans and creepy crawlers started slithering out of the water. Like a thick moving carpet, they all headed east, clearly in search of another safer body of water. I think it's starting, I whispered silently and began quickly removing my poison-saturated clothes. Time to change into something the barrier's magic would not destroy. At first, nothing changed, but then a cold wind blew in from the dark storm cloud. The surface of the lake burbled and squelched. Wearing the backpacks, I came a few branches down and looked around. Apparently, I was not the only one waiting for an ebb. I spotted a few long, dark bodies below. A pack of some big-toothed creatures that looked like giant wolves were hiding among the bushes. I counted up 7. Scanning revealed that all their energy systems glowed with dark lilac and amber energy. The very largest creature, clearly the pack alpha, had 3 colors in his energy system: amber, lilac, and crimson. I had heard many times that a lot of magic plants and animals were left behind by ebbs, and this pack seemed to be aware of that. Either that or they were here to hunt the people that would come for loot after the ebb. Curious. Finally, the wall of darkness started moving and, like the last time, picked up speed. Less than a couple minutes later, it reached the edge of the forest I was hiding in, and before the darkness overcame me, I looked over at the giant wolves. They were all pressed down on the ground as if waiting to jump while their bodies were enshrouded in a purple haze. A second later, I was in darkness, but not total. It was similar to fog, thick and soupy. The wind settled, as did all other sounds. At first, I thought I'd gone totally deaf. Lurching a bit forward, I was able to make out a bizarre pattern on the bark of the tree I was sitting on. When I switched to true vision, I shuddered. That was when I realized the darkness had a color: lilac. I also saw that my hand and the rest of my body were giving off a silvery aura like haze, so that was why I didn't pass out this time. It was all down to the energy from the purple brutes I'd absorbed. My passive defense against magic had increased, but just a bit. I wondered what would happen next. Today, I would have a unique opportunity to witness the magic of the barrier altering defenseless objects and plants. First, I checked my things. The snakeskin, fangs, and leather backpacks all passed the test. All of the brutes were still there, too, and hadn't been damaged. But the regular clothes and items the Lao gave me for the road had already started to disintegrate along with the tree I was sitting on. I watched the lilac magic swarm the bark and wood like a cloud of tiny parasites, then start to devour it. When I looked down, I saw bright lilac spots. The giant wolves were having no trouble with the ebb. Hopefully, they would not notice me and start hunting. That would make things tough. I wouldn't be able to stay up this tree for long. With the destructive magic, it would topple before the wolves got tired of waiting. If that happened, I had just one way out. I would have to dive into the lake. I would not be able to take on all 7 of them. Around 1 hour later, the purple haze blew away, and a moment after that my eyes were stung by the bright rays of the evening sun. I even covered my face with an elbow in discomfort. After the dim shadow sun, the regular one seemed extremely bright and huge. The air had also changed. It was fresh and invigorating. After the stale, heavy air of the jungles, it was intoxicating and brought my whole body to life. Surrendering to the euphoria, I didn't notice right away, but the shadow creatures had disappeared. I looked around and finally spotted them. The alpha was leading the pack around the lake. Watching their dark backs as they receded, I breathed a sigh of relief. But still, I was in no rush to come down the tree. Its trunk was still holding strong. I checked all my things again and decided to descend an hour later. Hopping to the ground, I adjusted the leather tunic and tossed on both backpacks. After that, looking around, I headed the opposite direction of the wolves, but I was not able to get all that far. On the opposite side of the lake, I saw riders and wagons coming from the valley. Instantly falling to the ground, I crawled on my knees and elbows to the wide trunk of the nearest tree, which was shedding its bark like a snake would its skin. Hiding behind the tree, I peeked out cautiously and looked at the opposite shore. Mold friends, the wild Duke and his band. Next to the Duke's horse, I spotted a big white cat. The lutein was there too. Finally, they came to a stop and people started piling out of the wagons. Among them, I saw a few of the men that had gone with me to join the shadow patrol. It was immediately apparent that they were scared, and no wonder. They were probably seeing shadow creatures around every bush. And no sooner did I think about shadow creatures than the wolves all howled in the distance. The lilac wolf alpha had caught scent of prey, and a moment later, giant wolves started appearing on the shore one after the next, half surrounding the people. 4 strikers stepped forward in bone armor and got into a line formation to wait for the 5 shadow creatures to approach. Wait, 5, there were 7 before. I raised my head and looked around. The alpha and one other pack member were nowhere to be seen. The Duke's warband was in for a surprise. The wildling leader himself, with his constant white cat companion, was standing behind the formation shouting loudly. After one command, the archers raised their bows and crossbows. With another cry, arrows and bolts went flying at the shadow wolves. As expected, the common projectiles did no damage to the creatures. Their magic shields flashed bright and took all the damage. The human attack served as a signal to the monsters, who dashed forward practically all at once. And a second later, all bets were off. The 4 creatures engaged the combat mages, who were standing at the head of the formation, while the 5th somehow managed to evade them and fly straight into the thick of the common people. The heart-rending cries of pain, wailing, and sharp commands all blended together into a discordant roar. A few moments later, a howl blasted out over the meadow, and I spotted movement behind the people. The alpha and another wolf had joined the fight. Their target was the Duke himself. I saw the alpha wolf make a long jump and knock the wildling ruler off his feet. Then the sharp spear-like tip of his tail pierced Jean the redhead's shoulder straight through. Patrick raised a huge boulder over his head in both hands and tried to bring it down on the head of the wolf that attacked with the pack alpha. But he was too slow. The monster, which dwarfed Trixie's 6'6" fiancé, easily dodged the stone and, latching into his thigh, threw him 10 feet out of the way. Chevalier Vidal, who was closest to the creature, tried to hit it with his stick but also missed. And if not for a striker sticking his bone knife into the wolf's side, the Chevalier would have fallen to the ground with his head torn off. The battle felt like it lasted another few minutes before all the spearmen and archers were on the ground, shredded into scraps of flesh and guts. Such was clearly the unenviable fate of the Duke's prisoners. 2 strikers had exhausted their mana and lost their shields, and were now writhing on the lakeshore in per-death convulsions. The shadow creature's poison made quick work of them. The wolves also took losses. The 4 monsters that tangled with the combat mages were first to fall. The 5th wolf, which had broken and devastated the ranks of spearmen and archers, was sluggishly fighting off an armored striker I knew all too well. It was the very mage that had taken me captive. I believed his name was Derek. Yes, Derek Grant. On first glance, it was clear that the monster had just seconds to live. Grant was moments away from landing the fatal blow, and other than the 5th wolf, only the alpha was still standing. But based on how easily the Duke fought off its attack, protected from 2 angles by the lutein and another combat mage, this hunt would be the pack's last. Focused on the battle on dry land, at first I overlooked a strange movement on the surface of the lake. Before the ebb, the water had bubbled and foamed in a few places, but now the whole surface was practically boiling, throwing up pieces of brown seaweed, slimy muck, and chunks of dirt. At a certain point, from that ooze emerged a great big toothy head with an appearance that sent an icy chill down my spine. The creature's 2-color energy system pulsated furiously, brimming with crimson and lilac magic. Holding my breath, I pressed my body down against the earth. So the wolves weren't the only creatures who stayed behind to hunt. When the ghastly, hideous mixture of sperm whale, crocodile, and hippo swam slowly up to shore as if sneaking up on the fight, I breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing had spotted me yet. Derek Grant was closest to the water. He had just finished off the shadow creature. With his boot on the dead wolf's neck, he pulled his blade from its nape, and at that precise moment, the lake monster decided to attack. In one sudden burst, the giant creature leapt out of the water. Derek Grant was a goner before he could even react. The big-toothed maw gave several loud chomps before the mage's body was transformed into a blood-soaked lump of skin, bones, and flesh. I saw a few magic flashes around his body, but clearly, the damage was so high that what little mana remained in his brutes got spent up instantly. With a sharp jerk of its elongated head, the creature quickly swallowed everything that remained of Derek Grant and dashed off toward the fighting. Everyone noticed that a new challenger had come on the scene, but they all reacted differently. The lutein was first to disappear, followed by the wolf alpha, retreating in shame with his tail between his legs and whimpering. He ran around the lake back toward the shadow, and that left only the wild Duke and one remaining striker against the ghastly overgrown reptile. The mage was clearly intending to follow the lutein and wolf's example, but a furious cry from the duke made him stop short. The wildling ruler was a real peach. He could move twice as fast as the lake creature, landing blows on all sides, and easily even playfully dodging its attempts. The flashes of the monster's magic shield dimmed with each attack the striker landed. A few times, the duke's sword gave eerie flashes of light. That must have been what it looked like when he pushed particularly large masses of mana through it. Those blows made it through the lake monster's defenses, causing it to roar and retreat back into the water. The surviving striker, seeing that his master was defeating the creature, clearly took heart. At times, I saw him make rash and impatient lunges. It was apparent that the duke was not trying to kill the monster, just scare it away, but his underling had seemingly gotten carried away by the heat of battle. A few times, the duke even shouted out to his hot-headed subordinate, but he was no longer listening. Sensing the monster's fear, he closed the gap and made a long lunge, aiming the tip of his blade into the enemy's neck, and the creature did not forgive him that error. One sharp lunge of its huge body and its big, huge jaws came crashing down on the striker's head and right shoulder with a loud chomp. The monster shook its head, and the mage's body flew out to the middle of the lake, dismembered. Zhe Nuo, I heard the duke shout out with a voice saturated with sorrow and pain. Apparently the last striker was a woman and had a very close relationship with the duke. Enraged, the wildling leader flung himself at the creature. Now his every strike was laden with large masses of lilac mana. Under the hail of heavy magic blows, the creature shrunk and quickly retreated into the lake. Where do you think you're going? The sorrow-maddened duke barked. I'm not done with you yet. At first the monster's tail went into the water, then the whole back half of it followed. Could have easily made it deep enough to escape, but for some reason was moving slow, just taking the mage's painful strikes. When the creature was almost completely submerged, the duke went in up to his ankles, grunting and swinging his sword. At first, I thought he managed to wound the monster severely, but when I saw two long heads to its right and left, everything fell into place. The lake monster was luring its rival into the water. Before I could even think that through, two dark bodies raced at the duke with blistering speed. They looked very similar to the creature the mage was still attacking with abandon, but were a third the size. Must have been its young. The big mama, taking one last blow from the mage, also dashed forward. A moment later, the duke was being attacked from three sides and vanished in the dark burbling ooze. For a little while, the surface of the lake continued to bubble and foam, but in just a few minutes, it all fell silent. Around another hour later, I was sitting in my shelter trying to keep a low profile, because that entire time, the lake-dwelling family composed of two little ones and their gigantic mama were happily slurping down the corpses of the people and shadow creatures that littered the shoreline. Finally, after devouring several bodies, the mama sated her hunger and set an example for her tykes, pulling the remaining corpses into the lake. It took around another hour before the shore was left bare. Waste not, want not, I whispered to myself, standing up. Trying to keep as far from the lake as possible, I went over to the battlefield. All my sense organs were in overdrive. I was expecting the lake monsters to return to the scene of the slaughter, but it hadn't happened yet. They must have been down on the bottom doing something more important. When I reached the shore where the battle took place, I looked around and winced despite myself. Between the blood, innards, scraps of clothing, pieces of bone striker armor, and broken weaponry, it was as if the ground had been slathered in fetid brownish jelly. For a little while, I walked down the shore keeping a respectful distance from the lake, and my searching was rewarded. Using true vision, I was able to pull a striker's bone stiletto from the swamp of blood. The dim glow of lilac mana inside after its master's attacks made it stand out. Then I spotted a miraculously intact crossbow, its steel limbs sticking out of the mud. Reaching for it, I also extracted from the ooze a quiver and 3 bolts. However, upon closer inspection, I had to throw the crossbow away. Without a string, it was worthless, just extra weight. The bolts, though, I took along after wiping the filth off them. They would come in handy. There were probably more goodies lurking in the bloody ooze, but I was not going to stick around there. Very soon, scavengers would catch the scent of blood and rush in from the whole valley. The lake creatures could also pop back out again at any moment. So my eyes darting all around, I hurried toward the hill. I saw the Duke's 2 wagons dart off behind after the shadow wolves appeared. Once atop the hill, I looked down and cursed through my teeth. Damnation. Now I'd have to stomp across the plains on my own too. The Duke's wagons didn't make it far. Turned onto their sides, they were lying at the foot of a hill, surrounded by the dead bodies of the drivers and horses. Seemingly, the Shadow Wolf Alpha and his pack had attacked the wagons before making an appearance at the lake, so that was what took them so long. Standing on the top of the hill, I looked around carefully and decided to walk down. I would have to inspect the wagons in search of anything useful before scavengers or anything more dangerous came around. While I slowly walked down, I was constantly scanning everything around me, which paid off. When I was nearly at the foot of the hill, I was able to make out 3 common human energy systems hiding behind one of the wagons. Seemingly, some of the drivers managed to survive after all. Throwing my backpacks on the ground, I equipped the curved snake fangs and started sneaking around the overturned wagon the 3 drivers were hiding behind. I stuck the striker stiletto into my belt. I didn't yet know how to use the weapon, but the curved river terror fangs, which looked like 2 short blades, I had already tested several times. Most importantly, I could push a lot of energy through them without harming them one bit. The people hiding behind the wagon must have noticed me long before and were waiting for me to come. The telltale snap of a crossbow string I could never have confused with any other sound. Much less the familiar vocal timbre of the man uttering quiet curses after I easily dodged the bolt. I was pretty tough to shoot before, but now that my reservoir had grown even bigger and the emerald mana made the energy circulate through my system several times faster, it had got even harder. Crouching down to make it harder to aim at me, I shouted out loudly, "Gentlemen, let me say, you really took me by surprise. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I thought the lake monsters had already dragged your remains beneath the waves. Your agility would be the envy, even of the most dangerous predators in the shadow." "Who are you? Identify yourself," I chuckled. "Chevalier Vidal, have you really forgot me so soon?" A moment later, a shock of fire-red hair stuck up from behind the wagon, then a pale freckled face belonging to Chevalier Vidal. When he saw me, at first he didn't recognize me, but a second later, his eyes shot up into his forehead. The redhead gave a loud hiccup and hid behind the wagon again. I heard muffled sounds of scrambling, then a few seconds later 3 heads stuck up from behind the wagon. "Baron von Brunnon, Baron von Holtz," I greeted the Islanders with a bow. I probably looked beyond foolish wearing my leather tunic. "You're alive," Baron von Holtz shouted in astonishment. "The shadow did not swallow you up." Von Brunnon echoed his sentiment. "But how?" came Chevalier Vidal. "Gentlemen, I will be sure to answer all your questions just as soon as we can settle the question of our relationship," I came. The Chevalier and Barons traded glances. I could already see that they were all wounded based on the pulsating black spots in their energy systems. The wounds were not severe, but they wouldn't make it far without help. If they had to spend one night here, it would be their last. These men would never stand a chance against the monsters that inhabited the area. In fact, one or more had probably already caught the scent of their blood and were rushing this way, and seemingly they were perfectly aware of that. After a short exchange of body language, the 3 heads nodded at each other, then Vidal said, "How about a temporary alliance? Until we reach Westerly Fort, what's in it for me?" I asked. "Particularly given you 3 recently accused me of being a traitor. I mean, I'd have to spend the whole journey taking care of wounded men." Their 3 faces darkened. They didn't even seem surprised that I knew about their injuries. Baron von Holtz was first to speak up, the quietest of the 3, and seemingly the smartest, "And yet, for some reason you are still talking to us. After all, you could have simply passed us by without paying us any mind." "Not true," I replied. "You were hiding behind a wagon I wanted to check out. Plus, you shot at me." "Don't you worry," Chevalier von Holtz came. "That was our last bolt." "Oh, I was not worried," I shrugged. "You could have 100 bolts for all I care. I'd never let you get off another shot." With that, I darted forward and reached the wagon almost instantly. Baron von Holtz's jaw hung down in surprise when he saw the tip of a snake fang just a few inches from his eye. "The shadow changed you," Vidal whispered with a raspy voice, staring at me wide-eyed. Baron von Brunnon just gave a muffled shriek. "You are mistaken, Chevalier." I came, lowering the snake fang and walking slowly around the wagon. I was always this way, and the Wild Duke knew that. What a pity the ugly bastard made himself into fish food. I really wish I could interrogate him about why the hell he wanted to feed me to a flow. "You wouldn't happen to know that, would you, gentlemen? We haven't wanted to speak with the Duke for the last month." Vidal seemingly was starting to come to his senses, but I could still see that he was very tense. "Why not?" I chuckled, taking another step forward. "We were busy with more important matters." He bared his teeth and added wryly, "We were digging ditches and latrines for his lordship's brigade." He wanted to say more, but I interrupted. A malicious bark came in from somewhere to the right. I raised my head sharply. On the top of the hill, right where I'd been standing just a few minutes before, the huge shadow wolf was now standing. The alpha had apparently decided to return, and by the looks of things, he was tracking me. The nobleman also spotted the creature. The Chevalier shouted a string of filthy curses. Baron von Brunnon, sniffling and cursing, squeezed the axe in his hand, while von Holtz glanced over at me, leaning on the handle of a shovel. "Chevalier," he said to me, "you are the fleetest of foot. You still have a chance to escape. We will stay here and try to hold off this creature. If the gods take mercy on you, perhaps our bodies will be enough for this monster. I have but one request: track down our families and tell them how we perished." "No way," I shook my head, surprised by what the Baron was saying. Normally a very quiet man, his noble urge had left me puzzled. If we survived, I would have to look into him. First of all, I never relied on the mercy of the gods. And second, you 3 would not last long against this alpha wolf. He would catch me sooner rather than later. So what difference does it make where I fight him? It's either here shoulder to shoulder with you or 100 yards from here one-on-one. After saying that, I looked at the gloomy faces of the three nobles. So I assume you have an idea, Vidal asked. I do, I nodded, watching the wolf slowly come down the hill out of the corner of my eye. But you're not going to like it. You're going to have to trust me. Go ahead. Von Holtz came quickly, not letting Vidal get a word in. He was clearly about to spout off something biting. Beyond that, the Baron was also keeping an eye on the creature. The nobles had not seen what I did, though. The Shadow Wolf Alpha had been severely wounded by the Wild Duke and his striker companion who so foolishly opened herself up to the lake monster's attack. While the wolf came unhurriedly down the hill, limping on 2 legs, I managed to scan him. His 3-color reservoir was nearly empty. His whole energy system was covered in gaping black pulsating spots. His right eye was a seething wound. His spiked tail had been reduced to a sad little nub. His skin was shredded in several places. The Alpha looked most of all like a living corpse, but even in that state, he was a deadly force. As for myself, though, my enhanced reservoir was full to the brim. The emerald energy I had drawn from the small brute I was holding under my tongue had my energy system working in overdrive. This body was more ready for a fight than ever before. Both of the snake fangs in my hands glowed slightly with a bright silver shade. The sight of it quickly made an impression on my potential allies. Based on their astonished outbursts, they were not expecting such things out of me. This battle will be decided by a single blow, I came, and all you need is the chance to land it. Von Holtz nodded comprehendingly and smiled for the first time. We'll try to distract it. With that, Baron von Holtz grasped his shovel in both hands and, nodding to his friends, walked out from behind the wagon. Baron von Brunnon barked something profane in Icelandic and went after him. Chevalier Vidal held back for a moment and glanced at me. I do not trust you, Renard. He snorted and, nodding at von Holtz, added, but I do trust him. While my allies got into a semicircle formation and shouted loud profanities, trying to distract the creature, I walked around the overturned wagon and hid on the other side. When the wolf got to the bottom of the hill, he froze for a moment. He sniffed the air and turned his head slightly. He could sense that they were weak and injured to boot. It was just a matter of finishing us off, and he could savor our fresh meat and hot blood. More food, meanwhile, meant he could restore his energy quicker. I was then able to get a closer look at the wolf's magic reservoirs. The amber one was completely empty, while the purple was on fumes. The crimson one, meanwhile, still had plenty of mana and was gradually initiating regeneration processes in the monster's body. I had to move quick. After making sure the monster's attention was directed at my allies, I slowly came out from behind the wagon and got ready to burst forward. There were less than 10 paces between us. The wolf still hadn't noticed me. He gave a deep bark and dropped slightly, clearly aiming at Baron von Brunnon. He had correctly judged that, as the largest, von Brunnon was also the most dangerous. We started off at practically the same time. The wolf toward the Baron and I into his path. This time I got off Mamoru Yamada's King Cobra's strike without a hitch. It was much faster and deadlier than when I tried to use it on the striker that took me prisoner. Also, when I was just a step away from the wolf's gaping maw, I felt a strange surge of energy, and it was many different colors as well: lilac, crimson, and emerald, as if my energy system was absorbing it from the wolf. At the last moment, I plunged both snake teeth into the wolf, just in time. He was about to reach the Baron. My blows, reinforced with magic, landed in the monster's eye and neck. They were so powerful that both of my blades got stuck in his body. Not for long, though. I sharply hopped up off the ground and, getting ready for round 2, pulled the bone stiletto out of my belt. But a moment later, my hand froze. Round 2 had seemingly been called off. The big, huge wolf, now twitching in per-death convulsions, was lying on the ground a few steps away from the prostrate Baron von Brunnon. The twofold energy strike had essentially blown the creature's head off. When I looked up, I met the astonished gazes of Baron von Holtz and Chevalier Vidal, who hadn't even managed to land a single blow with their weapons. An indignant outburst from von Brunnon reduced the tension. Sitting on the ground, he was caked head to toe in a mixture of wolf blood, skin, bones, and brain matter. Gentlemen, he rasped, wiping his face with an elbow, let me conclusively state that I am too old for all this. I'm going to go get married to some widow and settle down somewhere in the south of Vestonia. I'm afraid all this traipsing around the steppe no longer agrees with me. Baron von Holtz and I met eyes and smiled. Apparently the temporary alliance was on, outskirts of Heroicsville. The royal family's winter palace. His Majesty Karl III, King of Vestonia, was standing on a second-story balcony, looking out languorously at the sprawling gardens in front of the winter palace. Down below, on the multicolored gravel of the paths between the neatly trimmed bushes, marble statues of the gods and dozens of fountains, his subjects ran, stood, and strolled. The king leaned his elbows on the wide marble balustrade and breathed a heavy sigh. Is something burdening you, your majesty? Asked Kiko, standing next to him and sticking his head between two statue balusters with a silly look. Looking down at the hooded head, the king gave a chuckle. The only person he allowed such liberties was his little jester, his only friend who had proven his loyalty countless times. "Look down, Kiko," the king suggested. "Okay," the hooded head nodded. "What do you see?" Karl III asked. The garden came an immediate response. The hooded head turned and a pair of clever eyes looked up at the king. "What else do you see?" the king asked, nodding below. "What else?" The jester turned his head where the king pointed and started listing: paths, statues of naked gods, bushes, fountains, a pond, people. "What kind of people?" "Your subjects." "What else?" "Your children and grandchildren," the jester answered and added. "They look very happy." The king breathed another heavy sigh and a shadow ran across his face. Kiko looked closely into his sovereign and best friend's face and thought that he would die for him at a moment's notice. Ever since the dark day when the brave and clever Prince Bastian, the king's favorite son, had died, His Majesty had completely given up on life. Despite the fact that Bastian was his younger son, the king was preparing him for the Only Kiko knew the truth that Karl was planning to declare Bastian his heir. Kiko was perfectly aware what the king was sighing about. Down below in the garden, split up into groups and appearing to be just strolling and enjoying themselves, in reality, three main factions of nobles were engaging in intrigue and turning the others against one another, each supporting their own prince. Naturally, Kiko saw that but was not going to share his observations. "And what do you see, Your Majesty?" he asked, trying to make his voice sound as naive and foolish as possible. But the jester's tone did not deceive Karl. He just snorted and nodded at the oval fountain the largest group of nobles was gathered around. "Down there, I see my eldest son, Philip. Many in court believe that I will declare him heir to the throne. Are they wrong? He'll be 30 soon," the king sighed darkly. "And still he's afraid to so much as take a step without looking to his beloved uncle, the Duc de Beaufremont. Giving the throne to Philip would be equivalent to crowning my dear wife's eldest brother. Need I say what would become of Estonia with the de Beaufremonts at the helm? Something tells me that Icelandic would come in fashion at court in short order." The jester shrugged. The king chuckled. Kiko was right. No one was unaware that the Queen of Estonia had more relations in Island than the country her husband ruled. "What about Heinrich?" Kiko nodded toward a large group of nobles. Their clothing and warlike appearance were clear evidence that they would rather have been at the arena watching the tournament. "Your second son is a true warrior," Kiko continued. "He has enough bravery and resolve for 10 men. That's the problem," the king shook his head. "If he were given free rein, Vestonia would get bogged down in wars, but we're at war right now." "That's different," Karl objected. "And you know it. I put that off as long as I possibly could, but the Italians forced our hand. Heinrich will go looking for fights, draining the royal coffers. The crayons will see to that. Those bankers never miss their chance." The royal jester nodded. He agreed with almost everything his king said except one part. For Kiko, who originated among common folk and had spent time in a traveling circus visiting various corners of mainland and was perfectly aware of the price the people would pay for their king's fancy, war was war, period. And it was mainly commoners who paid the price. "And what do you think about your third son, Your Majesty?" Kiko asked. He intentionally avoided using the word youngest. In the king's heart, that title belonged forever to the late Bastian. Karl turned his head toward a small group of nobles whose overly flashy clothing made them look more like birds than people. The king winced. "Louis, he has no interests other than balls, jewelry, and clothing. Him I have the hardest time imagining on the throne, plus his nose is too straight." The last part the king said very quietly, nearly in a whisper, but Kiko heard. Still, he didn't let on. He'd long learned not to hear when the king voiced his thoughts. That was why he was still alive. He just cast a sidelong glance at Karl's aquiline profile. Louis was the king's only son not to inherit that distinctive facial feature from his father. A few years ago, when everyone started noticing how little the youngest prince resembled his father, there were even rumors at court about Her Majesty's indiscretion. But the secret chancery very quickly put a sock in those big mouths. Beyond that, a portrait of one of the patriarchs of the Katwar family was bequeathed to the royal gallery. Related to the king through his mother, Prince Louis was the man's spitting image. Karl III breathed another heavy sigh and glanced out at the pond. His look then warmed. On its banks, while a brigade of nannies looked on, his little Adele was racing around at the head of a gaggle of fellow adolescents. The princess wouldn't have her first spring ball until the next year, and for the time being, she was still just his little granddaughter, the light of his life. Noticing the king's shift in mood as well as the reason for it, Kiko decided that it was a great opportunity to make a report. "Your Majesty," he started. "Kiko, let's keep it simple," the king interrupted. "What do you have there?" "Information on the de Gramont bastard." "Let me have it," Karl III allowed, still watching his granddaughter with a smile. For the next few minutes, Kiko told the king everything his people were able to dig up about Maximilian Renard. The king, listening closely to the jester, frowned. "Well, what's all the fuss about then?" he asked, interrupting Kiko mid-report. "It's a typical bastard story. Men like him are as common as mongrel dogs in Vestonia." "Right you are, Your Majesty," Kiko agreed. "That was just a brief introduction. The interesting and strange part is yet to come." Carry on, the king waved, not particularly hoping to hear anything out of the ordinary. But a few minutes later, the things Kiko reported started making him frown. When the jester finished, Carl spent a little while longer in silence before saying thoughtfully, despite being a frail, dim-witted boy pampered by life in the capital city, he's now turning into a calculating, cold-blooded fighter. Curious, what are your thoughts on his rapid about-face? I don't have enough to go on, Kiko replied. My people are tracking him to the frontier as we speak, but I can already theorize that this Renard is gifted. Agreed, the king nodded. You think he always was, or did the gift reveal itself recently? Those who had close contact with him all agree that the sudden changes started when Renard regained consciousness after being wounded at a duel with de Lamar. But based on his actions, he was very confident using his gift, if that is indeed what it is. And that means, do you think the late Ferdinand de Gramont knew about his bastard's gift for a long time and had been training him in secret to use it for the last few years? The king stroked the bridge of his nose. Sounds like utter nonsense. So all this time we had a novice combat mage under our very noses. Wait, didn't you say I granted him clemency on the queen's request? Yes, your majesty, Kiko nodded, and she was requested to intercede by the first lady of her majesty's bedchamber, the Duchess de Clermont. The king asked in sincere surprise. What could that cunning fox have wanted with a common bastard? The jester just shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He didn't have enough information to draw any conclusions. This matter has only spawned more questions, the king said. Keep digging and find me answers. Yes, sir, your majesty, Kiko bowed. Could you please tell me how you plan to act on Heinrich de Gramont's request? I suppose I will approve his petition, the king said thoughtfully. We need that kid back in the capital ASAP. The last thing we need is him getting into bed with all the rogues and traitors on the frontier, such as the Duc de Valence and his ilk. But make sure it looks like Heinrich de Gramont's idea. At the same time, we can find out if he knows about his nephew's gift. By the way, did your sleuths act with caution? Yes, your majesty, Kiko replied. Good, the king rubbed his hands together. If this kid really is a combat mage, that would be very nice. Would you like to offer him service? Not right away, the king replied, stroking his beard. Let him first prove himself, and we can observe. Beyond that, I do not wish to press. We cannot have a repeat of what happened to Zaid de Nemours. Kiko nodded. Zaid de Nemours had commanded a group of 5 combat mages who fled to the frontier right when the country was on the verge of war with Atalia, which was a painful topic for Karl III. Strikers were already a valuable commodity, but a whole subdivision of experienced combat mages. Summon the secretary. The king ordered and smiled as if he was about to get a new toy. I simply cannot wait to have a look at this Renard. It had been a day since the Shadow Wolf Alpha was defeated. That was how long it took us to reach the Duke's temporary camp. I seem to recall from a month before that it took just over 3 hours to reach the lake from the camp. But at the time, I was being transported in a cage in a wagon and did not have to lug the unconscious Vidal on my back. For the first hour, the Chevalier was able to walk. He even tried to carry a bag of food and water we found in the wagons, but slowly he started to give out and stumble. The wound on his back left by the wolf claws got inflamed, and during a break in the middle of the night, he passed out. For a few hours, constantly trading off, von Holtz and von Brunnon tried to carry him, but they got exhausted very quickly, and so I had to carry Chevalier Vidal on my back most of the way. He, for the record, had yet to wake up, and that was on top of my scouting duties. We had to change direction 3 times that day because of a pack of predators, but thankfully, they smelled all the blood by the lake and were hurrying that direction. Otherwise, it would have been tough. A few times I asked myself why I was bothering with these people. All alone, it would have been easier, less tiring, and most importantly, faster. But every time I thought back on the trio standing up against the shadow creature, distracting it and giving me time to land the final blow, they couldn't have been hoping for victory, much less trusted me, particularly after the battle at the cliffs. But they did what they did. Before that, they were no one to me. But after the fight with the wolf, something changed. Now I couldn't abandon them. And something was telling me that if they had to carry me the way I was carrying Vidal, they'd have found a way. I learned from von Holtz that the 4 of us were the only members of our initial party still alive. Sergeant Ravel perished in the battle at the cliffs along with several mercenaries from Trixie's fiancée's clique. Patrick and his hanger, Angine, the redhead, meanwhile got eaten by lake monsters right in front of me, which I felt no pity over. The steppe dwellers were dead, and based on the way the Baron looked at Vidal while telling me about the others' fates, they were not particularly hopeful that the Chevalier would make it to Westerly Fort. While I carried Vidal on my back, Baron von Brunnon took my backpacks. Many times I noticed both him and Baron von Holtz shooting me curious looks, and I couldn't blame them. Most likely they had a lot of questions for me, but I had to give them their due. They didn't ask a single one. I figured that was always Chevalier Vidal's thing. He really had a big mouth. Several times, von Brunnon lamented the fact we had to abandon the dead wolf's body. All we managed to do before the first scavengers started arriving was extract the brutes, cut out its claws, and drag its body into a small ditch at the foot of the hill. We had no hope that it would not be found, but as long as it was only animals, there was a chance they would leave the wolf's skeleton. The shadow creature's bones could then be sold for lots of money in a big city. My companions were already making plans to go back to the hill, if of course they survived. While walking, I had enough time to come to grips with the strange phenomenon I had noticed during the fight with the wolf, the inflow of energy. It turned out that the energy field around my body, which I could see while inside the barrier, meant I no longer had to have physical contact with a brute to absorb the mana from it. It was enough to have the brute in range of my new magic aura, which was approximately an inch or two from my body, and that was what happened. During the fight, my energy system started absorbing mana from the brutes in the hidden pockets of my tunic. Now I just had to learn to control the process. Which was precisely what I did the whole journey, and I was slowly starting to figure it out. We reached the Duke's temporary camp approximately 1 hour before sunset and hid lying on a knoll, watching the slow pace of life in the small camp. 3 big tents, 10 small ones in huts, canopies, a latrine. Over the past month, the Duke and his people really got settled in. I was very glad to see the 2 heavy carts and a wagon, the same one that held the ghost, which was still there. I could sense it. When we'd seen all we wanted to see, we crawled back down to the foot of the hill where we'd left Vidal, who still hadn't come to his senses. "Seems quiet," von Holtz whispered. "At the very least, nothing has changed since we left. Then they must not know the Duke and the others are dead." Von Brunnon nodded affirmatively. "Chevalier, did you sense anything?" Von Holtz asked me, and the 2 men stared back searchingly. In the past day, the 2 of them had gained a healthy appreciation for my senses and grown to trust them implicitly. "There are 6 men in the camp," I replied. "I did not sense any magic, other than the ghost." Von Holtz nodded understandingly. "I can't sense the lutein either," I added. "She must have died somewhere on the steppe." Von Brunnon snorted and added, "Good riddance. What do you suggest, gentlemen?" Von Holtz asked in a matter-of-fact tone. "Let's wait until they're all asleep, then." Von Brunnon said with a scowl, running a finger across his neck. "I'll take out the sentries." I nodded shortly. "Gentlemen," Von Holtz came. "I have one little thing I'd like to ask, if possible. The bald fatso, he's mine." I remembered the man the Baron was talking about. The fat guy was an overseer. He loved smacking prisoners with his whip for the tiniest infractions. If the Baron's looks could kill, I was sure the bald fatso would already have been writhing on the ground. Von Holtz must have gotten very sick of him over the last month. Von Brunnon gave an understanding nod and turned. I shrugged my shoulders and answered, "I see no reason why not." "All right, gentlemen," Von Holtz chuckled, "then happy hunting." Our storm of the camp was both fast and nearly silent. With the exception of the bald fatso, who screamed a bit before dying, Von Holtz made sure his tormentor got what he deserved. While the barons dragged the dead bodies into the latrine ditch, I brought Chevalier Vidal to camp and started looking through the largest tent, which belonged to the Wild Duke. The Duke's temporary quarters were quite spare. It differed noticeably from what I saw in the main wildling camp where he interrogated me. It was immediately obvious that the man who lived in this tent was not planning to stay long, and thus he took minimal supplies. But despite that, I was able to find something. My spoils were a modest set of potions, a dagger made of regular steel, and a random assortment of clothes. The Duke must have preferred to wear his most valuable possessions, or take them along in his horse's saddlebags. His horse, though, successfully escaped to the steppe at the beginning of the battle by the lake just after it heard the wolf howl. The situation was even more dire in the mage's tents. Clothing, toiletries, dishware, and tools. All just stuff for traveling, nothing extra. I unloaded all my loot by the fire so we could split it up fairly. When the barons finished looking around the camp, they walked upright while I was inspecting Vidal's wound next to the fire. "How is he?" Von Holtz asked. "Not good," I replied honestly. "That creature must have had poison on its claws," Von Brunnon muttered. "If so, Vidal would have died back by the lake," I objected. "These creatures do have a poison gland, but it is located in their tail. Is there nothing there that could help?" Von Holtz nodded at the potion box. "Alas, all the Duke's potions are made of amber, brown, and emerald dust." I shook my head. "All I can do is help his body fight the illness with a few drops of that emerald infusion there." Without a word, the barons nodded and gave their approval. Taking from the box an elongated phial which was half full of a dark green liquid, I carefully observed my aura to make sure it didn't start sucking out the emerald mana like a hungry predator. By the time the narrow phial had been brought to Vidal's lips, I considered with annoyance that I was forced to use this useless infusion on the poor sap even though my backpack was full to the brim with crimson brutes. And that was exactly when it hit me. What if I used my new aura to redirect mana I absorbed from brutes into something else? Before, I could only pull that trick with my own energy, and only for destructive purposes. But now, knowing that my aura could briefly store certain kinds of energy without intermingling them with mine, I just had to figure out if I could use it to share that mana with someone else. "Chevalier, are you feeling all right?" Von Holtz's voice made me shudder. I glanced at him uncomprehendingly. After that, I turned to look at my hand. All that time, I had been sitting there bent over Vidal and holding the potion phial above his mouth. Gentlemen, I came thoughtfully. I do not wish to give false hope, but I believe there is another way I could help Chevalier Vidal. And what would it require? Von Holtz lurched forward. The crimson brute we extracted from the shadow creature, I replied. All the wolf loot was in one of the bags Von Holtz was carrying. We decided to split it up after we got to safety. But both the Barons and Chevalier Vidal, who was still unconscious, later admitted that the majority of it was rightfully mine. They based their arguments on the fact that without me, they'd all be dead. Not hesitating for a minute, Baron von Brunnon got the loot bag and took out a crimson brute the size of a pigeon egg. Set it down on that flat stone, I asked. Before I can get started, I have to test something. The men nodded at almost the same time and started waiting. Neither of them was going to step aside. I noticed their burning looks and snorted to myself. They were about to witness a magical mystery they would tell their grandchildren about, if of course they survived. Casting the inappropriate thoughts aside, I concentrated on the crimson crystal. It had relatively little mana, but it was enough to heal Vidal 3 times over. I brought my hand to the crystal and, not touching it, let my aura get to work while I monitored the flow of mana. The first 3 attempts ended in failure. The small masses of mana my aura drew from the brute went straight into my energy system. Attempt number 4 ended with the mana simply disintegrating. It was only a few minutes later, after spending a good amount of the mana for nothing, that I managed to form a little magic ball on the tip of my finger, which glowed a dim crimson. Watching the process closely, Von Holtz and von Brunnon gasped in astonishment. I should also confess that I was captivated by the little glowing ball, and considering the fact I had never tried this trick before either in this world or my past life, I also felt a well-earned sense of pride. Now I just have to test how this works on living and non-living things, I voiced my thoughts. Baron von Holtz snapped out of it first. Try it on this rock, he said, pushing a little stone my way. I nodded and directed the crimson ball into the stone, carefully scanning. The crimson energy gathered around the gray surface of the stone in an opaque cloud, and a few moments later simply blew away. Was that good or bad? Von Brunnon asked, puzzled. Good, I nodded. The magic did no harm to the stone, which means it will not injure Vidal either. Or so I think. Now time to try it on something living. Here, von Brunnon stepped forward and extended his left hand, which was bleeding from the fingers. You can test it on one of my fingers. You sure? I asked. Absolutely, von Brunnon nodded, but I could see his face go pale. It was quite easy to form another ball. That time, I decided to use half as much mana. Ready? I asked. Yes, the Baron answered firmly through clenched teeth. The little crimson glow the size of a wheatberry came down onto the joint of the Baron's pinky finger, right where the cut was, and that time the mana did not simply blow away. Like a little drop of water, it seeped into the wound and went dim. Using true vision, I was able to see that it triggered a slow healing process. Phew, I sighed heavily, wiping the sweat from my brow. I think it worked. How do you feel, Baron? Von Brunnon, afraid to breathe out of turn all that time, shuddered, and loudly releasing the air from his lungs, said, It felt like putting my hand against the side of a warm stove. And the wound tingles a bit. A smile of joy appeared on von Holtz's bearded countenance. He patted his friend on his broad shoulder and exclaimed, That's good, very good. For the next hour, while the Barons cooked over a fire and chatted happily, I kept busy healing Chevalier Vidal. Carefully dribbling crimson mana into the cleaned wound in small droplets, I considered the fact that my new abilities were going to make me have to do a lot of experimenting. When I finished, von Holtz helped me carry Vidal into one of the big tents. The Baron suggested making a bandage out of one of the many rags lying around camp, but I was firmly opposed. I had to explain that any bandage material would at minimum have to be boiled first. They did not dare argue and instead got straight to work hanging a pot of water over the fire. After the late dinner or early breakfast, I finally decided to pay a visit to the Wild Duke's prisoner. When I threw back the flap on the wagon cover, my nose was assaulted with the smells of feces and sweat. I could sense movement inside the cage. My approach did not go unnoticed. In true vision, the prisoner's energy system glowed with a dim steely hue. Strange magic. The fact he had a reservoir indicated that before me was a descendant of what they called true gifted, those who had survived inside the shadow. Scanning the prisoner closely, I concluded that I was dealing with a creature similar to the children of Mimite. However, neither the Lao nor any allied tribes had anyone with an energy system like this. All gifted in those tribes had an affinity for the emerald magic of the forest. The prisoner was blocked from replenishing the mana in his reservoir by shackles on his wrists and ankles, as well as a thin collar around his neck. I remembered the Duke speaking Vestonian with his prisoner, but decided just in case to ask, Do you understand me? After a brief pause, the prisoner stirred and came over to the bars of the cage. The hood of his robe was pushed back slightly, and in the moonlight I saw a tortured, pale gray face. I must have been somewhat mistaken. She was a woman, not a man. Slit eyes, pointed ears, she was definitely from a tribe related to the Lao. She just had a different skin color. She gulped with a scratchy throat and licked her cracked lips. In her eyes was enough sorrow and exhaustion for 2 lifetimes, and she'd fallen on tough times, but I was not particularly fooled by her. Knowing what went on in the shadow, I could say confidently that common women did not venture out beyond the barrier. Her heavy, slightly surprised gaze ran over me and stopped on the flask hanging off my belt. The prisoner definitely recognized me. I remembered her long, studious stares the day before the flow. "Do you understand me?" I repeated in witching tongue. The prisoner shuddered and looked up at me. She drew in air through her nose and a moment later said in a faint voice, "I can smell my world on you. The great bound did not kill you, and you returned. He must have gotten what he wanted then." The prisoner was fluent in witching tongue. Honestly, though, she stressed the last syllable in a few words, which was unusual to me, but I had no trouble understanding her. As a matter of fact, Mongwa was much worse at the ancient tongue and had a different accent. The native language of the tribe of Mimite was apparently different from the one this woman's kind spoke. I asked. "The man who put me in this cage 2 years ago," the prisoner answered. "What do you mean he got what he wanted?" I asked, watching her reaction closely. "As far as I remember, you are the 7th person he fed to the great bound," she replied. "When the other 6 died, he was very displeased. You survived, so he must have gotten what he wanted." Her eyes passed over the flask on my belt. She unwittingly licked her dry lips. I unclipped the flask and handed it to the prisoner. She, trying to make no sudden moves and provoke me, her hands shaking, grabbed the flask and sucked at it greedily, her eyes closed tightly in pleasure. What made him want to feed people to the great bound? The man who put me in the cage never shared his thoughts or plans with me. The prisoner shrugged and handed me back the empty flask. Either she didn't want to say or truly did not know. "Where are you from?" I decided to try a different angle. "My clan's lands are far to the north of the Great Bound. Why did you cross to our side?" The look in the prisoner's eyes immediately flared, but she got herself together. She spotted my simple trick. Tilting her head to one side, she came right up to the bars of the cage and said calmly, "The man who put me in this cage also asked that. He threatened to put my body in a great deal of pain if I did not talk, but he quickly realized that I could make my body die before I felt any pain from the torture." Snorted, "That won't work on me. If I want to make you feel pain, you will not be able to kill yourself. You could of course try, but I will see it coming." I saw fear in her eyes for the first time. She jumped back from the bars and froze, afraid to move. "A seer," she whispered, dumbfounded. I heard vague footsteps, then a cautious coughing outside. My companions also wanted a glimpse of the legendary ghost, and they had every right. We had taken the camp together. I turned around and walked away. Outside, my companions were waiting. Ahem. Von Holtz cleared his throat and looked curiously behind me. "He say anything useful?" "No," I answered and added, "and she's a woman." The barons looked even more intrigued. "Chevalier," Von Holtz said to me, "do you have any ideas for what to do with her? Could she be of use to us?" "I say we take her to the fort," Von Brunnon piped up. "I'm sure we'll be handsomely rewarded. She's a ghost after all." "Leo, that is a very bad idea," Von Holtz shook his head. "She is a ghost. The very second we reach the fort, the secret chancery will whisk us away. You know how crafty the people who serve there can be. They'll use torture to extract everything we know, then quietly strangle us. They don't care about origins, but they can't abide witnesses." Von Brunnon grunted thoughtfully, then nodded to admit his friend had a point. "So you suggest we kill her?" he asked. "I didn't say that," Von Holtz replied and looked at me. Von Brunnon also looked over at me. Somehow I had gotten the final say in all discussions for the last day, and almost every time the two of them agreed. "I agree with Baron Von Holtz," I came, stroking my chin. "I do not want to go to the trouble of dragging the ghost to the fort, then spend the rest of my short life in a torture chamber. They're going to have enough questions for us as it is." The barons traded looks and nodded almost at the exact same time. "Then what do you suggest?" Von Holtz asked. I turned and looked thoughtfully at the cage. "She's not exactly a friend, but not an enemy either. Her magic is so famished she wouldn't stand a chance against me. She's also in no mood to share secrets. As a mage, she knows dozens of ways to kill herself, so torture would be pointless, and to be honest, I wouldn't want to." "Are you suggesting we let her go?" Von Brunnon frowned. "She said her clan's lands are far to the north of the barrier," I came. "Believe me, what you saw by the lake is but a taste of what it's like in the shadow. The world beyond the barrier is dozens of times more dangerous than ours. Even if we let her go, I don't much believe she'll survive, but I am also not opposed to giving her a chance." "Me neither," Von Holtz nodded. "Ha!" Von Brunnon scratched his beard with his broad hand. "No one would ever believe I personally freed a real ghost." We released the prisoner at dawn. I didn't know what she was thinking when I took her out of the cage, but her self-control was impressive. Before, she seemed to be on death's door. When it came to the runic artifact feeding mana to the chain, shackles, and collar, I kept it simple. I absorbed the rune's lilac-brown energy and broke the spell. The prisoner didn't realize what happened at first. Only when the shackles and chain fell off and her reservoir greedily started drawing energy from outside did she look dumbfounded at me. "You are free to go," I said, nodding at the shadow. "I hope you are able to make it home." She didn't let slip a single word, watching my every move tensely. Here I placed a small satchel on the ground. We packed you a bit of food, water, and supplies. And another thing, I took a dagger and small hatchet off my belt and set them on the backpack. I hope this will increase your survival chances. It's all the weaponry we can spare. We have a long road ahead of us through hostile territory, and you can be in your world in about a day. Also, the Great Bound will destroy these items anyhow. And another thing, the man that was keeping you in a cage is dead, along with his entire squad. I could have told her where I stashed the boat and other things on the other side of the barrier, but I decided she did not need to know about the Lao. Who could say? "What is your name, Seer?" she asked softly. "Max Renard," I replied. The now former prisoner laid her right hand on her chest and touched mine cautiously with her left. Her eyes were open wide. "Venona of Clan Frostwind will never forget your name." With those words, she took her hand away, then quickly snatched the satchel and weapon and, quite nimbly given her state, ran off toward the shadow. Finally, Baron von Brunnon sighed wearily and smiled, looking toward the dark walls of Westerly Fort. We made it. It took us just under a month to reach the fort, even though we thought it would take about 2 weeks. And for the whole first week, we stuck to the plan with almost no deviations, all while keeping the horses and wagons safe. At first, it was all coming together quite well. My treatments brought Chevalier Vittel back to consciousness on day 2 and had him on his feet again by day 5. I also patched up the barons. Their wounds healed before my very eyes. It wasn't all down to the crimson mana. Either the emerald also played its part. In my experiments, I went a bit further and learned to share the energy of the forest with my companions. Honestly, though, they couldn't tell I was doing it. I was trying to hide the fact I had brutes beyond the ones we took from the wolf. My experiments with emerald mana showed that even a small mass the size of a pea would provide a jolt of vigor to a strong adult man for approximately 1 hour, as well as accelerate the healing process. Because I did it all as part of treatment, my patients came to the reasonable conclusion that it was all the refreshing effect of crimson mana. But everything changed at night on the 7th day. Our temporary campsite was attacked by a large pack of steppe hyenas. I had first smelled them on day 5. They were busy scavenging the huge body of either a bison or a bull, so we were able to pass them by, but not for long. The pack mother selected us for their next prey. That night we somehow managed to fight them off, but had to abandon our poor horses, and together with them the wagon and a lot of other loot we'd taken from the Duke's camp. The whole rest of the way we had to go on foot. Our horses earned us less than 2 days, though. The pack caught up to us again. In the next battle, we almost lost von Brunnon and Vittel. What saved us was a lucky spear throw from me that left the mother badly injured. A few of her daughters immediately seized on the opportunity and attacked their injured mother, then after her death turned on one another. They forgot about us for a while, and the new young mother only tracked us down 3 days later, but we no longer cared. There was a river between us, which we had crossed the night before. For the next several days, we pressed confidently onward until we reached Westerly Fort just as the rainy season was beginning. "Gentlemen," I came, looking at the exhausted, bearded faces of my companions and now true comrades in arms. "Let me remind you one last time to answer all questions as agreed." They all nodded. All of their faces looked dirty and tired, but satisfied. There they were, the towers of Westerly Fort. They were but a stone's throw away. And from there, it wasn't far to the city where we could have hot food, ale, and warm bedsheets. "Rest up, get yourselves together, and the day after tomorrow I expect to see you at my manor for dinner. Then we can decide how to split up our loot." I came and added with a smile, "It will make the perfect occasion for a couple bottles of Italian brandy I've been saving." In response, I saw 3 happy smiles. "All right, done. We made it." Outskirts of Toulon. Monsieur Mollett's manor. Old Man Bertrand, Old Man Bertrand. Kevin's sonorous voice from the entryway made the attorney in Bertrand's kitchen shudder. "What is it now?" he grumbled. "He's shouting like the house is on fire." He was ready to spout out a chastising educational speech about manners and decency, but when he saw the pale, frightened face of the boy running into the kitchen, he realized that something catastrophic must have happened. Old Man Bertrand. Kevin's lips quivered, tears welling in his eyes. Outside. "What?" The old servant sighed, and his heart gave an unpleasant twinge. It had been a little less than a month since Lieutenant Tasson's Shadow Patrol squad returned to the fortress, but his master was not with them. Jack went to the fort and came back looking darker than a storm cloud. There he was told that Maximilian had been sent with a small party to scout the valley at the foot of Grey Ridge, and no one knew what had become of them. His master must have been able to see the future. He had given detailed instructions for such an event, but Bertrand remembered well his master's parting words. He was not all that easy to kill, especially since Maximilian gained the gift of magic. Bertrand did not believe his master had died. He continued running the household as before, never failing to visit the temple of the Holy Adelaide to make offerings of coins in hopes that his sacrifice would tip the balance of the great scales. And now another imposition, out in the yard. Kevin said in a shaky voice, The captain, soldiers, they want to take Jeremy, Claude, and Luke, and Jacques will not let them. At first, Bertrand didn't know what the kid was saying, but when the fog of fear for his master fell from his eyes as ever, he got himself together and went out to the yard. The news hit the old servant like a tub of ice water. Someone dared lay claim to his master's property. He could not stand for such insolence. He stopped for a moment in the entryway as if remembering something, then hurried to the stairs leading to the second floor. Before getting into a fight with vultures, he needed to be well prepared. Bertrand came out into the yard just as the 10 soldiers were surrounding Jeremy, Claude, Luke, and the broad-shouldered Islander Gunnar. Out of the corner of his eye, the old man noted with satisfaction that the 4 did not look like a herd of frightened sheep. They looked more like young hounds surrounded by wolves, but not about to surrender. The lessons Jacques instilled in them every day had done them well, and again his master was right to instruct the veteran to train the serfs in mortal combat, particularly in light of the fact the freedom papers for the 5 of them had already been drawn up and were hidden away in his master's office. Jacques was not going to stay out of it either. He was desperately trying to communicate something to Captain Louis de Rohan, who was listening lazily. Bertrand could see the way he was looking at everything, as if it was already decided. A bit in the distance, shifting from foot to foot, stood the landlord Monsieur Mollet. His eyes and mouth open wide, he was staring at the scene as the captain directed. Scavengers had descended on his master's property. The old man clenched his teeth in anger and squinted. Oh, they had no idea what they were getting themselves into. He would die to defend his master's property. Just then, Bertrand recalled everything he'd seen over the last few years in his master's home. In the wider world, there were predators that made the captain look like an innocent little lamb by comparison, not to mention Mollet the dolt. Bertrand puffed out his chest. Smoothing his frock and whispering a prayer to the holy Adelaide to intervene, he stepped out the doorway. Messieurs, he said loudly and with dignity. And of course, he was the personal valet of Chevalier Renard, a member of one of the most ancient families in Vestonia and all mainland. What seems to be going on here? The question sounded so calm yet authoritative that everyone in the yard stopped what they were doing. The captain's soldiers even looked slightly intimidated. Bertrand was a former serf, but now he was a free man and entitled to act this way. He was defending his master's property. He was like a guard dog, prepared to latch into these thieves' throats at any moment. He had been trained to do so in the finest and wealthiest homes in Vestonia, and after, if his master so desired, the hound could be strangled for impertinence or generously rewarded for faithful service. But that would come later, for now hands off master's things. Jacques was also dumbfounded. He looked at Bertrand and couldn't recognize him. The quiet, timid old man was suddenly the embodiment of the very master of ceremonies for the king of Vestonia himself. The captain was first to come to his senses. "How dare you, pitiful serf, speak to me in that manner?" He hissed and walked forward. "One more step, Monsieur Captain, and a letter will be sent to the capital city residence of the Counts de Grammont with a full recounting of what happened here," Bertrand enunciated without so much as blinking. "I am certain that his lordship Heinrich de Grammont will be very surprised and disturbed to hear that the city guard attempted to intrude on his nephew's property without so much as an explanation. This manor belongs to Monsieur Mollet," the captain barked, pointing to the bewildered landlord. According to Royal Decree No. 58 from year 200 in the Fifth Age, all property rented by a noble, both real estate and personal effects, are equivalent to their personal property for the entire timeframe of the rental agreement. Bertrand rattled back calmly and raised a hand with a scroll. "Here is a current rental contract. Need I mention what happens to those who try to steal the private property of nobles? Or have you decided to take the manor by storm because you have some personal dispute with House de Grammont? If so, we would be fully entitled to resist, and if necessary, die fighting for our master's property. Your master has been dead for a while now," the captain barked. He was enraged by the old servant's impertinence, but being a noble himself, he was perfectly aware that his servant was legally entitled to say these things. The laws contrived by nobles could not be broken. Otherwise, it would lead to chaos, and the impertinent servant could be dealt with later, and these 3 are required to join the Shadow Patrol. "These 3 are serfs belonging to my master. He purchased them in Sardent," Bertrand objected with a dispassionate tone, showing them a second scroll. "Here are the purchase papers, notarized by witnesses and an attorney. Even if my master died serving the crown, these serfs would still be the property of House de Grammont." There was no telling how the standoff may have ended for the old servant, because just then who should step through the gates but the very man they were all discussing. A sparse beard, long hair, canvas bags over his back, dirty worn clothing. Bertrand was first to notice the tramp. First he frowned, but when he saw the stranger wink he smiled, and a moment later Bertrand heard a cheery voice, so familiar, just like home. "All this fuss and no fighting. Our arrival hit the fort like a bomb." The inner courtyard looked like a batted beehive. Everyone inside couldn't wait to catch a glimpse of the miraculous survivors. However, at first the sentries didn't want to let us in. They took us for beggars. We looked the part too, but after a few big curse words from von Brunnon directed at the blind dolts who couldn't even recognize their own mother, we were finally allowed to enter. I slowly looked with a calm gaze at the men surrounding us on all sides and smiled to myself. They were looking at us like dead men who had been buried long ago and suddenly come back to life. Silence. A loud shrieking cry flew over the internal courtyard. What is the meaning of this? What is going on here? Silence took hold. I looked up and saw on the tower balcony a short, fat man with a tomato-red face and sweat-glistening bald head. The red-faced man's small, piggish eyes bored a hole into the crowd with anger. I wouldn't have been surprised to learn he had just been taken away from his dinner. At the last moment, the fat man confirmed my suspicions about his modest mental faculties. Vittel, he shrieked in surprise, finally looking us in the eyes. Von Holtz, von Brunnon, why are you alive? You died at Grey Ridge. Nevertheless, I muttered to myself and turned for explanations to my companions. Who is this idiot gentleman? Lieutenant Brossard, von Holtz replied with a disgusted cringe. The man who supposedly catches a fever every time we're supposed to go out on patrol. I laughed. His face is so smooth you'd never take him for a man who regularly staves off death. The troops standing next to us and others that heard our measured conversation started to smile. The lieutenant, though, on the contrary, sensed disrespect and seemed to go even more red. He looked fit to burst. And Gobert came to visit, too. Vittel hissed through his teeth, pointing with his eyes at the balcony. I looked up and met eyes with a small man in a dark robe and black cap. My companions had told me enough stories to recognize his narrow bird face and big fish eyes. This was the local secret chancery agent. Gentlemen, I came, addressing my comrades in arms. Don't you think it's time we had a heart-to-heart with Monsieur Lieutenant and his friend from the secret chancery? Not waiting for an answer to the rhetorical question, I started toward the tower's front door. My companions followed right behind, and the Shadow Patrol troops silently made way. And a few minutes later, after walking past security, we entered that very office with a balcony. I was right. Our coming to the fortress disturbed a peaceful meal Lieutenant Brossard was sharing with secret chancery agent Gobert. How am I to take this? Brossard shrieked after our intrusion. Looking jeeringly over the richly appointed table, I said out loud so all would hear, turning to face my companions to prove my point. Gentlemen, I must admit I didn't believe it, but things are much worse than they say in the capital. The Shadow Patrol is no longer what it once was. As a child, I heard many stories from my grandfather, the Count de Gramont, about the glorious deeds of my ancestor, who fought side by side with His Highness Albert the Brave against the vile spawn of darkness. I grew up on tales and legends of valiant heroes protecting our world from monsters, and I came to the frontier to follow in the footsteps of my great ancestor. But what do I see, gentlemen? With every word my voice grew firmer and louder, and the faces of the people around me as well as my companions stretched out in surprise. Apparently, those who wish to do their duty to the crown and Vestonia are simply abandoned to the whims of fate. I continued pontificating. As a matter of fact, we had already been buried long ago, and now you even make complaint that we are still alive. In the dead silence that fell after those words, I turned to face the fat man who was quickly going pale and gasping for air. I have a question for you, Lieutenant Brossard. I came. I would like to know what was written in the search party commander's report after he returned from the valley. Several pairs of attentive eyes fixated on the fat figure standing still at the balcony door. The lieutenant lost all his confidence in a flash, and his whole body shuddered. I was certain that if I did not have both Barons and Chevalier Vittel at my back, who had served at Westerly Fort for several years and integrated themselves into local society, I would have had a hard time achieving a similar effect. As a matter of fact, if I were a commoner, I never would have even been let into the office. What commander? The fat man asked, hiccuping. What search party? What do you mean, what search party? I feigned incomprehension and turned to my companions. The one that was sent out to find us, or at the very least bring our dead bodies back to our families. The lieutenant's face took on a gray shade, but Monsieur Gobert's cold eyes told me that he wasn't going to be such a pushover. Still, I should note that the secret chancery agent was in no hurry to intervene in the conversation, sitting back while the lieutenant responded to the disgruntled noble's clumsy questioning. At the very least so far, after the bird-faced man would surely try to play hardball, but we were ready for that. Oh wait, I said, slapping myself softly on the forehead. I think I'm starting to get it. There never was any search party. Isn't that right? You just crossed us off the rolls. The fat man started sputtering, staring hauntedly and taking a step back. I do not have the authority. The captain, such decisions. Running a scornful gaze over the lieutenant, paying no mind to the tongue-tied Gobert, I turned to my companions and said, Gentlemen, I think we've seen enough to know what these pitiful commoners are up to. What a waste of time. Let's go. After 2 months roving through hostile territory, I think we've earned some rest. The esteemed nobles all supported me with happy smiles and followed me out of the office. No one called out to stop us. When we were back in the internal courtyard, there were even more people. Gentlemen, I said to my comrades in arms, but loud enough so everyone could hear. I say we spend 2 days resting and getting ourselves in order. Then on day 3 we all hit the lame bull together. I've heard they serve an excellent ale. There we can celebrate our return. Everyone who would like to share in our mirth, drinks are on me. The last part got drowned out by dozens of enthusiastic people roaring out together. I had no doubt that everyone at the fort, as well as those currently on leave, would be joining us in the Lame Bull Tavern. It would cost me several barrels of ale, but it would be worth it. Over those drinks, we would have a chance to tell the story of our misadventures as we'd all agreed, which would then spread through town. Based on the look Gobert gave me as he left the fortress, the employee of the local investigative body would surely be in the tavern as well, and that was exactly what we wanted. Part of the reason we planned that whole scene was for him and his office. The risk that my companions would say too much was minimal. They had even more to lose from that than I did, and as for the alcohol, I would keep them from getting drunk. I didn't take all of Bastion de Tosny's potions along for my tour. I left most of them at home, and I had one that fit the bill perfectly. It took us around 2 hours to reach Toulon. A group of peasants hauling wares to the fort kindly agreed to drop us off back in town, and they even brought me almost all the way home. The barons and chevalier, who were renting a room on a street occupied by artisans, bid me a warm farewell and promised to visit my manor the day after next, then hopped off the cart a few minutes earlier. As I walked over to my manor, I was dreaming of nothing more than a warm bath, tasty dinner, and clean bedsheets. I was completely fed up with the 2 months of living rough, but at the gates I spotted a buggy and 2 city guardsmen. They noticed me when I was walking up to the propped open gate, but it was too late. I just slammed it in their faces. One of them tried to object, but the second softly grabbed him by the shoulder. He recognized me, and I him. I had treated this guardsman and his fellow officers to drinks in the Golden Boar upon my arrival in Toulon. We traded nods, and I moved on. In front of my manor door, I was greeted by a curious scene. The 4 boys I bought from the slave traders were surrounded by dozens of city guardsmen. Jacques was one step from Captain Louis de Rohan, while Bertrand loomed on the porch, standing perfectly straight with his chin thrust proudly forward. My trusty servant was saying something in an icy didactic tone to the captain, who looked like a pitiful mad dog compared to the old man. Bertrand finally noticed me and frowned. He seemed not to remember me, and no wonder, I must have looked a mess. I winked and smiled at him, then said loudly, "All this fuss and no fighting." They all fell silent in an instant and turned to face me. "Monsieur," Bertrand gasped happily and wanted to burst forward, but stopped himself before it was too late. He could not show disrespect to his master in public. "I knew you would return. Of course I would," I laughed. Did anyone doubt that? I looked demonstratively at the outstretched faces of my serfs and the guardsmen. I caught a happy smirk from Jacques. I nodded shortly at him. I hit Monsieur Mollet with a baffled look, and based on his sour expression, he wished he could disappear. And near the end, I noticed Louis de Rohan staring at me stunned. "Ah," I exclaimed. "Monsieur Captain, how nice running into you. I see the malicious rumors about you were false." "What?" The captain's puffy face looked mottled. "What do you mean, what?" I asked, feigning surprise. Lieutenant Brossard was just assuring me, Barons von Holtz and von Brunnon, as well as Chevalier Vidal, that you refused to send out a search party to the foot of the Grey Ridge to look for us or our bodies. But it seems your superior was lying, and the search party is set to depart. I looked around shyly at the dozen or so city guards who were watching the scene and letting themselves be fooled by my display. Louis de Rohan meanwhile went beet red. "Monsieur Captain." I continued as if nothing had happened, watching Jacques' satisfied face out of the corner of my eye. Even the most experienced scout could envy your senses. Only your sage mind could think to start the search with my very residence. And here you found me. Monsieur Captain, the brigades patrolling the lands next to the Shadow could really use men with such refined senses as yourself. I'm sure your subordinates would be delighted to see you lead the next tour into the valley. You, Louis de Rohan hissed through his teeth. "You scoundrel, how dare you? You, Baronet," I interrupted his hissing with an icy tone. "You better watch your tongue before I cut it down to size. I expect to see you at the duel yard the day after tomorrow at noon." The captain measured me up scornfully and exclaimed, "I'll be there." "And don't be late," I replied and added, "and for now leave my home at once or I will be forced to view your visit as an invasion." The captain, grinding his teeth and muttering curses under his breath, hopped away from the manor grounds like he'd been scalded. The guards were hot on his heels. Based on the satisfied looks on their faces, the news of our duel would spread through town like wildfire. That was good. I had scheduled the duel for the day after next on purpose. I wanted as much publicity as possible. That way we could earn more on bets. But overall, the captain's visit had been a success. I was trying to come up with ways of getting rid of the rats, and here one presented itself to me on a silver platter. One innocent provocation was all the baronet needed to blow his top. The only problem was that the Fink could appoint someone else to duel in his place. All the worse for him. I would do everything in my power to embarrass him. Wait, where did he think he was going? Monsieur Mollet. I called out to the landlord, who was trying to flee the manor property in the commotion. Do you mind sticking around a few minutes? The landlord froze in place, then turned and looked at me guiltily. Monsieur Renard, he started with a slightly shaky voice. The captain required my presence as owner of the manor. If I knew what he was planning to do, I never would have agreed. Yes, you would have. I am quite sure of that. Monsieur Mollet, I smiled hospitably and gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. The man shuddered but tried to get himself together. I would never hold this again. May the most luminous mother be my witness. My thoughts are pure. Everyone can see that you were a victim of circumstance. Precisely, Mollet exclaimed, having realized I was not planning to injure or kill him on the spot. You are wise beyond your years, Monsieur Renard. I really was a victim. Ah, this manor causes me nothing but trouble. If only I'd known, I never would have acquired it. That's just what I wanted to discuss with you, my sweet Monsieur Mollet. Smiled, squeezing his shoulder slightly, which made him shudder again. What do you think about selling me this troublesome property? The landlord shuddered and flipped instantly. The danger had passed. Now it was business. He was clearly intrigued by my offer. Don't let me rush you, dear man, I said straight after and smiled. I'll give you a few days to think it over. When you've reached a decision about the price, make an informal visit. My home is your home. Yes, yes, of course, the landlord nodded quickly. By all means, as soon as I've run the calculations, I'll drop by, but he was in no rush to leave. He was too scared to move a muscle. Then until next time, my esteemed man, I nodded and gave him a light push. Best wishes to your domestics. Mollet dashed to the exit without turning, and when the gate closed behind him, I turned. Looking over the faces of my good friends with a happy expression, I sighed in relief and said, well, here I am, back home. While I got cleaned off in a hot bath, Bertrand, who had been clucking over me the whole night like a brood hen, carefully shaved all the overgrown hair from my face and precisely snipped the hair on my head. He didn't find the courage to embrace me until we were all alone in my office. The trustiest man in this world to me, he was the only reason I had survived the first few days after my consciousness was sent here, and now he was sobbing on my chest like a small child. Essentially, he was the only member of my household who never gave up hope that I was alive. Helping me get dressed, he told me everything that happened in the last 2 months in great detail. As it turned out, I had already accumulated quite a stack of letters from my spies in Sardin. I decided to leave the correspondence for the next day when I had a fresh mind. However, I stopped to read one letter. Actually, I couldn't even properly call it a letter, a small note. It was written by my dearest uncle, the Duc de Gramont. Nephew, despite your impertinence and disobedience, and also despite the fact that your father brought shame on our entire house, as a man of honor, I do not intend to abandon you to the whims of fate. We have found for you a more than worthy match. Viscountess Orly de Marbat. She possesses excellent education, is attractive, and most importantly, very rich. Yes, she is significantly older than you, but you are in no position to be choosy. This marriage will provide you with everything you need to carry on the wanton lifestyle you so adore. As soon as you reach this line, start gathering your things and come to our capital city residence. As for your strange wish to join the Shadow Patrol, His Majesty has signed a petition from me to absolve you of your duties in Westerly Fort. Consider your duty to the Crown completed. All corresponding papers have already been sent to the Royal Chancery. Your uncle, Heinrich de Gramont. When I looked up, I met eyes with a disquieted Bertrand. Looks like there's no getting out of a trip to the capital now. I sighed and threw the letter on the table. My dear uncle will never give up. Time to rain on his parade. After a bath, a shave, and a haircut, I got changed into clean clothes, and only then did I finally feel the relief of being a real person again. Bertrand, experienced valet that he was, looked me over with a cantankerous eye and smoothed all the wrinkles on my clothing. As he did in a matter-of-fact voice, he told me that over the past 2 months I had really filled out in the shoulders, so much so in fact that my wardrobe needed an update. Then as if from thin air, he extracted my jewelry box. I saw no reason to weigh myself down with golden trinkets just to dine with my domestics, so I took from the box only my fox medallion and hung it around my neck. Meanwhile, I was praising myself silently for not taking it along on the trip. I'd already lost the valuable dagger. I wondered where it had gone. Most likely, it was at the bottom of the lake or in the belly of the creature that ate the Duke. When I closed the box, I noticed Bertrand staring at the center of my chest. I looked down and cleared my throat in dismay. Once the medallion made contact with my aura, it lit up with a dim silver glow. I spent a little while observing the purposeless glow and shut off the mana stream, turning the medallion back to its former state. I wondered what the point of that function was. Just light, I'd have to figure that out. The old servant, looking on captivated as I worked my magic, didn't let slip a single word, which yet again confirmed his high-level qualifications. In honor of my return, I wanted to again insist on a shared dinner. But this time, Bertrand and Jacques were in rare agreement that I should not sit down with the serfs tonight. When the time came for me to give them their freedom, we could return to the matter. Honestly, though, Bertrand was clear at the end of his speech that regardless of the occasion, it was undignified for the young scion of an ancient noble house to share a meal with commoners who had not yet done anything to earn such an honor. To be fair, I should note that I was the only person in the manor to experience any discomfort whatsoever with the strict class division. None of the others gave a second thought to such high-minded matters. In the end, I had dinner with Jacques served by Bertrand and Kevin, who had ears like a pair of radar dishes. While setting out the plates of food and pouring the drinks, he was hanging on my every word. On my request, Bertrand started priming me for life in the capital. Meanwhile, in passing, he advised me to let a few small morsels of information slip in front of Kevin. He then would recount all my adventures to the others in the kitchen. According to my old servant, it was a method of sharing information that was common to all noble households. If of course the master cared about his servants and serfs respecting him. To them, I had to live up to the absolute highest standards. Basically, in their eyes, I had to be a hero, and they in their turn had to thank the gods for sending them a master who was perfect in every possible way. And to then go and tell the servants of other masters that until my servants became the envy and admiration of all. Essentially, the world of servants in elite households was one all its own with a set of laws to match. I didn't care about Bertrand's advice, so I tried to be as eloquent as possible around Kevin. My retelling of the fight against the pack of hyenas was particularly lively and action-packed. Based on Kevin's bulging eyes and shivering hands, the guys in the kitchen were in for a real treat, and that was the official version. I said nothing about my adventures in the shadow, the ghost, the strikers, the shadow wolves, or the lake monsters. After dinner, I invited Jacques and Bertrand up to my office to continue the conversation somewhere Kevin wouldn't overhear. I figured he'd heard enough already. I assume you want to now talk about what really happened. Jacques asked with his classic wry tone after closing the door tightly behind him. Lock it as well if you would, I said, nodding at the key, to make sure nobody happens to get inside. Bertrand, the window. The old man nodded understandingly and, drawing the heavy drapes, started lighting candles. Indeed, Jacques snorted, locking the door. When everything was ready, I pulled my backpacks out from under the bed and started setting them on the table while the two men looked on tensely. Gradually, the entire tabletop was covered with little bags of various sizes. What are those? Jacques smiled with poorly concealed trepidation. While you were running away from hyenas, you had the good fortune to stumble upon an ancient treasure hidden in the valley. Not exactly, I responded with a smirk and undid the drawstrings of one of the bags. As an aside, it was sewn out of scraps of river terror leather. After that, I untied the other bags. In total, I had 26. In the end, the candles proved unnecessary. The dark room lit up with hundreds of varying shades of magic light. My confidants' faces were a sight to behold. Shock, awe, disbelief, tingling in their fingertips, and of course excitement. Jacques was the first to start coming to his senses. He turned his head toward me and sputtered out, "Is that what I think it is?" "I don't know," I shrugged. "I can't read your mind. But if you think these are brutes, you're right. That's exactly what they are." Jacques turned his chin to one side and touched his hand to his neck. "But how, and how so many? Did you rob the royal treasury?" "No," I shook my head. "This is my harvest from the shadow. And another thing," I took out a snake leather bundle and unfolded it on the floor. On top, I placed the 2 snake fangs, tunic, and backpacks made of the red leather of a shadow cave bear. And on top of all that, I dumped out another bag of teeth, fangs, spines, mandibles, and claws from magic creatures' payment I'd received for my services as a seer from relatives of the Lao. Jacques gulped loudly and Bertrand gave a muted gasp. "You ventured beyond the bound," Jacques whispered, astonished. "Yes," I replied, sitting in an armchair with my legs crossed. "It isn't the friendliest place, I can tell you that. It is a place full of true jungles teeming with predatory and poisonous creatures which were constantly trying to eat me alive. I had to kill a couple of them and smear my body with their toxic acid. Vile stuff, but it did a good job scaring off predators." "Smear yourself in what now?" Bertrand asked, hiccuping slightly. "Poison from red ants," I replied calmly. "They're insects the size of a cucumber." "But how did you survive?" the old man asked, placing his hand to his forehead. I nodded at one of the amber crystals and replied. Jacques and Bertrand traded glances and almost at once fell onto their chairs. "First of all," I started, "I want to talk about Kevin." Bertrand nodded, while Jacques was clearly not expecting the boy to come up. "I see you look surprised," I said to him, "particularly after that introduction." I chuckled and ran a hand over my massive pile of loot. "You are right," Jacques snorted. "But now that I've studied your character a bit, I assume the boy is important to you for some reason." "Yes, and Bertrand is constantly taking care of him. I wouldn't be surprised to learn he's more than the mere son of a merchant from the Foggy Isles." "Right you are," I nodded. "Kevin is gifted, a future alchemist to be exact." Jacques grunted in surprise, and a moment later, his smile grew even wider. I was not expecting to hear that, and it explains a lot. I got up from the chair and took from the nearest bag an amber crystal the size of a fist. Weighing it in my hand, I said, "The thing is that Kevin's gift has yet to fully awaken. It needs time, at least 6 months, maybe a year. If we try to awaken it too soon, he will either die or end up crippled. Neither his body nor his spirit are ready for such trials." "You wish to circumvent the royal edict on magic guilds?" Jacques asked, staring captivated at the amber brute in my hand. "Yes," I responded shortly. By law, I should immediately tell the royal chancery about the boy. But there's one hitch. I have no desire to explain to them how I recognize the boy's gift, much less that his gift has yet to fully awaken. Beyond that, I have already heard a bit about the methods used in the guild schools to awaken gifts. In a word, I'd rather not hand off Kevin to a bunch of quacks. Jack stroked his chin and said, but the edict stipulates that he will have to be surrendered to the guild sooner or later, even if he is your serf, and I am not opposed to that. I nodded and smiled. He has a brilliant future as a mage, just not right away. At first, I want to prepare him for a gift awakening ritual which I will be personally conducting. The energy in this amber brute should be enough. In fact, it will be more than enough. In considering the fact that the guild performs the awakening ritual with brutes smaller than this one, we don't have to worry about Kevin. I assume my participation in the process will also be required, Jack guessed. Indeed, I replied. As I already said, Kevin is not ready for the ritual in body or spirit. I want to ask you to strengthen his body. He must put on muscle, and Bertrand, you educate him. I want him to enter the guild as a fully fledged, gifted person who can stand up for himself and won't fall face first into mud at society functions. So I, as his mentor, will not have to be ashamed of him. Jack and Bertrand traded significant glances and promising smiles. Based on their clever expressions, the unsuspecting Kevin had a fun few months ahead of him. Okay, that's settled. I concluded and set a brood in place. Now, let's talk about our plans for the near future. I nodded cleverly at my lute and said, most likely, you've already guessed that this is only the beginning. Monsieur Lieutenant, I came, putting on a welcoming smile. I'm happy to see you in good health. May I treat you to a glass of wine? By chance, I picked up a couple bottles of 20-year Riagny when I was in Sardin. Jean Tassin appeared outside my manor at exactly noon. When Bertrand told me he arrived, I gave a sidelong smile. Most likely, he'd had a sleepless night. I could only imagine his impatience. I wouldn't be surprised to learn he had been counting the minutes until noon. Showing up early would be untactful and a breach of etiquette. After all, he wasn't even my commander. Most likely, the papers from the Royal Chancery exempting me from service had come in a long time before. Please, I pointed to an armchair in front of the fireplace and sat in the one next to it. While we got seated and traded meaningless phrases, Bertrand deftly set out wine glasses and filled them. Then out came 3 bowls of fruit and a pair of small plates of goat and sheep cheese. When my old servant had closed the door behind him, I glanced at Tassin and asked, "To what do I owe the pleasure, Monsieur Lieutenant?" Jean Tassin set his glass on the table and gave me a gloomy look. "Do you even have a near appreciation of what is going on in the fort and in town?" My feigned surprise. "I'm not quite sure I understand. Ever since your triumphant return," the lieutenant said with angry reproach, "I've had a hard time keeping a lid on unrest in the fort." Lieutenant Brossard was practically thrown off the walls into a sewage ditch. I must say, a bath like that might be good for a vile man like him. I shrugged, and as if it were nothing, took a small sip from my glass. I still cannot understand how a dunderhead like Brossard was able to reach that position. His longtime benefactor Louis de Rohan must have interceded on his behalf. Isn't that right? The lieutenant wanted to spew out an enraged tirade, but the last thing I said made him shut his trap and get himself together. "Lieutenant," I continued, "I am sincerely sorry for your old comrade in arms, Lieutenant Vincent, whose place was taken by the hog Brossard after his unexpected and very strange fall down a flight of stairs. I am also perfectly aware that you as a true friend took on the burden of caring for the bedbound Vincent, as well as his wife and 2 daughters. Vincent carried me on his back for a week after our party fell victim to a wildling ambush," Tassin stated grimly. "I owe him my life. I understand that perfectly," I nodded, "and I admire your nobility. Baron von Holtz told me that if not for you, they'd have died." The lieutenant came, staring me right in the eyes. "And if not for them, I'd have died," I shrugged. Things like that can only be seen by those who sit on the sidelines behind their underlings, thinking up non-existent ailments to get out of doing their job. It pleases me to hear that the de Grammonts have not forgotten about honor and military valor. Tassin came tit for tat. "Still, you never should have rocked the boat." He shook his head with a heavy sigh. "Why not?" I smiled. 4 nobles from famous families come back from patrol only to be met with public questioning about why they were still alive. "And by who? Some Cretan, and a commoner to boot." "Yes, but," the lieutenant came dubiously, "why did you not send out a search party?" I asked head-on. "The captain forbid it, so we had the right to question Brossard. In fact, it all happened in front of a representative of His Majesty's secret chancery. He never let slip a single word in Brossard's defense." "What do you mean?" Tassin asked in sincere surprise. "Were you not told that Gobert was in the room?" I snorted. "Why am I not surprised?" "No," Tassin frowned and his cheeks went crimson. "What a rat." When we arrived, the 2 of them were sharing a nice meal at an opulently appointed table. I chuckled. The lieutenant clenched his fists and teeth. "It would only be right for Monsieur Mayor to find out," I advised casually. Tassin gave a pensive nod. "Also," I said, pouring us both more wine from the decanter, "it would be wonderful if Monsieur Mayor could take some time to find a temporary replacement for our valiant captain." I felt the weight of the lieutenant's gaze on me. You most likely already know that I challenged Louis de Rohan to a duel. Yes. Yes, all Toulon is betting on the captain's death, the lieutenant nodded, but quickly stunned me with news. But now the captain is denying everything. He has his reasons. A lot of people know about your duel with Vincent de Lamar. And that de Rohan, who wears a sword on his belt more for decoration than anything, doesn't stand a chance against you. And so he keeps saying that there were no witnesses to your conflict, as would be required for a proper challenge. Aw heck, what was going on now? When the captain insulted me, there were 20 men in front of my manor, I objected. Commoners, the lieutenant corrected me. 5 of them were even serfs and 2 your servants and thus have a conflict of interest. The guards aren't talking, and poor Mollet is scared as hell. But he also is not of noble blood, so it's your word against de Rohan's. Instead of cursing and spewing mud at the captain, I gave a restrained smile, which took the lieutenant by surprise. Oh well, I shrugged, all the worse for him. Monsiur, your herbal decoction, Bertrand came, setting a teacup on a saucer next to a small teapot on the table. Jacques the veteran was doggedly sticking to plan, drilling the basics of what locals called mortal combat into my 5 serfs. The last few days had been particularly hard on Kevin. Jack and Bertrand had started working him with fervent, relentless enthusiasm. After physical training with the veteran, Kevin was handed off to my valet despite barely being able to stand. There, he was given a crash course on the finer points of society life. The old man was also giving me a hard time, but it wasn't so bad. All the dances, intricate bows, posture, and other details came back to me from Max's muscle memory. The Count's father had spent generously on teachers. Since early childhood, my predecessor had been taking on all that knowledge, so all I had to do was obey this body. Based on how delighted Bertrand was to see my memory come back, I must have been doing a decent job. After training, the rest of my serfs eagerly went to work under Jacques' supervision. Before the rainy season, they managed to repair and clean up all the outbuildings, which were now host to lots of clucking, bleating, and quacking. It was incredibly loud in the mornings. However, now we had our own milk, meat, and eggs. After I came back, Bertrand approached me with the idea to hire a cook and laundrywoman. He explained that it was unbecoming of a nobleman like me to eat like a commoner. And though I had my objections because Bertrand's fare, despite its simplicity, was to all of our liking, I had no argument against the fact that it could not be fed to other nobles, who would now be visiting me often for lunches and dinners. After that dressing down, I didn't dare object to the laundrywoman, but Bertrand implacably gave a short speech saying that a noble's residence simply could not be up to standard without a woman's professional touch. I would be getting visits from both men and women, so my manner had to be impeccable. Well, not my manner quite yet. Monsieur Mollet had yet to give me a response. It had been 5 days since I returned, and all that time our landlord had been in bed with a fever. Well, officially, in fact, according to his servants, Mollet was simply waiting for the storm to pass. After finding himself involuntary witness to my conflict with Captain de Rohan, he was trapped between a rock and a hard place. Suspecting that this could not possibly end well for him, he chose what he believed to be the only proper decision to fall severely ill. I figured his calamitous ailment would end with a miraculous recovery any day now. My standoff with the Baronet de Rohan was coming to its logical conclusion as well. The campaign to discredit the captain of Westerly Fort had entered its final phase. And to be exact, Louis de Rohan was hurriedly packing his things, and as far as I was aware, was planning to leave Toulon before midday. The baronet's refusal to duel me in such an undignified fashion had outraged all the nobles in Toulon. Louis de Rohan thought he could use his position to smooth things over. In fact, he had done so several times before, but this was different. The stuffy baronet had pressed on too many locals' pain points, but for him, all seemed well. He was captain of Westerly Fort, with influential backers. His opponent, meanwhile, was a bastard and son of a man executed for betraying the crown. But there was one very important factor he did not consider, and never could have. That bastard's body was now inhabited by the mind of a man from a world where the art of inflaming scandals and the speed of information had reached a whole other level. And that man from another world was frantically putting his plan into action. After the captain failed to appear at the duel yard, where I waited for several hours with a few other nobles, we all loudly proceeded to Toulon's fanciest restaurant, the Alabaster House, where we spent the whole evening draining its wine cellar on my dime. After that, the nobles who took part in the grand bender collectively concluded that Louis de Rohan was a vile coward and liar, unworthy of serving as captain of Westerly Fort. The same thought was echoed and unanimously supported the next day in the Lame Bull Tavern, where I treated all the Shadow Patrol troops to drinks as promised, as well as the city guardsmen. The nobles' verdict became a rallying cry, and like ripples in clear water, spread throughout Toulon in a matter of days. And in a logical progression, what was first said at the Alabaster House, then repeated at the Lame Bull, eventually reached Marquis Carl de Crépon, Toulon's mayor. The Marquis was a wise man with a finely tuned sense for societal opinion, which it should be noted this time was abnormally unanimous. And so, he summoned the captain and gave him an in-depth talk, after which Louis de Rohan suddenly decided to pack his things and leave Toulon, supposedly to settle some very important issues with his father's estate, leaving command of the Shadow Patrol to Lieutenant Tassin. I suspected the mayor would then use his influence at court to make sure Louis de Rohan would never return to Toulon. I wouldn't be surprised to find out that the Marquise had already sent several letters to the capital with detailed descriptions of what happened. I was quite sure he had. Societal opinion was undoubtedly an important factor, but the biggest reason was control over Westerly Fort. Whoever controlled the Shadow Patrol controlled the main contraband trade routes as well. Oh well, I whispered to myself thoughtfully. The first steps have been taken. It was a shame I couldn't have an in-depth conversation with Louis de Rohan like I'd once done with the Viscount de Tasny, but doing that would mean I couldn't afford to let him keep his life, and that was a headache I wanted to avoid. The captain's death would be sure to alert his masters. Their underlings stupidly falling for a setup in this foolish duel was one matter. But finding him dead right after leaving Toulon would be another. He could keep his life for now. I meanwhile would have plenty of time to catch up with him. Furthermore, I already had a vague notion of who was behind Louis de Rohan. I just had to make very sure I was right. Monsieur, Bertrand's voice behind me made me surface from my thoughts. Yes, you instructed me to remind you when the clock reached 11:45. My communication with Bertrand had shifted even one-on-one, which was also part of my training. I was preparing to visit my father's home, which was currently occupied by the family of my dearest uncle. Bertrand announced that, in memory of my father, I was obliged not to embarrass myself in front of my relatives, so for the time being I could not call him old fellow or my friend, only strict courtesy and restrained politeness. Yes, monsieur. Excellent, I smiled. Today I had lunch at the Plump Miller Tavern with Barons von Holtz and von Brunnon, Chevalier Vidal, and the interim captain of Westerly Fort, Lieutenant Tassin. There I would enact the next phase of my plan. Gentlemen, Baron von Brunnon boomed. I say we drink to the new captain of Westerly Fort, Jean Tassin, a wise and worthy commander. Hurrah, gentlemen, Vidal exclaimed. Hurrah, we all joined in. Gentlemen, Lieutenant Tassin tried to object again, now slightly blushing. I am not captain yet. Jean, von Holtz interrupted. I have been serving under your leadership for many years, much like many of the others here. Baron raised his voice and pointed around at the Shadow Patrol troops packing the tavern. They were all seated at their own tables, but every time we toasted to the lieutenant's health, they all joined. Everyone has known for a long time, von Holtz continued, slightly slurring his words, who the real captain of Westerly Fort was for all these years. The coward de Rohan was commander only on paper. I'm certain the wise mayor will do everything in his power to make sure the captain token gets passed to you. And may I be eaten by shadow demons here and now if I am wrong. The roar of approval from dozens of scratchy throats immediately informed me that von Holtz would not be getting eaten by shadow demons tonight. Tassin tried to remain modest and dignified, but his face made it clear that he was really enjoying all the praise. As a matter of fact, as younger son of a merchant who had earned everything in life for himself, this was a moment of triumph. After we were all drunk and full, Chevalier Vidal launched into a speech we'd drawn up at my manor about the second lieutenant. And how did the valiant Lieutenant Brossard take the news of your appointment? Vidal asked with slight malice and an imperceptible wink to me. I must admit, gentlemen, that I do not know, Tassin replied with a smirk. We haven't seen each other yet. One day before my appointment, Brossard petitioned the mayor for retirement, and when it was approved this morning, left Toulon. Together with Captain de Rohan. Vidal gave an exaggerated sigh. The poor sap still hasn't recovered from nearly falling into the sewage pit. So Westerly Fort is now down 2 lieutenants, von Brunnon asked. Yes, Tassin nodded and gave a conspiratorial smile. That was exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. Doing our very best to feign incomprehension, we traded glances. As you've ascertained, Monsieur Baron, Tassin continued with a significant glance at us. I need 2 assistants. As interim captain, I am entitled to petition the mayor to promote whoever I deem worthy to the post of lieutenant. You're in luck, Monsieur Tassin. Chevalier Vidal picked up the baton. Right now, a man sits among us who is worthy of the lieutenant's token. He is an experienced warrior and good commander with lots of battle experience. He has the respect of his fellow soldiers and commanders. The man I am speaking of is Baron von Holtz. All of us started pounding our mugs on the table and stomping our feet. Chevalier, Tassin exclaimed with joy. It's like you can read my mind. I'd be hard-pressed to find a lieutenant better than Baron von Holtz, but it remains to be seen whether he will agree to take on such responsibility. I snorted to myself. Oh, he would agree. After the eloquent description I gave of the future prospects for whoever we were able to get into a position of power in the fortress, anyone would have. Would be honored, gentlemen. Von Holtz squeezed out modestly, and we again started stomping and clinking glasses. When everyone at the table had settled a bit, Jean Tassin continued. Gentlemen, now that we've come to a decision on a first lieutenant, let's move on to the second. Do you have any ideas about that? That was my cue. Yes, I answered calmly, lowering my voice while all the others looked significantly at Tassin. He seemed slightly embarrassed by all the attention. Who might that be? Tassin asked. Do I know him? Yes, I replied. As a matter of fact, he is a man more deserving of the post of lieutenant of Westerly Fort than anyone else. What's more, he has already devoted the majority of his life to defending this land and city. The man I am talking about is your best friend, Lieutenant Theodore Vincent. He is the man for the job. Tassin instantly looked tense and frowned. I saw his jawbones grinding through the now pale skin of his face. His hands meanwhile clenched so hard his knuckles went white. He turned an unblinking heavy gaze on us, then stopped on me. Monsieur Renard, if this is some kind of joke, you're... Jean von Holtz interrupted delicately and set a hand on his shoulder. It would be better for us to continue somewhere no one can eavesdrop. How about we go pay Theo a visit right now? Tassin blinked a few times and stared puzzled at von Holtz. Let's go, the Baron nodded and got up from the table. As if hypnotized, the lieutenant followed the Baron out of the tavern along with the rest of us. Once outside, we turned down the nearest deserted alley and surrounded Tassin. Baron von Holtz started calmly. Jean, remember when I told you that if not for Chevalier Renard, we would not have survived in the valley? Tassin nodded in silence while his hands started trembling with anxiety. He could clearly tell that something was happening, but just couldn't figure out what. Look. Baron nodded at Vidal and he turned his back to Tassin, removing his cloak and coat, then pulled up his shirt. When Tassin saw his scars, he breathed a stunned sigh. This is what I was talking about. Von Holtz nodded at Vidal's back. Chevalier Renard is gifted. He's the one who healed our Vidal and put me and von Brunnon back together again. He also kept us safe the whole way back to the fortress. Tassin was finally able to look away from the Chevalier's back and turn to face me. In his eyes, I saw a storm of emotion ranging from mistrust and dubiousness to joy and hope. 3 years ago, a healer visited the fortress with a group of royal strikers. The lieutenant came in a voice quavering with anxiety. We were told that he was among the best royal healers. He agreed to have a look at Theo. I could only imagine how much he shook Tassin down for. He said Vincent would never be able to walk again. This wound was made by the claws of a shadow beast, von Holtz barked, and I saw the lieutenant's eyes go wide. Yes, Jean, yes, we left some things out. For instance, Chevalier Renard had Vidal back on his feet in a matter of days, and if there's hope he could help Vincent, we have to try. I was looking into Tassin's puzzled eyes and thinking, did he have any idea that his response would define the course of his life? I would be sincerely sorry if Tassin made the wrong decision. And not only because I wanted someone I could trust as captain, also because I liked Tassin on a personal level. I had painstakingly gathered information on him and composed a psychological portrait for a reason. Loyalty was the defining feature of his personality. He remained true to his friends and family no matter what. People like him were the kind I liked to deal with, but if I wanted him loyal to me as well, I had to take action. Action with a capital A, and not for Tassin's sake. I needed to help out a friend of his who seemingly had been written off by everyone else long ago. I agree. The lieutenant came firmly and turned to leave the alley. All well and good. I breathed a furtive sigh of relief. The little apartment Vincent rented for himself was in the artisan quarter of Toulon, not a bad neighborhood. I suspected that Tassin had played a hand in that. When we went inside, the Vincent's apartment immediately felt cramped. We were greeted by the lieutenant's wife, a short, thin woman with gray-streaked black hair. According to Tassin, she had worked for many years as housekeeper in the home of some count until he and his family departed for the capital. They offered to take her along, but Clementine, as she was called, couldn't leave her bedbound husband. The count then took Clementine's refusal as an insult and did not write her a recommendation. Not having a recommendation, meanwhile, forever closed the door to her finding gainful employment in an elite home ever again. Nobles were very selective in their choice of servant. Even taking on a worker without a recommendation meant subjecting oneself to gossip. Now Clementine made ends meet with odd jobs and was bailated out by her husband's meager pension and Tassin's aid because they also had a daughter to marry off, and without a dowry they could forget about a good match. I glanced around at the Vincent's home and felt satisfaction. It was modest but tidy. Clementine, meanwhile, looked very neat despite her poverty, and her gaze was so tenacious. There wasn't a hint of subservience in it. This was a woman who had not broken and not bent. And she was sincerely happy to see Tassin, not because he was their benefactor, but because he was her husband's best friend and thus a member of the family. After the lieutenant introduced us, Clementine performed a flawless curtsy which I was sure Bertrand would have loved. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, we were brought into the bedroom where my future patient was lying on a wide bed. When I saw him, I nearly gave a whistle. Even very skinny and with sunken eyes and cheeks, this was a huge man. Now I understood how he was able to lug the moderately large Tassin around the step for a whole week. A quick scan of his body revealed the reason the capital city healer refused to take him on. It would be at least a month's work, and that would mean burning through a lot of mana. Tassin simply did not have the money. Also, the healer probably did not want to stay in Toulon for so long. When he spotted his friend, Theodore Vincent smiled and said quietly, "Ah, now the captain comes to visit. Too bad I can't get up to give you a hug. You deserve one, von Holtz, von Brunnon, Vittel, the gang's all here just like the good old days, but you've brought someone else I cannot recall." Vincent's voice matched his physique. He spoke like an injured brown bear. "Chevalier Renard," I introduced myself, getting ahead of the others. "I am here to get you back on your feet." When I said that, everyone looked on in amazement as I removed crimson and emerald brutes from my pocket, and a haze of magic immediately enshrouded my hands. Swaying in the saddle, I returned to my manor, thinking back on Clementine's tears of joy and Tassin's eloquent gaze when I told them that Theo Vincent would be back on his feet in around 1 month. I smiled. I understood perfectly that my patient was not some innocent little lamb, and rather a predator who had sustained an injury fighting for spheres of influence in Westerly Fort, but I enjoyed giving hope to these people. Without a doubt, it was cold calculation on my part with the hope of long-term benefit, but still, if I wanted things here to work my way, I'd have to do a lot and make many changes. But the foundation had been laid. Beyond that, very soon de Rohan's bosses would surely make an appearance. In light of the recent uproar, it was possible that they would approach the new fortress commander with an offer. I had to admit, that was my ideal scenario. Although, considering the fact they had sent de Rohan to the frontier to oversee affairs, I did not put too much stock in their good sense. In one way or another, we had a lot of work ahead of us in Toulon. I closed my eyes and breathed a heavy sigh. Max's uncle had chosen a terrible time to rear his head, and he was planning to marry me off ASAP. I would have to ride to the capital to get to the bottom of things. On the other hand, though, I was going to have to make this trip sooner or later. I had to start making friends in high places. Stomping through mud on the frontier and hiking through the jungles of the shadows were not the extent of my dreams. Beyond that, I intended to pay a visit to Max's grandson on his mother's side. I had to solve the issue of his aunt who had hired de Lamar. Who could say what crazy schemes would pop into her stormy mind next? I breathed another sigh and looked around, and here I'd already started getting used to Toulon. It was not a bad town. And everyone already knew me. I'd earned a lot of fame with that cancelled duel. Everyone I passed greeted me and smiled. I was practically at home. When I rode into the courtyard of my manor, I found Bertrand waiting. Hopping down from the horse, I handed off the reins to Jeremy, who came right out. "What are your instructions, master?" the old servant asked. "Commence travel preparations," I said, walking up the steps and removing my gloves. "In 1 month, we make for the capital. Jacques and Kevin will be coming with us." "You decided not to leave Jacques in charge," Bertrand decided to clarify. "No," I replied. "I found someone to replace him. Tomorrow morning, Clementine Vincent will be coming over. She will be my housekeeper, and she will not be alone. She's bringing her daughter to be my laundrywoman. Welcome them and help them get settled in. I want her to look after the house while we're away." "Yes, monsieur," Bertrand replied emotionlessly and bowed. "And call Jacques," I came, walking through the doorway. "We have a lot of work ahead of us. It would be nice to get it done before we leave." Then with a smirk, I added, "Come now. Smile, my friend. Here Oxville awaits. What do you need all that for? What is the true reason?" Lieutenant Vincent asked me that question 5 days after our first meeting. I had just finished my procedures with crimson and emerald energies, actively directing them from their brutes into the body of my patient. Theodore Vincent hadn't said much during his prior treatments. I regularly caught him looking at me, though. I didn't blame him. Apparently, now he'd seen enough to work up the courage for a frank conversation, and to be honest, it was overdue. Despite his chumpish appearance and shirt, Theodore Vincent possessed a razor-sharp wit and uncompromising character, and that was just how Baron von Holtz described him. So I assume you don't believe I could sincerely want to help a suffering man. I chuckled, stuffing both brutes into my pocket. Watching my hand, the lieutenant smiled back at me from bed. "I stopped believing in fairy tales when I was 7 years old and my whole family died of plague. The plague battalion burned my house to the ground with my family's bodies inside. After that, I got sent to live in a shelter where I got all that foolishness beaten out of me." "I see. Oh yeah," I heard unconcealed sarcasm in Vincent's voice. "If I'm not mistaken, you grew up somewhere warm and cozy with a team of nannies and valets to look after you, right? Weren't we just talking about casting off illusions?" I asked, sitting in a chair opposite Vincent's bed and crossing my legs. "Even legitimized bastards forever remain outcasts. Now picture a bastard whose father conspired against the crown and was executed for his crimes. How could someone like that have any illusions? So I understand you perfectly well, even though the two of us grew up with different levels of wealth. And as for your question, what do you think? To be honest, I'm lost in guesses," Vincent replied. "But still, I have some ideas. Curious, I'm all ears. You're trying to get the new commander of Westerly Fort on your side by helping me. Well, is it working?" "Jean Tassin is a man of honor," Vincent responded harshly, "but he is no fool. And as an aside, neither am I. We just like playing by the rules. It keeps things simple. Agreed, I nodded. It's always simpler to live without illusions. But true friendship and loyalty are no mere illusions. They are real. They are above feelings of gratitude. Are you saying you are trying to gain loyal friends by helping me? Vincent smiled condescendingly. Hey, why not? I shrugged. If I'm not mistaken, that is the path to true, solid friendship. Or maybe it's all because you want to wet your beak on the smuggling ring through Tassin and me. Vincent came, staring me straight in the eyes. You think I stand a chance? I asked calmly, not looking away. Why not? Vincent snorted back sardonically. You managed to get rid of Louis de Rohan as well as his flunkies Brossard and Buquet. Now the path is clear, particularly now that Tassin is deeply indebted to you for mending my health. He won't put up any roadblocks. Yes, Vincent rasped back with a slightly puzzled look. I can feel it. And then, getting himself together, he added in a firm voice, and yes, I am capable of showing gratitude. You healed me, took my wife and daughter into your home, helped Jean get promoted. I won't make any trouble. Furthermore, I will do whatever you ask of me. I give you my word, but there is one but. I'm listening. If I ever hear that you're threatening my friends or family, I will kill you. Vincent's voice was unwavering. The man looking back at me was a vicious predator. Despite his mortal wound, he was ready to bite through my neck at a moment's notice. I hear you, Lieutenant, I nodded. But you neglected to answer the biggest question, Vincent reminded me. You mean the money and smuggling operation? I asked. I will not lie. I'm interested in that business, but I concluded that there's nothing for me to skim from your operation. Is that right? Vincent chuckled. Oh, come on, I waved a hand. Everyone knows perfectly well that de Rohan and his henchmen's exile is a temporary state of affairs. Very soon, the men who sent him out here will try to take everything back under their control. Either they'll send a new de Rohan, or more likely try to make an arrangement with the new commander. There's no sense going to war with them. You've already seen how that turns out, and considering the fact that I already have a basic idea of exactly who is at the top of this whole pyramid, I'd simply be swallowed up, not merely pushed out. Because Mater Jacob still sits in the fortress as a representative of the Amber Guild. He had to shell out a lot of dough to be granted the royal privilege to be stationed here on the frontier, to purchase the claws, fangs, and various roots from the shadow sold by wildlings after the ebbs. I started counting on my fingers. So, Louis de Rohan's backers, the Amber Guild, unscrupulous secret chancery agents, the mayor and his backers, and that's only surface-level information. Sounds like a lot of bloodsuckers to feed already know. And despite all that, you intend to obtain a manor here, reinforce your position among the officers of Westerly Fort, and meet the mayor in the next few days, Vincent noted with a wry chuckle. After all, you were released from service in Westerly Fort, and very soon will be heading to the capital. All of that seems to conflict with what you just said about not wanting to wet your beak on the smuggling operation, don't you think? You're missing one detail. I shook my head. What might that be? Vincent asked in surprise. The biggest one, I responded, taking a big violet brood out of my pocket. When Vincent saw it, he gave a loud gulp. As I mentioned, I am interested in the business, but I do not have the slightest desire, as you put it, to wet my beak on anyone else's cash flow. First of all, it sounds too messy. And second, the money isn't all that good, and no wonder with so many mouths to feed. I don't exactly get your meaning, Vincent started, but I interrupted. It's too early for that, Lieutenant. Everything in its time. Standing from my seat, I stashed the brute back in my pocket and straightened my coat. By the way, I stood outside the door. Get ready. Tomorrow you'll be coming to my manor. The treatment will last more than a month. I cannot waste time traveling to your home every single day. Beyond that, you'll be able to walk all on your own very soon, which is sure to attract lots of unwanted attention. To avoid that, my people will be publicly transporting you out of town tomorrow morning for supposed treatment in a nearby big city at a healers funded by Westerly Fort officers. Then in the evening, you will return back to Toulon incognito. You will stay in my manor until your complete recovery together with your wife and daughter. After I said that, followed by Vincent's thoughtful gaze, I went out the door. Monsieur Bertrand appeared in the doorway of my office. Enric Judor is here to see you. Shall I send him in? I looked away from reading yet another report from Tomcat, my infobot in Sardin. In it, he informed me that prices on sundries, fabric, iron, fur, and weapons in the independent Duchy of Macon had suddenly shot up and were continuing to grow. And no wonder. To some, war could be a great opportunity. Some went to their deaths while others lined their pockets. Beyond that, Tomcat told me that prices at the slave market had risen significantly, particularly for fit men. Earlier, he informed me that teams of recruiters had started showing up in massive numbers in the county, and beyond hunting for fit young men to fill the ranks of the warring armies. The Count de Macon, after a large number of complaints, even tried to combat the overreach, but the higher prices on the live wares climbed, the more actively the headhunters plied their trade. Because that was only the beginning. The armies of Vestonia and Atalia had yet to meet in a single large battle. So far, it had been relegated to small skirmishes for territory belonging to what I was calling buffer counties and duchies, those between the mega-states. To me, it seemed that after the war, many of these micro-states would lose their independence. Wiping my face with my hand, then stretching out, I took all important documents off the table and gave an order to Bertrand, send him in. A few moments later, a short, slouching man walked into my office. He appeared to be 50 or even older. His pale, smallpox-scarred face was stamped with a polite but somewhat crafty smile. His clever, cloudy blue eyes glimmered with sincere curiosity. Eric Judor, a local money lender, had visited my manor several days before. There was something he wanted to talk about, but I was not home, so he left his card and a request to invite him over at my earliest convenience. As an aside, the manor was now officially my property. Monsieur Mollet's fever abated, and he was all too eager to sell the building to me for 800 silver crowns. I had to slightly rein in his appetites, and the price came down to 550. Mollet was desperate to wrap up all his affairs with the inconvenient renter, so much in fact that he agreed to accept a promissory note redeemable in any bank where I kept deposits. I was not doing so great for cash at the time the deal was concluded, so it was an acceptable option. After a brief greeting, I asked the money lender to take a seat. Okay, I came, looking closely at the man. There was something you wanted to discuss. All I ask is that you get straight to the point. I don't have much time. Eric Judor shifted a bit in the seat, got comfortable, and said with a smile, of course, Chevalier. Of course, I understand completely. I won't take much of your time. I have come with a business proposition. I'm all ears. I wanted to offer to buy your promissory note. My promissory note? I asked in surprise. Precisely, the money lender nodded and set a scroll on the table. Please. I unrolled it and quickly looked over the document bearing my signature. Just to be safe, I also scanned it for magic ink. No problems. It was the very promissory note I had used to pay Monsieur Mollet his 550 silver crowns for the purchase of my manor. Monsieur Mollet must have decided to just sell it to the money lender. In theory, I didn't blame him. The nearest branch of the Crayon Bank, where my savings were kept, was located in Sardin, and he'd have to get there to get the money. Considering that the roads were less than calm at the moment, Mollet opted to sell the promissory note to a money lender in town. How much might he have sold it for, and what do you want for it? I asked, handing back the scroll. Whatever do you mean? Eric Judor asked in sincere surprise. What it says on the note, 550 silver crowns. I stood up slowly and walked over to the window. In the manor's backyard, I saw Jacques and Theo Vincent sitting on a bench having a conversation. Theo, as I promised, got on his feet a month ago and was now slowly starting to walk again, leaning on a heavy cane. I recalled the looks of astonishment from Vincent and his wife when he first got out of bed. On that day, I realized I now had two more people loyal to me in this world. After they met, Jacques and the lieutenant quickly found a common tongue. As it turned out, many years ago, the pair had even taken part in the same battle against some Northlanders. Honestly, though, Jacques was in the infantry while Vincent was part of the cavalry. Now, the pair sat and watched as the kids trained, throwing out clipped phrases. Needless to say, the training had gotten even more intense now that there was another veteran on the scene. A smile instantly flickered on my lips, which I immediately hid behind a mask of indifference. Turning, I sat back down at the table and said, I will give you 300 silver crowns for it. After von Holtz sold our loot to Mater Jacob, I had gotten some cash. In the lower drawer of my desk, I now had 4 purses containing 200 crowns each. The fact we had come back with loot had leaked to the public in the end, and so we had to sell it all to the official representative of the Amber Guild or risk being labeled smugglers. I had to admit that when von Holtz told me my share from selling the Shadow Wolf Claws and 3 nearly empty brutes, I was amazed. And Mater Jacobs was most likely not paying us a fair price, but even so my people were pleased. Their share constituted just over 200 crowns, which was a lot. HRM. I was afraid to even imagine how much my collection might fetch. As an aside, Lieutenant von Holtz had just gone out on a campaign at the head of a group of fighters from the fort's garrison loyal to Tassen, along with von Brunnon and Vidal. They decided to return to the lake to look for the dead shadow wolf we hid in a gully there, or rather, whatever was left of it. I figured they'd be back any day now, and if they managed to scare up any loot, I was also entitled to a share of that. But please, Chevalier. The money lender came indignantly. The promissory note says how much it's worth in black and white. I do not dispute that, I replied, but it also clearly indicates a time and location for that payment to take place. You can only demand the full amount 1 year after the promissory note was issued, and only from a branch of the Crayon Bank, and he knew all that perfectly well. I figured he was just testing the waters. He wanted to see what kind of man he was dealing with. I didn't blame him. Now, by the way, I could see why Mollet was so eager to agree to my conditions when signing the purchase contract. He was clearly not planning to wait a whole year, much less travel anywhere. He was expecting to sell the promissory note to Eric Judor or another money changer, even if the rate would be greatly reduced. Judor said nothing, sizing me up with a thoughtful gaze. Then in an utterly unimpressed tone he came, 300 is not a lot. Maybe so, I shrugged. 300 is nearly half of the total value. I'd come down to 500. I tilted my head to one side. 350. The money changer shook his head. Not enough. 480. The war, I reminded him, has the roads a real mess. On top of that, there are roving bands of recruiters all around cities and their outskirts. Sure, but who'd want to recruit me? Judor chuckled. And what for? If they don't push you into the army, they'll rob you, I shrugged. All kinds of things are known to happen in these troubled times. 370. Let's round that up to 400, Judor suggested, and part as friends. Considering it briefly, I rubbed my chin, then nodded, agreed. I'll be expecting you tomorrow, same time, with an attorney. I didn't know how much Judor had earned on the deal, but personally I was saving myself 150 crowns, and that meant the manor was costing me a total of 400 silver crowns. By the way, what if, squeezing the hand of the self-satisfied Eric Judor, I held his hand in mine for a moment. Monsieur Judor, correct me if I'm wrong, but do you also happen to have other promissory notes? Of course, he replied, immediately perking up his ears. Plenty of them. Anything in particular you're interested in? Yes, I nodded. I'd like promissory notes from the trading houses Gilbert and Legrand and Sons, as well as any coming from the Counts de Gramont, or the Count de Marbat, but those are lower priority. When I saw the money changer give a broad, promising smile, I realized that soon I was going to need a very large amount of cash. Rick Judor came back the next day at the scheduled time with an attorney. After we signed the agreement, I handed the money changer 2 fat sacks of crowns. He meanwhile handed me the promissory note, which I then destroyed with the attorney as witness. After the lawyer left my office, Judor set several dozen more scrolls on my desk. 3,750 silver crowns, Gilbert Trading House. The money changer started listing off with a salacious smile. He clearly loved what he did. 5,300 Legrands, 6,200 de Gramonts, and as for de Marbat 1,500, the ones with the nearest terms are 9 months out, almost all held by the Crayon Bank. That makes a total of 16,750 silver crowns. What do you say, Chevalier? HRM. What could I say? That was crazy money, which I did not have. And that was even considering the fact I was able to finagle a 30% discount. Well, let's first take a look, I said and started scanning each note in detail. It only took me 5 minutes to make sure all the signatures were in place. No one tried to modify or forge any of them. Beyond that, Judor provided me with purchase contracts notarized by an attorney for each. After a scan, I started reading through them all carefully. Most of them were payable to bearer and had definite payout terms, but some of the de Gramont notes for 2,000 crowns were pledged against some place called the Barony of Valf. Also, the de Gramont debt obligations were signed in 2 different hands. Pulling away from my reading, I called out softly, Bertrand. A minute later, the door opened and my valet came into the office. Monsieur, he bowed. Take a look at these papers, I suggested, and tell me what you see. Bertrand came closer to the table and started looking closely at the notes, sorting them into 2 piles. Monsieur, he addressed me when he was done. The first pile are notes pledged against the Barony of Valf and signed by your late father Ferdinand de Gramont. The rest were signed by your uncle Heinrich de Gramont. I stroked my chin, paying no attention to Eric Judor, who wasn't saying a thing. Curious. Remind me again, where is that barony located? The Barony of Valf is part of the lands of County Gramont, in the northeast of Vestonia, monsieur, he replied slowly. On the border of Island. The old man bowed and left the office. The way he did it was so decorous and courteous it was as if he was valet to the king himself. Even Eric Judor found himself struck watching Bertrand leave with respect. Okay, I came, drawing the money changer's attention. I've seen all I care to. I am interested in all the notes except these. I pushed aside the stack of paper bearing Max's father's signature. For the rest, I could write you a de Crayon Bank check for 6,000 crowns. Judor shuddered and took the stack. 6,000 is plain robbery, he exclaimed, particularly for notes from such esteemed Vestonian families. But that isn't even the biggest part. Alas, Chevalier, I do not work with checks. Okay, I said, getting up from the seat. Then I ask you to forgive me for wasting your precious time. I do not keep such large amounts of cash. The money changer hurriedly hopped out of the chair, and as if afraid I was about to leave, started speaking softly while cautiously eyeing the door. I understand, Chevalier. It is not safe to keep such large amounts in the home in times like this. They're safer in a bank vault. He again eyed the door and turned to a whisper. What if there was another way to settle payment for the notes? Perhaps I could let them go for 10,000. Believe me, Chevalier, it's a very good price. What are you suggesting? I also lowered my voice. You won't take a check, a loan, a promissory note? No, the money changer hesitated. You'll have to forgive me, Monsieur Renard, for my directness, but how can I put it? You put your life at risk too often. And beyond that, please don't take this too personally. You're not creditworthy at present. He looked around the office. As far as I'm aware, this manor is your only property, and forgive me again, but I know exactly what it cost you. And now we're talking about 10,000 crowns. Then I repeat, I came, slightly raising my voice. What exactly do you want for payment? The money changer hesitated for a moment, then started selecting his words carefully. You see, Monsieur Renard, Everyone in Toulon knows that you and your friends returned with lots of loot from your recent outing, which you sold to Mater Jacob. That's right, I nodded. He is the only man in Westerly Fort we can legally sell such things to. I am a law-abiding subject of His Majesty, as are my friends. Yes, yes, of course. Judor waved his hands. And yet, you could after all have GHM, well, let's say, set aside some of the loot for a rainy day, of course intending to sell it later and only to a legal representative of the king. Isn't that so? Now that was interesting. When I found out Eric Judor wanted to meet me, I asked Theo Vincent for intel. The lieutenant assured me the money changer, just like every other member of his profession, was slippery as an eel but relatively harmless. He bought up and resold valuable papers and keepsakes, the pawn business, essentially. But otherwise, he was a common money changer with no links to smuggling, and here he was giving me clear hints that he was interested in magic artifacts. Very curious. I had met people like him in my past life. They got very set in their ways, and if a man such as Eric Judor decided to take a risk, something must have happened, and thus his strange trepidation. He was clearly feeling out of his element, as if he was being forced. Actually, why not, purely hypothetically? I lowered my voice again. Of course, Judor's eyes lit up with delight. Well, purely hypothetically, then of course that could be so, I responded. After that, the money changer took heart, but we needed money for Lieutenant Vincent's treatments, so we sold all our loot to Mater Jacob. Judor's expression shifted after that, transformed in an instant from one of joy to one of sadness. Too bad, he muttered out in disappointment. What a pity. I shrugged and threw up my hands, as if to say I couldn't help. Scraping the papers off the table, Judor placed a hand on the stack of notes with Max's dad's signature. As an aside, based on the dates and money, I was starting to suspect Ferdinand had spent a lot of dough in preparation for his rebellion. He must have put a lot on the line for the risky endeavor. Only the gods could say how many more such notes were circulating in the country. Chevalier Renard, Judor turned to me suddenly. May I ask you a question? Of course. Why are you not interested in your own father's promissory notes? As if you don't know, slippery creep. My father is dead, I replied, and most likely the barony pledged in those notes was either transferred to the crown or my uncle after his rebellion. If my father had simply died, I would have had a chance to redeem the money indicated in the note, but my father did not die a simple death. He was executed as a traitor. But there's also the courts. Judor made a final attempt to pawn off the worthless papers on me. Funny, I suspect I'd have to spend more money on bribes than I'd earn on that transaction. I am not the least bit interested in getting bogged down in bureaucracy. Based on the heavy side, Judor was in complete agreement with me on the matter. He was already near the door and reaching for the knob when I threw out some chum. I wouldn't pay so much as 10 crowns for those papers. Judor froze and turned. Not enough, he immediately fired back. 100 would be an excellent price. I must have been on the right track. Those notes were as good as pulp. But please, I smiled. What good are those worthless papers to me for a whole 100 crowns? 12 tops, and that only in memory of my dear father. In the end, after a brief negotiation, Judor and I agreed to 20 crowns and to meet back up in the next few days to sign the purchase contract in the presence of an attorney. What good are those papers to you, monsieur? Bertrand asked me after the money changer had gone. Not sure yet, I shrugged, pulling on my old, worn boots. I decided to change into street clothing and follow Judor. I needed confirmation of my theory about him. 20 crowns is a ton of money, Bertrand reminded me, and most likely your father's notes will not be redeemable. I know, I nodded, attaching a dagger and a basic scabbard to my belt. But the deal is done, so we'll just have to see. With an approving pat on Bertrand's back, I left the office and a few minutes later caught up to the unsuspecting money changer in the merchant quarter. And approximately an hour later, my suspicions were confirmed. Cautiously peeking out around the corner of a fish stall, I watched Eric Judor standing not far from the baker's stall having an animated discussion with Monsieur Gobert, the secret chancery agent. I snorted. HRM. They were not going to give up so easily, which I really should have been expecting. I think the time has come to discuss our plans. I came, looking at Theo Vincent sitting opposite me and his wife Clementine. We cannot delay any further. Soon I will leave for the capital. Theo, his big hand gripping the top of his cane with such force his knuckles went white, cleared his throat a few times and glanced at his wife. My healing work had ended a week prior, so Theo could already get by without the cane if he wanted, but he was in no hurry to part with it. The problem was that, inside the heavy stick, there was a very heavy steel rod. Carrying it around everywhere, Vincent occasionally swung it like a club or spun figure-8s with it like a cavalry sword. And although the cane was constantly evading his grasp for the first few days, now Theo could swing it around like a little twig. Clementine gave a short nod to let me know she was listening. My housekeeper in the last month had very quickly gotten the manor in order. The short, dainty-looking woman got all the people in my house under her thumb before anyone noticed, other than me and of course Bertrand. My valet was more than she could chew. Honestly though, at first they had little spats, but then the hostility dwindled to zero. I watched the whole process from the sidelines and didn't interfere, and good thing. The pair quickly came to an understanding about who was in charge. Clementine recognized Bertrand's ultimate authority, and now I often caught them having calm discussions like old pals. 2 weeks ago, the Vincents and I had a serious conversation. Theo suddenly told me he'd refused to serve in the garrison at Westerly Fort. He let me know he'd had it up to his neck with serving the king and offered his services to me. To say I was caught off guard by his offer would be an understatement. Still, I should have seen it coming. Tassin was also shocked by the news. He and Vincent even got into a fight and didn't talk for a few days, but in the end they made up. On that day, Vincent reeked of booze from a mile off. In the end, Baron von Brunnon became Westerly Fort's third lieutenant, which was perfectly fine by me. Vincent also was constantly accepting work from Jacques related to my outbuildings. Jacques, meanwhile, treated his replacement with understanding. He would be going to the capital with his master. Vincent, meanwhile, would be staying behind in Toulon. So then I continued. As you are aware, this manor costs me a pretty penny every month. Yes, monsieur, Vincent replied, trading glances with his wife. Some of the expenses are covered by our side businesses, my housekeeper clarified. But not all. True, I nodded. Those side businesses have proven very profitable, which is why I've decided to expand them. How so? Clementine asked. I am buying a farm on the outskirts of Toulon, several if necessary. I am aware that it will mean investing at first, but with time I'm sure income will outstrip expenses. Curious, she drawled out thoughtfully and said, sundry prices have shot through the roof. If we approach this properly, it should work. Gunnar and Kevin I'll take with me, I said, watching Clementine's eyes light up in satisfaction. My housekeeper clearly was a fan of the expansion plans. You have Jeremy, Claude, and Luke at your disposal. If necessary, feel free to hire more assistants. We still have time. I can spend a couple days riding around the area to select a good spot. Beyond that, I can help choosing animals and poultry. Yes, monsieur, Clementine nodded with a smile. I'm sure you'll choose the very best. Don't you doubt it, I smiled back and turned to her husband. As for your Theodora, I have a separate task. But first, I want to ask you a question. You have my attention, monsieur, he replied. Do you remember our first conversation? If I'm not mistaken, you were asking about the local smuggling operation, and whether I intended to, as you put it, wet my beak. Yes, he nodded, I recall. What do you think now? He was not caught off guard. He stared me straight in the eyes and said, everything I've seen and heard over the last month leads me to believe that fate has connected me and my family with a man who in the future will become one of the richest and most influential people in mainland. I think all this fuss with the manor and farms is just a cover for the schemes you have for the future. I haven't yet discovered exactly what they are, but you can count on me completely. Good, I nodded, but I seem to remember you giving me a warning. I'd like to avoid misunderstandings between us. I have embarked on a risky endeavor. I'll have to grow eyes on the back of my head. My tone didn't bother Vincent or his wife. You saved my life, Theo replied simply and without too much drama. The man looking back at me was a warrior ready to go to hell and back. You gave me and my family hope again. Over the last month, you've done more for us than all the masters my husband served in his life put together. Clementine came firmly. I saw determination in her eyes and even a certain amount of ferocity. And when tragedy visited our house, none of them so much as thought about us. Which leads to a logical question. If you're giving this much help to people you don't know at all, how much will you do for those you truly hold dear? At least I'll make them fabulously rich, I responded calmly. After saying that, I got up from my desk and walked over to the bookshelf while they looked on with bewildered attention. I got out both bags I'd taken from the shadow and undid the drawstrings. While watching the Vincent's pale faces slowly stretch out, eyes pinned to the different colored brutes of various sizes, I again sat back in my chair. Oddly, the first one to come to her senses was Clementine. She turned to look at me, and her voice shuddering in trepidation and delight, asked, Monsieur, where did you get them? But this. These are my loot from the shadow, I responded calmly and nodding at the bookshelf added, there are also pelts and various small items there like teeth and magical creature claws. And this is only the beginning. Then I looked at Theo. The former lieutenant of Westerly Fort, probably never having seen so many brutes before in his life, seemed afraid to move a muscle. Theo, I called. The sound of my voice made Vincent shudder and look me in the eyes. Now do you see what I have in mind? Yes, monsieur, he squeezed out with a parched throat. Are you with me? To the bitter end, he responded without a second thought. Clementine, I turned to his wife. To tell the truth, there have been times when my husband and I have had to risk our lives for food I would be hesitant to feed to pigs, she said with a sad smirk, then in a firm voice repeated after her husband, I am with you to the bitter end, monsieur. Thank the gods, we've arrived, Bertrand exclaimed with a sigh of relief. We were standing on top of a hill staring wide-eyed at the sprawling capital of Estonia down below. Closest of all to us was the so-called Old Capital, or Old City. The new capital, or new city, was located in the distance on the left bank of the Legha River, the longest river in Estonia, which rose in the south of the country and emptied into the Grey Sea in the Bay of Antaeus. I had learned from my history books that the division of the capital took place in the previous century. However, it was never truly divided. The current king's great-grandfather, whose rule began with a rebellion known popularly as the Blood Prince Uprising, was extremely paranoid. After executing the rebels, including some of his own cousins and uncles, the king decreed the foundation of a new city on the opposite bank of the Legha, arguing that Vestonia was embarking upon a new path, and thus the capital also had to be built anew. Over 8 or so years, the new city experienced fervent growth. For the most part, it was manors, villas, and palaces for the wealthy elite, but now that was where my doting uncle was waiting for me. However, I was not going straight to his place. For starters, I decided to set up in a hotel in the old city and spend a few days getting my bearings. I was distracted from contemplating the city by some noise on the road. On it was a long procession made up of dozens of riders in expensive, vibrant outfits, accompanied by a richly appointed carriage with a ducal crest adorning its sides, depicting a rectangular red and blue escutcheon supported by a pair of manticores rampant. The escutcheon was crowned with a 6-toothed golden crown. "Make way for His Grace the Duke de Gondi," a broad-shouldered rider on a black mare called out in a booming voice. The long feathers on his dark blue brocade beret with gold and silver embroidery stuck out dashingly in various directions. The riders and carriage raced down the road, not slowing their pace and paying absolutely no heed to the other travelers. People dove out of the way, hurrying to get their modest carts, wagons, and wheelbarrows out of the path of the ducal procession. When the carriage caught up to our coach, which was parked on the side of the road, it came to a screeching halt. The riders who were in front, furiously working their lashes and spewing obscenities, cleared a jam on the tract made of peasant and city dweller carts. At that very moment, the dark burgundy velvet curtain in the carriage's window flitted back, and a sweet woman's face peeked out. The look of scorn in her big hazel, nearly black eyes landed on everything around. Her disinterested gaze slid over the peasants in their colorless clothing, their carts and wagons full of bags and animals in cages on their way to the stalls of the capital city market. After that, she saw the hunters and lumberjacks coming home with their quarry, then finally landed on me, looked with disgust at my cheap clothing and mare. We stared into each other's eyes for a moment. As a noble, I was allowed to stay in the saddle. Everyone else had to remove their hats, dismount, and give a deep bow. I also made a respectful bow, just how Bertrand taught me. The woman's little mouth curled into a wry smile. She looked at me like a pauper. I couldn't blame her. Compared to the riders alongside her carriage, decked out head to toe in capital city fashions, I truly looked like a street urchin. A moment later, the curtain slid back and her face disappeared. When the procession made it away from us, I glanced at Jack. He just shrugged. De Gondi, he came as if the name explained it all. "As in the de Gondis?" I asked. "Yes," he nodded. "The Dukes of the South, rulers of Aquitaine. Most likely she is the daughter or perhaps niece of the Duke." I snorted. We were seemingly arriving in the capital at the exact same time as one of the most influential people not only in Vestonia, but in all mainland. He controlled the southern provinces, which essentially fed the entire country. Popularly, he was even called the King of Aquitaine. Honestly, though, repeating that around here was a good way to end up headless. De Gondi himself would perform the beheading, or rather his people. The precedent had been established, particularly now that the King of Vestonia was keeping such jealous watch over any suspicious chatter after suppressing the uprising and executing the rebels. I didn't see any armbands on his Grace's riders. Kevin piped up from back in the coach. "Because they didn't have any," I responded. "So the Duke de Gondi has yet to take a side." Kevin's question was more rhetorical than anything. I just shrugged and shook my head. Apparently so. The last few hours of our trip down the royal tract were observed closely by groups of nobles riding past us. Almost all of them had small, thin armbands of various colors. Some were green, others blue, while others still flaunted a red shade. Bertrand, who I'd sent out for information, figured everything out very quickly. Apparently, all these colors denoted various princes. Having 3 sons, Karl III the Victorious had yet to declare a Dauphin of Vestonia. In other words, the king was dithering in his choice of heir. There were lots of rumors about why the king was being so indecisive, and each theory was more nonsensical than the next. In one way or another, the king was giving his subjects a reason to voice their own preferences. I suspected that was precisely what Karl III was hoping to achieve. Still, though, who could say what was going on in the monarch's head? He was clearly no fool, much less a weakling. I suspected he simply knew his own children too well and more importantly knew who they associated with. I had to say that Karl III, who earned glory on the battlefield in his youth and brutally suppressed all disobedience, had actively concentrated all power in Vestonia in his hand. And to my eye, he did quite a good job of it. Particularly considering the fact that his daddy, the king, a lover of wine, hunting, and fancy balls, had left him a government which had essentially been split into 3 parts. As Dauphin, Karl quenched the fires of war in the western baronies, bashed in the heads of the barbarians invading the northern provinces, came to terms with the priests of the forefather, and had just recently suppressed the rebellion Max's father played a part in. As an aside, I had looked into the chronology of that rebellion, dug into some parallels, and concluded that Carl III had essentially provoked the rebellion himself. Surely, he had long known about the conspiracy and pushed his opponents to act. If the king himself were not involved, the nobles would most likely not have moved so soon. They'd have kept scheming and preparing in their castle, conducting expansive discussions and arguing about Vestonia's great future. As was only logical, Carl III quickly suppressed the rebellion, confiscated all the conspirators' fortunes, and thus filled his coffers with the funds he so desperately needed for the upcoming war. Unlike Alfonso V, king of Italia, who was mired in debts, Carl III was in a more favorable position. As an aside, based on the information that I got from Tomcat, I had concluded that things in Italia were, to put it lightly, not going great. Alfonso V, popularly known as the Pious, was under the financial thumb of the priestly order of the Scarlet Shield, whose knights took a solemn vow to exterminate all true gifted in mainland. De facto, the country was ruled by the Grand Magister of the knightly order. As an aside, that was one of the reasons I was in no rush to visit Italia. I had no desire to end my life on a pyre, or however they executed true gifted. The order was also a thorn in the side of Carl III. The issue was that many of the Scarlet Knights, as they were popularly known, were gifted and mainly combat mages, and I had already seen just how effective they were as strikers. But that was not all. To fill his coffers, Alfonso V had started issuing counterfeit coins. Every month, his golden reals and silver escudos grew lighter. Add to that high taxes, peasant rebellions, plagues, and famines in the northern provinces. The sovereign of Italia must have been desperate to improve his financial situation on the back of the buffer counties and baronies, and also, if possible, the Vestonians. We got into town without issue. Honestly, though, we did have to spend a bit of time waiting at the gates, but the line went quick. I found old Heroicsville charming. It was pretty much exactly how I imagined, an old stone giant that harbored many ancient secrets and legends. The streets were crowded. The old capital's merchant quarter, which Bertrand confidently led us through, reminded me of a raging river with its constant streams of humanity. Densely packed stalls, slowly strolling hawkers, unhurried buyers, foreign gawkers randomly stopping in passageways to look on in astonishment at all the havoc. This quarter made Sardin's market seem much less grand. I heard screams, laughter, whinnying horses, and bleating sheep from every direction. The air was saturated with delicious smells of hot food, boiling oil, spices, meat, and fish. Every last alleyway specialized in something different. The smithy alley gave off a telltale metal clanking sound. The tailor's street was hung with colorful fabrics. One street down, I saw bouquets of hanging sausages and smoked meats. Saddlers, bootmakers, carpenters and potters, taverns and pubs, apothecaries, and barber shops. This place seemed to have everything a person could want. With Bertrand as guide, we very quickly found our way to an inexpensive but decently appointed inn in the old capital, where I rented us a set of rooms for the week. That was how long I'd given myself to get to know Heroicsville before presenting myself to my dear Uncle Heinrich. Leaving Jacques, Gunnar, and Kevin behind to unload, the first thing I did was head for Heroicsville's famed baths, asking Bertrand to show me to yet another place. So this is the place I grew up, I snorted, taking a scrutinizing look at the manor Ferdinand de Gramont had furnished for his bastard. Max's old house was located in an elite quarter of the capital, and doubtless was one of the oldest homes in the city. That was not to say it was in a bad state, though. Just that compared to the other structures I'd seen, the three-story stone building with its pretty yard and little pond looked more like a small castle. I immediately told Bertrand my theory. "You're absolutely right, monsieur," the old servant said, no longer paying any mind to my memory lapses. "This castle is one of the most ancient chateaux in Heroicsville," and immediately added, "and best defended. But you never liked it. Did I ever explain why? You said you wanted to live in a more modern and refined home. You found it too old-fashioned. You also used to complain that your friends would make fun of you." I snorted. Sounded just like Max. He was a real dunderhead. "You know something, I've changed my mind. I like this castle. It gives me a homey feeling or something. Maybe because I grew up here." Bertrand nodded and smiled. "I always knew you'd change your opinion about the Fox Den one day." I felt a shiver run down my spine. "Fox Den?" I asked, hiding my trepidation. "Yes," Bertrand nodded. "This castle used to be called the Fox Den, but you never liked that either. You actually forbid me from mentioning it." My mouth stretched into a smirk. But that Max, what a cretin. As expected, I wasn't even surprised anymore. "Starting today, I give you permission to call it that whenever you wish," I announced in a cheery tone. "The Fox Den, I rather like it." Heh, whoever would have imagined. As soon as that thought flickered by in my head, I seemed to hear a soft, short laugh. I shuddered and looked around but didn't see anyone. "I want the castle back," I told Bertrand after a brief silence. "Who lives there now?" "I haven't a clue, monsieur," he replied, "but I could find out quickly. Based on the state of the grounds, the castle was not left unattended after your departure. Most likely, the same servants and butlers are still there. No, I shook my head. As soon as you show your face, my uncle will know I'm in town. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We were about to leave our observation point when a carriage pulled up to the castle gates surrounded by a dozen riders. The gorgeous horses, expensive outfits, this must have been the city's young elites. Watching closely as the young people chatted and laughed loudly while waiting impatiently for a short gray-haired servant to come out and open the gates when the cavalcade arrived, Bertrand came. The young rider there in bright green is Francois de Gramont, your cousin. Francois bore no resemblance to Max. He was taller than him and broader at the shoulders. Eveline, that was who he looked like. Same eyes and golden locks. Well, now we know who got my castle, I snorted, looking at Heinrich de Gramont's son. Bad luck for him. Bertrand shuddered and looked at me anxiously, but he kept those thoughts to himself. The heavy gates started to open and the cavalcade went racing inside. While riding past the servant, Francois gave him a lick with a lash. It was such a forceful blow that the gray-haired man flopped to the ground and blood covered his face. I warned you many times, dog, the Viscount shrieked. If you don't move quicker next time, I will give you a whipping in the backyard. Yes, my lord, the servant muttered, kneeling and shivering with his entire body. Kindly forgive me. Paying no more attention to the man, the Viscount rode off after the others. Poor Charles, Bertrand whispered with a heavy sigh. Most likely you've also forgotten him. He served you as a footman. My cousin sure is quick to punish, I uttered. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Bertrand looking at me strangely and immediately look away. What's the matter? I asked him. The old man hesitated. Come on, spit it out, I encouraged. How shall I put it, monsieur? He burbled. You're completely different. You've changed, and for the better. Wait, a guess suddenly hit me. Are you saying I treated him the same way? You've changed. Bertrand started hurriedly repeating. You're different now, my lord, I breathed a heavy sigh. You have no idea just how right you are, old-timer. Seemingly Max's ghost would be haunting me for some time to come. I've seen all I care to, I came dryly. Let's go back. Yes, monsieur, Bertrand came. Jerking the reins, I started the horses. The old man on his mare followed after me. Right when we went past the gates of the castle, in a little gap between the closing gates, I saw Charles' gray head. His wide face was bloodied, but seemingly he didn't particularly mind. For a moment his gaze slid over us and landed on Bertrand. The footman frowned, then his broad countenance stretched out in surprise. Bertrand, he called out to my valet in a timorous voice. Is it really you? I glanced at Bertrand as he cringed guiltily, trying to look away and hiding his face. Too late, Monsieur Renard. The gray-haired footman exclaimed. Monsieur Renard, have you returned? But that was where it ended. Hey, dog. I heard the shrieking voice of Francois de Gramont from behind the gates. Why the hell was he back? You're still here. Who are you talking to? Damnation. Well, looks like I'll have to get to know my cousin ahead of schedule. WHYHRM. Charles started hiccuping. His face looked even paler. Open the gates, brute, the shrieking voice demanded. A few moments later, the gates flew open and Francois de Gramont appeared. The white horse beneath him stamped its thin legs in impatience, snorted, and shook its long head. I found myself admiring the noble creature. What is going on here? Francois exclaimed, thrusting his chin forward and frowning. That let me get a closer look at him. He and Eveline really were very similar looking, but she was the very image of a flower in spring, vibrant and pure. Her brother, meanwhile, looked more like a weed. He also had his flowers, but they were noxious. I could safely guess that Francois was older than his sister by 7 or 8 years, slim with a decent build, dressed in the latest fashions. It was immediately obvious that my uncle was not stingy with his children's wardrobes. That broad-brimmed hat with fashionable multicolored plume all on its own most likely cost a ton of money. As an aside, based on the large amount of green interspersed in Francois' outfit, he was a supporter of Prince Louis, the king's youngest son. It was said that all innovations in fashion could be traced back directly to His Highness Prince Louis. The youngest scion of the royal family, he patronized musicians, poets, artists, and sculptors. The capital city theater that Carl III's youngest financed was famed even outside of Heroicsville. To be frank, I found him the most tolerable of the king's sons. He clearly understood that he had no chance of attaining the throne, and thus enjoyed life to the fullest. The behind-the-scenes struggle for power was mostly between his elder brothers, or rather their supporters. The king's eldest son, Red Prince Philip, was supported by nobles from the east headed by his uncle on his mother's side, the Duc de Beaufremont. His middle son, Blue Prince Heinrich, was the candidate of the northerners and big bankers like the Crayon brothers. Going off the fragmentary information I got from various sources, I was perfectly aware of why the Crayons and other bankers had taken the side of the king's middle son. Prince Heinrich was determined to embark on the same path of military glory as his father. He was raring for a fight. He craved glory on the battlefield, and wars, as everyone knew, cost money. Lots of money, which just so happened to be something the bankers could provide a lot of only to then shackle his arms and legs with obligations. The eldest prince, meanwhile, had the vote of the Eastern aristocrats. And that was mainly because Prince Philip was completely under the control of his beloved uncle, the Duke de Beaufort, the brother of the Queen and cousin of the King of Island. From an outside perspective, the whole show looked more or less innocent, but digging deeper, very soon it would all spin out of control. Even before I entered the capital, I had the distinct pleasure of witnessing several spats between members of the different factions. One even ended in a duel with a fatal outcome. Honestly, though, the public announcement said the duel was caused by some lady's besmirched honor, but everyone knew perfectly well that was just an excuse. Still, the prince's supporters had yet to break out into uncontrolled political violence, at least not in public, but things were trending in that direction. The king probably knew what he was doing, or not. I honestly didn't care. I wouldn't be surprised to discover my uncle was not opposed to casting a line into the ocean of grand politics, but alas, Max's dad's failed part in the mutiny had sullied the family's reputation quite seriously. For now, green was the exact right color for the de Gramonts. While the frightened footman burbled and hiccuped, Bertrand got on the ground quite quickly and froze in a respectful bow. The etiquette rules of this world stipulated that I could remain in the saddle, but because the Viscount was higher in status than me and an elder relative, I was supposed to greet him before introducing myself, which I did straight away with a slight bow. Chevalier Renard, I could read strained thinking on Francois' face. Very familiar. Finally, the Viscount's thin brows shot upward, and his lips cringed into a condescending smile. He scanned me head to toe with a disgusted look. His attention was drawn for a second by the silver wing on my chest. The apparently modest sliver decoration was none other than an order I was personally awarded by the Marquis de Crépon, mayor of Toulon. All that happened at the reception in his palace in front of several dozen nobles and the commander of Westerly Fort. Later, Jean Tassin explained to me that the silver wing of Strix was one of the most highly regarded and valued decorations in Vestonia, which could only be awarded by what were known as frontier mayors and only to troops of the Shadow Patrol. Only the golden wing of Strix was above it, but that could only be awarded by the king. Mine was given to me officially for saving the lives of my brothers in arms. I suspected that if the men I saved were not from noble families, my good deed would likely never have been noticed by society. Beyond that, I made a very strong memory of the mayor's satisfied face during the award ceremony. I had one theory about that. I figured the whole show had a dual purpose. For example, maybe it was a way for the mayor to turn the attention of the paymasters of the former fort captain, the Baronet de Rohan, who were now upset that their smuggling operation wasn't delivering on me. As if to say, everything was working fine until your protege got too greedy, tripped on the young chevalier, and embarrassed himself in front of Toulon's noble council. And this chevalier was no simple man. He was from an elite, ancient family, plus he was a hero. The Toulonnais adored him. Basically, if they wanted to direct their anger at anyone, make it Chevalier Renard, Cavalier of the Order of the Silver Wing, a true hero. At first, I hid the medal and didn't want to show it off, but that turned out to not be allowed. It went against etiquette. If I was outside of my home, my decorations had to be worn on my chest, especially such great ones. Removing and particularly hiding any medal here was considered bad form. Doing so could be considered a mortal insult by whoever awarded it. I was lucky that Bertrand spotted it and explained before anyone noticed. As an aside, on the way to the capital, I very quickly realized that medals, particularly those such as the Silver Wing, had a unique, almost magical quality, especially in cities near the frontier. Publicans, when they saw my decoration, tried to serve me the freshest beer and food. Servants and nobles greeted me with respect, and even bureaucrats, the most steadfast members of the human species, looked at me differently. Honestly, though, the further I got from the frontier, the more that magic lost its power. But the whole way I came across people who were in the know. As for the Viscount's wry and disparaging smirk, he didn't have the foggiest notion of the Shadow Patrol's combat decorations. He saw the little silver wing as nothing but a cheap trinket. "I am the son of your uncle, Ferdinand de Gramont," I decided to remind him. "You and I are cousins." Francois' face after that changed from one of mockery to one of indignance and anger. Max's cousin seemed fit to die of dismay. "Don't mention that traitor's name in front of me ever again," he hissed through his teeth. His eyes burned with fury and scorn. "You are no cousin of mine. You are the son of a vile betrayer and daughter of a merchant dog. I meanwhile am the Viscount de Gramont, heir to a great and ancient dynasty. You have no place here. You are a shame on the family name. You should have stayed in whatever hole we stuck you in. Who allowed you to come to here, Auxville, bastard?" Francois practically spat out the last sentence. Ahem, I of course was not counting on a warm welcome from my relations, but to be disparaged from the very doorstep. Bertrand, meanwhile, was also in shock. His whole body was quivering. I figured it wasn't fear, but the footman's face went dark. He was probably seriously regretting recognizing Bertrand and me and deciding to speak up. My cousin's words didn't affect me in the slightest, but saying nothing would be a sign of weakness. I didn't know what Francois was expecting out of me, but my wry smile clearly bothered him. Viscount, I came, continuing to smile. As soon as I meet your father, who invited me to come to the capital, I will be sure to tell him how much money he wasted on your edification. As regrettable as it is to admit you are utterly untrained in proper manners, either your instructors were fraudulent or, as they say, there's one in every family. The more I said, the darker crimson the Viscount's face went. He looked like a fish out of water. His mouth just kept flapping open and shut, while his eyes bulged so far out they seemed about to enter orbit. A little bit more and this cretin would have a stroke. I meanwhile continued, when it comes to my father, Count Ferdinand de Gramont, your uncle, he fought a large number of battles side by side with our king. After the Battle of Red River, His Majesty personally awarded my father with the Order of the Golden Fang, something only a few dozen in Vestonia can boast. Yes, later my father made a fatal error, but His Majesty, may the gods extend his reign for many years to come, gave him the opportunity to clear his family's shame with his blood, and did not strip us of our nobility or regalia. He and my brothers were beheaded by an executioner, not hanged like thieves or murderers as he did with the other conspirators. Okay, time to reel it in. The way this was leading, I was about to make Max's dad out to be a hero. Bertrand and Charles were giving me looks. My cousin, meanwhile, slightly calmed down. Was I able to throw him off with my verve? Okay, then I should keep it up. Did you say this is no place for me? I snorted. Do you really have the right to say that, Viscount? I am clear before the law and king. Royal investigators established that. Or do you think yourself smarter than the agents of the secret chancery? Or are you possibly opposed to the very will of the king? Francois again started gasping silently for air, though now his face was going pale. This must have been the first time in Max's cousin's life that someone had contradicted him. Yes, on your father's advice, I laid low in the west until the storm passed, I continued. But now what do I see upon my return? My castle, a gift from my father, is somehow occupied by you, and as if your illegal residence wasn't enough, you've invited guests, without my awareness or permission. You're cruelly beating my footmen. How am I to take this, Viscount? Why you? Francois barked, baring his teeth and bulging his eyes in fury. He reached for the grip of his sword, which looked more decorative than anything. The handle and scabbard were just too weighed down with gold and gemstones. Oh gods, I exclaimed cartoonishly, covering my eyes with a light pat and shaking my head. Max's cousin again froze for a moment, staring wide-eyed at me in surprise. Your manners are even worse than I thought. I exclaimed, Viscount, take your hands off that sword this instant. I may be no cousin of yours, but the rest of society sees us as close relatives. If we duel, it will bring shame upon our house. Use your head, Viscount. Just imagine what people will say. Rumors at court spread very quickly. By this time tomorrow, His Majesty would know everything. Your father would be scandalized. Honestly, I didn't say it, but his outrage would all land on me because I would also end up killing his son. I personally did not want such notoriety. I wanted to get set up comfortably in this world, not become an outcast. Enough provocations out of this cretin. I couldn't say what spooked Francois more, mentioning the king or the Count de Gramont. The way his hand jumped back from his sword grip was just astonishing. For a moment, he looked like a misbehaving child caught in the act, but it quickly faded. My uncle must have been a real tyrant. You won't get away with this, moron, Francois hissed, pulling back the reins with fury. Suddenly digging his spurs into the heaving sides of the poor creature beneath him, the Viscount galloped off on his horse down the fine gravel path leading to the castle. Start packing, Viscount. I shouted cheerily off after him. And make it snappy. I want to move back into my castle before it starts getting chilly. Then I looked Charles straight in the eyes. The gray-haired footman, clearly under a strong impression from what he'd seen and heard, shrank and looked down at the ground. Look up, Charles, I came softly. The sound of my voice made the old footman shudder, but he raised his head. The blood on his forehead and cheek had already dried. Your worship, he sputtered. I remember that you served me well. I cut him off softly. Bertrand also has good memories. My valet nodded to confirm. Are you willing to continue serving me? I asked. Yes, your worship, Charles nodded rapidly and winced in pain. I see my cousin really did a number on you, I came, tilting my head to one side. Much like I used to, monsieur. The footman tried to object. Drop it, Charles, I waved. It hasn't been long enough for me to forget everything. I promise things will be different as soon as I'm back in the fox den. But for now, here. I took $5 from my coin purse and extended them to Charles. When the footman saw the silver, his eyes crept up into his forehead while his jaw slowly crept down. He wanted to thud to his knees, but Bertrand on my signal grabbed him by the elbow. Use this money to buy medicinal herbs and salves, I said, nodding at the wound on his head, or better go directly to a healer. Close the gates now, Charles, I said, turning my mare. Otherwise the Viscount will get mad at you again. I don't want my loyal servant suffering any further. What scheme are you working on now, monsieur? Bertrand asked me when the castle was far in the distance. I want you to come back here in the next few days to find out how things are going in the castle, I replied, but not empty-handed. I can get you silver. What exactly do you want to know? Bertrand got keyed in very quickly as always. Everything, I replied. Everything you can find out. How many of my servants are left? How many new ones have been taken on? Their mood. Well, based on your cousin's hot-headed nature, I can tell you their mood right now. And yet, I insisted. Some of them must be closer to his worship. I also want you to convince Charles to recount everything he can remember the Viscount and his friends saying in the castle. In simpler terms, we need eyes and ears in the castle. That will not be hard, Bertrand nodded and added with slight reproach, especially after you gave Charles a whole $5. Money is not so important, I waved it off. It's just a means to an end, particularly given the fact I will soon have a lot of it. You saw, the old man wanted to say more but kept quiet. 3 riders with blue bands on their elbows came around a bend ahead of us. The man in the middle cast a quick glance at us and our horses. Seeing our elbows, he gave an awkward but promising chuckle. Messieurs, I see you still have yet to make up your minds. Please explain to us why His Highness Prince Heinrich is not worthy of your choice. I snorted. The esteemed nobles were raring for a fight, and they would get one. Allow me to ask a question, messieurs, I asked the trio. Why Prince Heinrich specifically? Tell me why I should choose him in particular. What's wrong with His Majesty's other sons? It was intended to provoke, but the 3 of them didn't seem to care. They even looked happy. I got the sense they were expecting something similar. Let me note that I was slightly discouraged by the capital city's mannerisms. Here, unlike Abbeville, people treated duels differently. Nobody was particularly bothered with appointing a time and place. Fights broke out in a rapid, almost elemental fashion. As a matter of fact, the authorities here had almost no reaction. The role of the guards in such cases, if of course the keepers of law and order were present for a duel, consisted in ensuring compliance with the dueling code. De Nevers and I had approximately the same happen. Apparently, Karl III was himself a real shit-kicker. Not only had he not outlawed duels, he did a lot to encourage the more martially inclined aristocrats. It was said that in his youth, he loved to dress as a commoner, go incognito into the city, and get into all kinds of risky business, including duels. Ahem, this curious monarch was the ruler of Vestonia. At this rate, his kingdom was going to run out of nobles, or hot-headed ones at least. However, the hotheads were none too eager to go to war, preferring to cut down one another closer to the royal palace, clearly in hopes that the powers that be might notice them. Seemingly, I was now running into just such glory hounds, or rather just one. The 2 men with him were clearly no big fans of swordplay. They weren't against watching someone's blood be spilled, though. There wasn't much else to do. They craved excitement. The one in the middle, smiling wide, brushed the long black locks off his shoulder and hopped off his horse. His haircut, wide-brimmed hat, expensive clothing, and adornments all pointed to him being a keen follower of fashion trends. He was also strong and sinewy. His movements were crisp and quick. His energy system was developed. The grip of his sword and scabbard were unadorned. This man looked like a professional duelist. Your name? He asked, ignoring my question and continuing to smile. Chevalier Maximilian Renard, and this is my servant. I decided to introduce myself. Who do I have the honor of meeting? The black-haired man thrust out his chin in self-satisfaction and looked back at the others who, as an aside, looked much richer than him. The young blonde in a brocade silver embroidered beret replied with a sly smirk, as if to say the fun was about to begin. The big redhead in the wide-brimmed hat with bright feathers meanwhile laughed loudly. You've probably heard my name before, the black-haired man said with arms akimbo, his right leg thrust forward. I am Viscount André de Chatelain, and these are my friends, Marquis Olivier de Hengist and Gaspard Crayon. When I leapt down from the saddle, Bertrand was already standing beside the horse down in a respectful bow. Tossing him the reins, I took a step forward and gave a respectful bow of my own. Then I looked at de Chatelain's companions again. So the red-headed Marquis, based on his title, was son of a marshal of Vestonia, the Duc de Hengist. The blonde, meanwhile, hailed from mainland's richest family, the Crayon banking dynasty. Beg forgiveness for the importunity, Viscount, I replied with a short bow and wave of my tricorn. Unfortunately, I do not know your name, though your companions I am familiar with. Word of His Grace, the Duc de Hengist victories in the southern borderlands have spread like wildfire to every corner of Vestonia. And the trustworthiness of the Crayon banks is the stuff of legends. That is precisely why I keep my own modest savings with them. I could already tell how my conversation with the Viscount was going to end, but I was trying to keep as respectful as possible. I was being watched by the scions of some very influential Vestonian bloodlines. It was probably a way of staving off boredom, dragging a professional brawler around and irritating the first nobleman they came across. Well, if entertainment was what they wanted, they would get it. I could hear the Viscount's teeth grating after my response even from far away. The redhead and blonde instantly perked up. The show was about to begin. Before my opponent could get his bearings, I continued, Viscount, you still have yet to answer my question. What did Prince Philip and Louis do to upset you? André de Chatelain stuck out his lower lip and said scornfully, Chevalier, based on your appearance, You are either in the capital for the first time or haven't been here for a very long time. Right you are, Viscount, I nodded. For the last year of my life, circumstances forced me to live away from here. The Viscount and red-headed Marquis chuckled dismissively. However, the blonde Gaspard Crayon was not similarly delighted. With a slight frown as if recalling something, he scrutinized my modest outfit. Following his eyes, I noticed that the edge of the silver wing was peeking out of my cloak. Gaspard Crayon was staring straight at it. He must have known what it was. Meanwhile, the Viscount continued. He scanned me head to toe with a wry look and said, "Maybe it was for the best, Chevalier. Maybe you're not cut out for capital city living. After all, there's a reason wise men say, the less you know, the better you sleep. There is a germ of truth to that," I smiled back. But I'm a bigger fan of a different, no less wise saying, think before you speak. I've also heard my tongue is my own worst enemy. The Viscount gave a twitch as if he'd been slapped. His eyes contained not a drop of joy. His right hand reached for the grip of his sword. "Explain yourself, Chevalier," he demanded. "Gladly, Viscount," I continued, removing my tricorn and handing it to Bertrand. This moron was getting on my nerves. I was wasting time. "The thing is, I asked you the same question 2 times, but you never gave me an answer. That has led me to conclude that you are a cretin and a dunderhead who cannot even conceptualize keeping your big mouth shut." While Andre de Chatelain fumed and growled out curses, Olivier de Hangest and Gaspard Crayon stared at me wide-eyed like some sort of wonder of the world. I meanwhile calmly undid my cloak and drew my blade. Swinging it a few times, I said, "Viscount, it would be my distinct pleasure to take on the challenge of teaching you better manners." Here at Uxville, a quarter in the old capital of Vestonia. At the end of autumn, Susanna Marino got yet another scroll containing a list of names of interest to a department of the Royal Accounts Chamber. As far as common Vestonians were concerned, the Royal Accounts Chamber was just another institution where, as the name suggested, hundreds of accounting clerks kept busy running calculations only they could understand. According to popular legend, the Accounts Chamber was founded by the grandfather of the current king after his advisors were unable to provide him with specific figures on the number of dead from a plague in the northern provinces. Ever since then, the chamber had concerned itself with keeping data on every imaginable aspect of society. It was a quiet, dull institution composed of dozens of departments, each with its own sphere of responsibility. Under the auspices of that inconspicuous and utterly uninteresting government body, a small department was formed to tally the number of carts, carriages, and other forms of transportation entering the capital. At least that was on paper. In reality, these bean counters carried out special secret missions. Simply put, they were essentially competitors to the secret chancery. However, the chancery didn't have the foggiest notion that anyone else was engaged in official secret investigations. The Department of Carts and Wagons had been formed relatively recently, approximately 20 years ago, and it was headed by Chief Bean Counter Henry Purée, who was responsible for hiring and training senior and junior bean counters, and only Purée knew for certain who his secret department was answered to. Susanna Marino had fled Atalia to avoid pursuit by the Scarlet Knights to Vestonia. Initially, she traveled all around seeking to put her skills to good use. Until one fine day, her name landed on the rolls of the Department of Carts and Wagons. After finding herself in an ingenious bean counter trap, Susanna Marino was ready to say goodbye to this world, but she got lucky. Its leader found an appreciation for her particular abilities and offered her a job. And now, Susanna worked as a junior bean counter in the smallest, most inconspicuous department of the Royal Accounts Chamber. Over her several years of service, Susanna Marino saw so much she started thinking nothing could surprise her anymore. But then, at the end of autumn, the head bean counter managed to do just that. She got another scroll, which contained just one name: Chevalier Maximilien Renard. The short missive said the man by the name Chevalier Renard was about to arrive in the capital, and Susanna was to focus on that singular asset and set aside all her running affairs. That about to stretched on for a couple months of Susanna regularly checking the city guard's lists of incoming and outgoing travelers, and in that time her boss seemed to forget she existed. No new tasks, just one single name. As soon as Chevalier Renard made it to the capital, Susanna was supposed to shadow him and report on all her assets' movements to her superior. Bit by bit, Susanna was able to gather some information about Renard through her channels. A legitimized bastard of Count Ferdinand de Gramont, a traitor who had been executed nearly a year prior. He was also grandson of Pascal Legrand, head of one of the largest trading houses. At first glance, he was nothing special, just another spoiled aristocrat sent on a temporary exile to the west. But that was only at first glance. They devoted a whole scroll to him alone, so he could not have been such small potatoes. Renard finally showed up in the capital a few months later. Susanna was at the gates on the day to catch a glimpse of the mysterious Chevalier with her own eyes. At first glance, he was exactly what she was expecting. an aristocrat of 20 years with a fresh, enthusiastic face returning from exile to a life of capital city excess. Honestly, though, the longer Susanna observed the Chevalier, the more she became convinced it was all an act. Sometimes, Renard's true face slipped through the mask. He reminded Susanna of an animal, something very familiar, yet very dangerous. The strange happenings began within 1 hour of Renard's arrival in Uxville. For some reason, he rented a room in an inn in the old capital, even though her intel suggested that he was supposed to proceed directly to his uncle's manor house, and things quickly went from bad to worse. Leaving his 3 servants to unload his coach, Renard and another servant visited the upper quarter, location of the capital city elite's oldest manor houses. There, next to the gates of a chateau, Susanna hid in the bushes to watch a very curious scene. Young Renard easily and casually put his cousin Viscount Francois de Gramont in his place, and he was part of Prince Louis' retinue. The Viscount was older than his bastard cousin by a few years. Beyond that, he was lower in rank. And yet none of those advantages were obvious. Renard behaved like he was his cousin's uncle who came to town to teach his misbehaving nephew a lesson. After talking to the Viscount, Renard and his servant tried to go back, but their path was blocked by 3 riders, who Susanna immediately recognized. They were the youngest son of Damien Crayon, head of the Crayon banking empire, the eldest son and heir to the Duc de Hangest, Marshal of Vestonia, and André de Chatelain, one of Uxville's top swordsmen and apple of Prince Heinrich's eye. From there, it was not hard to predict what happened next, or so she thought. Susanna had heard many stories about the Viscount de Chatelain dispatching opponents, and now it was leading to a duel. She had no authorization to intervene, so Susanna, hiding behind a wide tree trunk, looked on at what she assumed were the last seconds of her charge's life. After a brief verbal exchange, the aristocrats drew their blades and then Susanna became aware of why she was put on this case. As a descendant of the Aguain, she could sense emanations of a very unusual power she had never sensed before. When her half-blood great-grandmother found out the gift of their Sylvan forebears had awoken in her, she trained her how to recognize power flows. And now she was perceiving something of a different nature. Renard's gift, and Susanna had no doubts he was the source of the uncanny magic, didn't feel all that powerful yet. But that did not stop the strange Chevalier from laying out Viscount Chatelain in a single blow while his friends looked on in astonishment. No, Renard did not kill his opponent. He just placed the tip of his sword to the man's forehead, and he did it with such speed that Prince Heinrich's champion wasn't even able to get off a proper lunge. Then something happened Susanna was not expecting. Renard sensed her. Hopping into the saddle of his horse, he suddenly turned and looked straight at Susanna's hiding spot. She got lucky. Renard got distracted by de Chatelain's companions. The feeling someone was watching her disappeared. The strange Chevalier had left a while ago, but Susanna stayed hidden for a bit longer. She'd have to stop tracking him. She couldn't shadow Renard anymore. He had sensed her. But that wasn't a big deal. Another bean counter could take over the Chevalier's case, but she needed to tell her boss what happened at once. Uxville, a manor house on the outskirts of the new capital. Out with it came an authoritative, harsh voice from the darkness. "He is in the capital, Your Grace," a creaky, somewhat cold-stricken voice replied. "He paid for a week in a few rooms in an inn." "Odd, why not go directly to the de Gramont Manor?" "I haven't a clue, Your Grace," the raspy voice replied, but he paid a visit to his old home. "A son of Heinrich de Gramont is living there now. Thinks he can play independent," the voice from the darkness asked dryly. "Seems like it," the raspy voice agreed, adding, "There's one more thing. Out with it. It seems the bean counters have taken an interest in him." Well, the voice in the darkness said in surprise and added with malice, "That vile hunchback is sticking his nose where it doesn't belong again." "What else?" "He fought a duel," the rasper said. "What?" His Grace exclaimed, puzzled. "He just entered the city gates and straight away he's in a duel still." "Who did he fight?" "André de Chatelain." "What? And he's still alive?" "In kicking, Your Grace," the rasper snorted. The Viscount had a stroke of bad luck. Renard hit his forehead with the tip of his sword. De Chatelain didn't even manage to get a single move off. "The bastard is that fast and proficient?" the voice in the darkness asked, now calmer. "Yes, Your Grace," the raspy voice replied. "Everything we were told about him is true. The Baronet de Rohan didn't stand a chance." "All right," His Grace sighed. "Anything else?" "I spotted a silver wing of Strix on Renard's chest." "Now that is bad. Now someone in the palace knows about him, and the king has an attraction to such things. André de Chatelain was with Damien Crayon's son as well as a son of the Duc de Hangest. Renard knocked him down in a single blow right in front of them." "Damnation," the voice in the darkness growled. "Now them too. The kid is getting popular, and he's only been in the capital for a matter of hours." "Your Grace, would you like me to take care of it?" the rasping man asked. "No," the voice in the darkness replied. "Not yet. Tread lightly. Continue following him and keep me informed." "Yes, sir, Your Grace." When the front door closed and the footsteps faded into the stairwell, His Grace broke the silence. Apparently, everything you reported was true. That bastard is clearly not who he claims. Your Grace, a mewing voice from the darkness replied. I watched him be fed to a flow with my own eyes. That spellsword somehow managed to survive the shadow, and all without a suit of magic armor. Keep an eye on him. He probably brought back a lot of interesting goodies from the shadow. Monsiur, proceed with caution. Bertrand begged me in a voice wavering with anxiety. Everything will be fine, I promise, I said, pulling an inconspicuous black beret on my head. Spreading my arms, I then asked, well, what do you say? Who do I remind you of? Bertrand walked a slow circle, scrutinizing my look. A shopkeeper's assistant. But why did you have to put on this whole raggedy getup? As a noble, wearing clothing like that is beneath you. If your uncle or cousin saw you looking like that, the shame, trust me, I snorted. Even if they did, they'd scarcely recognize me. But why this whole masquerade? Bertrand asked, uncomprehending, and in the middle of the night at that, wearing this filthy clothing. After all, you only recently visited the baths. I breathed a heavy sigh. I'd have to think up an explanation or he'd never let up. Look, Bertrand, I stroked my chin. After the duel. Actually, what duel? That was a joke. It was very magnanimous of you not to kill him, Bertrand nodded. His friends come from very powerful families. Still, it occurs to me that the Viscount will not simply leave well enough alone. And foolishly so, I snorted. Next time he'll be even less lucky. The old man shrugged indefinitely, as if to say such was the lot of aristocrats. So then, I continued, after the duel I got the sense we were being followed. Bertrand shuddered and covered his mouth. It could be anyone. Friends of the Baronet de Rohan, or old friends from the Guild of the Nightwolves. I am very skeptical that they would decide to leave me alone. The old man whispered a short prayer. My sixth sense is telling me something, I continued. That surveillance of the inn has already been established, and the person I want to pay a visit to cannot be seen by any observers, hence the change of costume. I see, monsieur. Bertrand nodded and looked more closely at my unsightly attire. Then he pushed me on the back, smoothed my right sleeve, shook it out and said with satisfaction, okay, now you are the spitting image of a grocer's assistant. I reached the agreed-upon location fairly quickly. Honestly, though, first I had to do a bit of spinning around on the late-night streets to throw off my potential pursuers. A few times I blended into the shadows, stopped in dark alleys and corners and closely scanned around. But I quickly concluded that if someone was watching my temporary residence, they'd stayed there. They must not have been expecting a trick from a young aristocrat, thinking I'd be unwilling to dress up for a nighttime caper. Unfortunately, my reservoir had yet to grow big enough for serious spells or incantations. It would be very nice to have mislead tonight, for instance. Honestly, though, I shouldn't have been complaining. The pearls and brutes had made my energy system start to progress at a rapid rate. I was still far from serious spells, but a good part of the witching arsenal was now available to me. The man I was planning to visit lived on the same street as the capital city baths. That was why I said I wanted to visit that part of town, to get a good look around. The man had rented the entire second story of an inn at the end of Flower Alley. As an aside, I didn't know who named the alley that, or why, but it was very poorly suited. The aromas were far from floral. Old Here Uxville's sewage system was clearly unable to keep up with demand. It was a sultry evening, so the windows of the inn's second floor were wide open, and I took advantage of that. Quickly climbing up the stone wall, I ducked into the open window and snuck into the small room. Standing in the shadows, I looked around and listened. Based on the meager furnishings, it was a servant's quarters. The bulky body snoring away loudly on a cot against the opposite wall confirmed my guess. I drew in air through my nose and closed my eyes. The familiar scent pulled me to a door that was slightly open. The room's inhabitant must have left the door cracked on purpose to keep the air circulating and stave off the sort of stale humidity that might drive a fellow to madness. Following that smell, I quietly popped out of the room and walked down a long hallway. Beyond it was another small room where, seated in an armchair, a gaunt man was peacefully dozing away, clearly another servant. And finally, I ducked into a doorway that hid what was quite a large bedroom with a broad bed in the middle. All doors and windows inside the small apartment were open. The inhabitants were doing whatever they could to stave off the heat. On the wide bed, with the comforter cast aside, my old acquaintance was breathing heavily in his sleep. Closing the door tightly behind myself, I quietly walked over to the edge of the bed and shook the sleeping man by the shoulder. First, to be honest, I had to scan the whole room for traps, then sneak my hand beneath his pillow. As expected, I found there a small satchel of poison powder. When I touched his shoulder, he woke up instantly, but he didn't show it. He also didn't shout or call for help. Eyes closed and pretending to still be asleep, he slowly slipped his right hand beneath the pillow. I chuckled, no surprise. Meanwhile, taking a few steps back, I sat back in an armchair and crossed my legs. I saw the no longer sleeping man's face tense up when he found nothing. Viscount, I called out softly, don't bother. You won't find it. I have your poison. In the name of the gods, don't make any sudden moves, and please, don't make any noise. I give you my word you are not in danger. I had to give the watchmaker his due. He recognized my voice immediately. Raising his head, he quietly asked, Monsieur Renard. Yes, it is I remembered your invitation and decided to come pay you a visit. Let me first apologize for barging in uninvited and at such a late hour. Trust me, I had good reason for the intrusion. Can we talk? Here are Uxville, the royal palace. Carl III's personal chambers. The heavy door into the king's office flew open, and Carl III's youngest son, Prince Louis, appeared in the doorway. Father, he said with a showy yawn to the king, seated at a big carved yew desk. You called? Yes, my son, Carl replied with a slight frown and nodded at the seat next to the fireplace. Sit down and make yourself comfortable. This will be a lengthy conversation. Carl III, accustomed since childhood to early mornings, did not hide his scorn for all those who allowed themselves to sleep in until noon as well as anyone who led a jovial lifestyle. But alas, his own son Louis was just such a man. Lively balls, raucous binge drinking, large expenses on fine fabrics, wines, and valuables, as well as all kinds of luxury items, those were the young prince's main interests. Now Louis had come to his father's office, most likely shortly after climbing out of bed, and the sun was far past midday. He was also wearing a new style of clothing that had become fashionable at court for some reason Carl found absolutely incomprehensible. His grandmother's blood, the king thought with a condensed sigh, and yet again he reminded himself that Louis was the only one of his sons who bore no resemblance to himself. He was no match for Bastian. Upon recalling his favorite younger son, who had perished in battle with pirates, and who he was planning to put in charge of the country, Carl again winced. Louis then, long since accustomed to his father's scornful grimaces when he saw him, calmly sat down in his chair and got ready to listen. The prince was perfectly aware of how his father thought of him and repaid him in kind. Still though, when he was a child, little Louis recalled loving his father sincerely despite his always being cold. With time that love grew into hate, then aversion. Prince Louis was a creative soul with a deep attraction to the finer things in life. His father, meanwhile, didn't understand a whit of either art or science. To put it plainly, he was a brutish, uncultured bumpkin. As a child, Louis was very hurt by how dissimilar he was from his father and brothers. Now, though, he was happy and very proud of the fact. The prince cast a languid gaze around his father's office. He had a hard time not wincing. His lack of taste and primitive nature shined through in every element of the interior. The ancient suits of armor, animal horns, pelts, tusks, and teeth, the dark, heavy drapes, this hideous, hefty table, portraits of ugly people hunting or competing in tournaments. Wherever his eye landed, it saw ugliness. As a child, Louis was always afraid of this room. Every item in the office wafted with an air of ghoulishness, blood, and moldering antiquity. Finally, the prince's gaze landed on the jester. Loyal dog that he was seated at the king's feet and with a sidelong smirk, scrutinizing Louis' new outfit. The prince noticed Kiko's wry look, tensed up and got ready for the hunchback to loose another of his barbs. The only man Louis hated more than his father was this malicious and filthy dwarf with his constant chuckling and chortling. As if able to sense his son's mood, Carl decided to have a little fun with him as always. Kiko, he smiled to the hunchback. What do you think of Louis' new clothes? Oh, the jester exclaimed with delight, the little bells on his toxic red floppy hat jingling abhorrently. Looks like I'm going to need a new wardrobe very soon. His Highness' clothing makes mine look dull and gray by comparison. Essentially, Louis had just been called a jester, and in theory an insult such as that would have caused anyone else to lose their tongue, but the royal jester was outside these laws. He said whatever entered his head without fear of punishment. And why? Because first of all, jesters typically were not punished, and second, the wise jester never said that which the king did not wish to hear. The king with a loud chuckle patted his big hand on the thick tabletop. Louis also had to smile and look promisingly at Kiko. While the prince looked on with anger, he hid behind the king's broad leg, then peeked out from behind it as if it was a column and stuck out his tongue. Once finished laughing, the king wiped his thick lips with a kerchief which Louis noted with horror was pocked with dried light green spots, and asked his son seriously, "Are you aware that the Duc de Gondy came to the capital today with his daughter and son?" It was hard for Louis to maintain composure. As if he didn't know, the Marchioness de Gondy was the most sought-after bride in Vestonia. Rich, pretty, and supposedly very clever. But that wasn't even the biggest part. The Marchioness de Gondy had been corresponding with him for the last 8 months. It all started a year prior at a ball in the palace of her grandmother, the Duchess de Gondy, attended by Louis and his elder brother Philippe. His older brother, being a mild-mannered pushover, preferred to live in his uncle's shadow and took practically no part in the festivities. Louis, on the other hand, didn't miss a single dance. At the ball, he was entranced by the young Marchioness. Her refined taste, sharp intellect, and sense of refinement. Also, the Princess of the South, as she was popularly known, possessed an astonishing collection of paintings and sculptures, and it was precisely on the grounds of Louis' artistic output that his relationship with Blanca de Gondy sprouted. For the previous 8 months, they had been corresponding, discussing everything related to art. In one of those letters, Blanca told him her father was planning a trip to Heroicsville, and that she and her brother would be accompanying the Duke. She also said why. Her brother Eric was most likely going to be getting engaged to Adele, granddaughter of the king and niece of Louis. Since that day, Louis had not known calm or sleep. His Blanca was traveling to the capital. He summoned all his best tailors, and together they invented a new fashion of clothing, which the vile dwarf had just been mocking. Blanca de Gondi would be delighted by this new style and the new combinations of colors and fabrics. Not his father, and certainly not his vile jester, neither of these barbarians could sully Louis' triumph. That serpent de Gondi wants to marry his son to my dear Adele. Carl gave a sidelong smirk and exchanged wicked glances with the jester. He doesn't stand a single chance. He. Louis' father's words forced him to emerge from his reverie. The prince perked up his ears and strained his body. Why was he here? For what reason was his father discussing such important issues with him? After all, nothing of the sort had happened before. Louis was the last person the king wanted to discuss important matters with. There, an epiphany, it finally hit Louis. Even the biggest fool in the land could have seen it. Blanca's brother would not become the king's father-in-law, but Carl needed a friendly south, particularly now after the renewal of hostilities with Atalia. And if Louis was here, that meant. A happy smile blossomed on the prince's face. He won't get little Adele, Carl barked. She will be. The king wanted to say more, but with a brief glance at the prince's attentively listening face, bit his tongue. But the Duke will have to give something in return. Kiko hurried to his aid. Yes, Carl agreed, now calmer. He can have a son. Let him think it all worked out for him. Yes, your majesty. The jester nodded and rubbed his hands together. You'll win some time. Louis couldn't understand what exactly the pair were saying and didn't particularly think about it. The only thing he yet again noted was how much influence Kiko had on the king. The pitiful, vile hunchback could read the ruler of Vestonia like an open book and manipulated him with artful ease. Yes, the king agreed. While they nip at each other's heels and weave intrigues, we will be able to. GHM. The king again fell silent and cast a suspicious gaze at the prince. Louis tensed up. Excited, Carl slammed a palm down on the table. We will announce Philippe's engagement to the Marchioness de Gondi. Excellent idea, your majesty, the jester called back. Let de Gondi and the de Beauformonts tear out one another's hair, deciding who has more influence on his highness Prince Philippe. They said something else, but Louis wasn't listening. The tension made his jaws lock and blood seeped out of his bit lip, but the prince didn't notice. He was having a tough time keeping himself from fainting. His Blanca was to be wed to the Cretan Philippe. Oh gods, no, that could not be that. Why did they summon him here? Another epiphany. They knew about his correspondence with Blanca. What did that mean then? Did they only call him here to mock him? Tears welled up in Louis' eyes. The brutes. What brutes they were. Louis. His father's voice seemed to be coming from far away. Can you hear me? What? The prince shuddered and sense returned to his eyes. He turned his head and looked again at his sullen father. Drifting through your fantasies again, the king muttered, thinking about what color underwear you'll wear tomorrow. Forgive me, your majesty. Louis got up from his seat and bowed respectfully. Would you mind repeating what you just said to me? Surely, the king nodded. I said that I found you a bride. Louis shuddered and looked at his father with hope. In that moment, he was ready to forgive the king all his insults and humiliation. Could it really be that Blanca and Philippe's engagement was the fruit of his imagination? Or had his father perhaps changed his mind? Bring it on. As you know, my son, we are currently at a state of war with Atalia. The king began, for some reason from an odd angle. In order for Vestonia to prevail, we need unity between the north, south, west, and east. And to achieve that unity, I will have to make many sacrifices. Yes, your majesty, I understand. Louis nodded, though he wasn't even close to appreciating what was being said. I recently received word from the north, the king continued. The news is that Konung Bjorn Sharptooth took advantage of the conflict between Harold Greywolf and the Council of 5 Jarls to raid our northern provinces. A number of northern counts and barons, who sent their retinues to war, expressed a desire to return home and defend their lands against these incursions. They will not go to war with Atalia, with Konung Bjorn Sharptooth's hordes harrying their lands. Other northerners might follow their lead, the jester added, and that would be a quarter of our troops. If the holders of the northern provinces recall their warriors, we will be in a tight spot, the king said. The Atalians are sure to seize on that. And so, we need to stop the collapse of the army I have already gone to such incredible lengths to gather. Father, I cannot see what part I am to play here. You will be assigned a most important role, the king replied. You are to be wed to the daughter of Bjorn Sharptooth. It is the only way to pacify the north. Done, that was it. Louis felt the floor fall out from under him. His Blanca would be wed to another, while he would be forced to marry the daughter of some northern barbarian. But that's only half the trouble, the king said, as if in ridicule. It isn't so easy to marry the daughter of a Konung. They live by a set of ancient local customs. Claimants to the hand of a Konung's daughter are required to undergo a series of tests. Claimants, Louis asked mechanically. He didn't actually care, but he asked the question with intent. His father couldn't be allowed to notice his downtrodden state. The king stroked his chin. That brings us to another problem. There are many that wish to bind themselves to Bjorn Sharptooth by marriage. He is one of the most influential rulers in Northland. There are many claimants to his daughter's hand. We have reason to believe several of them are gifted. Louis perked up. He saw a glimmer of hope. Father, he came. I am prepared to do whatever it takes to reinforce our influence in the northern borderlands, but willingness is not all it will take. I am no warrior. As much as I might want to, I will fail that test. As a matter of fact, if some of the claimants are truly gifted then, alas, few in Vestonia would stand a chance of prevailing. You are right, son, the king came sullenly and slammed his fist on the table. What unfortunate timing for Zae de Nemours to leave with her combatants. Trying in vain to hide his delight, Louis asked, what about our other strikers? I need them for the war, the king shot out. But it seems I will have no choice but to send Lord Grey with you. All his hopes were shattered. Louis breathed a fated sigh. Lord Grey was the king's most powerful striker. He could be trusted to take on any task. All right, my son, the king waved. That is my concern. Yours is to be prepared to depart for the north at a moment's notice. You may go. Louis bowed and, shivering in spite and malice, made his way to the front door. If the king could read his son's thoughts, he'd have been horrified at how cruelly he was imagining executing his own father. What are you so dressed up for? Jacques commented on my finest outfit, which I had acquired in Sardin, with slight mockery in his voice. Honestly, though, I could tell I rushed it. I should have waited until I got to Heroicsville to order myself clothing in the capital city style. My attire now gave me away as an outsider, or rather, a foreigner. Jacques' seemingly innocent question was actually a trick. It was a way of hinting at last night's reincarnation and subsequent rendezvous with the Viscount de Tosny. I was aware that Jacques was somewhat offended to see I had not taken him along as backup. For a certain time, the veteran had been very concerned for my safety. In that way, he and Bertrand were very alike. Jacques was sitting on the edge of the coach I sent him to rent yesterday from the owner of the inn. He tried to saddle us with his driver as well, arguing that he knew the city better, but we had plenty of people watching us as it was, so I refused. Plus, I had Bertrand. How insolent, I snorted without malice and got into the coach. In reality, I was slowly introducing that manner of communication into my inner circle. 3 heads were better than 1, and it was bearing fruit. Honestly, though, the method was not without side effects. The 2 were regularly trying to sneak me lessons on good sense, and that was despite all they knew about me. Essentially, Bertrand and Jacques were the best informed in my circle. To my eye, beyond my unspoken introduction of relative freedom of speech for the pair, there was another aspect as well. My appearance. Despite the fact this body had put on a lot of muscle, I still looked young for my age. With all my abilities, if I also had some character and a speaking style 15 years more advanced, they would have treated me differently. Still, to be frank, the 2 of them weren't going to change their stripes. I just don't want to lose my master too soon, Jacques shrugged. As an aside, I was promised a happy old age without poverty under the wing of a wealthy, influential aristocrat. Not all aristocrats have the fortune to be born rich and influential, I snorted. Some have to do a lot of work first, even at night disguised as commoners, and here we thought such aristocrats only had to marry elite brides with large dowries, Jacques said confidently. And that is usually the case, I sighed, but not always. Sometimes the young nobleman is a pawn in someone else's game, and as you know, pawns were made for the main players to sacrifice whenever they see fit. As for last night's adventure, I had no other choice. Furthermore, you're too old for such things now. Well, I can still remember which side of the sword is the grip. I seemed to hear notes of offense in Jacques' voice. Enough huffing, I said. You know what I'm referring to. Monsieur Bertrand spoke up, sitting next to Jacques. Jacques is a warrior and could have covered your back. I had no other choice. I repeated, putting an end to the discussion and commanding, let's go. The buggy started off and slowly rolled forward. Meanwhile, as if by coincidence, I looked around bored at the street. I didn't notice any hangers-on, but I constantly had the sense someone was watching. It was time to hunt down the clever trackers. They couldn't know much, but most important to me was to grasp onto a thread no matter how small, then to see. Maybe it would lead back to a ball of thread. The watchmaker is in, I decided to share after a brief pause. The buggy just started picking up speed so no one could hear us. I had no doubt Jacques came softly, not turning, you don't say. I rubbed my chin. He was very afraid at first. But you changed his mind. Jacques laughed, showed him 10 little hollow stones. I smiled, remembering the Viscount de Tosny's astonished gaze. I could only imagine what would happen if he could see the largest full brutes in my collection. You have a way of changing people's minds, Jacques chuckled. It's too soon to say anything, I sighed. The Viscount thinks in valuables. Artifacts from the shadow are a new market for him. He's liable to lose his head. Which is why he only took 3 hollow stones to test. You trust him? Of course not, I replied, but he is the only person who could pull it off. Beyond that, he knows what will happen if his scribblings find their way to the secret chancery. On top of that, he is an intelligent man. The Viscount does not require explanations of the full benefits he might enjoy from cooperating with us. By the way, Bertrand, just in case I'm not home, the Viscount is supposed to send someone in the next few days. It's his name, monsieur? Bertrand asked. A certain Zacharias Baron, I responded. The Viscount claims this Baron is a very deft financial mind. He knows everything about speculation on the here Auxville exchange and bond auction. So you have decided to purchase your dear late father's worthless papers. Bertrand breathed a condensed sigh. Not only that, I nodded. Not only. Wait, just what might that be? Our buggy just so happened to be driving past a large temple to the most luminous mother, one of the most important goddesses in the local pantheon. A line of pikemen stretched out, holding back the ferocious onslaught of an agitated and angry mob trying to push its way into the temple vestibule. Everyone wanted to see what was going on at the main entrance with their own eyes, and it really was worth seeing. While the crowd cried out in rage, ululating and whistling, the priests of the local religious order pulled a group of poor chained-up saps out of covered wagons. Intrigued, I ordered Jack and Bertrand to stop the buggy and ducked out into the crowd. With a couple of mean elbows, I started working my way to the front rows. Before too long, I found myself near a pikeman holding a body-length rectangular shield. He was standing in the full light of a scorching sun not far from his brothers in arms, guarding a narrow stairwell which, by all appearances, led into the temple crypt. I saw beads of sweat run out from beneath his helmet over his heat-reddened face. Seemingly, he was on the verge of passing out. Watching the look in his cloudy eyes, I saw him staring at a big, bearded man with an elongated canteen in one hand and a piece of bread in the other. Hey, Beard, I asked the tubby man. I'll give you half a taler for your canteen. $1. The bearded man reacted instantly with a satisfied belch. Here, I tossed him a coin and got the canteen in return. Sniffing the air, I realized I had just bought some foul wine that was hardly worth a dozen copper and watered down to nothing. Oh well, here, I said to the surprised pikeman and wiped down the canteen opening with a sleeve. I then raised the canteen to his mouth and ordered drink. It isn't proper, the pikeman rasped and glanced apprehensively toward the main contingent of pikemen. Meanwhile, he gulped loudly with a parched throat. This is an order from a nobleman, I added some pressure. If your commander asks, tell him Chevalier Renard is at his service. The pikeman gave it a second's thought and sucked greedily at the canteen. Taking a few big gulps, he instantly drained the canteen. Better, I smiled. You have my gratitude, your worship, the serviceman smiled. The look in his eyes went clear. Your name, Pierre Clavery, your worship. What is going on here, Pierre? The Stone Knights have delivered witches for public execution. They claim to have caught a whole coven. What the Vestonians called the Stone Knights, or Knights of the Order of the Grey Rock, were analogous to the Scarlet Knights of Atalia. Both kept busy exterminating true gifted, but the former had less power in their country than the latter. However, based on what I'd seen in the last few months, the popularity of that knightly order among common Vestonians was growing not by the day, but by the hour. Soon, the waves would be lapping at the very shores of Vestonia. Then an all-out hunt for true gifted. Not that that would change anything. The world here was slowly going the same way as my homeworld. Famine, disease, tax hikes, a huge wealth gap between the nobility and common people, where the priests knew where to apply pressure in their sermons. And in order to show their unity with the people, they had no choice but to burn or, as they did in this world, quarter a couple of witches. As if they were to blame for all these troubles. As long as the interests of the king and supreme magister coincided, the former would turn a blind eye to the latter's activity. Then why is it you here and not the city guard? I asked, nodding at the bronze chevron with the royal crest on his chest. The pikeman winced. Why, we were escorting the princess to come pray in the temple of the most luminous mother. And here these. The royal pikeman spat and angrily glared over at the people in dark gray robes, installing a small wooden platform. I looked in that direction, then over at the temple stairs where several dozen nobles were standing in flashy, expensive clothing. A young woman in the group stood out wearing a pretty lilac dress. Princess Adele, daughter of the king's youngest son who died in battle with pirates. She appeared to be around 13 or 14. The knights putting on their show were seemingly also blocking the princess and her retinue. She would have to be in the audience for the execution. I'd have bet my hand that whoever made that happen did it on purpose. Essentially, it was a sneaky way of essentially forcing the princess to take part in executing the witches. Now, word would spread throughout the kingdom that the young Adele, a pious worshipper of the most luminous mother, was completely on the order's side. It made me wonder if the king was in on the whole affair. What if he was secretly orchestrating the whole show? Why not? It could easily be the case. Why not improve the princess' image a bit in the people's eyes, with a bonus boost to the loyalty of the quickly growing knightly order? Tossing the serviceman a taler and waving off his gratitude, I quickly went over closer to the hastily assembled platform. I had to be certain Lotta was not among the witches sentenced to die. She was the first person who came to mind when the pikeman told me about the execution. People just kept coming. I looked around. Our buggy was now parked at the far corner of the square. Jacques must have figured such a big crowd was a potential hazard, and thus drove our vehicle out of the way. Bertrand and Jacques were both sitting inside the buggy as well. I nodded in satisfaction. That was what I liked about them, their can-do attitude. Essentially, I just needed one glance at the women the priests called witches to make certain Lotta was not among them. I had a hard time believing all 10 of the prisoners were really witches. So I wanted to get up closer and scan them. I could always get out after. While I pushed forward, I listened to the onlookers. People were hungry for blood. They didn't much care for witches. I heard the occasional cry to cleanse the city of unclean forces with redoubled vigor. How much of our blood have they supped? A burly woman cried, gasping and shaking her head. They're the source of all our troubles. A scrawny man next to her rasped through crooked yellow teeth. They'll get what they have coming now. Broad-shouldered, red-headed kid menaced the prisoners. One of their kind made off with all the cattle in my village. I pushed further and shook my head so I wouldn't stand out from the crowd. Finally, I was directly in front of the platform, where I started looking around in true vision at the chained-up women all huddling together. Unnaturally crooked fingers, bloody wounds, bruises under the eyes. They had clearly been subjected to harsh torture. Scanning one woman after the next, I felt shivers all over my skin. Unbelievable, I was wrong. They were witches, all 10 of them. So they really did uncover a whole coven. Their reservoirs were mangled and disfigured. I was surprised they were still alive. Lotta had very similar wounds, but she was not there among them. I sighed with relief, and was about to turn around and leave, but my eye was caught by one strange factor. I looked closer. Squeezed in the middle of the huddle was another witch being protected by the others. Based on the energy system, she was a 9 or 10-year-old girl. My attention did not go unnoticed. One of the witches, the oldest, sharply shot up and started darting her eyes around the crowd. A moment later, we locked eyes. Even in her state, she was able to sense my adoptive mother's mark. I could only imagine how powerful she had been before her capture. I was also scared by the thought of who could take a witch like her prisoner. Whoever it was, they must have had at least as much power as the late Wild Duke. If the Order had gifted of such power at their service, the king was going to have another quickly growing force in his kingdom to reckon with. The witch's swollen and bloodied lips twinged. "Not if you can hear me, Fox." The quiet whisper reached my ears. The old woman spoke to me in witching. Her pronunciation was mangled, but I could hear her and understand even though there were more than 30 feet between us. It also suddenly hit me that the old sorceress speaking to me was using a kind of wizardry I was unfamiliar with. Neither I nor my adoptive mother had command of such magic. I nodded shortly. "They destroyed my reservoir." I heard the magic whisper again. "But I still have a droplet of power big enough to land my final blow. I pray of you, save my granddaughter. Any coven would take her in. They will pay you handsomely. Be ready. I trust you, Fox. You bear the mark of a sister." The old woman broke eye contact, rolled her eyes back, and slowly went down onto the stone causeway. She must have miscalculated her powers. I could see that her reservoir had very little mana left. Her sistren immediately crouched over her. Turning my head, I shook off the invisible haze of alien sorcery and cursed quietly to myself. This was exactly why I always tried to stay away from witches, and if I had dealings with them, it was only in cases of extreme necessity, which, by the way, Vadoma had taught me. She was the one who warned me to never voluntarily have dealings with witches, because before you knew it, you'd be obeying their every command like an obedient, loyal dog. I of course felt bad for the little girl, but they should have considered her safety earlier. If this coven had been caught almost in its entirety, these witches must not have been especially hiding. Feeling powerful, they got lazy and careless. They thought no one would dare move against their coven, and paid the price, but now they wanted to rope me in. The old woman must have seen a young spellsword in the crowd, and habitually decided she could bend him to her will. Too bad. She picked the wrong guy. I was about to turn and leave the square when I heard a loud, sonorous little girl's voice coming from the temple. "Look, Your Holiness, there is a child among these unfortunate souls." It was Adele. She was speaking to a short, thin old man in a white priest's tunic with golden embroidery. I didn't know why, but I decided to stay and listen to their whole conversation. With my hearing, even through the din of the crowd, it was no challenge picking out their words. "Your Highness," the gray-bearded priest shook his head. "That is no child. It's a witch. Appearances can be deceiving. This brute injured and nearly killed one of our knights. Based on how the princess turned her little head up, she was not accustomed to being defied." Dell stomped her little foot, making the chestnut locks on her temples flip around amusingly. "She's just a girl," he shouted out sternly. "She can't be older than 10. Captain Descalon, bring the poor girl to me at once." "Yes, Your Highness." A tall warrior in bone armor appeared from the side as if out of thin air and pounded his wide chest with a big, huge fist. "Stop, Captain," the priest exclaimed. I heard notes of panic in his voice. "Your Highness, you do not fully comprehend what is happening." I allowed myself a sidelong smirk. The directors of this show must not have told the princess anything, much to their misfortune. Her Highness was making a real mess of things. Her outburst made the crowd start grumbling in dismay. The already incensed public started bubbling like a pot of oil over a heavy flame. The people saw the sentenced girl as nothing but a hated witch. People came here to enjoy a show and watch the beasts be torn to bits, not set loose. I don't care what you think." The princess shouted sonorously, "I don't believe that girl is a witch. Bring her to me at once." "What the heck is all this, my good people?" someone from the crowd exclaimed. "They want to turn these beasts loose." "No way," a woman cried out from the right. "My sister got a spell put on her, but they get to go free." "Get them, brothers," a gruff voice near my ear barked, and the crowd lurched forward. The crowd hummed and burbled. The faces of the people around me warped into scowls of hate and fury. The jig was up, no going back now. Press on or be trampled. Drawing energy from an emerald brewed out of habit, I took the first step. "Your worship, this way." I turned my head, hearing a familiar voice to my right. Pierre Clavery, the pikeman I had given a drink of diluted wine, was now signaling to me animatedly. With a sharp burst forward, at the last moment I slipped between the pikemen's shields as they, obeying hacking commands from their officers, started slowly stepping back and forming a solid formation with spears out in front. Shield wall. A broad-shouldered bruiser barked, wearing a silver lieutenant's token on his chest. "Step 2 punks, keep Her Highness safe. Get back," the sergeant shouted into the crowd, his eyes flaring with rage. The man's right cheek was crossed by a hideous deep scar, making him look like an old fighting dog. "They're trying to rise up." I ran further, thanking Pierre as I went. "Get them," the crowd roared back. "They want to let the witches go." A woman's voice blared piercingly. Once behind the soldiers, after running 10 steps forward, I stopped and quickly looked around. The square around the temple was packed full of people. How many were there? A few thousand. On the backdrop of the raging ocean of screaming and roaring bodies, the formation of 20 pikemen slowly but surely walked back to the temple steps, looking like a tiny island. The people, their faces warped by hate, were pushing forward in a single burst of fury. The bloodthirsty wave swallowed up the hesitant city folk from the first rows before it reached the shield wall. That morning they had come with their families to a temple service, delighted that they could watch an execution so close to the platform. And now they and their children were dying beneath the feet of a monster with 1,000 heads and 1,000 voices. The junior priests, wrapped in gray robes, flitted off toward the temple like a flock of frightened sparrows. Behind them, leaving their post by the criminals and drawing short swords, the stone knights followed in an organized fashion. I saw some of the knights looking malevolently at the witches. They, chained up to granite posts with embedded steel rings, were essentially being sacrificed to the mob. All huddled together, the women looked like old moldering statues made of congealed ash. Left one-on-one against the enraged human mass, the witches got ready to make their lives come at as high a cost as possible. A crazy idea came to mind suddenly, but I strangled it in the cradle. No. I was not going to be fast enough to save anyone. Even if I made it ahead of the crowd, how could I break the chains on their arms and legs? I could try to break the metal with energy pulses, but that would take time I simply did not have. And what if they weren't made of common iron? No, it would be suicide. What did she even have in mind when she prayed for my help? I felt sincerely sorry for the child, but my conscience was clean. The full responsibility for the girl's death laid first and foremost on her grandmother, who allowed the situation to get out of control, and I was not going to die a fool's death for someone else's mistake. Okay, I'd seen enough. Not wasting another minute, I ran for the nearest carriage. A moment later, I sensed a flash of mana behind me. The witches had begun their final battle. I didn't know what they were using on the people dashing their way, but based on the shrieks and piercing screams of pain, it must have been something very nasty. Before a minute was even up, the shrieks turned into a roar of triumph. The crowd must have gotten what it wanted. I turned in a flash and shuddered. The witches' bodies had essentially been torn to shreds. These once upstanding shopkeepers and housekeepers were now caked in blood and scowling menacingly as they leapt and flailed their arms in the air like primordial creatures. And if I had given in to my momentary impulse, my guts would now be littering the ground beneath these possessed half-people. The biggest paradox in the whole situation was the fact that tomorrow, if of course these people lived to see it, they would all revert to common law-abiding city folk and go on living their quiet, petty bourgeois lives like nothing had happened. As expected, now that the crowd had tasted blood but not sated their thirst, they obeyed the warlike cries to get the priests. They wanted to take mercy on unclean. Get them. I ducked beneath the carriage just in the nick of time. Stones, sticks, and other heavy objects started flying at the pikemen, nobles, and priests from every direction. A few of the junior priests, having decided to take shelter next to the unfinished platform, immediately paid the price for their languor and lack of foresight. They met the same fate as the people they had dragged out here to execute not 1 hour prior. Once finished with the junior priests, the wave of blood-maddened city folk split into two. The first half rolled at the pikemen, while the second, curving around the shield wall island, ran toward the main entrance to the temple where the nobles escorting the princess were standing with pale faces. The senior priest, by the way, unlike his underlings, got his bearings in the blink of an eye. His white, gold-embroidered garments flickered past the temple doors. In the same place, I saw the dark garments of the stone knights. They sure moved quick. I should also note that the princess bodyguards reacted quickly. While the other nobles floundered and tried to flex their privilege, the princess' personal guard picked her up in her little box and carried her around the temple. Watching Captain Descalon, I snorted in satisfaction. Smart move. A jam had formed in the temple doors composed of the bodies of the rich visitors who, driven mad with fear, were trying to take shelter in the abode of the most luminous mother. Based on the telltale bone armor, the head of the princess' personal guard team was one of these royal strikers I'd heard so much about. If he was as powerful as combat mages I'd seen before, the princess was in good hands. The 4 bodyguards were also clearly no common soldiers. The king wouldn't just trust his granddaughter to anyone. Guys like that probably had another way out already in mind for emergency situations. Probably many. Essentially, if I wanted out of this hell, it would be best to follow the example of the princess bodyguards. Okay. Getting out from beneath the carriage, I ran off after the guards as they rounded the corner of the temple. Loping like a hare, I raced forward. When I was just 20 steps from the corner of the building, I realized I was not the only person to be so observant. People were running toward the corner the princess and her guards had just ducked behind. At first, I thought they were all like me and trying to find safety, but upon closer inspection, I realized they were not ordinary city folk. Their actions were just too coordinated and targeted. Then it hit me. They weren't running for safety. They were chasing prey. It didn't take a genius to realize who they were hunting. Still, I didn't believe that everything happening was a planned provocation orchestrated with the goal of murdering or capturing Carl III's granddaughter either. If not for the princess' capricious display provoking the already enraged crowd, the execution would have gone according to plan, and every player in the show would have gotten what they wanted. The onlookers could enjoy the sight of fresh blood, while the priests and aristocrats reinforced their reputation among the populace as foes of the unclean. So then who were these people? Atalian spies who spotted an opportunity. Mercenaries hired by de Gondi or de Beaufremont now playing their part in the play. Or was I wrong to think ill of them? What if they were another component of the Princess Guard team who had previously been in plainclothes in the crowd and were now trying to cover the king's granddaughter's escape? In one way or another, I didn't actually care. These games were not for me. My task was to get out of the mess my own curiosity had got me into alive and unharmed, though I had a respectable excuse. I had to be certain Lotta was not among the witches sentenced to die. Honestly, though, I had to admit that even if she had been there, I would not have been able to help her. I had to slow my pace and duck into the shade of the temple wall. Leaning against the warm wall, I stopped for a moment. Waiting for the strange group to round the corner, I kept going. Standing there, I counted 12 people. Scanning revealed nothing. I was just too far away. A dozen fighters against 5 bodyguards, one of whom was a combat mage. I'd have put my money on Captain Descalon. I breathed a heavy sigh and turned around. The people were raging and pushing. Alas, I would not be able to make it across the square. The only way out was through the ill-fated gallery. I also would not be able to hide where I was. Very soon the enraged crowd would be here. Damnation, I hissed, unclipping the silver wing and stashing it in my pocket. Then, quickly pulling out my neckerchief, I tied it around the bottom half of my face. As usual, the aura sapped energy from several brutes at once. Drawing my sword and dagger, I breathed a heavy sigh. If things kept going at this rate, it wouldn't be long before I went broke buying new weapons to replace ones ruined by energy pulses. Quietly stealing past on the wall and hiding behind statues, I moved forward. Walking up closer to the fight, I finally realized why Captain Descalon decided to stand and fight rather than continue moving. It was very simple. There were 2 groups. The second was waiting for the princess and her bodyguards at the end of the gallery, blocking their path. In total, there were more than 20 foes, though now probably less. By the time I got there, 4 bodies were already lying on the marble floor motionless with pools of blood spreading beneath them. Scanning revealed that one of the attackers was indeed a striker. The rest were regular people. The second volley was incoming. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a bright purple ribbon behind the pedestal of a statue. The princess must have accidentally dropped it while running here. The bad guys had their faces covered like me. We were also dressed similarly. Yet another tick in the column of the Atalian theory. Some of them were cursing in Vestonian, though. Clearly a ragtag bunch. I bent down to pick up the little ribbon and tied it to my elbow. At least this could differentiate me from the attackers. Strangely, the princess spotted me, just as she did the ribbon on my elbow. Our gazes met. After I sent her a wink, she hit me with a wave of hate and scorn. Then her eyes shot up into her forehead. I had gotten started. First of all, I attacked the crossbowmen. Before they could react, I took down 3. Once the others noticed their brothers in arms start to die suddenly, they turned around and, casting their useless crossbows to the floor, started drawing short swords. I had achieved my primary goal, stopping them from reloading. Then began a short dance with death. I had to give all my effort. A few times I thought I was done for, but every time death passed me by. If not for the timely arrival of the princess bodyguards and most importantly Captain Descalon who helped take down my opponents, things easily could have turned out tragic for me. But nevertheless I took some damage. Grazes, a couple cuts, including one on my shoulder which proved quite deep. But in comparison to others, I still came away with just a little scare. Two of the princess bodyguards perished. The others were barely hanging on. Identify yourself, Descalon said to me when it was all over. Noticing that I was cautiously backing away from the gallery, he burst forward, but the princess stopped him. Captain, I order you to stop. If not for the young noble's timely intervention, I'd have died. He stopped the crossbowmen. After what the princess said, Descalon winced as if he'd eaten a lemon but stopped. Your Highness, you're too trusting, he came with a sigh, watching fadedly as I made my way for the coveted exit. And what makes you think he is a noble? Only nobles are capable of acting so gallantly, the princess exclaimed, proudly thrusting her chin up while a rosy glow appeared on her pale cheeks. I am right, aren't I? Entirely so, Your Highness, I said with the most gallant bow I could muster, removing my hat. If Bertrand had seen it, he'd probably have been proud of his student. But alas, I cannot tell you my name. Sooner or later you will find out, though. All I can say is I am no enemy to you, and I sincerely thank all the gods for giving me the chance to be here at the right time. I looked significantly at the purple ribbon on my elbow. I hope you forgive me this small impertinence, Your Highness, I said with another bow, and now, with your permission, I have to be going. Before ducking into a passage, I saw a dreamy smile on the princess' face. I was afraid to even imagine what kind of fantasies were swirling in her head, probably just like in a romance novel about knights, a mysterious stranger saving the beautiful princess. She was probably not thinking about how hundreds had died in the last hour and how tangentially blame for their deaths lied on her. Even if she reached that conclusion, her grandfather the king would set her right in short order. Heh. Would he ever? His only and beloved granddaughter was not to blame for a thing. It was all the priests, witches, rabble, anyone but her. Still, for fairness' sake, it should be noted that Adele had good intentions. She was just trying to save a poor little girl from dying. How was she supposed to know how things would turn out? And those vile thoughts occupied my mind the whole way home. I had to note that the authorities reacted quite effectively. The streets of the old capital were flooded with city guard divisions. A few times, I had to change directions to avoid trouble and constantly check if someone was trailing me. One time, I was stopped along with a few other city dwellers, but the sergeant at the head of the guard division spotted the silver wing I'd pinned back on the lapel of my doublet and let me get on my way without any talking. When I saw my buggy at the gates, I breathed a sigh of relief. Jack had not let me down. The old war dog sensed something was wrong immediately. Were it Bertrand in his place, I was afraid to even consider what might have happened. The old man would never have left his post waiting for me. I had just been casting blame on a teary-eyed little girl, but my actions had put those dear to me at risk as well. And here they were. They must have seen me through the window. They all spilled out onto the porch together. Jacques, Bertrand, Gunnar, and Kevin. My old servant ran straight over to me. Gasping and panting, he looked over my now shredded clothing. Seeing the blood on my shoulder, Bertrand gave a soft cry of fear. Draw me a hot bath if you would, I came. My valet immediately started giving orders to Gunnar and Kevin, hurrying after them as he did. Well, Jacques snorted. Satisfy your curiosity. I shook my head. You wouldn't believe whose acquaintance I made today. I started walking toward the porch when I heard the patter of hooves behind me. Turning, I saw a rider bearing the de Gramont chevron on his chest. So was this one of the retinue men who escorted Max's cousins to Abbeville? Chevalier Renard, he said to me. Message for you from his lordship the Count de Gramont. I was ordered to take a reply. Accepting the small scroll he extended, I unfurled it and read the brief message. As expected, my cousin had complained to his dad about me. I now had to go for a family lunch in the de Gramont Manor in the new capital. Tell his lordship that I accept his invitation. The retinue man gave a mocking twinge of the lip, jerked back on the reins, and galloped away. Here are Uxville, new capital, the de Gramont Manor. To say that Hinrichdgrament was angry would be an understatement. And it was all down to the punk Renard, his brother's bastard. This worthless man, who had been begging him not to be sent away from the capital just a year earlier, was now starting to show some pluck. When Heinrich sent Eveline and Valerie to fetch Renard, he figured the news of his upcoming marriage to a wealthy bride would have the man crawling to him on hands and knees, but instead he refused. Meanwhile, both his daughter and niece told Heinrich utterly implausible fables about the insolent twerp. Heinrich had become aware that Renard was in debt to almost all aristocrats and people of good name in Abbeville. He also knew that his nephew had nearly been struck down in a duel over some third-rate actress. As an aside, Heinrich de Gramont wasn't the least bit surprised by any of that news. It was all entirely in Renard's character. Ferdinand had paid no attention to raising his bastard, which turned him into this worthless man at once vicious and wayward. And so, word that Renard the coward and pushover was suddenly champion of a tournament in a neighboring county, and then had slain one of Estonia's greatest swordsmen in a single blow was initially completely implausible to Heinrich. But then, after the captain he'd sent to keep Eveline and Valerie safe sent a report corroborating their every word, he'd started to believe. In fact, the captain claimed that Renard was not only a masterful swordsman, he had been trained in some rather unusual melee tactics. He dispatched some of Heinrich's experienced retinue men like they were small children. In other words, it was a kind of mastery that would take more than a few months to achieve, the result of many years of diligent training. Heinrich refused to believe that Ferdinand had raised his bastard to be a warrior since childhood. Furthermore, by all appearances, Renard was not merely a highly skilled fighter, but an excellent actor to boot. To so easily pretend to be worthless would have taken the skills of a professional actor. Heinrich was eager to believe that theory. However, the story did have one caveat. He had known his nephew practically since he was a baby. The Renard he knew never would have stood a chance against a professional brawler, much less have agreed of his own free will to join the Shadow Patrol for a pittance. The Renard he had sent into exile around 1 year ago would have come to the capital to be wed at a moment's notice. So Heinrich de Gramont's anger was overtaken by curiosity, and when he found out that Renard had been in the capital for a few days already without showing his face to the head of house, he wasn't the least bit surprised. On that day, little Henry stuffed himself away in a wardrobe to cry in anger. But there, he was found by his grandmother, the Countess de Gramont. She put him up on her knee and quickly got to the bottom of her youngest grandson's hysterics, then asked to be shown the cruel sheet Henry was still squeezing in his tiny little hand. When she saw the image on the silver sheet, she gave a clever smile and told her captivated grandson that it was no common shrimp, it was a mantis shrimp. And in contrast to the peaceable common shrimp, mantis shrimp were highly dangerous predators that could sit in ambush for days on end. But when they spotted their prey, mantis shrimp could slay so quickly and with such force that they only needed a single blow. Then they could eat all their foes' guts at their leisure. That information perked little Henry right up. Encouraged, he found all books in the family library mentioning the unusual creature. There was a reason they said one's first round of the animal game to some extent determined their fate. Heinrich, like a mantis shrimp, learned to wait for his opportunity. "Your lordship, Chevalier Renard is here," the Count's valet said in an even tone. "Shall I send him in?" Heinrich de Gramont, distracting himself from reminiscing, looked at his servant and said, "Send him in." The Count looked at the time and snorted. Noon on the dot. Surprisingly, the scoundrel had come right on time. Heinrich had told him to come 2 hours before lunch. The Count wanted to voice his opinion about his brother's bastard's new image. A few moments later, the door to his office opened, and Max Renard walked inside. Heinrich greeted his nephew from a deep armchair behind his desk. He didn't pretend to shuffle through papers the way clerks from the Royal Chancery did when they wanted to appear busy and make visitors feel uncomfortable. No, Heinrich was above all those plebeian tactics. He knew his worth and his station. The Count was sitting in his armchair with his elbows on the armrests and chin resting on tented hands. Like a mantis shrimp, he was waiting for his prey to come close before landing the fatal blow. However, the man who entered did not much look like prey. Heinrich at first didn't even recognize his nephew. That was how much he'd changed physically. He remembered Max as a rosy-cheeked, round-faced young man with puffy hands and fearful, darting eyes. Now the man standing before him was the polar opposite of that Max, tan, lean, with a confident gait, wiry like a wild animal. A cold, piercing, and somewhat ironic look in his eyes. Heinrich thought for a moment that his nephew was looking straight through him. That sent a shiver down the Count's spine. He was staring down a predator, young, brash, ready to go for the throat at a moment's notice. The Count, much to his own surprise, recalled his captain's report on Max and started believing every word. The Count looked his nephew's chiseled body from head to toe. His simple yet high-quality outfit made for a stark contrast with the brightly colored, fashionable clothing his own sons preferred. Heinrich's studious gaze suddenly caught on a small silver bauble hanging over Renard's chest. Francois, complaining about the rude and brash bastard paying a visit to his former manor, mentioned his cousin's horrid attire and tasteless jewelry. At the time, Heinrich didn't pay any attention to his son's words. But unlike his youngest, the Count knew all about every last medal and decoration given out in Vestonia, particularly ones like the Silver Wing of Strix. Furthermore, over the entire history of House de Gramont, just 2 of its members had been deemed worthy of the distinction. And now some bastard born of the daughter of a merchant was flaunting that very medal all around town. Heinrich had a hard time holding in a curse, which very nearly slipped through his lips, and again that sardonic gaze. It was as if Ferdinand's bastard could read his thoughts. "Your lordship," Renard bowed respectfully. "Uncle, let me express my gratitude for the invitation. It is an honor for me. You didn't seem to be in any great hurry," Heinrich snorted. "I seem to recall sending for you in the winter." Renard shrugged. The look of contrition on his face was so affected it made Heinrich want to roll his eyes and laugh. But again he held it in. Not a muscle on his face twitched. "I was delayed by extraordinary circumstances," Renard came. "My duty to the crown." "What about after that?" Heinrich asked. "After your duty had been fulfilled. As an aside, you cannot even begin to imagine the effort it cost me to secure your release." The Count de Gramont there allowed himself a little white lie. In reality, his petition to the king on Max Renard's behalf was approved surprisingly quickly, so quickly that Heinrich was expecting there to be a catch, but then he cast those foolish thoughts aside. The war, Max shrugged. I needed to prepare for the journey. The roads are teeming with raiders and recruiters, and as an aside, I personally would rather meet the former. Heinrich caught himself thinking he was in full agreement with his nephew. The rumors of out-of-control headhunters had already made their way to Heroicsville. The Count then decided that the young man standing before him, despite being the youngest member of his family, had a manner of behaving that gave off an air of adult sophistication. Francois or Gabriel, meanwhile, the Count de Gramont's sons, were like snot-nosed teenagers compared to Max, and that realization drove Heinrich to madness. Even from beyond the grave, Ferdinand seemed to be mocking him. Henry the Shrimp, he heard his boyhood voice ringing from the distant past. Sit, despite the inner strife, Heinrich's voice came across stable and colorless. We have much to discuss. Renard bowed and easily plopped down into the chair opposite the table. Crossing his legs and tenting his fingers, he put his hands on his knees. We must agree on a date for the ceremony with de Marbot. Heinrich got straight to business. Why the de Marbots? Max asked unexpectedly. He was not indignant or whiny like his sons when Heinrich offered them to go pick out an elite bride. On the contrary, his nephew's tone was matter-of-fact and a bit world-weary. Year ago, you were on your knees in this very office begging me not to send you away from the capital. The Count began coldly. You ignored every explanation about it being for your own good. I promised to find you a wealthy, elite bride, and only then did you agree to go. And I kept my word. That same sardonic smile appeared on Max's face. Now the impudent man looked more like his late father than ever before. For an instant, Heinrich thought he saw a flicker of something animal in Renard's eyes. What happened to the old Max? I don't much feel it, Heinrich came indignantly. Heinrich frowned. Isn't it obvious? She's from an ancient family and she's wealthy. Also, she's rumored to be very pretty, smart, and modest. What more could you want from a wife? Furthermore, there isn't exactly a line out the door of fathers from noble lineages wishing to give their daughters' hands to you. Fair, Max nodded. That gives rise to a logical question. What then? Heinrich asked. If this Viscountess de Marbot is like you say she is, why would her father want a man like me? Sure, my father recognized me, but everyone knows me as a bastard, illegitimate. And so I wonder what's in it for them. Heinrich spent a short while in silence, looking closely at his nephew, who had changed so unexpectedly and grown smarter over the past year. Then he made a decision. Your marriage to the Viscountess will put an end to a many-year conflict between our families, which your father never got around to resolving. Over what? Max asked shortly. For a moment, the Duke thought his nephew knew more than he was letting on. The boundary of the Forest of Thillies. This way we can delineate it amicably. What is its value? Several thousand acres of highly valuable yew trees. Heinrich decided to reply honestly. Worth a lot of money. I see, Max said, thoughtfully stroking it. Heinrich was caught off guard by his nephew's calm reaction. What do I stand to gain personally? Renard asked matter-of-factly and added wryly, other than a gorgeous bride, of course. Heinrich opted not to mention the Viscountess' infertility. Let it come as a surprise to the impudent man when all was said and done. As usual in such situations, you would be made baron of the lands you receive with your bride's dowry. Max rubbed the bridge of his nose. Tempting offer. And as I said, the only one, Heinrich came. Now that's where you're wrong, uncle, Renard replied. Your nephew isn't all that hopeless. Heinrich's brows shot into his forehead. Explain. Are you aware of the Gilbert trading house? Max asked, tilting his head. Merchants? Heinrich winced. Much to his own surprise, he felt vexed. His upgraded nephew had made an impression on him, and now this misstep. It's like you didn't hear me. I have merchant blood in my veins, Max laughed. First of all, you are a recognized son of Ferdinand de Gramont. Heinrich came, thrusting his chin forward. And yet Max continued insistently. You didn't answer my question, because there's no point, Heinrich threw out. No merchants are worthy of the honor of marrying a de Gramont. What if those merchants controlled the entire wine trade in Vestonia? Renard asked insinuatingly, staring Heinrich straight in the eyes. They essentially have a monopoly. Sure, Thomas Gilbert is no aristocrat, but he has more money than the Count de Marbot could ever dream of. Thomas Gilbert could buy the Forest of Thillies 3 times over in its entirety. Think, uncle, what our house could do with finances like that. Heinrich said nothing. This impudent man had sowed a seed of doubt in his mind. He is a merchant, the Count stated conclusively, though there was no confidence in his voice. It was as if he was giving Max a chance to win him over. I meanwhile am a mere bastard, Renard shrugged. I am not suggesting you marry one of your own sons to Gilbert's daughter. Society will understand. And as for the Forest of Thillies, the Count de Marbot also has a son, Heinrich interrupted thoughtfully. I could just as easily let him have one of your blood sisters. Just then, a muted squeak of fear came from behind a heavy curtain. Renard turned to the sound and Heinrich frowned. That wretched girl was eavesdropping again. It couldn't have been anyone else. Only she could get away with such behavior. Heinrich sighed silently. His little Eveline was his weak spot. As an aside, the Count thought it didn't come as much of a surprise to Max. It was as if he already knew there was someone behind the curtain. Heinrich waved off the random thoughts. Eveline, the Count called strictly. Come out. Renard stood and shook off his doublet. A muted creak came from behind the door the curtain was covering, and a frightened little blonde-haired head peeked out. Max, she smiled embarrassedly. You came, how nice to see you. You've certainly matured. My dearest cousin, Renard smiled back with a gallant bow. You look better every day. I'm happy to see you again. Daughter, Heinrich called attention to himself. This behavior is unbecoming. Daddy, she shot out rapid fire. Mother wanted me to call you. The table is set. We're only waiting for you. Mother also wanted me to warn you that Auntie Jean has come to visit. Heinrich winced as if he'd eaten a lemon. All his annoyance at his willful daughter was swept away. The news of the Duchess du Bellai's visit instantly spoiled the Count's appetite. Jean du Bellay, Heinrich and Ferdinand's sister, known in the court as the Stone Lady, must have come for a reason. He'd have bet she had somehow found out that Renard was going to be at lunch, which made him wonder, what could she want from the bastard? Okay then, Heinrich said, getting up from the seat. Let's not keep them waiting. When we entered the dining hall, all conversations fell silent, and all de Grammonts present turned their eyes on me. I met their reaction, staring back unabashedly. The first few I noticed were two women of approximately 50 years of age. Most likely they were Countess Catherine de Grammont and Duchess Jean du Bellay. They were seated on elegant chairs next to a little table, and before our arrival, were clearly discussing something privately and waving big fans in front of their faces. Still, I should note that the familial abode of the de Grammonts, which had previously belonged to Max's father, had been constructed by true masters of their craft. With closed windows and unbearable heat outside, indoors it felt refreshing and even cool. The architect that designed the manor was a genius, no doubt about it. The ladies were the total opposites of one another. The first was tall and elegant with dark hair and eyes. The second. It was like I was looking at Eveline aged up by a few decades. Middling height, blonde hair, green eyes, and highly volatile. The only thing the two ladies had in common were the identically scornful gazes they awarded me with. A step away from the highborn women on their comfortable sofa all clad in royal blue velvet, I saw three quite attractive-looking women. They all looked somewhat alike. I figured one was Max's cousin Marielle de Grammont, and the others were her sisters Patricia and Nadine. From Bertrand's tales, I knew they were almost all the same age, each a bit over 20. Based on the more vibrant dress and pompous mannerisms, I very quickly realized which one was Marielle, Heinrich's daughter. Nadine and Patricia, by comparison, seemed neglected and depressed. But that did nothing to stop them and their aunts from looking on me as a footman who had accidentally stumbled into the wrong room. Valerie was also there, sitting at a slight distance from her sisters and cousin in a little armchair reading a small book. When I came in, the look in her eyes sparkled with delight, but she quickly got herself together and now was staring into her relative's eyes with satisfaction and even a certain degree of mischievous anticipation. The last two people I spotted were standing next to the window, one I had met before. Francois de Grammont looked like a fish out of water. His face alternated between pale and pocked with crimson spots. His expression carried so much hate. A little bit more and he would have a stroke. Next to him stood a long-armed, dark-haired kid of 27 years. His cool, sharp gaze ran studiously over my face and body. This must have been Heinrich de Grammont's eldest son, Gabriel. I had a hard time not laughing. My cousin was clearly trying to put on an air of adult seriousness, but he wasn't able to pull it off very well. I could see that he and Francois were outraged. Obviously, the little brother had already told him about our previous encounter. However, Uncle never mentioned it. Still, I'd have bet my right hand that Francois demanded the insolent bastard be punished. The time for vengeance had clearly not yet come. To be frank, Heinrich de Grammont completely met my expectations. Closed off, marching to the beat of his own drummer, cruel and calculating. Pretty much exactly how I imagined him. My uncle was probably also very vindictive. For example, he didn't bother mentioning to me that the Viscountess de Marbot many years ago was injured on a hunt, resulting in her inability to birth an heir. The watchmaker had told me that. He also told me about her maniac brother, who Valerie and her sisters were clearly so uneager to marry, and that explained her active participation and insistence in Abbeville. The whole thing stunk, though getting a barony of my own as dowry was quite a hefty argument, but the timing was wrong. I was not planning to get married yet, especially not on someone else's orders. My uncle, as an aside, was all too eager to take the bait with the Gilberts. Now he would keep his nose in the wind to gather information. I had bought myself some time, which was exactly what I wanted. But I was not lying. If not for the barony and relation with an ancient house, Thomas Gilbert would be a more appropriate father-in-law for me. He really did have deep pockets, and wanted badly for his grandchildren to be aristocrats. I could only imagine Valerie's face when Eveline told her all about my conversation with the Count. I had detected the little spy right after I entered her father's office. Ah, here we are, Eveline exclaimed with a broad smile. And this is Max, GHM. Or rather Chevalier Renard. I gave a respectful bow first to the ladies, then to my infuriated male cousins. Francois, I even sent a furtive wink, which added a few crimson spots to his face. This guy clearly had problems with self-control. I was surprised he hadn't been killed yet. As an aside, all the people in the room were clearly Prince Louis supporters. The green flowers and floral insets in their clothing bore eloquent witness to that. Heinrich de Gramont sent a signal to a gray-haired butler, and everyone started taking seats at a long table with the help of their footmen. At the head of the table, as head of household, was my uncle, who whispered something to his sister seated to his right. The Countess was seated opposite, then his children in order of age with me at the far end of the table, like a leper, practically in the wilderness. Father, Francois came, unable to resist. Before the footman could even bring out the first dish, the Viscount shouted out in fury, "Explain something to us all. What is that bastard doing here?" Heinrich de Gramont didn't even twitch a brow. "Since when do I have to answer to anyone?" His cold, calm tone made Francois go pale. "Father," Francois mumbled out like a capricious teen. "That wasn't what I meant. You should know your place," Heinrich blared back. "Unlike you, Renard knows his perfectly well." Inside, I laughed. Uncle had decided to turn his household against me. Well, an utterly expected move. For a moment we locked eyes. I seemed to see slight surprise in his. For the record, he often looked at me that way, as if he was expecting the old Max. Well, that made perfect sense. But Henry, came Catherine de Gramont. The mammon immediately stood to the defense of her littlest son, and based on the looks he was getting, he was also the favorite. How can you compare them? Your son is a viscount. And this, the Countess hit me with the full force of her scorn and disgust. Chevalier Renard is a member of House de Gramont, the Count interrupted, and he is prepared to do his duty as a member of this family. Uncle was clearly adding fuel to the fire. What duty now? Francois asked indignantly. He is a black mark on this family, just like his traitor father. Heinrich didn't seem to hear his son. He just so happened to be busy cutting up a little meat roulette with a butter knife. I meanwhile followed his example, unflappably swallowing the fine delicacy. Even the mayor of Toulon didn't have such exquisite cuisine. Our shared obliviousness drove my cousins even more mad, whereas Valerie and Eveline were clearly delighted. And speaking of duty, the Count came suddenly, cutting off the words about to come out of the Countess' mouth. Chevalier Renard has just come to town from Toulon. He served in the Shadow Patrol in Westerly Fort. A dead silence fell in the dining hall. Everyone sitting at the table turned their head my direction. The Count broke the silence. He pointed the butter knife at my chest and came. "Francois, do you see the silver wing on your cousin's chest? Yesterday, when you told me about your encounter with Chevalier Renard, what exactly did you call it again?" "Ah, yes, a barbaric trinket, I believe. Jean, are you familiar with that item?" The unexpected shift from Francois to his sister made everyone turn their heads toward the Duchess du Bellay. "You don't mean to say that?" "Yes, sister," Heinrich nodded. "That is precisely what I mean to say. Your nephew is a cavalier of the Order of the Silver Wing of Strix. As you recall, only two of our vaunted ancestors were worthy of such an honor, our great-great-grandfather and his grandfather." The Duchess looked at me with new eyes. "Max," Eveline exclaimed in delight, "you have to tell us what you did to earn that medal." "Dear cousin," I sighed, "I still don't feel truly worthy of this distinction. I just saw a chance to help my brothers in arms and I took it." "And what happened to them?" Eveline asked straight away. "They were wounded in battle with shadow beasts," I responded. After that, silence took hold at the table once again. "You fought beasts from the shadow?" Eveline was ecstatic. "They must have had giant fangs and claws." "Yes, dear cousin, I did," I smiled and replied. "And as for the size of their claws, you may see for yourself. Here, consider this a modest gift from me. One of my trophies." After saying that, I took one of the shadow wolf claws from my pocket and handed it to her. With a shriek of delight, she took the curved black claw and started staring at it enraptured. "Eveline," the Countess was first to come to her senses. "This behavior is beneath you." "Oh," she checked herself and quickly stashed the souvenir. "Forgive me, madame," I said to her mother. "It's my fault." Catherine de Gramont's look of anger burned straight through me, but her sons looked somewhat pacified. The fact that the man seated at their table was not some pitiful bastard, but now a hero of the frontier, had clearly knocked them off their game. Max's sisters and oldest female cousin, not knowing how to react, looked on with interest while Valerie was undoubtedly savoring the moment. Heinrich, by the way, could see that. Despite the fact he was feigning being totally distracted by the feast, it didn't stop him from watching how every member of his family reacted. My self-serious blood sister clearly kept herself under strict control in front of our uncle. An uncomfortable silence fell at the table and was broken by the Duchess du Bellay. At first, she relayed news item number 1 about yesterday's attack on Princess Adele next to the Temple of the Most Luminous Mother. As expected, rumors were flying. Some said it was a sneak attack by the witches, others an uprising. There was also an Italian theory. As a participant in that fight, I found it the most plausible. Honestly, though, I of course said nothing. After that, the conversation smoothly shifted to Prince Louis, who the de Gramonts supported. "I have it on good authority that the king wishes for Prince Louis to be married," the Duchess said. Who has he selected? The Countess asked, looking tense. Alas, my dear, despite all our efforts, His Majesty has selected the daughter of the northern Konung Bjorn Sharptooth, the Duchess said with a sincere sigh. All the women at the table gasped. Did Max's aunt seriously think she could marry Eveline or Marielle to the prince? Why was I surprised? The de Grammonts were an ancient and influential family. As far as I knew, the Duchess du Bellay had buried her 2 sons and now had seemingly redirected all her energy into her nephews and nieces. As an aside, that explained all the green armbands around the de Grammonts' elbows. I said from the beginning that nothing good could come of this scheme. The Count snorted. The princes need the king to establish power. If not for my brother with his foolish ideas, perhaps the Duchess and I could have stood a chance. But alas, the once great name of our house has been left in shambles. There I was in complete agreement with my dear uncle. Max's father had done a bad turn to his whole family's reputation. Why exactly the daughter of some northern barbarian? Heinrich's eldest son Gabriel spoke up. Couldn't a better candidate have been found in Vestonia? Why don't we ask your cousin about that? The Count came with a wry edge. What do you think, Max? What made him choose the northern barbarian? Uncle just could not stop trying to turn his family against me. I wondered why. Was he trying to sick his sons on me like hunting dogs on a wolf? Everyone sitting at the table turned to face me. Most of them looked on me with condescension as if I was some country bumpkin. Gabriel was clearly annoyed by his father's disrespectful tone and the unusual attention he was paying to the wretched bastard. With pity, I set aside my silverware. I believe it has to do with the war, I replied. Ha, Francois exclaimed mockingly. Amazing, what a revelation. You'd get just as good responses from any shopkeeper down some merchant alleyway. Dear cousin, I turned to him. That clearly threw him. He just cringed. You shouldn't underestimate the analytical capabilities of shopkeepers. They must keep up with events in their kingdom and the world every day. If they take their fingers off the pulse for even a second, their business will dwindle. Father, Francois cringed. That's absurd. What could a shopkeeper know about politics? Heinrich ignored his son's words. As an aside, I saw happy flickers in the Duchess' eyes. I'd have bet money that she did not have the greatest opinion of her nephews. Max. Eveline said to me with a smile. Come on, Perry, what could a simple shopkeeper know about politics? Quite a lot, I replied. As a matter of fact, dear cousin, you could stand to take a couple lessons from one. I'm afraid father wouldn't approve, Eveline giggled. All right, then allow me to explain with a simple example. Francois gave a loud snort. Gabriel, meanwhile, gave a condescending chuckle. For instance, let's take GHM. I looked pointedly at the table and pointed a finger at a little porcelain saucer. How about this? A saucer? Eveline asked. Yes, I nodded. What is it made of? Porcelain. True, I nodded. And porcelain is made of white clay, which is harvested in the north, in County de Lusignan. Why are you telling us all this? Francois lost patience. And what does it have to do with shopkeepers? Everything, I replied. Shopkeepers deal in porcelain just like this. Oh gods, my cousin shook his head. However, neither his parents nor aunt intervened. They were listening closely. Max, what is the connection between porcelain, war, Prince Louis, and the Konung's daughter? Eveline asked. Good question, dear cousin. I smiled back and picked up the light saucer. Now, let's say the shopkeeper and other porcelain dealers sell a saucer like this for a crown apiece. Let's imagine they learn about raids by the Northlanders into the northern provinces, one of which is the County de Lusignan. What will happen to the price of porcelain? It will go up, Eveline replied straight away. White clay harvesting will cease due to the raids, and with time the production of porcelain will come to a grinding halt. Right, I nodded. See, it's all connected. And now another question. What will happen when the Count de Lusignan and other northern counts find out that their provinces are being raided by Northlanders? They will hasten home with their retinues to defend their holdings and families. Eveline answered quickly. And that will severely weaken the royal army, I added, because we are at war with Atalia. Do you mean to say His Majesty wishes to marry his son to the Konung's daughter to shore up the northern borderlands? Eveline asked thoughtfully. That is precisely what I mean to say. If not for the war with Atalia and the massive risk of weakening the royal army, His Majesty would hardly have made such a decision. For a little while, the people sitting at the table traded glances. Heinrich broke the silence. Francois, he came mockingly to his son. What if I now take your cousin's advice and send you to apprentice with a shopkeeper? Surprisingly, the Count's barb went unanswered. I was settling in to hear a screed of rage and indignance from Francois, but my cousin sat in silence as if his mouth was full. The rest of the family did too. By all appearances, they had all heard Heinrich take such a tone with them before, and despite the wry notes, he was far from cheery. Everyone fell silent, but the emotions of the people sitting at the table were easy to read. Francois, who had just been offered an apprenticeship at a shopkeeper's, looked about to have a seizure. His face was pure crimson, while tears welled up in his eyes. His brother, seated at his right, based on his shoulder movements, was holding his hand under the table. From my perspective, it was a touching scene and very promising for me. I had realized a simple fact that day. If the head of Clan de Grammont suddenly disappeared, Max's family would be left vulnerable. Based on the gloomy and suspicious looks Heinrich was shooting at me and Valerie, he was more than aware of that. And of course he was also aware that his capricious and spoiled sons would only weaken the already diminished clan were they to be named as heirs. The only person capable of replacing Heinrich, in my opinion, was his sister, the Duchess du Bellay. Alone, childless, and fully concentrating all her attention on building up de Gramont power, she would not allow the clan to perish. But she was not immortal. The way Jean du Bellay was looking at me, I did not find particularly nice. Her serpentine gaze, unblinking, followed my every move and caught my every emotion. Essentially, the elders of House de Gramont clearly were trying to see me as a threat in their own way. I wouldn't be surprised to find out Max's father had been burned by both of them together. Of course, at any moment I could take radical measures, but first of all, there were no open hostilities as of yet, and it was very far from a critical point. And second, the weakening of House de Gramont by getting rid of two figures of such authority would not be in my own best interest. I had far-reaching plans for this family. Whereas the Count and Duchess looked on me as some yet unknown creature which had now grown teeth, the Countess de Gramont, bestowing her little son with silent glances of admiration, kept glaring over at me, burning me with scorn. Her eldest daughter, Marielle, was trying very hard to mimic her mother in every way. Raising her chin proudly, she looked at me with disgust like a mangy, flea-ridden mongrel. Max's older sisters were doing their best to keep up with her, but Valerie was looking down and trying to restrain her emotions as much as possible. I was sure she knew perfectly well that her uncle and aunt were watching her like a pair of hawks, but try as she might, Valerie was not able to keep the unflappable look on her face, sometimes letting her lips slip to reveal a malicious smirk for a brief moment. Eveline was the only person who didn't care about the whole show. After hearing her father, his favorite daughter gave a muted giggle and quickly covered her mouth with a little hand. Happy little devils danced in her eyes. She even found an opening to shoot me a friendly little wink. For a short time, an uncomfortable silence hung over the table, broken by the odd clink of silverware on dishes. By the time the footman started bringing out dessert, the Count finally sat back in his chair with satisfaction, looked languidly at his sister and said somewhat sardonically, "I assume, dear sister, that word of Prince Louis' marriage is not the only news to reach you from your so-called good authority." The Duchess snorted indistinctly, letting her brother know that his little goading and forced formality had no impact on her, and replied ironically, "Dear brother, I hasten to add that my source's timely provisioning of useful information is why you are always one of the first in the kingdom to have first-hand knowledge of any situation." Heinrich snorted, "Let's not forget, dear sister, that all this first-hand news requires handsome repayment, and that is putting it lightly. Whoever supplies you with these rumors and gossip must have amassed a fortune on my gold. My brother, if you are on the verge of poverty, please save your meager reserves and look for a less expensive way of digging up, as you put it, rumors and gossip. For instance, one example might be the aforementioned shopkeepers our nephew just finished telling us are so phenomenally well informed." The Count frowned and made a vague hand motion. "Come now, dear sister. After today's little display, I am inclined to take your advice, but after I get the full measure of what I pay so handsomely for, so you have my undivided attention, based on how the other members of the family reacted calmly to the Count and Duchess conversation, little spats like that were commonplace. You are correct, my brother," the Duchess nodded, and her face turned serious. "Prince Louis' future marriage is not the only news. What I'm about to tell you is going to turn this kingdom upside down tomorrow." Everyone sitting at the table turned to face the Duchess. "Is that right?" The Count frowned. He perked up right away. The Duchess du Bellay's tone always contained valuable information. Everyone fell silent. Even Francois stopped huffing and started listening attentively. The Duchess clearly enjoyed all the attention. She made a pause and, raising her chin proudly, spoke with an air of excessive solemnity. "I have become aware of whose flowers the Duc de Gondy will be wearing. His Majesty has made a decision. The Marchioness de Gondy shall be wed to Prince Philippe." Everyone fell silent together, then started speaking, except me. Taking advantage of the lack of attention, I savored a tender and delicious dessert. The issue was that the news of the king's decision was no surprise to me. I mentioned to the watchmaker that I had entered the city at nearly the same time as the Duc de Gondy. Upon hearing about the Duke and the young lady accompanying him, the Viscount de Tasny immediately told me his theory that the Duke of the South, ruler of Aquitaine, had come to conclude an alliance with Karl III to be secured most likely by a marriage between the Marchioness and one of the princes. The watchmaker, who also had his informants at court, told me that most likely the Duke of the South, who controlled nearly the entire grain trade, would not be satisfied to see his daughter wed to a junior prince. After all, de Gondy was counting on his son getting engaged to Princess Adele. Essentially, the watchmaker and I at that time concluded that the king, whose fondness for Princess Adele was well known even to town drunks in the capital, had long ago given his agreement to marry the Marchioness de Gondy to his oldest son, the potential heir to the throne. but those were just theories, and now they were being confirmed. While Heinrich digested the news in silence, the younger members of the family started discussing hotly. Very quickly, it grew into an argument about which of the princes the king should have been marrying to the Marchioness de Gondi. Based on how the elders were in no rush to interfere in the juniors' political chatter, they actually encouraged such discussions. And that must have been exactly how an understanding of the finer points of politics was fostered in aristocratic families. As an aside, the fact the conversation was being conducted in my presence came as no surprise. After the reception at the mayor of Toulon's, I had realized that discussing everything happening at court was common practice in local aristocratic society. They boldly and openly remarked upon the outfits of the king's favorites, his policies both domestic and foreign, various rumors and scandals related both to the princes and their close supporters. I suppose Gabriel came, looking around pridefully. No one has any doubt remaining as to who the next Dauphin of Estonia will be. Hard to argue with that, brother, Francois supported. After the Marchioness de Gondi becomes Philippe's wife, the whole South will be behind him. The East and the South together are a true force. Gabriel nodded. So it was all for nothing? Eveline asked uncomprehendingly. What do you mean? Francois raised a brow. These bands. She raised an elbow with a wide band tied onto it of emerald color with gold embroidery. I imagine His Majesty, following some objectives only known to him, finally got what he was after. Gabriel shrugged. I don't regret it. The eldest sister spoke up and looked dreamily at her clothing. These were heady days, full of color and excitement. I snorted to myself. Bloody, too. The gods alone could say how many souls had perished over this armband dispute in the last few days in duels with young aristocrats. What made them think it was all over? Eveline's unexpected question caught me right when the little dessert spoon went into my mouth. Max, she exclaimed sonorously, stop eating dessert and finally tell us what you think about all this. All the de Grammonts once again stared over at me. What an irrepressible little twerp. I had the feeling she was doing it on purpose. I wouldn't have been surprised to find out her aunt and father put her up to this. I had to set aside my little spoon and unflappably reply with a question. Dearest cousin, could you please concretely state what exactly you want to know? Well, for instance, Eveline said with a pensive squint, touching a little pointer finger to her chin. What I want to know is your opinion on why His Majesty decided to play up to Philippe specifically with this marriage. So you see this all as a game? I asked. Of course, Eveline answered categorically, which made her father and aunt give identical smirks at almost the exact same time. If it weren't a game, the king would have named Philippe Dauphin of Estonia long ago. Don't you think? It isn't for me to judge the actions and decisions of His Majesty, I answered with caution. Max, Eveline exclaimed in indignation. That isn't fair. You're dodging. You're among family. You can speak freely. I saw a pointed smirk appear on Valerie's face for a brief moment after that. I myself was having a hard time not breaking into laughter. What if our dear cousin is dodging because he doesn't know how to respond? Francois came, unable to resist an acrid remark, and added, it's one thing to chatter between merchant stalls and hear their rumors. The education of a true noble is entirely different. Dear cousin, I turned to him calmly. My father saw to my education. I was instructed by none other than Gerald Lambert. Would that be the same Gerald Lambert who was executed for treason together with your rebel father? The Duchess spoke up, her eyes alight with triumph and delight. She finally got the chance to kick the insolent bastard, and she did not fail to take it. You are correct, madame, I sighed ruefully. Poor Lambert was a prime example of how dangerous it can be to associate oneself with men possessed of their ideas without regard for the consequences for their friends and family. The Countess blushed through the ceruse on her cheeks. She squinted angrily and snorted. The Count and Duchess, though, look very similar. They seem to be saying, kid, watch yourself. You're walking on very thin ice. I also saw Max's sisters look tense. It looked as if their uncle and aunt, after their father's execution, had done long and diligent work on their minds. As for your question, my dear cousin, I continued as if nothing happened, completely ignoring Francois. Then I do not believe His Majesty played up to his eldest son. At first glance, it does appear that way, I nodded. But if you walk the stalls of the capital city shopkeepers and listen to what the people there are saying, you'll see that the Duc de Beaufremont has long and passionately been trying to wed to Prince Philippe, a niece of the Duc de Maragny, younger brother of the King of Island. In reality, I was playing a double game. It was rare to hear any talk of de Beaufremont wishing to marry his nephew with the Dukes de Maragny among the market stalls. In this matter, my unwitting informant was Baron von Holtz, who had once fought under the banner of the Maragnys and told me many interesting things about their country and the court of the King of Island. But that's, Eveline began, but the Count stopped her. On that note, I suppose the debate is over, as is this most bizarre lunch. Heinrich came, standing from the table. Everyone followed his example in silence, and talking to me, the Count said, Max, let's go to my office. We have something to discuss. Your Grace, won't you accompany us? The Duchess du Bellay nodded and took the Count's hand at the door. I meanwhile bid everyone farewell and followed after them. On the doorstep, I quickly turned around. Eveline was already insistently dragging Valerie by the elbow toward the opposite door. As I assumed, the little spy would now share what she'd heard with the others. Before the footman closed the door behind me, I felt a hateful gaze burning into my back. I had seemingly just gained another enemy in the form of the Countess de Gramont. So then the Count said to me, sitting in his chair in the office we were in before and clapping his hands on the armrests, "As for your duty to the family, Henry, have you decided to marry him to the Viscountess de Marbot?" The Duchess decided to interject. She was seated comfortably on a soft sofa stretched over with dark blue velvet. The wrinkles of her wide dress looked similar to a coiled snake. They did not, however, offer me a seat. I was standing before the elders of Clan de Gramont like an examining committee, or a court. "That would be an option," the Count replied. "Is that right?" the Duchess said with a smirk and curiosity in her eyes, looking me from head to toe. "Did the late Ferdinand have legal disputes with neighbors I was not aware of?" "Not that I know of, no," Heinrich responded gloomily. "But our late brother was impossible to predict. My uncle had no idea how right he was. For example, the story of promissory notes advanced against a whole barony. Max's daddy was an enthusiastic fellow. "The Gilberts you're talking about," the Count said. "The Gilbert Trading House?" the Duchess asked. "The ones who supply almost every noble house in Heroexville with wine?" "Yes," Heinrich replied. "Max, what was it you told me about that lowly merchant?" I became aware that Thomas Gilbert inquired through my mother's father about me marrying his daughter. I replied and spotted a chair at the wall out of the corner of my eye. "How did you become aware of that?" the Count asked. "Thomas Gilbert's daughter Betty told me." "You're a quick one," the Duchess chuckled, "just like your father." "It isn't what you might be thinking, Auntie, I came." The Duchess' face cringed with a condescending smile. "Curious. I need details." In reality, Betty is not pleased with the idea. I came and sat unbidden in an empty chair against the wall to slightly surprised glances from the Count and his sister. So unhappy that she took part in a conspiracy against me, aiding a certain Vivienne Leary and her lover. Those two received payment from a third party I cannot name as part of a plot to murder me. I stopped. My uncle and aunt said nothing. The Duchess' face looked not the least bit amused. She seemed to have been seeing me for the first time. Heinrich was clearly enjoying his sister's reaction meanwhile. How did they plan to do it? The Duchess finally asked in a raspy voice. By goading me into a duel with Vivienne Leary's lover, a certain Vincent de Lamar, the scandalous brawler who was patronized by Prince Heinrich. The Duchess turned toward the Count. "Yes," he confirmed, "one of the greatest swordsmen in Vestonia. He was hurriedly sent away from the capital after killing a bodyguard of the Italian ambassador in a duel. Prince Heinrich harbors a weakness for such upstarts and rowdies," the Count added, "and tries to surround himself with the greatest fighters in the land. He has long boasted of the brawler André de Chatelain." "Well, I wouldn't know," the Duchess snorted and added with a self-satisfied smile. "In court, there are rumors that the famous sword fighter was knocked down by a single blow by some village aristocrat. Yet he didn't kill him. They say he bested de Chatelain with the tip of his sword, right to the forehead." Heinrich chuckled and stroked his chin with his long fingers. "I wouldn't mind a look at that country boy. What was his name?" I just snorted to myself. "I don't know," the Duchess shrugged and said to me. "And how did the whole story with the duel end? Were you able to reach an arrangement with this de Lamar?" "Yes, Auntie, you might say that," I shrugged. "He slayed him in a duel," Heinrich chuckled. "Way I heard it, in a single blow." The Duchess shuddered and looked at me with eyes wide open. While Jean Dubelle stared at me in disbelief and gathered her thoughts, Heinrich said to me, very satisfied with the effect produced on his sister, "So you claim these Gilberts are wealthy?" "As far as I know, yes," I nodded. "All right," Heinrich came thoughtfully, furrowing his brow. "I should think this all through well. In a little while, I'll tell you my decision." After saying that, Heinrich waved a hand to let me know I could go. But a moment later, his brows shot up in surprise. "Because I just stayed sitting. Anything else?" the Count asked, tilting his head. "Yes, uncle," I responded. "We didn't discuss terms." "Terms of what?" Heinrich frowned again. "Of my participation in fulfilling my duty to the family." I allowed myself a smirk. "Or did you think I would just take part in your little projects for nothing? Don't you think you're forgetting who you're talking to?" Metallic notes slipped through in the Count's voice. "Oh, dear uncle." Snorted, "I haven't forgotten for a minute who I'm talking to." It came across dripping with double entendre, and based on the Count's sharp expression, he understood me perfectly. Now it was the Duchess' turn to gloat. With a sidelong smirk, she was enjoying the unexpected show. "And what do you want?" the Count came, going on his back foot with unexpected ease. He was like a predator lurking and waiting to strike. "For starters, I want my castle back," I responded, staring Heinrich straight in the eyes. "As soon as I have it, we can continue our discussion about restoring the glory of House de Gramont and my participation in this indubitably important endeavor." After saying that, I got up from my seat and, with a gallant bow to the smirking Duchess, and followed by a heavy gaze from the Count, left the office unhurriedly. When I, escorted by a tight-lipped footman, left the Count's home, on the way into a gallery leading to the garden, my male cousins intercepted me. They tried to make it look like an accident, but I could tell they were on the lookout for me. It seemed to me they wanted to put the rude upstart bastard in his place. Sensing someone up above watching me, I glanced quickly at the second-story windows and spotted two familiar silhouettes. My uncle and aunt were keeping a close eye. "Hey, bastard." Gabriel called out casually. A scornful smirk played on his lips. "I'm sure you're aware already that you were given an exclusive honor today, and to our eye it was undeserved. You should be thanking us for our generosity, bastard." Francois threw his 5 copper and strayed away. "The family is taking a massive risk by allowing the son of a traitor into our home." "Our home," I laughed. "Dear cousin, I believe I heard you say something similar before." I pursed my lips to look contemplative, then gave myself a light pat on the shoulder with the fingers of my right hand. "Ah, yes, you said something just like this at the gates of my manor. Dear cousin, I believe our interactions are starting to take on a kind of pattern, don't you find?" "What do you mean pattern? May you be tortured by demons?" Francois got angry immediately. My cousin was clearly on his last legs. I only needed to give him a reason, and he would strangle me with his bare hands. He didn't even notice that I had called the manor he was living in mine. "Well, judge for yourself," I snorted. "This is the second time now you've been trying to lay claim to something that doesn't belong to you. First my manor, then my late father's home." I gave a pointedly proprietary gaze to the 2-story palace and smiled in satisfaction. That was the last straw. Francois' face warped into a look of fury and hatred. He started walking jerkily forward and grabbed the grip of his decorative sword. "Bastard," he shrieked. "Brother," Gabriel raised his voice. He grabbed Francois by the shoulder and squeezed hard. "Stop what you're doing. Father is watching." That hit Francois like a cold shower. He shuddered and stared warily toward the second-story windows. "Don't look," Gabriel hissed without turning his head, and Francois stopped. I watched the abrupt change in personality with massive interest. Heinrich seemed to be quite the despot. Just one mention of his name was all it took to bring Francois to his senses. As if a switch flipped in his head, the rage instantly changed to fear. "You," Gabriel kept hissing, staring me in the eyes. "If you think you're going to get away with how rudely you were talking, you're deeply mistaken, bastard. I will do everything in my power to make you regret that in the very near future." The young viper started showing teeth and threatening me with poison. Ahem, Heinrich of course had taught his sons to obey his will. However, I should have devoted more attention to the younger son's suppressed flare-up, but now I could see who the elders had placed all their bets on. Compared to Francois, Gabriel appeared more restrained, but alas, he was still far from his father's unflappable cold-bloodedness. With such a green air, Heinrich couldn't afford to rest yet. The Count was probably acutely aware of that. Now I was also starting to understand better why Heinrich had so persistently set his sons against me at the lunch table. I gave a respectful bow and replied coldly, "Well, cousin, I'll keep that in mind." And without another word, I made a heel turn and nodded to command the obediently standing silent footman to resume our interrupted journey. As an aside, the footman, trying his best to act like a blank spot, had most likely heard my conversation with my cousins perfectly well. I was sure that in just a few minutes, my uncle would find out the contents of our sweet conversation. Essentially, everything I just told them was for the Count's ears. As if to say, "Uncle, I of course understand everything about raising an heir and whatnot, but my patience has its limits." At the end of the day, two can play at this game. Leaving the Count's manor proved more difficult than imagined. While crossing a shady garden path indicated by the footman, I was again intercepted. This time by Valerie. She was sitting in a round, open-work gazebo hidden among the emerald greenery. As soon as Valerie saw me, she diligently concealed her impatience and anxiety, then sent me a breezy wave inviting me to join her. Heh, that was a quick reaction, which was exactly what I wanted to achieve, but I thought my little provocation would take a lot longer to work. And that was if the Count deigned to tell Valerie right away that her blood brother now had another potential bride on the horizon. Eveline, having overheard my conversation with the Count and dutifully told her cousin everything, had unknowingly done me a favor and saved me time. When I got up to the gazebo, the Viscountess turned her head authoritatively, and the footman, with an obliging bow, went back to the path to wait for me. "Mademoiselle," I said with a slight bow, then neutrally inquired, "Do you have something for me? I found out you want to marry the daughter of some merchant." My dear sister jumped right in. "Is that true?" Valerie was agitated and tense. "That is one option." I cast out a little bait, "but I just can't figure why that should bother you." "One option." She came indignantly, fully ignoring my question. "What is this foolishness? You are being offered engagement with a woman from a noble and ancient house. You will be made baron. Marrying the Viscountess will reinforce your position in society by many times. Many doors to high houses will open for you, and maybe one day, if you present yourself properly, people at court might take notice and you will be introduced to the king." "Brother, how can you be so short-sighted and flippant?" "Brother," I asked, feigning surprise. I seem to remember it wasn't that long ago that I was a bastard and black mark on the family. Or does my memory deceive me? Valerie clenched her little fists and gave an angry sniffle. She shot out, "You're intolerable. That isn't what we're talking about." "Then what are we talking about?" I snorted. "What, aren't you listening at all?" She even stomped a little foot in annoyance. Can you really not be aware of the importance of what I'm telling you? Importance? Importance to whom? Valerie frowned. To you, to the family. The family, I asked, nodding at the manor. The family, Valerie replied firmly, taking a little step forward and placing her hot little hand over mine. To our family, my brother, she said softly but firmly, emphasizing the word our. To you, our sisters and my mother. Just come on, that sweet, open gaze, the quick breathing. What a skilled actress. I suddenly felt like laughing out loud. It was hard, but I resisted. However, I had to admit that the Viscountess' calculations were correct. The old Max, who had spent his life feeling like an outcast, hating his relation with the Legrands, not allowing any mention of it, and wishing with all his heart to become a part of the de Gramont family, would have fallen at his sister's feet in an instant. Like a knight in shining armor prepared to stand to his family's defense, he had been recognized, brought into the fold. They were asking him for help. She had no idea who she was dealing with. I didn't know how Valerie was expecting me to react to her big show. And so, when we met eyes, and she saw nothing but cold indifference in mine, her face filled with blush and she jumped back sharply. I saw her jawbone clench through her delicate temples and lightning flickered in her eyes. Shaking my head, I asked with a slight wryness in my voice, if you're so worried about our family's fortunes, why don't you marry the Viscount de Marbot? I heard his father doesn't have much time left. Very soon you could become Countess de Marbot. Doesn't that sound better than being Baron of some backwater like I would be? The more I said, the paler Valerie's face became. The sparkle went out of her eyes. I saw a germ of fear instead. No, more like terror. She took a few steps back and with a heavy sigh sat down on the bench opposite me. Tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. The mask of cold indifference slipped from the Viscountess' face for a moment, revealing a deathly scared little girl. Like some little animal backed into a corner, she was ready to do whatever it took to avoid an encounter with the teeth of a predator. One such step was to put the bastard in harm's way. You, she whispered, swallowing tears of despair. You don't understand. He's a real monster. The rumors about him are horrible. When his father came to visit us 2 years ago to offer a Miles hand to one of us, our father refused pointedly. Let me guess, I smiled. The Count de Marbot didn't like that, and the conflict around the yew forest grew stronger. Yes, Valerie replied quietly. Taking a lacy kerchief from a fold in her clothing, she hurriedly began drying her tears. She was slowly coming to her senses. The old mask again stood between her and the cruel world outside. I've heard of this Viscount de Marbot. I came without any sarcasm. Softly and gently, I started angling to recruit my top spy in Clan de Gramont. Mile the toad or a mile the lizard? Right, yes, Valerie nodded eagerly but got herself together immediately. The little bout of hysteria came to an end and before me sat the same Viscountess de Gramont as before. And what a good lady. So much had befallen her but unlike her older sisters she had not broken. She even tried to adapt. Where did he get that nickname? I continued my calm questioning. His face and body have been disfigured since birth, Valerie answered, curling her lips in disgust. She even looked nauseous. And what happened to him? I asked. Nobody knows for sure, she shrugged. The de Marbots jealously guard the secrets of their house. It's rumored to be magic. Secrets like Orly de Marbot being infertile due to the severe injury, I asked, tilting my head to one side. The surprise made Valerie's face again fill with red, but she had herself back together before a minute was up. UIC came prepared to this family meeting, she snorted. I shrugged indefinitely. So the reason for your unwillingness to marry de Marbot is that, she asked a follow-up. The Viscountess' infertility. I find it quite a significant reason, don't you? I answered with a question of my own. I am a nobleman. Ancient and noble blood flows in my veins. Why must I be unable to continue my line? I was expecting to see a smirk on Valerie's face, but I could read understanding in her eyes. And another thing, unexpected approval. But then the Gilberts, her thin little brows shot up in perplexity. No merchants can equal the de Gramonts. You're forgetting that I'm half Legrand. Plus, the Gilberts are very wealthy. Thomas Gilbert wishes passionately for this marriage to reinforce his family's position. He is willing to go to great lengths for his goal. And by that, I mean there is a huge amount of money on the line. You don't know our uncle, Valerie shook her head. He doesn't like to change his plans. Maybe so, I shrugged. However, I am also aware that our father was so taken by the idea of overthrowing the ruler of the kingdom that he completely neglected the welfare of his own family. You don't think I know that? Valerie replied angrily. All anyone in this house does is remind me and my sisters how extravagant our father's plans were. Uncle makes an effort to do so every day. Even though I know perfectly well that they are purposely exaggerating father's guilt in order to justify their own betrayal. Valerie clenched her hands into fists. Well, anyway, the actions of our father made our family lose a lot, I shrugged. Lands, influence, and money. Are you trying to say our traitor uncle saved the family? Valerie cast a sharp gaze in my direction. You're asking the wrong question, I snorted and shook my head. I'm saying the dispute over the forest with the de Marbots is a drop in the bucket compared with the kind of capital Thomas Gilbert would be willing to invest into this family. Our uncle will need money to restore our family to its former influence. A lot of money. And on top of that, the forest dispute with the Count de Marbot could be settled by marrying you to his son, or any of our cousins for that matter. And by doing that, Uncle will lose nothing. Watching Valerie turn sullen, I decided to add a little more fuel to the already raging fire. But alas, something is telling me our uncle will choose you. I think you already know that too. Valerie made for a fearful sight. Her face went gray. A look of horror and despair set into her wide-open eyes. My future spy and possible ally had seemingly reached the proper condition. I am doomed. Staring blankly forward, Valerie whispered in a quavering voice, I don't want. I'd sooner drink poison than get married to that monster. Dear sister, I smiled. I believe you're writing yourself off too soon. The seemingly final situation has several escape points we both stand to benefit from, but if it's going to work out, we'll have to join forces for a time. Valerie shuddered and stared me in the eyes. I saw mistrust, surprise, and hope. I'm in, she said firmly. Here are Uxville, new capital, the de Gramont Manor. Well, sister, what do you say? Heinrich de Gramont asked when the footman trudging behind Renard left his field of view. The Count already had a basic idea of what the bastard and his sons talked about when they ambushed him near the gallery entrance like a bunch of teens. Renard and his caustic remarks had probably upset Francois again. Gabriel even had to hold his brother back. The Duchess, standing next to him at the window, snorted. He really reminds me of someone. I noticed it too. He's the spitting image of Ferdinand. Oh no. Jean Dubellay shook her head, and with an acrid smile came, I'm talking about you, brother. Me? Heinrich asked in surprise. The Count was about to react indignantly, but somewhere deep in his heart, he found himself admitting that he actually appreciated the comparison for some reason. This brash kid, his wayward brother's bastard, had held his own with surprising dignity today, several orders of magnitude better than their previous encounter. And compared to his own sons, he was a vast improvement. A shadow ran over Heinrich's face. The Duchess, still smiling thoughtfully, gave a short nod. Yes, Ferdinand was never one for patience and restraint. He was easy to predict. But this bastard is far from transparent. That's what has me so worried, Heinrich frowned. Take his sudden reincarnation, for example. Just 1 year ago, he was a sissy, a whiner, but now he's a new man. Life has a way of doing that, the Duchess noted philosophically with a shrug. Take your miraculous renaissance, for instance. Remember my first reaction when you, my little brother, quiet pushover Henry, the shrimp, approached me with a plan to overthrow Ferdinand the lion. Heinrich snorted. The darkness retreated somewhat. At the time, you said a demon had gotten into me. See, Jean Dubellay nodded. Life has a way of doing that. He grew up and matured very quickly. And became very dangerous, the Count muttered. Not to the family, the Duchess objected. Who is he without us? You think he doesn't realize that? Despite all his brashness, he knows his place very well, don't you think? Really? Heinrich curled his lips. What about his ultimatums? Give him his castle. That's just more in favor of what I said. Jean Dubellay objected again. He's giving a sign that he's willing to play ball, and he's naming his price up front. But I already gave that manor to Francois. The Count winced. The Duchess shrugged. Give Francois your manor in the new capital. You already moved in here, after all. It will make Catherine happy as well, because she's crazy about her youngest. Heinrich gave a pensive snort and walked away from the window, which kept him from seeing the mysterious smile on the Duchess's face as she squinted slightly and looked out at where her new nephew had walked just a few minutes before in his confident, animalistically lithe gait. I became aware that strange things were afoot in Max's former manor a few days after the memorable lunch I shared with my doting family. We were regularly told the latest news by Max's former servants. Our main informants, who Bertrand recruited in my name, were Charles Simon, the old servant Francois de Gramont struck with a whip, and who I gave a handful of silver for treatment, Agnes Cassault, the senior cook, and Marc Ducos, a butler. Marc had joined the ranks of my spies just a few days earlier. The butler long refused to help, but in the end came over to our side. It was all the fault of Francois de Gramont's actions. A few days ago, just before evening, my cousin showed up at the manor looking darker than a storm cloud. The reason for his abhorrent mood was a visit to his father, who instructed his youngest son to leave the castle and move to Heinrich de Gramont's former manor in the new capital. And though it was a more than generous exchange, the Viscount was outraged. It was all due to the wretched bastard Francois had snubbed. The whole night, the Viscount was drinking wine and talking about the wretched bastard, threatening revenge. But the next day, waking up around noon with a terrible hangover, he started putting his threats to action. And of course, these actions were the straw that broke the camel's back for the butler, turning him to my side. The first thing the Viscount did was make an announcement that he was moving out of the dark, old, dilapidated manor into a much better one in the new capital. At first, the servants and serfs were happy at the changes. After all, the massive Count's manor was also in the new capital, which was certainly a step up. But they were in for disappointment. Nobody was planning to take them along. Francois, with an acrid little smile, announced to the servants he ordered to assemble that his father's manor already had a full staff of servants, and they would all be looking for new work after finishing out their last few days there, except the serfs, of course. They Francois ordered to be sold at the slave market. The butler, going against his own rules, tried to intervene and explain to the young master that the servants and serfs had worked in the castle for many years, were trained and highly qualified staff, and to simply cast away a resource like that was unreasonable and short-sighted. Francois was outraged by Marc Ducos's impudence, and the butler got a lash to his insolent face as he fully expected. That was the moment he changed to my side, though as Bertrand told me, Marc Ducos was never a big fan of Max for his rude manners and cruelty. But now he was faced with choosing between two evils and made his decision. After announcing his will, Francois changed clothes and left for one of his many society receptions, ordering his valet before departure to start looking for a buyer for the 10 serfs. That same day, Bertrand, feeling in his natural element unlike when we were in Abbeville or Toulon, took me to see Marc Ducos for a long and exhaustive conversation, at the end of which we agreed on a deal. And so, I accepted Max's former butler, who I also authorized to recruit servants for my manor. First word from House de Gramont that my uncle decided to return his nephew's manor came to me from Valerie. Seeing hope for a brighter future on my face, my little sister started actively telling me about important events in the Count's home. In her last letter, she gave quite a detailed description of the scene when Heinrich de Gramont announced to Francois that the Fox Den would now be home to Chevalier Renard. Her retelling of the Viscount's meltdown was particularly acrid. Valerie, I of course, was not going to fully trust. Being surrounded by ill-wishers, she had worked out her own way of surviving. She could switch to our uncle's side at any moment if he offered her acceptable conditions for an alliance, but I also had in my back pocket several levers I could use to pressure my sister if the need presented itself. All went surprisingly smoothly with the serfs, too. Francois Valet was quite the unprincipled swindler. After talking to Bertrand, he had no problem meeting me and selling me all the serfs, pocketing a single silver crown per head. Meanwhile, he knew exactly who I was, and most importantly, he knew exactly what his master thought about me. When I asked if he was afraid of his master getting upset, the valet gave an indefinite shrug, and hefting the purse of silver, explained that it was none of his master's concern how the serfs were sold or to whom. The personal servant's total lack of concern told me that nobody in the family had any respect for Francois, not even his valet. The Viscount went back to the manor that night with a group of friends, all spoiled morons like him, children of capital city aristocrats. However, nobody was there to receive him. Francois must have decided to put a fat endpoint on his stay in the bastard's castle. While throwing a grand boozer, my cousin instructed the servants to take all the furniture out into the castle yard and set it alight. I had to give the butler his due. He quickly got a handle on the situation and commanded the servants to bring out all the old furniture stored in the attic, not the nice pieces. A big mountain of wooden scrap formed very quickly in front of the door. As expected, Francois, who was already extremely drunk just like his buddies, didn't particularly notice the quality of the pile of half-dilapidated furniture in the darkness. When it had been soaked in fuel, the Viscount tossed a torch in himself, and while his buddies shouted on, left the manor. Before departing, he spat out a very slurred yet emotional speech, then loudly instructed the servants to keep bringing out all the furniture, paintings, and curtains, and throw it on the fire so the much-maligned bastard wouldn't even have a pot to piss in. As soon as the noisy cavalcade departed from the manor for the last time, the butler commanded his subordinates to close the gates and start taking the nice furniture inside, which they had hauled out just for show. That morning, meanwhile, I got 3 letters. One was from my old new butler saying the manor was ready for my arrival. Number 2 was from my uncle. Heinrich said his nephew could no longer live in any old inn, and so he decided to allow me to take up residence in my former castle. In closing, he yet again reminded me of my duty to the family. Reading the message, I just chuckled. Naive uncle. He just let a fox into his manor. Might as well forget it now. The fox would only leave it when he saw fit. At the end of the letter, there was a note. My aunt was inviting me to a reception, which was to take part in her home in 2 weeks' time. It also indicated the address of some capital city tailor I should visit before the reception, and whose services had been paid in advance by the Duchess. My servants greeted their new old master in a perfectly straight-line formation. The ceremonial livery was dark blue, the buttons and shoe clasps were polished to a shine, and the white bonnets and aprons of the washerwomen. I somehow became aware all at once that I was in the capital, and my new servants were elites in their profession. Furthermore, with staff like them, I was no longer ashamed to invite even princes or perhaps the king himself. In class, my manor in Toulon was about as far from this as the shadow from Herouxville. As an aside, it was Bertrand's idea to keep all the servants on. He practically begged me for permission to try and save the whole team. Now I understood my valet was correct. Bertrand, surveying his army with a happy smile, seemed happier to be back in the manor than anyone else. Despite the fact that all these people knew who they owed for their return to their former workplace, they didn't look particularly happy. Well, other than perhaps Bertrand and my spies. The old footman, cook, and butler had already learned how much their former and now current master had changed, and that was at the fact my predecessor wanted to sell the serfs at the slave market like geese. I figured they simply hadn't had time to get scared with how quickly it all happened. Oh well, it was nothing to be afraid of. They would get a new lease on life today. I wouldn't exclude the possibility that in the future I would even have to say goodbye to some of them. The two pretty washerwomen, a bit older than Max, were clearly crushed. Thinking I wouldn't notice, they kept looking frightened in my direction. Based on their reaction to me, it wasn't hard to guess that Max had taken advantage of his position and let his hands wander from time to time. Oh well, I'd been through that before. I gave a short motivational speech, calling on all the servants to labor honestly, then let them all go about their business. Because the butler told me I had a bit over an hour before lunch, I said I wanted to run a quick survey of my property, which I supposedly hadn't seen in a year. First, I decided to check out the garden plot, which they also had here. Looking over the spacious chicken coop, horse stable, cowshed, orchard, and garden, I kept trading looks with Jacques, who was accompanying me. Gunnar and two servants were now busy with our buggy, while Bertrand, Mark Ducos, and Kevin went to check my personal chambers. Next to the stable, I found quite a large structure with a carriage that was opulent even by capital city standards, as well as a summer buggy. Upon seeing the vehicles, Jacques, who had a weakness for such buggies, wagons, and carriages, smiled in satisfaction and rubbed his hands together. Honestly, though, he had warned me that he would never put on livery, and so, trading barbs, we went over to the manor itself. Well, what could I say? I liked the castle even more from the inside. Angular and dark from the outside, it was cozy and warm on the inside, like a proper fox den. Storming this place would be no simple task. I looked over the large reception hall on the first floor, then went into a small office where we were joined by Mark and Bertrand. The low ceilings, dark wood paneled walls, large fireplace, wide table, armchairs, and sofa. I was starting to like it here more and more. I saw that Mark Ducos was watching my reaction very closely the whole time. Surprise slipped through on his face every so often, and no wonder. The old Max detested this place, while the present one couldn't conceal his delight. I sat down at the table and reclined in the soft armchair, smiled and drawled out in satisfaction. It's so nice to be back home. Whoever would have thought? I never much liked it here before, but now I don't think there could be a better home in the entire world. Bertrand, who was also there, gave me a furtive nod of approval. A look of carelessness froze on the butler's face, but in his eyes I could see a faint glow of approval. Mark, you did know the former owners of this manor, right? I asked the butler. I mean the ones who sold it to my father. I was never interested in such matters before. Now I have to make up for lost time. With a sedate nod hiding a slight burst of enthusiasm, he replied in his deep baritone, "Yes, your worship." "And who was the former owner?" I asked. "This castle and land once belonged to the de Clermonts," Mark Ducos replied. "The de Clermonts," I repeated thoughtfully. "Sounds familiar." "Duchess Louise de Clermont," the butler helped me out. "First Lady of Her Royal Majesty's Bedchamber. Wife of the Duke de Clermont, a Marshal of Estonia." "I see," I came thoughtfully. "Very interesting. But this couldn't be the same Duchess who so insistently wanted to buy the fox amulet from the watchmaker, right? Curious. You wouldn't happen to know why they sold it, would you?" I asked. "I would, your worship," Mark Ducos came gloomily. "The Duchess' eldest daughter passed away in this manner, Marchioness Christina de Clermont. This home reminded the Duke and Duchess of the death of their beloved daughter, so they decided to sell it to your father. To just up and sell one's family estate. It was clearly very ancient and had been built by their distant forefathers. The walls of the manor had seen many deaths of members of House de Clermont. Actually, what was I talking about? I knew just how it was to lose one's nearest and dearest. Sad story, I sighed, and my eyes caught on a wide wall panel carved out of yew. I got up from the seat and walked over to the wall. The anonymous carver had depicted a fox hunting scene. In the lower right corner of the wooden relief, there was a fox den with hunters and hounds covering two entrances. But there was also a third the hunters and dogs had not found. And it was that burrow leading toward a forest stream that the whole fox family was using. A lithe female fox was creeping in the lade, followed by two little kits. The father was guarding their retreat, a wizened fox with long fangs. His head was turned toward the abandoned burrow. The fox was ready to attack whoever dared to follow his whippersnappers and female. He bared his teeth menacingly, and I saw a smirk on his face. It was as if he was saying to whoever might have been looking at the panel, "Get a load of these morons. They think they're sleer than me. Ha ha, they think foxes only have one escape route." If memory serves, this panel was made on an order from the Duc de Clermont's great-grandfather. Mark Ducos interrupted my contemplation. "So many details, I kept up the game. I never noticed them before." "Good eye, your worship," the butler nodded. I have been serving this house for several decades now, and every time I look at that panel, I find something new. There used to be real master craftspeople. Bertrand supported him. They say the carver was an artifactor, the butler added. But that's all just rumors. I tilted my head thoughtfully toward my right shoulder. By the way, I should really have been scanning everything carefully. I wouldn't be myself if I couldn't find some kind of hiding spot in this ancient household. Switching to true vision, I started slowly looking first at the wall, then the floor and skirting, and only at the end turned my attention to the panel. Nothing at first, but wait, I seem to see something, Your Worship. The butler asked with concern and even took a step forward. What? I asked, changing to normal vision. What is going on? I looked Bertrand and Mark in their concerned faces, though I saw flickers of surprise and interest in my valet's eyes. He already knew I could see the energy systems of objects and living creatures, and he had seen this look in my eye before. Your Worship, you've gone pale, the butler started hurriedly. Are you feeling ill? No, Mark. I waved it off and smiled. I'm just fine. It's just that ever since coming home, I've been overwhelmed by memories from childhood. I was recalling my father. The butler gave a mournful sigh and kept prudently silent. I then, sniffling for show, raised the pointer finger of my right hand and smiling said, the alluring aromas from the kitchen have reminded me that I am famished. Your Worship, the butler caught himself. Shall I go hurry along the cooks? Excellent idea, Mark, I smiled. When the butler left the office and Bertrand and I were left alone, he asked me quietly, did you see something, monsieur? Yes, I nodded and walked right up to the panel. See this little carving of a leaf? It's a component of a complex magical mechanism. Looks like a door lock. It has so little mana left I can barely make it out. Tell Jacques I want to talk to him after lunch. I'll try to manipulate the mechanism tonight. We don't need any prying eyes. And by the way, I nearly forgot. I did a heel turn and stared Bertrand in the eyes. It seems the time has come for you to reach out to your childhood friend, my dear grandfather. What do you think? Will he be happy to see us? Bertrand said nothing, but the sad sigh and rueful look said more than words ever could have. The table was set for lunch in the dining room, which was next to the fireplace room. I sat at the head of an elegantly appointed long millipede of a table, and with satisfaction paid tribute to the mastery of my cooks, all while not forgetting, of course, Bertrand's lessons. Agnes Castle, senior chef, decided to spoil me and cooked all Max's favorite dishes. Well, what could I say? The one thing I could not accuse that little blockhead of was lack of culinary taste. But the number of dishes was astonishing. I had too much food. At the start, I could turn a blind eye to such wasteful spending, but I would have to remember to instruct Mark to cut the menu down by 3 times at least. I quickly glanced at Jack seated next to me as he demolished some elaborate composition of tender mutton chops with great relish. No, I suppose they could cut it just in half. Otherwise, with such a hungry fellow next to me, I risked starvation. While I ate, I couldn't shake the feeling I was playing a role in some elaborately staged play. Impeccably trained footmen, all in formation along the wall, the butler like a director, conducting the service with invisible swings of his stick, and as if reading my thoughts, predicting my every desire, the table was set according to every rule of local etiquette. Between that and the exquisite food, I was definitely starting to like living in the capital. Jack's presence at my table came as no surprise either to my butler or footmen, or if it did, they were hiding it impeccably. Essentially, they didn't violate a single standard. Jack, as representative of the warrior class, according to local rules of etiquette, had the right to sit at a noble's table if invited without sullying the honor of said noble. It simply occurred to me that in this home, such things were rare if they had ever happened before. I somehow had a hard time imagining the Count de Gramont, or Duchess de Clermont, for that matter, sitting down for a meal with a veteran who was not nobility, though I was probably not wrong to suggest that 100 or so years prior, the ancestors of these respected lords were unashamed to invite to their table their less esteemed friends and associates. After all, their swords were how the ancient houses multiplied their influence. After lunch, I was planning to walk through all the rooms and halls in the castle. The discovery in the office inspired me to search for more ancient hiding spots, which this place was probably teeming with, but something got in the way of my plans. When Jack and I were finishing taking down dessert, the door to the dining room peeked open and a tense little face flickered by in the narrow gap. It seemed to be Charles Simon. He was silently signaling for Mark to go out. The butler, remaining calm and trying not to draw my attention, slowly proceeded to the exit. A minute later, he was back and in his place at the head of the footman ranks. Not a muscle on his face twitched. As a well-trained butler should, he was waiting for his master to speak first, like a marble statue. The impression was spoiled by the big huge wound left a few days earlier by Francois Lash on Mark's right temple, which came through even despite the relatively thick cake of ceruse. But Mark's eyes gave him away. Something had to have happened behind those doors. Something not only my butler didn't like, but based on the sour and frightened faces, my footmen didn't care for either. They must have figured out what was happening. Is everything all right, Mark? I asked the butler, listening to the din outside. A loud, commanding bass voice particularly stood out from the pack. The bassy voice was acting like it was in charge. "GHM, your worship," Mark replied in a tense voice. "Bruno Foulon has arrived, senior aide to the steward for the Count de Gramont. He came with 20 servants and several carts in order to collect your cousin's belongings, his wardrobe, and all remaining furniture, dishware, portraiture, and wine in the castle." "Wine?" I asked. "Yes, your worship," Mark nodded, slightly surprised by my calm demeanor, and the fact that was all I cared about. Overcoming his slight surprise, the butler decided to elaborate. "Recently, your cousin has amassed quite the impressive collection of wines from all over mainland down in the castle's wine cellar, on top of your old collection, of course. The Viscount is a true connoisseur of the noble beverage. For instance, today at lunch you were served a 20-year Burgundian, which your cousin acquired a dozen bottles of before Atalia declared war on Burgonia." Curious. Francois had revealed an entirely unexpected side of himself. "I presume the man with the loud commanding bass is Bruno Foulon then." I quickly changed topic. "Why, yes, your worship," the butler again said in embarrassment. "And what are these people doing on the grounds of my manor, removing everything without permission?" I asked calmly, sitting back in the chair and adding, in other words, am I simply being robbed? Despite the fact that my tone was almost friendly, I noticed a highly promising smile appear on Jack's face. Mark also noticed the smile and, based on his concentrated gaze, seemed to sense that something was amiss. "GHM. He hesitated to respond, and just before he could open his mouth, I jumped ahead. "This place looks so neglected," I muttered. Max was not only not respected by his relatives, all the de Gramont servants felt the same. Actually, what was I talking about? But nobody said this would be easy. Drumming my fingers on the desk in thought, I turned to face Jacques, dragged that loudmouth before me, and do not forget to explain to him on the way that the owner of this house would like to eat, and the sound of his voice is liable to give me dyspepsia. "Yes, sir, your worship," Jacques nodded with a satisfied snort and, rubbing his war-scarred fists, left the dining room. A few minutes later, holding a dark gray beret in his wide hands, a broad-shouldered man stood before me. Beneath his left eye, a fresh bruise was filling in. The big fellow shot the odd, angered look at Jacques standing next to him, but was in no rush to express his dismay. And no wonder, because Jacques the Wolf made this Bruno Foulon look like a frightened bull calf despite his massive size. I cast an inquisitive gaze at the veteran. Understanding my unspoken question, Jacques shrugged and gave a predatory grin. He was painfully garrulous and rude. I had to bring him to his senses. "It's all your dyspepsia, monsieur." After he said that, my cousin's servant frowned even harder but still said nothing. I shook my head and said to the big fellow, "My good man, you got lucky. Today, on the occasion of my return homecoming, I am in a good mood, and so I forgive you and your subordinates for their insolent behavior. But remember, next time I'll have no choice but to resort to the lash." Upon hearing of lashes, Bruno Foulon clenched his teeth. The beret in his big hands was slowly turning into a shapeless gray rag. "I'll bear it in mind, your worship," the big man droned. I heard notes of scorn in his voice. "And I'll be sure to tell my master, the Count de Gramont, what you said. HRM, my uncle must have let their discipline slip, though I wouldn't be surprised to learn the Count was trying to provoke me." Testing, probing, I looked straight into his sly, satisfied countenance, and in it there was a grin as if to say, "You got the castle, dear nephew, but are you really its owner?" "Oh, don't you doubt it, uncle. I surely am. It's too late now. You never should have let the fox into the henhouse." "Very well," I continued, paying no mind to his tone. "Now, with regards to your mission. You have 1 hour to get out of my manor." "But how, your worship?" the big man shot out. "We won't finish in an hour." "Don't worry," I reassured him with a broad smile. "An hour will be more than enough time to pack up my cousin's wardrobe and personal effects." But we were ordered to remove all furniture and other property. He started to object, but I interrupted. "My cousin ordered all the furniture, as well as drapes, paintings, and other valuables to be burned last night. So tell that to my uncle." Bruno Foulon's jaw dropped. He looked around, puzzled at the dining room. He had probably been here before on many occasions. Everything was in its place and clearly had not been burned. "And don't you worry about the wine," I added, calmly looking down at my fingernails. "I'll take care of it the same way my cousin took care of my furniture, curtains, and paintings. And tell that word for word to your master." Pointedly taking out a silver pocket watch, I opened the round lid and looked at the face. "Clock's ticking, my good man. If you're still on my property in an hour's time, my cousin will have to order all new vests and pantaloons." When the big man slid an angry parting look over me and hurriedly left the dining room, I saw my servant smiling with satisfaction. "Leave us," I ordered the footman and glanced at the butler. "And you, Mark, stay back a minute." When all the servants left the dining room and it was just us three, I nodded at a chair for Mark. "Take a seat." At first he tried to object, but I came in an icy tone. "I am not accustomed to giving an order twice." The butler shuddered and sat on the edge of the chair, ready to shoot to his feet at a moment's notice. Watching Mark Ducos, I remembered that when he looked at his master, he couldn't recognize him. "Let me explain something to you," I continued. No, I didn't start yelling, or threatening, or insulting. as Max had most likely done in the past, but I saw that with my every word, Mark's face went more and more gray until a shadow ran across his eyes. You most likely have not fully grasped the true nature of what is happening. Ever since you signed a contract with me, the only person who has the right to give you orders in this house and the grounds it is on is me. I understand your fear. You think this manor is the property of the Count de Gramont, and most likely you think Uncle could kick his traitor brother's bastard out of here at any moment. Forget about it. You didn't sign any contract with the Count. You signed it with me. If you now start to let any of my uncle's mangy mutts break into my house to make off with a stool or my last chamber pot, why should I keep you around as butler? Mark started shuddering in tension. I had to add some sugar to help the medicine go down. I'm being frank with you, Mark, because you were always the kind of person who took his duties with a sense of responsibility. The butler lit up a bit. I assume that Bruno Foulon is quite a scoundrel. I asked, hoping to get my butler to open up a bit. He is an odd man, Mark replied softly and lowered his eyes. Don't fret, I smiled. I noted to myself that Mark was about as far from old Bertrand, who fearlessly held off an invasion from Captain de Rohan, as we were from the shadow. But on the other hand, why should Mark jump on the spear to defend Max's property? And don't be afraid, I continued. There's a new master in this house. Beyond that, Jacques will be living here now. In my absence, you can always turn to him. But now you may return to your work. Mark stood up lightly and bowing left the dining room. I turned to Jacques. I seem to remember you once mentioning your old comrades in arms who gave up the service and came to live in the capital. I said and continued after the veteran gave a nod. I believe the time has come to hire 4 or 5 experienced bodyguards. My heart senses that my relatives will continue to test my patience. I do not want to get distracted by nonsense all the time like with today's invasion. Budget, Jacques smiled slyly. At your discretion, I replied. All that matters is that I need reliable people who understand the work, and who won't let me down. Got it, your worship, Jacques responded in complete seriousness. And now go check on Bruno Foulon to make sure he doesn't snatch anything he shouldn't. It had been a few days since I moved into the fox den. In that time, strangely, my relatives hadn't bothered me again. Still, I was expecting a visit from an infuriated Francois with a certain amount of interest, but it never came. The issue was that, after the engagement of Prince Louis to the daughter of the Northern Kanang was announced, a large embassy to Northland was organized in a short time frame. The head of it was supposed to be Prince Louis himself. As it turned out, the Grand Embassy also contained both of Heinrich de Gramont's sons. My uncle must have decided to throw in his lot with the king's youngest son regardless, and I couldn't blame him. Such predators would now begin squabbling over the elder prince that the de Gramonts had no business anywhere near the drama. On top of that, I suspected that even if my uncle did command such large amounts, he would not have been likely to spend it on Prince Heinrich's military ventures. So the Count de Gramont, for obvious reasons, decided to keep his bet on the king's younger son. As an aside, I noticed that Valerie always tried to paint Prince Louis in a positive light when she mentioned him in her letters. She was charmed by his sharp wit and refined mannerisms. She praised his innovations in fashion and called him a patron of the arts, which had recently started to take root in the kingdom. First of all, because of her suspicions, I thought my sister was trying to very discreetly push me toward the green side, but then I considered another curious theory that she was simply in love with the prince. Basically, I had to keep my nose to the wind with Valerie. I wouldn't be surprised to find out she had long ago fallen in with, for example, our Aunt the Duchess, and all these letters to me were dictated by her. And why was I suddenly bringing the Stone Lady into this? Secrets. Secrets and intrigue all around. By the way, speaking of secrets, in the last few days, I thoroughly scanned the whole castle I had inherited from Max. As I thought, I was able to discover 6 ancient hiding spots. 5 of them were already empty, but in the 6th I found ancient gold coins from an unknown government and a sack holding a handful of large gemstones. As an aside, the final hiding spot only still contained anything because it was most likely made by a seer. And that painted a curious picture. One of the de Clermont's ancestors was a true mage, and a very secretive one at that. Otherwise, none of the gems or gold would have still been there. However, that could have had many explanations. If this information was made public at court, the de Clermonts could be in for some trouble, particularly in light of the current persecution of true gifted. Too bad I couldn't figure out the secret mechanism I discovered in the office. My heart could feel that it hid some very ancient secret. A knock at the office door distracted me from my contemplation. Come in, I permitted. The door opened, and Bertrand came into the office. The old man had completed one important task, and here he was back. My valet gave a sad sigh and said, Monsieur, your grandfather Pascal Legrand has agreed to meet with you. He expects you tomorrow for dinner at his manor in the new capital. That morning I announced to Jacques that I had rethought riding on horseback, and that he should prepare a carriage for an evening ride. Noticing a strange look in the veteran's eye, I asked, Is something the matter? It's none of my concern, monsieur. He replied and fell silent. Tell me, I sighed. Don't draw it out. It may come across as rude. Jacques made one last attempt to get out of it. We're wasting time, I said, pointedly taking out my pocket watch. And since when have you been concerned about courtesy with me? Jacques frowned. Then, coughing into his fist, he finally worked up the courage. I understand this Adeline Beauchard, sister of your late mother. She's your blood aunt, and she is a member of the family, but she made an attempt on your life. You suggesting we solve the problem of my aunt the quick and quiet way? I snorted, running my right thumb across my throat evocatively. That isn't what I said, Jacques replied, but I could read approval for the idea in his eyes. Let's say we do, I nodded. I won't argue it would be quick, but I have my doubts about the quiet part. Are you saying you forgot how to move around without making noise? Jacques gave a sidelong smirk. That isn't it, I waved it off. The sudden death of Adeline Beauchard, daughter of a merchant of the Golden Guild, would raise a lot of ruckus. Even if we made it all look like an accident, my grandfather would try to dig down to the truth. Pascal Legrand is the kind of person who finds it very important to be completely certain about things, especially the reason for his daughter's sudden passing. He will surely hire the best investigators, including ones with a magic gift, and they will fairly quickly uncover many curious aspects. Vivienne Leroy, Jacques nodded, rubbing his chin in thought. And Betty Gilbert, I continued. And those are just the ones we know about. Vivienne or Betty probably shared that information with more people. I for one told you and Bertrand, as well as the Count de Gramont and Duchess du Bellay. Honestly, I didn't give them any names, but they know already that de Lamar was being paid to kill me. Jacques croaked in annoyance and glanced at me. I could read a clear question in his eyes. Do you want to ask what made me do that? I snorted. It was all simple. Sometimes I like to handle things the lawful way. Preferably, we can keep it all in the family. If I acted differently, investigators would very quickly come after me. I have clear motivation to get rid of my aunt. There are many ways of doing that which make it impossible to prove anything. Without a doubt, I agreed. But in one way or another, the details of this nasty story would surely become a topic of societal discussion, and then my already dubious and contradictory reputation would be at an end. Now, I am just the bastard of a traitor, an enemy of the king, but a man executed as a noble. I partially repaid my father's sins with my service on the frontier, and came back to the capital with a silver wing on my chest. But as soon as word started swirling around all the high houses that I was a suspect in the murder of my aunt, all my plans and wishes would come to a close. I'd be treated like a leper. Jacques shook his head thoughtfully. So let's take the long route. I nodded. Good point. I went to the meeting with my doting grandfather in my own buggy. Bertrand rode next to Jacques, who was driving his new plaything with unhidden satisfaction. Before sitting in the buggy, I noticed a sour look on my valet's face. By all appearances, when he went to the Legrands' home to discuss my visit, he was told a pack of vile things about me, but he got the job done. Pascal Legrand had agreed to meet with me. He couldn't say no to an old friend, and that was what he was supposed to do. I tried to get Bertrand talking, but the old man stubbornly kept silent or reluctantly let slip a few generic phrases. He clearly didn't want to upset me. Ah, pure soul, if only you knew who had gotten into your master's body. When we left the gates, I could sense the still unknown people watching me, as was now normal. I had not taken any active countermeasures, and they stuck to mere observation. It wasn't yet time to meet their paymaster. The Legrand Manor was located in the northern quarter of the new capital. It was popularly known as the Merchant Quarter, and it was no wonder why. Whoa, I whistled as I got out of the carriage and saw a big, huge 3-story palace. This behemoth made my uncle's manor seem like a cramped little garden shed, and my tiny castle wasn't even worth mentioning. Most likely, maintenance for a home of this magnitude required a whole army of servants. Your grandfather is a merchant of the Golden Hundred, Bertrand came pointedly. As an aside, no one had given me a concrete explanation of what this Golden Hundred even was. All I had been able to figure out was that it was a merchant guild of some kind, and membership in it could only be secured by meeting certain conditions, and one of them was possession of a massive fortune. I was still foggy on the particulars of what they actually did, but sooner or later I would figure it out. At the front entrance, we were greeted by a footman who told us with a stone-faced expression that I should proceed to the garden. And as an aside, I was also told to bring Bertrand. I traded glances with the old man. Excellent, all the better. The old man could keep me abreast of who was who. I told Jacques to stay with the buggy as Bertrand, and I followed the footman. While walking the length of the house, I felt someone boring into me with a gaze so persistent it sent shivers down my spine. As if I was being watched through a set of crosshairs. I then, not turning my head, glanced over at the windows to see a woman's shadow on the second floor. I wouldn't be surprised to find out this was the way Adeline Beauchard had chosen to greet me. If my aunt was now inside, this meeting would take place without her. Too bad. I wouldn't be able to provoke her in front of my grandfather. Oh well, I couldn't do too much at once. I wasn't expecting much from the visit. I had to test the waters first. When we came around the corner of the building, I no longer sensed anyone watching me. Once around the palace, we made our way to an internal garden with a wide pond in the middle. On the banks of that pond, beneath the boughs of an old willow, there was a hidden gazebo. and inside of it 2 people were seated at a round table. That is your grandfather and blood aunt Isabelle Legrand, Bertrand informed me in a soft voice, recalling my amnesia. So here he was. The very Pascal Legrand Bertrand had told me so much about. Despite his 62 years, he still looked young, tough, wiry. As an aside, Max bore no resemblance to his grandfather or aunt. The father and daughter both shared an aquiline profile, making them look like a pair of hawks ready to swoop down on an unsuspecting bunny rabbit, and that was doubtlessly just how they thought of me. These were the 2 people who, despite its name, called the shots at the Legrand and Sons trading house. Pascal's 2 sons then, in Bertrand's words, were wimps, chumps, and effete to boot. Like all the Legrands, they also played a part in their father's trading empire, but they were never trusted with any level of responsibility. Essentially, over the last few years, most of the family business administration had been overtaken by Isabelle Legrand, and everyone was perfectly fine with that. Isabelle was cruel and uncompromising. Everyone in the family was scared of her except Pascal, of course. But nobody saw her as a threat to lay claim to the trading house's inheritance. By local standards, at age 36, she was an old maid, no husband, no children to call her own, and seemingly none on the way. Her life was her father's business. Her motto was, the Legrand business must endure and multiply. That was why she reacted so furiously to the old Max writing her to request money. While Bertrand and I walked over, the pair were closely watching my every move and discussing something too softly to hear. I'd have bet my hand, based on the way their lips were curled into smirks of scorn, that I was the topic of discussion. Walking up a couple of steps, we made it into the wide gazebo, stopping opposite the table Max's relatives were seated at. I am delighted to greet you, esteemed grandfather and beloved aunt. I came calmly and bowed with respect. Ah, my grandson is here. Pascal Legrand chuckled angrily, winking at his daughter who had no reaction to my greeting whatsoever. Let me guess, you're here to beg for money again. Turning his head toward his daughter, he gave a malicious laugh and asked, Issa, what do you say? I'd bet my house this insolent little fellow is here to beg for his share of the inheritance again. Isabelle wanted to respond, but I jumped in ahead. Dear aunt, I insist you bet a large amount. I came with a calm smile. I promise you'll win. A dead silence fell over the gazebo. Both Legrands looked at me perplexed, as if seeing me for the first time. As for my visit, I continued, I have indeed come to ask a favor. Pascal Legrand's eyes lit up in triumph while the previously curious-looking Isabelle shifted to an expression of slight scorn. And what do you want? Pascal laughed. I would like permission to visit the Legrand family crypt to do something I should have done a long time ago, I replied, and took a small scroll inscribed with a prayer for the departed Bertrand had acquired for me in the temple of the most luminous mother, and which by local custom was left next to the resting place of a late relative. I would like permission to visit my mother's crypt. The more I said, the more my grandfather and aunt's faces went long in surprise. Slowly, the looks on their faces started to change, and whereas Isabelle's eyes again flickered with interest, Pascal Legrand now looked darker than a storm cloud. You think you can just show up here for the first time in 20 years and announce you wish to visit Anna's grave as a way of moving me to pity? Pascal asked in an icy tone. You think I'm stupid enough not to recognize your pathetic attempt at manipulation? Remember this. You have never been part of this family, and you never will be. I snorted to myself. What an odd little hang-up to still blame Max for Anna's death. How could a newborn be to blame for anything? Or was there something I didn't know? Actually, it was high time I set him straight. If I am not a member of the Legrand family, then why are you conducting negotiations in my name with Thomas Gilbert about my engagement to his daughter? I asked unflappably. That made Isabelle Legrand shudder and stare at her father in bafflement. Pascal Legrand intended to continue pushing his speech, but suddenly choked and winced. Father, Isabelle spoke up for the first time. Her voice was surprisingly rich and velvety. Pascal breathed a heavy sigh, closed his eyes, and massaged the bridge of his nose. I knew that conversation would come back to bite me. He muttered. Is it true? Isabelle said in even greater surprise. But then I don't understand a thing. There's nothing for you to understand, daughter, Pascal Legrand threw out and quickly got himself back together. And yes, it is true, but only by half. Thomas Gilbert came to me with the idea of marrying his Betty to this man. He said, nodding at me. The Thomas Gilbert? Isabelle asked. I suddenly seemed to see my aunt's eyes light up. She seemed to even be happy to hear the news. The main supplier of wine to all the noble households in Vestonia. Yes, Pascal winced as if he'd just bitten into a sour plum. We're old acquaintances. From first time hearing of it, Isabelle came with yet greater surprise. And you never should have, the old man snorted. Our interests never intersected, until recently. My aunt snorted back, nodding pointedly at me. No, Pascal threw out. We still have no shared business with the Gilberts, because I told Thomas that I have no relationship with Chevalier Renard, and he has none with the Legrand family. Silence fell after that. Isabelle never again tried to ask questions, but by the look on her face, I could tell that she was going to come back to the topic. I caught her looking at me pensively at times. Bertrand was first to break the silence. He took a little step forward and came pleadingly. Pascal, I beg of you, allow him. I stopped him from finishing. Placing a hand on the old man's shoulder, I said softly, no, my friend, I can take care of myself. I saw Pascal's face start to flood with red after that. Friend, he said angrily through clenched teeth. How dare you, little bastard, call him a friend after everything you've put him through? Do you think I don't know how much humiliation you've subjected him to over the years? The old man seemed about to spew all his frustrations out on me. His jaw muscles tensed in his temples, and his knuckles went white. Such is the fate of a slave, handed from master to master like an object. I came in an even tone, paying no attention to Legrand's flare-up. But now Bertrand is a free man and follows me of his own free will. And as a free man, he has given me permission to call him a friend. Well, that was it. Guts or glory. Today's meeting went even better than expected. It was only too bad my other aunt wasn't there. While Pascal Legrand sat with his mouth slightly open in puzzlement, digesting what I'd said, I took off my tricorn and gave a deep bow of respect. Messieurs, I see my visit has come to a close. I hope you give my request some consideration. It's been an honor. Saying that, I turned on my heels and headed back toward my buggy. Bertrand followed me in silence. Out of the corner of my eye, I was watching his expression. He seemed to like the last thing I said. When we were past the front entrance to the house, the door opened and on the step appeared a boy of 13 or 14. Not particularly tall, gaunt, black hair, and a distinctive hawkish profile. Wait, he cried unexpectedly and came running my way. That is Alain Bochard, Bertrand furtively told me. Son of Adelaine Bochard, I finished for him. Yes, the old man nodded. As far as I know, this is your first meeting. When the kid ran up to me, his cheeks had a faint glow and a big smile danced on his lips. My mom told me you're Auntie Anna's son, he exclaimed. Is that true? Oh, the kid stumbled and clapped his forehead, then gave a bow. Excuse my manners, Chevalier. My name is Alain Bochard. I am, my cousin. I came back with a big smile, responding with a bow. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Alain. You can call me Max. Surprising. This was the first of Max's relatives to greet him with a smile. Well, not exactly. There was also Eveline, but she had her own agenda. The kid smiled even bigger, and suddenly his eye caught on the silver wing on my chest. His black brows shot up and his lower jaw dropped. But, is that a silver wing of Strix? He asked in a shaky voice. Yes, good cousin, I nodded. But how did you get it? Elaine asked in astonishment. I chuckled. It was given to me by the Marquis de Crépon, mayor of Toulon, the city where Westerly Fort is located. Elaine asked enthusiastically. Cousin, did you serve in the Shadow Patrol? Indeed, I replied. Oh gods, he exclaimed in delight. My cousin is a hero, a cavalier of the Order of the Silver Wing of Strix, and I'm only finding out about him today. Shame on me. Have you ever seen shadow beasts, cousin? I seem to have crossed paths with a shadow fan. I have even fought them. I nodded and, smiling, took the final wolf claw from my pocket. Here, this is a gift for you to remember our first meeting. He accepted the claw as if it were some kind of relic. Elaine was even slightly shivering with the feelings overflowing from him. You have my gratitude, cousin, he came hotly. But before he could finish, a woman's silhouette appeared in the doorway. My dear aunt. She looked nothing like her father or sister. I got the feeling she took after her mother. Elaine, she called her son with a slight agitation. Time to come to the table. Yes, of course, Elaine shouted. Bidding me a warm farewell and thanking me again for the gift, the kid raised the claw over his head and ran off to his mother. As he ran, we locked eyes. Her black little eyes bore so much hate. She was also slightly afraid. After all, her son had just been standing next to her sworn enemy. Removing my hat, I bowed and gave an ominous smile. I was standing next to a dark, heavy curtain that completely covered a window in the watchmaker's office, watching the man himself, who had no idea I was even there. The Viscount de Tasny was sitting at his desk and pensively watching as the flame atop a candle, which was the only source of light in the room, danced around. 2 days after my visit to the Legrands, Gunnar, whose turn it was this week to go to the baths on Flower Street, saw a red pitcher on the watchmaker's office windowsill. That was the signal the Viscount and I had agreed upon. It meant I was being invited for a visit, and the watchmaker didn't know exactly when I would be dropping by after he raised the signal. It could be the next night or a week later. An uncommonly quiet evening, I came very softly, stepping out of the shadows into the dim sphere of light. Excellent time for contemplation. Don't you find, Viscount? The watchmaker shuddered in surprise, then when he recognized me, breathed a sigh of relief. Monsieur, he said, wiping a forehead with his hand, things like that are going to turn me to a recluse one day, or maybe you'll get used to it. I shrugged and sat down in a seat next to the desk. So you have my attention. I have good news. The Viscount got straight to business and started hurriedly taking leather sacks from under the desk, which gave a telltale clang when they landed on the wood surface. I believe I have found a regular client. And is he trustworthy? I asked. One can always be deceived in this line of work, he said with a shrug, but I have had dealings with these people before, and we never had any trouble. The Viscount finished setting out a pile of sacks on the desk. I had a hard time not wincing. I was going to have to lug all that weight to the other side of town. The life of a smuggler. How much is here? I asked. including my percentage 1,200 silver crowns. I had a hard time hiding my surprise. So Mater Jacob from the Amber Guild not only failed to give us a fair rate for the Shadow Wolf loot, he simply robbed us. And that was with me having given 3 small emerald hollowstones to the watchmaker. They weren't even the most valuable kind of magic crystal. I wondered how much the biggest whole brute from my collection might fetch. A crimson or lilac one, for instance. The only place to find out was in guilds I would not be allowed to enter. Of course, I was not planning to go trading whole brutes. I needed the energy for myself. But to leave 5 or 7% of the total mana in a crystal before I was done then sell it, that was another matter, and that was not the limit. In the future, I could learn to produce that perfume and grow my income even more. The client was very happy with the high mana concentration in the crystals, the Viscount told me. I snorted softly. I would have to note that for later. He was very interested in the other kinds of brutes, the watchmaker said, lowering his voice. Naturally, their price will be much higher. No, I was not planning to shine so bright. I was not going to give any crimson crystals to the Viscount, much less lilac. I also have brown and amber, I replied and set a few small hollowstones on the desk. Any whole ones? The watchmaker asked with hope in his voice. Alas, I shook my head. Too bad. The Viscount said in disappointment and added in a livelier tone, but they will also buy the other kind happily. Quickly recounting the variously colored hollowstones, he announced, just 7 of them, is that right? Yes, I nodded. Opening a small box, the watchmaker carefully placed all the crystals into it and came with a satisfied smile. I believe within the next week, I will let you know when we can meet again. That is not all, I said, noticing that the Viscount was starting to stand up. You have my undivided attention, Chevalier, he said, placing his long arms on the desk. I need a consultation from you as an antiquities expert, I said, setting out in front of him several gold coins I had found in the castle hiding spot. I decided to hold on to the valuable stones for now. What can you tell me about these specimens? I saw the Viscount's eyes light up while his long fingers took on a life of their own. Oh gods. He gasped, staring delightedly at the round gold pieces of various sizes depicting crests and the profiles of unknown rulers. How did you get these? GHM. Well, I suppose. Why am I asking such stupid questions? Have you seen ones like them before? I asked. These are coins of the Forgotten Kingdoms, the Viscount replied, and some of them are in excellent condition, as if they were minted just yesterday. The Viscount changed completely. He seemed to blossom and look younger. A real fanatic, just think about it, monsieur, he continued with excitement. The governments that minted these coins were swallowed by the shadow long ago. They're forgotten now, but these coins seem like they were sent down from bygone times. They are valuable not only for the material they're made of, but as historical artifacts. By the way, not all members of the royal and princely houses were swallowed up by the shadow along with their governments and countries. Like, look at this gold mark. The Viscount slid me a medium-sized gold coin. These coins were minted in the Duchy of Cleves, he said, poking a pinky nail into the crest on the back. The House of Cleves is still in existence. Their holdings are in the west of Island, on the border of the shadow. Or this, look, this one isn't in such great condition, but a connoisseur is sure to recognize it. Remind you of anyone? The Viscount slid me a small gold coin. Then, opening the lower drawer, took out a small magnifying glass and extended my way. Here, eat your heart out, he came with a sly smile. I went closer and, taking the magnifying glass, hunched over the coin. I wondered what he meant, just a coin. The letters were almost Vestonian, but a bit different. The crest, wait, the crest. But of course, I see you've spotted it, he chuckled. I silently took the medallion from my bosom, which had been the reason I first met the Viscount, and set it next to the coin. The crests on both were identical. A triangular shield with 2 foxes standing on hind legs, shield bearers on the sides, and a toothed crown over the shield. Honestly, the coin was badly worn, as was the motto. I was not surprised I didn't notice it, and there were no other coins with the same crest in the hiding spot. This is a golden thaler minted by the Royal House de Lannoy, the watchmaker came. The last member of that house, King Philippe V, was swallowed by the shadow along with his entire government. After the night's rendezvous with the watchmaker, I collapsed into bed at home but couldn't get to sleep. I couldn't shake a feeling I got from the conversation with the Viscount. I had to test a theory. After breakfast, I called Jacques and Bertrand, ordering them to close the curtains and lock the door to the office. I announced I was trying again to bring to life the magic mechanism hidden behind a bas-relief in the wall. But first, I gave them a quick recap of my talk with the Viscount. What are you thinking? Jacques asked, observing me closely. You see, I rubbed the bridge of my nose and took the fox medallion from my bosom. I cannot say for certain exactly how, but my instinct is telling me this artifact is connected with this manor and its former occupants. The Duchess de Clermont must have had a reason to want to pay the watchmaker 1,500 golden imperials for it. The rich have their quirks, Jacques shrugged. I was once told the story of a count who bought a small dessert spoon for 700 silver crowns, all because the stem had a print of the crest of some ancient house that was wiped out by the falling of the shadow. Bertrand didn't look surprised. Stories like that must not have been new to him. He said, aristocratic families have a custom of keeping historical artifacts from the forgotten lands in their treasure chambers. They are items of status which keep the traces of the bygone greatness of the now extinct houses. Acquiring them is something of an investment. The prices for such artifacts only grow with every passing year. Here, Jacques supported. And here, by the way, was exactly why I decided not to sell the gold coins to the Viscount. I could hold on to them. Maybe they'd come in handy. I could always sell them if needed. Rubbing my chin, I said, that's true. The fox medallion is not a mere dessert spoon or silver crest. First of all, it is a functioning magic artifact. That is why I want to test something. I hope this time it will work. After saying that, I switched to true vision and looked at the ancient mechanism inside the bas-relief covering nearly the whole wall of my office. The fox on it seemed to be laughing at me. I let my aura share some energy with the medallion and stepped forward, raising the glowing magic object toward the mechanism. But nothing happened. I sensed the solution is at hand, but something is missing. I came thoughtfully and drew more mana from my reservoir. Directing a constant beam of energy into the medallion, I forced it to shine even brighter. I touched the artifact to the intricately carved leaves and waited. For the first few seconds, nothing happened. Like a dry sponge, the medallion absorbed all the energy dumped into it, and then the thing I was hoping for came to pass. The artifact vibrated in my hands, and along the contour of the stem carved into the wall, just above where the medallion touched the bas-relief, a little stripe lit up with magic glow. It wasn't hard to guess what to do next. I turned the medallion sideways and pushed it into the glowing crack like a coin into a vending machine. I watched the whole process in true vision. At that moment, a little ball of energy separated away from the medallion and, slipping into the mechanism, raced down the narrow channels inside the walls, then dove down beneath the earth. After a few heartbeats, I felt the floor give a slight vibration. Look, I pointed at the middle of the room where a thick rug was starting to fold in on itself like an accordion. Jack and Bertrand hurriedly pulled the rug aside with eyes wide. Beneath it, a stone hatch had already opened up a quarter of the way. When the tile that seemed like an unliftable mass of stone almost silently slid into the wall, the three of us hunched over the now open hole inside of which we could see the shadows of stone steps. I felt a shiver run down my spine. I must have just found something very ancient. You know anything about this? I asked Bertrand, nodding at the hatch. No, the old man replied with a slightly rasping voice. He was clearly in shock. Jack wasn't far behind, eyes burning, hands aflutter. I see, I snorted. Wait here, only come down if you hear my command. Jack and Bertrand both nodded but came to their senses. What if there are traps down there? Monsieur, I beg you don't take this risk. I raised a hand and they both fell silent. Drop the panic, and remember only after my command. With that, I went down. Here are Uxville, the garden of the royal palace. Do we know his identity yet? Kiko was sitting on the edge of a fountain and running the fingers of his right hand over the smooth water's surface. No, the man standing next to him replied shortly. Folding wiry arms over his chest, he leaned back on the pedestal of a statue of some ancient hero and, eyes half shut, stared out into the distance. His prominent jawbone marked with scars held a bored frown. Kiko cast an inquisitive gaze at the man. Marcel de Gaben, head of the King's Shadows, just shrugged in silence when he saw the look. Out of all of Carl III's subjects, these two were the most loyal, the Jester and the Shadow. Sometimes they worked together, other times they were at odds. They each had their own ways of conducting business. They were not friends. In fact, they hated each other, but they were brought together by a shared life goal to be of service to their leader. And that was the reason they had tolerated one another all these years. Both understood that each of their existences served the good of the king. Not a single clue, the Jester asked. I received reports that not all the attackers were killed. You probably also saw that all the attackers had poisoned crystals in their cheeks, Marcel responded. While the oafs from the city guard dragged them to the torture chamber, they all died. What about Captain d'Escalon? The Jester asked and laughed inside. He couldn't deny himself the pleasure of again seeing the look of dismay on de Gaben's face when the princess' chief bodyguard was mentioned. That goody two-shoes, Marcel snorted with scorn. Instead of quickly interrogating the prisoners, he left them to the city guard. Idiot. Then he said a nobleman shouldn't sully his honor by torturing prisoners. That's how we're different, Kiko shrugged. If the princess had a troop of my shadows with her, Marcel sighed. I even know who that idea came from, Marcel snorted pointedly. New times are coming, the Jester sighed sadly. Furthermore, the captain and his people upheld their duty and defended the princess. Times never change, Marcel shook his head. Do not speak about what you do not understand. And yes, if they didn't have help from some mage who wanted to remain anonymous, the crossbowmen would have stuck her highness and her esteemed bodyguards full of bolts. The princess said so herself. Quickly touching his chin, Marcel said, as for clues, it was the Atalians. I think they saw an opportunity and decided to take it, even though they clearly came to the capital to force His Majesty to rush the attack. You think Alfonso has something up his sleeve? more likely the supreme magister of the Scarlets, Marcel de Gabin, came thoughtfully. Alfonso V is a dodderer of weak character. Atalia has been ruled by fanatics clad in scarlet robes for a long time. Marcel said something else, but Kiko was no longer listening. The king had enough military advisors without him. The jester watched Marcel's jaw muscles dance. Few were aware that the king's shadow was true gifted. De Gabin passionately hated all priests and their orders. I will find a way to tell His Majesty your conclusions, Kiko said when Marcel fell silent. Unlike the jester, who Carl III considered a friend as much as possible, the king had recently been treating Marcel as nothing more than another bodyguard. By the way, an embassy will make for the north soon. Who would you suggest as a dueler? His Majesty needs a sure thing. Lord Grey, I believe, would be up to the task, Marcel replied without a second thought. Not feeling like shaking the dust off yourself, Kiko smiled. After all, His Majesty once noticed you for that particular quality. I believe it was on the border of Asland. You defeated the Count de Malay at a tournament, one of the King of Asland's top strikers. Now would be a good chance to get His Majesty's attention again. Lord Grey can handle it, Marcel repeated in a dispassionate tone, looking coldly at the jester. Kiko had a hard time not shivering under his gaze. Marcel looked unblinking like a predator getting ready to pounce. The jester knew that despite the fact they were essentially working together, one word from the king and his shadow would be all too happy to end the life of his vile hunchback. Kiko knew Marcel suspected something and had long been sniffing around. It all started on the day when word reached the capital that Prince Bastian and his wife had perished. Marcel sent 10 of his shadows out with the king's youngest son, the best of the best. A pathetic group of pirates shouldn't have been able to kill them. For the record, Marcel fell into disfavor with the king after Prince Bastian's passing. Carl III never forgave and never would forgive his main bodyguard for the death of his beloved son. And one last question, Kiko said, suppressing his anxiety. GHM, the Princess Mystery Defender. Her Highness has been asking the king about him every day. There are people looking for him, but I'd like your opinion. He is a mage, Marcel replied, although I am inclined to believe a true one. Why? Because we know about all the shadow gifted, Marcel replied. Without instructors from the guild, it's nearly impossible to give oneself the gift. He'd have died in initiation, but a true mage could have received instruction from family. A true mage, Kiko whispered thoughtfully and again ran a hand over the water's surface. I went down slowly, carefully scanning everything around, which had already borne fruit. In the wall on the level of the third step, I found the first magic mechanism. I had seen something distantly similar when I opened the ancient hiding spot in the house of Paul Lepetit's gambling operation. It was a magic trap of some kind, but this one was deactivated. When I opened the secret hatch with the medallion, I must have activated some kind of friend-foe system. Now I was seemingly being perceived by the magic system as a friend. I detected a second deactivated magic trap at the end of a stair to the second to last step. Whoever built all this was hard to call a hospitable host. I made it down the stairs, and continuing to scan everything around, took a short step forward and froze. What I saw sent an even fiercer shiver down my spine. Stone shelves with all kinds of dishware and items lining the walls. A dozen chests of various sizes, several small rotund barrels in the far corner. I must have happened upon the old owner's treasure chamber. The picture was completed by a wide stone shield with a fox's face carved into it. I took a close look again, breathed a sigh of relief and called out softly, Jacques, Bertrand, you can come down. A minute later, my friends were standing next to me with mouths agape, each holding a candelabra. The light of the 10 candles cast our shadows on the wall, and their heads touched the powerful joists holding up the stone ceiling. Scanning each joist, I concluded they were made of a material from the shadow. That was even more proof that the creator of this castle had ample financial capabilities. Staring at what was before them, Jacques and Bertrand kept making strange gestures in front of themselves. I've heard of vaults like this, Jacques came finally in a rasping voice. They're full of traps of all kinds. Yes, I nodded, and so is this one. The stairwell, for instance, has 2. Bertrand and Jacques both shuddered and looked with fear at the stairs, trying to make out the invisible traps they just walked past. The walls have several curious examples, and right beneath us I see a deep pit with sharp spikes at the bottom, I added, causing Bertrand to gasp and Jacques to curse out in anger. Don't fret, I said calmly. The traps will not harm us, because we used the medallion to get in here. Which means the magic of this vault perceives us as its rightful owners. I heard 2 sighs of relief. How much is down here? Jacques asked, stunned and looking around. That remains to be seen, I nodded. Bring more candles. I want to know the size of my inheritance. A few hours later, I was sitting upstairs in my office, rereading the list of contents of the vault in the light of day. We had composed it quickly to avoid attracting attention from the other castle residents with a long absence. Later, Bertrand could spend a few days composing an exhaustive inventory of the treasures. The medallion was again hanging around my neck. The hatch was shut and the rug back in place. We're a member of service staff to enter my office now. They'd never have guessed that beneath us was an ancient vault packed full of magic traps. Pulling away from the reading, I glanced at the bas relief on the wall and responded to the fox's sly grin. It turned out the point of the picture was to be something of a clue with a false bottom. While Jacques and Bertrand kept busy looking over everything on the shelves, I walked along the wall, discovering two doors camouflaged as masonry leading into underground passages. They were simple to open. There were levers disguised as torch holders. Both underground passages led to the surface with exits into the eastern and western parts of the garden. Yes, I discovered a few deadly surprises in the narrow tunnels waiting to take out anyone pursuing the castle's owners, but nothing was too complex. That was when I remembered the clever look on the carved fox's face. In the picture, he was leading his family down a secret third tunnel, closely scanning and probing every rock on the wall. I finally found what I was looking for, the third passage. I pushed the stone that served as a button, activated the mechanism, and part of the wall slowly crept to the right. While Jacques and Bertrand looked on in amazement, I refused to take a candelabra because I didn't need it and walked down the tunnel. It led deep underground and ended in a dead end. But there, beneath one of the flat stones paving the tunnel floor, I managed to glimpse a magic mechanism. From it, thick tendrils stretched deep into the earth, blocking the last 20 paces of the tunnel like the bars of a cage. If any pursuers figured out the riddle of the bas relief, this track would put an end to their plans. I thought back and shivered. The fox on the bas relief just had such a sly and bloodthirsty smirk. But that was not all. I found another tunnel, number 4. And whereas the previous 3 doors had standard mechanical locks, the way into the last was magic and wouldn't open without the medallion. The final underground passage I discovered led first into a small room, then snaked off to the north. I decided to study it the next time. I took another look at the fox, shook my head, and went back to reading. So after a quick survey of the vault's contents, I was now the proud owner of 4 barrels packed full of silver crowns and thalers of an old minting, as well as another smaller barrel of golden imperials, also of old minting. Beyond the old Vestonian coins, my assistants discovered a silver chest containing gold and silver coins from the Forgotten Kingdoms, arranged into neat stacks. And on the stone shelves was a wide variety of dishware made of glass, porcelain, silver, and gold covered in a thick layer of dust and cobwebs. The boxes and chests made of shadow materials contained gemstones, multicolored pearls, rings, earrings, bracelets, pendants, and all kinds of other goodies. Almost every item was stamped with a crest. And for an appetizer, so to speak, in a dark niche Jacques happened to find a shelf of dark bottles of various shapes. I spotted a very faint magic glow in almost all of them. My wine collection, which Cousin Francois was so kind to gift to me, was today growing by a few dozen particularly valuable varieties. Beyond jewelry, money, and dishware, on a broad marble table under a pile of dust covered by gray cobwebs, I found a couple sheets of paper with writing in magic ink. Apparently, this was once either a secret ledger or the personal diary of the former occupant. The language written on them was unfamiliar both to me and my assistants. On the table, I also discovered a scrap of a very primitive map rendered in a strange magic ink on the hide of what had clearly once been a shadow beast. Labels under the big fat dots were written in the very same unknown language. I would have to look deeper into this discovery. I set the scroll aside and looked thoughtfully out the window. In the garden, Mark stood droning out something to a gardener in a wide-brimmed straw hat. I would have to talk to my butler today. He most likely was not aware of the secret basement, but perhaps he could tell me more about the people who constructed this castle. That evening I dined alone. Jacques went off to meet up with some old war buddies, candidates for my personal guard team. Now, with a basement full of gold and silver, I could afford to push my timeline ahead slightly. Everything down there would be easy to sell through the watchmaker. Yes, there were a lot of flashy items, but they weren't as risky to sell as brutes. And speaking of brutes, down in the basement, specifically in a small room hidden behind a 4th door, in a long slot in the wall, I discovered an energy reservoir feeding the whole system of traps and mechanisms. It was a large lilac brute bolted into the wall with 4 special brackets, and its mana levels were at rock bottom. I replaced the nearly empty crystal with another, not quite as large but bursting with mana. I was distracted from my thoughts about the discovery by a footman walking through the doors holding a tray. Butler, a marble statue frozen against the wall as ever, watched closely as his master was served. By the way, Mark, I addressed the butler and looked around at the dining room. I've been meaning to commend you for how well you look after the castle. I see a few traces of fresh paint. I was thinking someone should get to that. You have my gratitude, your worship. The butler tilted his head. It is the duty of every servant to keep order in the house of their master, and yet I came. After dinner, I will instruct Bertrand to pay you out a 5-crown bonus for a job well done. On top of that, I want you to draw up a list of servants I could also reward with, let's say, a silver crown. Let's say 3. No, how about 5 people? Bring them before me. I want to pay their bonuses myself. You are very generous, monsieur, the butler bowed. And whereas not a single muscle twitched on Mark's face, the pair of footmen standing at the wall were clearly very happy. I intend to give regular bonuses to all top performers. I added some fuel to the fire, watching out of the corner of my eye as the footman blushed more and more with excitement. As you wish, your worship, the butler came, casting a sidelong icy gaze at his subordinates, which made them instantly go pale. And another thing I came, pretending not to notice the body language. Next week, I expect an attorney to visit, and I would like you to be there for our conversation. I will need a consultation from you. As you like, your worship, the butler looked slightly puzzled. By the way, I was meaning to ask, I came, instantly changing the topic. How often do you have to patch holes in this building? When was it built? As far as I know, monsieur, the castle was built over 200 years ago, Mark responded without hesitation. And yes, at times we have to do a lot of renovation, but the majority of the work is interior decorating. Walls of this castle will stand for centuries and could even withstand a siege. Remind me, who built this castle again? His Grace Duke Robert de Clermont, Mark replied. Most likely, the Duke was very prudent and knew his way around defensive construction. The butler again shrugged his shoulders and answered, the only thing I know is that Robert de Clermont was a passionate collector of antiquities. His descendants I have had the honor of serving often made mention of his passion and marvelous collection. They believed it to even contain several symbols of the authority of the kings and dukes of the Forgotten Lands. How interesting. I feigned surprise and frowned straight away. You said believed. Do the descendants of Robert de Clermont no longer possess his collection? Alas, it was lost. Mark again shrugged his shoulders and added with a slight conspiratorial smile, they say the Duke hid it somewhere very secret before the end of his days. I saw smiles on the footmen's faces. There must have been a lot of tall tales about Robert de Clermont's collection. Is it possible we are currently directly above the treasures? I snorted, stomping on the floor. No, your worship, Mark shook his head and the footman kept smiling. There is nothing beneath the castle. It has been investigated by the Duke's descendants on a number of occasions. He even invited mages in. That information gave a lot of hope, but the Duke must have been a real rogue. He didn't want anyone to get his collection. Did gold take his mind in his old age? However, that story was probably so overgrown with rumor that it wasn't possible to tell where the lie ended and the truth began. Well, almost. Heh, I knew some things. When I decoded the records and figured out the map, I mentally rubbed my hands together. The de Clermonts would be surprised to find out who managed to open their secret vault. Anyhow, that was most likely exactly why the Duchess was willing to pay so much for the medallion. She must have known or guessed that it was the key to unlocking the mystery of her ancestors' treasure. Very curious story, I smiled. I'm no longer so bored, Mark. The butler bowed with respect, and when I stood up from the table, I commanded the footman to get to work. Leaving the dining room, I headed to my office. I was unable to get seated properly in my chair before I heard a knock at the door. Come in, I permitted. It was Jacques. I nodded at a chair, waited for him to sit down, and asked, how did all go? Not great, the veteran replied, sitting back in the chair. Jacques smelled of sour beer, roast meat, cheap tobacco, and bad feelings. The meeting with his old army buddies must not have gone to plan. How so? Some died, some are still in the service and fighting the Italians. Others have families and no longer want to take up arms, Jacques replied. If your buddies don't work out, we can hire other people, I shrugged. I just wanted to have dealings with people we could at least somewhat trust. Jacques was tense and angry. I wondered what was wrong with him. It was as if he wanted to tell me something but couldn't make up his mind. Come on, talk to me, I encouraged him. Jacques sighed and, glancing at me from beneath his black brows, said decisively, there is one person. You might say the two of us traversed the entirety of mainland shoulder to shoulder. A good fighter, good head on his shoulders. Saved my life in battle many times. I trust him like I trust myself. Did he refuse? I suggested when Jacques fell silent to gather his thoughts. And you want me to talk to him personally? It's much more complicated than that, Jacques muttered. I wasn't able to talk to him at all because he is presently located in the dungeon of the Heroicsville City Hall. I see. I came thoughtfully. I had already heard of these dungeons several times. Popularly, they were known as the Heroicsville Catacombs, one of the most infamous prisons in Vestonia. Jacques shuddered and jerked forward. Luc Devers is no criminal. He is in prison for debts. It was usurers, may the abyss swallow them, that drove him to ruin. I sat in silence and, drumming my fingers on the tabletop, looked at Jacques. Are you sure there isn't any other story behind his arrest? I asked coldly. Luc may be many things, but he is no criminal, Jacques replied sullenly. Any family, an orphan like myself, Jacques replied. Never found a wife. I walked through the area asking around. I was told that Luc took out a loan. Opened a tavern in a crafter's quarter in the old city. He always liked cooking. On campaigns, everybody knew that if Luc was working his magic at the pot, nobody would have stomach troubles. And then, they say he got off to a decent start. Customers praised his cookery from all around the quarter. All his tables were constantly booked, and he didn't water down the beer. Then there was a fire. Not competitors, I hope, I suggested. That was what Luke thought too. He went over to the long-established tavern on the other end of the street, got into a fight. They say he got really beat up. He got laid up with a fever for a few days. Some good people helped and left. Then the bailiffs came and took him to prison. That's the whole story. Jack breathed a heavy sigh. His gray face made for a fearsome sight. It was like he'd aged several years. What kind of money are we talking about? I don't know, the veteran shrugged. I tried to go see him, but got shooed away. They said he'd had his day in court. For a taller, the old man hinted that all more or less fit male inmates and work campers were sent into the Legion of the Wretched. And there, I assume they don't last long, I asked rhetorically. Jack breathed a muted sigh. All right, I patted the table, and Jack glanced at me with hope. Ready the buggy tomorrow early morning. I'm going to have to meet the provost of Heroexville. OHMONSIU, the capital city magistrate, is a monster of many faces and many arms, came Zacharias Baron with a smile. This was the same financier I was recommended by the watchmaker and who showed up at my manor gates early that morning. And like any monster, it has a ravenous appetite. Despite his plumpness, the little red-headed man was very fidgety. He seemed to have a hard time sitting still. Need it be said that such behavior was not typical for locals. As far as I understand, this monster primarily feeds on gold and silver, I said with an understanding nod, which made Zacharias burst out laughing. Quite right, your worship. Quite right. Zacharias, it turned out, had tried to visit me once before, but we missed each other. I checked out of the inn a day before his visit. This morning, it nearly happened again, but Jack and Gunnar got delayed with the buggy, which in the end I could only be glad about. When I was finally given the carriage, I offered Zacharias a ride, during which we could discuss business. He agreed. It was a very productive conversation. The financier agreed to try working for me. Then, a conversation about promissory notes and grain prices smoothly shifted to the purpose of my visit to the magistrate. I had nothing to hide, because I had already given a detailed recounting of everything Jacques told me about his buddy. After hearing I wanted to meet the provost of Heroexville, Zacharias looked very surprised. Apparently, it was very difficult to get to the provost, and for our case, meeting with him would be pointless. Such business was normally dealt with by birds on lower perches, but, as I found out, with no less appetite. Zacharias advised us to go to an attorney who handled similar cases. Then nearly a week later, Baron again came to visit me, while Jacques, Gunnar, and the attorney headed out to collect his war buddy from the Heroexville city dungeon. Zacharias and I were sitting in my office drinking some brandy from my wine cellar when I shared with him my impressions of local bureaucrats. After a brief pause, I asked, I assume you have news for me. Indeed, monsieur, Baron nodded, and opening his big fat travel bag, took out a thin pile of papers. This was all I could get my hands on. Promissory notes from Count Ferdinand de Gramont to the tune of just under 50,000 silver crowns. Some of them were secured against the barony of Valf. I looked them over closely, scanning every sheet, then asked, what amounts? And are there other promissory notes like these on the market? This includes my commission, Zacharias replied and set on the table a full report, then added, as for question 2. They are out there, but I suggest you wait before buying more and focus on other promissory notes from the list you gave me. Despite the fact I acted cautiously, it is possible the price of these promissory notes could rise. Speculators will quickly sniff out the fact that someone is now interested in Ferdinand de Gramont's papers. Makes sense, I nodded. You know best. Here, please. I took from a desk drawer 2 hefty sacks of coins and handed them to Zacharias. He hid the money in the traveling bag and got up. Squeezing my hand to leave, he came. I still can't see a reason to spend so much buying up dead promissory notes. But as I said, it's none of my business. I just gave a pointed smile and gently tugged on the signal cord. A moment later, the door to my office opened and a footman appeared in the hall. Show Monsieur Baron his way to the door, I ordered. When the door closed behind my broker, I thought it time to take a drive around to Capital City Jewelers to sell a couple gemstones. I decided not to show off any of the collectibles just yet. Even the old minting Vestonian coins would draw too much attention, and that left gemstones. Jack and Gunnar came back that evening, looking tired and gloomy. How did all go? I asked, standing on the step of the servants' washhouse where Jack's old war buddy, Lucas Devers, was now lying on the wooden floor unconscious. I approved of placing him temporarily in the castle, in the wing where the footmen stayed. The washroom stank unmistakably of festering wounds, blood, and shit. The prison guards had a hard time finding him, Jack replied darkly, casting a sad look into the washhouse. We had to do a bit of walking around in the catacombs. It was like hell. I assume things are bad, I asked, stepping over the doorway. Yes, Jack replied in a rasping voice, but essentially I didn't need to hear an answer. When I hunched over his body, I had a hard time not wincing at the stench. Jack had already started undressing him, throwing his now ragged clothing straight into the furnace. Next to the cot, there already stood a wooden washtub filled with hot water. Switching to True Vision, I started giving Luca's energy system a closer look. I found a few black spots in the rib area, back of the head, arms, and legs. This guy was hard to kill. I was surprised he was still alive. Then I realized something. The huge number of black spots in his energy system made it hard to tell, but there was evidence to suggest Lucas was not quite human. I found a tiny magic reservoir, indicating that Jacques' old war buddy was gifted. His gift was very faint, but that was what was keeping Lucas on the mortal plane. I raised my head and glanced at Jacques. In his eyes, I saw hope and pleading. Seemingly, he was willing to do whatever it took to save his friend. Despite the grave wounds, your friend will live, I said. Jacques gave a loud sigh and covered his eyes. A moment later, I saw a smile on his pale face. Luke was always tough, he snorted. I assume your friend was born in Vestonia. Jacques nodded. He was born in Atalia, but his family had to flee here on a ship many years ago. But by the time they made it to the port of Krat, he was already an orphan. His parents and little sister died at sea from a disease. Jacques glanced at his friend, who was whispering disjointed nonsense, and asked, "Can you heal him, monsieur? That will depend on whether you answer my next question about your friend honestly." I came. Jacques stared into my eyes. What I said must have been a surprise. "Monsieur, I do not rightfully understand what you're talking about," he came, "but I give you my word to be honest with you. I believe I'm starting to guess what your friend's family was fleeing from." I came. Jacques gave Lucas another glance, then looked at me foggily. Or rather who, I added, and nodded at the injured man. "Dare I suggest that he was being pursued by the Scarlet Knights? Were you aware? Priests?" Jacques asked in sincere surprise, and his brows shot up. "Monsieur, you have my word that I never heard anything of the like from Luke. You must be mistaken. What could the Scarlets want with a simple peasant? After all, they only go after." And Jacques shuddered. His jaw started hanging down and a flame lit in his eyes. "I see you're starting to understand," I said. "Your friend is a true mage." The manor of the Duc de Gondy. Prince Louis stood at a broad window overlooking the Duc de Gondy's manor garden and, pressing his overheated head against the cool glass, thoughtfully looked down at the happy, fussing groups of young nobles idling away on the edge of the miniature pond. Each of them had visible red bands on their elbows. Louis sighed bitterly. They were supporters of his elder brother, Prince Philippe, here, in the house of his beloved. Oh gods, how hard it was. Louis, setting all etiquette aside, had come uninvited to the de Gondy manor. Furthermore, he waited for the Duke himself not to be home for a one-on-one with the Marchioness. Blanca wasn't answering his letters, and Louis had written her a minimum of 10 since the de Gondys came to the capital. Without a single response, Prince Louis refused to believe Blanca de Gondy was intentionally ignoring all his letters. What was more, he wasn't even considering it. His Blanca could only not be answering for one reason: she simply was not receiving his letters. This was a plain conspiracy against their love. That was what Prince Louis was really thinking. And burning with emotions overflowing his heart, he lost patience and hope with every passing day, which was why he decided to come on his own. He was brought into a big stone room and asked to wait, being told that the Marchioness was not expecting His Highness to visit, and thus had to get herself together. It took an unbelievably long time. There were also the people out the window making merry and laughing hideously. Louis was certain his Blanca had been forced to tolerate the presence of Philippe's supporters in her home. The courtly and highly educated Marchioness was most likely suffering greatly from the company of the stupid and simple-minded people. She simply could not disobey her father's will, or that of the king. Recalling his father, Louis clenched his fists and squinted. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. He would never forgive him. Never. Finally, the far door flew open and in strode Blanca de Gondy, accompanied by her handmaid. Middling height, raven hair, and dark golden skin, just how he remembered her from their first meeting. For a moment, Prince Louis took in the Marchioness' beauty and found himself tongue-tied. But suddenly, he realized his love for the woman had only grown over the past year. He admired her refined chin, sensuous little mouth, thin waist, and chestnut eyes, the most beautiful eyes in the world. Blanca de Gondy immediately performed a perfect curtsy, and hurriedly waving a fan embroidered with little rainbow pearls, came, "Your Highness, I beg forgiveness for keeping you waiting so long." The familiar aroma of crimson orchids wafted through the room. It smelled just like the Marchioness' letters. "Ah, dear Blanca," Prince Louis exclaimed and walked over to the Marchioness. "You needn't apologize. I am the one that should be begging you forgiveness for the intrusion." Taking Blanca's hot little hand in his, he raised it to his lips and, closing his eyes for a brief moment, froze to savor the scent and warmth of her skin. When he raised his head, he realized a slight rosy glow had taken hold on the Marchioness' cheeks, while a strange little light flickered in her chestnut eyes. The prince found an easy explanation for her state. Blanca was happy to see him. After a quick wave, her handmaid bowed and went out the door. The prince and Marchioness were left alone. "My love," Louis exclaimed shakily and took a step forward. "I do not understand. You haven't been responding to my letters." "Ah, my prince." Blanca shuddered and looked toward the door warily. "Please, we must maintain caution, but have you forgotten that I am engaged to your older brother?" A sad, bitter look was frozen in the Marchioness' eyes. "And you will be going north for your future wife." Oh gods, Prince Louis clenched his fists. I'd sooner die. No, my prince, the Marchioness shook her head, covering her little mouth in fear with a hand. If something were to happen to you, the grief would kill me. I will throw myself from the cliffs into the raging sea, just like the copper-haired Haline in Anton de Thori's Moonlight verses. Oh gods, Louis whispered, and clutching the Marchioness' hands, started smothering them in tender kisses. What should we do, my dear? We must submit to fate, she sighed heavily and laid a hand over the prince's cheek. But our love shall live in eternity, eternity. Louis' eyes were alight with a flame of passion. And here a year ago I thought the most luminous mother had answered my prayers, she said sadly. Tears shimmered in the corners of her eyes, but our parents decided otherwise. Although, let me tell the truth, my father was glad to find out about our love. It was all my father, the prince hissed angrily through his teeth. That vile little dwarf put it into his head. With a fearful shudder, she touched her fingers to the prince's lips, then turned toward the door warily. I beg you, stop, my love, she whispered. As if hypnotized, Louis looked at her sensuous little mouth, tiny white teeth and pink little tongue. Even the walls here have ears. If His Majesty finds out the things you're saying, I swear I'll be cautious, my love. The prince whispered hotly and, no longer able to hold back, buried his face in her plump lips. At first Blanca pulled back in surprise, but then she lurched forward and, eyes closed, kissed him back. It didn't last long, just a few moments. Placing her little hands on the prince's chest, she pushed away gently with an air of reluctance. Looking down and fully blushing, she covered her face with a fan and said choppily, my prince, I beg you, my love. Louis took another step forward. No, Blanca exclaimed in fear, we cannot. It isn't right. My father will be back soon. It's time for you to go. I'm going, the prince said, squeezing both of her hands in his. But promise me that the flame of our love will never be extinguished. But we are not destined to be together, my love. We'll see about that, the prince exclaimed. His cheeks filled crimson, while a fire of passion and determination set his eyes ablaze. Somewhere outside, many voices cried out in delight. Blanca shuddered and looked out the window in fear. My prince, please, you'd better go before they see you. Yes, my love, Louis nodded and pressed his lips to her hand one last time before hurrying outside. In the doorway he turned and said, remember, my love, you will be mine one day. When the door slammed shut behind the prince, and the sound of his footsteps faded, Blanca de Gondi breathed a sigh of relief. Shaking her head, she took a little lace kerchief from her sleeve and wiped her lips in disgust. A moment later, next to the fireplace, a wall curtain slid to the side, and a broad-shouldered young man in a dark blue caftan with gold embroidery appeared. A self-satisfied acrid smile danced on his thin lips. His powerful chin was slightly upturned, while a little light of superiority and disregard burned in his dark eyes. Blanca, don't you feel the least bit bad for my poor brother? He chuckled. There were clear notes of derision in his commanding voice. The Marchioness sighed and walked over to a silver pitcher of wine on a tray on the table. Prince Heinrich, and that was who it was, jumped ahead a bit, taking the pitcher off the tray and pouring 2 glasses of the bright ruby liquid into the silver gemstone-encrusted glasses. After a little sip from her glass, the Marchioness gave a smirk and answered, I seem to recall someone assuring me recently that he did not consider him a brother. You are mistaken, Blanca, Heinrich replied, and draining his glass in a single gulp, came over to the Marchioness. His powerful muscular hand enwrapped her thin waist and pulled her dainty feminine body toward him. So hot and so saturated with desire. That was in the past. Now my great-great-grandmother's portrait hangs in the royal gallery. It is the spitting image of my younger brother, who adores you and who you care not a whit about. Your brother has a role to play in our plans. She came softly and, slightly raising a right brow, asked, and by the way, are princes even capable of love? Heinrich and the Marchioness met eyes. The prince felt Blanca's body shivering in his hands. Her dark eyes were slightly squinting. The tip of her little tongue licked her full lips and she chuckled. She was like a kitten obediently allowing herself to be picked up, but ready at any moment to put out her claws. Heinrich laughed back. That really was Blanca de Gondi, cruel, calculating, and volatile, but he had known her true face for many years, that of Estonia's future queen, his queen.